Chapter 1. Dear Disciple, Master requests a favor. In the vast realm of 3,000 worlds lies the Forbidden Sect. Chu Luo, the direct disciple, has trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the sect. According to sect rules, he must be expelled. Within the grand palace, a frail youth kneels before the assembly. Though not strikingly handsome, his countenance possesses a certain appeal. His name is Chu Luo, one among many who have traversed worlds. Seated above in the hall are several esteemed elders of the Forbidden Sect. Among them, a white-haired elder gazes coldly, emanating an overwhelming aura of dread that suffocates the atmosphere. He is the second elder, Zhao Sheng, revered in the outside world as the ancient saint of spirit purity. However, this second elder, Zhao Sheng, harbors great displeasure towards Chu Luo, as it was his voice that rang out with the decree for punishment. Indeed, this troublemaker must be expelled from the sect. I support the second elder. Absolutely. This menace should have been expelled long ago. This tyrant has caused us enough trouble, and now he dares to invade the sacred grounds. Even Elder Inya cannot save him this time. Indeed, even elders who trespass into the forbidden grounds face severe penalties. Behind Chu Luo, a group of core disciples resembles resentful wives, seemingly eager for Chu Luo's expulsion. Chu Luo turns to cast a disdainful glance at these core disciples. Then, addressing the extraordinary middle-aged man at the forefront, he displays a face of grievance. Sect Master, I did not intentionally trespass into the forbidden grounds. I have been practicing a secret escape technique and inadvertently miscalculated my direction, leading me to the forbidden area. Please, Sect Master, see the truth in this matter. The man before him is none other than Lin Feng, the sect master of the Forbidden Sect. Second elder. After all, Chu Luo is the sole direct disciple of Elder Inya. With Elder Inya in seclusion, it would be best to delay discussions on expelling Chu Luo until he emerges from his retreat. Lin Feng furrows his brow, recalling Elder Inya's temperament, and feels a wave of anxiety. If Elder Inya were to discover that his cherished disciple had been expelled, it would surely incite chaos. The other elders secretly nod in agreement. Sect Master, this sect rule was established by our ancestors. Even if that old ghost Inya were here, it would not change the outcome. The second elder, Zhao Sheng, snorts coldly, resolute in his intent to cast Chu Luo out of the Forbidden Sect. I say, second elder, is it merely because I recently visited your medicinal fields and plucked a few young spirit herbs that you hold such a grudge against me? Chu Luo can no longer contain himself, throwing up his hands in exasperation and shrugging. This old curmudgeon is far too petty and vindictive. Silence. Do you dare to retort? Sect Master, expel this calamity from our sect at once. Mentioning the medicinal fields instantly ignites Zhao Sheng's fury. The spirit herbs he painstakingly retrieved from the brink of peril yesterday. What I had planted was uprooted by that scoundrel. Which old fool seeks to drive away my obedient disciple? Boom! At that moment, a resonant voice reverberated throughout the vast confines of the Forbidden Sect. Lin Feng, Zhao Sheng, and several elders present instantly changed their countenance. They promptly rose from their seats, their faces awash with astonishment. For within that familiar voice lingered an aura of unparalleled authority. Master, hearing that familiar voice, Chu Luo felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After traversing through realms, he had lost his parents, only to fortuitously encounter his master during their travels in the lower realm. Since bringing him back to the Forbidden Sect, his master had remained in secluded meditation. Now, after more than a decade, Chu Luo had not laid eyes on his master. Boom, boom, boom. At this juncture, the heavens and the earth transformed. Mountains trembled, and myriad phenomena manifested throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms. Countless forces across the 3,000 realms were stirred. The phenomena of myriad laws. A new emperor has emerged. O heavens, which power has given rise to another emperor? That direction. It seems to be the Forbidden Sect, one of the premier sects. In an instant, numerous reclusive elders emerged from their meditative states, gazing towards the Forbidden Sect, their eyes filled with trepidation and awe. Meanwhile, several hundred miles from the Forbidden Sect, An elderly man clad in a dark robe stared, astonished, in the direction of the Forbidden Sect. Beside him stood a raven-haired youth. With narrowed eyes, the youth spoke. "Master, shall we proceed to the Forbidden Sect?" The elder withdrew his gaze, his expression slightly somber, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes as he nodded. "Let's go. You intend to challenge those direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect, do you not? I have heard that the Forbidden Sect is soon to commence the selection of sequential disciples. It is a perfect opportunity for you to test their mettle. Moreover, it will be prudent to ascertain which old codger has ascended to emperor." As his words fell, the elder waved his sleeve. A powerful force enveloped the youth beside him, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, the celestial phenomena above the Forbidden Sect were obliterated by an overwhelming force. Within the grand hall, a towering figure quietly manifested. The figure was an elder. Both the disciples present and the elders seated above could not help but change their expressions dramatically. The elder who appeared in the hall was none other than Chu Luo's master. The third elder of the Forbidden Sect, Enya, revered in the outside world as the ancient Saint Enya. At this moment, Enya's aura was restrained, his gaze fixed upon Chu Luo, his brows furrowing as he instantly erupted in fury. Although he had not seen his obedient disciple in many years, he recognized Chu Luo at a glance. "Third elder, have you taken that step?" Sect Master Lin Feng, regaining his composure, was filled with excitement. Beside him, Zhao Sheng appeared as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Elder Enya. His face reflected disbelief, mingled with a tinge of envy and jealousy. Enya had no time to spare for Lin Feng. He approached Chu Luo directly. Chu Luo immediately displayed a look of grievance. "Master." Before Chu Luo could express her woes, Enya seized her hand, his voice filled with fury. "My dear disciple, how is it that you are left with but 2.5 years of life? Who has harmed you? Tell me, and I shall not only annihilate them, but also disturb their ancestral resting place." "What the devil?" Enya's words caused Lin Feng and the gathered elders to shift their expressions collectively, their minds focusing on Chu Luo. They discovered that indeed, Chu Luo's lifespan was truly limited to a mere 2.5 years. This assembly of ancient sages had previously concentrated their attention on Chu Luo's reckless intrusion into the forbidden grounds of the sect. Chu Luo waved her hand dismissively and leaned closer to Enya, whispering, "Master, no one has harmed me. In these past few years, I have been quite idle, and I have practiced all 1,000 forbidden techniques of our sect. However, these forbidden techniques are quite taxing on one's life." Enya was momentarily dumbfounded, staring at Chu Luo as he communicated in a hushed tone. "My goodness, my dear disciple, have you truly mastered all 1,000 forbidden techniques?" Chu Luo shrugged her shoulders and nodded. Enya swiftly pulled Chu Luo to a corner, secretly transmitting, "My dear disciple, I beseech you for a favor. Master, please speak. My dear disciple, you must participate in the sect's selection trials. It would be best if you could become the number 0 disciple of the sect and ascend to the position of junior master of the Forbidden Sect." Chu Luo replied, "Let me first secure my place and avoid being expelled from the sect. After all, I have violated the sect's rules." Enya immediately turned around, a cold smile gracing his face. His gaze fell upon Lin Feng and the other high-ranking elders, and he pulled Chu Luo behind him, sneering. "Ha! My dear disciple, with me here, let us see who dares to expel you today. My dear disciple, step behind me and witness as I engage in a verbal duel with the learned. Ding! Acquired protector value 10,000. As soon as Enya's words fell, a notification echoed in Chu Luo's mind. P.S. Cultivation realms, spirit refinement, spirit foundation, spirit ascension, spirit sea, great void, return to ruins, primordial, divine soul, primordial beginning, nirvana, pinnacle, ultimate transcendence, feathered ascension, sage, ancient sage, emperor realm. Each realm is separated by 6 minor realms. Chapter 2. The Grand Master, fiercely protective of his own Chu Luo, stood in a moment of astonishment, gazing at the imposing figure of his master. As if he had stumbled upon a newfound realm, a smile graced his lips. Ever since he had traversed into this world, he had awakened the Guardian system. Upon its awakening, Chu Luo was rewarded with a new adventurer's gift package. From this package, his comprehension was infinitely enhanced, rendering his understanding astonishingly profound. Henceforth, he could effortlessly master any technique or martial art with but a mere glance. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of his comprehension, Chu Luo discovered through his own research that the system required someone to advocate on his behalf in order to accrue guardian points. Within the system resided a marketplace, replete with extraordinary elixirs, martial arts, imperial weapons, and a plethora of divine bodies that drove countless individuals into a frenzy. Alas, all of these treasures necessitated guardian points for acquisition. Moreover, these points could be utilized to directly elevate one's cultivation level. Consequently, upon being brought to the Forbidden Sect by his master, Chu Luo engaged in various reckless antics, hoping to compel his unreliable master into action on his behalf, thereby securing guardian points. Unfortunately, upon his master's return, he immediately entered a state of deep seclusion. Due to Chu Luo's myriad mischiefs within the sect, he had become a pariah, reviled by all. Realizing that no one would come to his aid, and lamenting his inability to obtain guardian points, Chu Luo resolved to concentrate on his cultivation. Before entering seclusion, the enigmatic elder Yin had clandestinely left him 1,000 forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect. With his comprehension fully realized, Chu Luo mastered all 1,000 forbidden techniques of the sect in a mere 2.5 years. His strength had become truly formidable. However, these forbidden techniques exacted a toll on his lifespan with each use. To date, aside from Chu Luo, no one within the Forbidden Sect had been able to grasp the entirety of these forbidden arts. Now, Chu Luo wielded an array of formidable forbidden techniques. A vast and overwhelming imperial aura emanated from Elder Yin, saturating the entire hall. The core disciples present knelt in reverence, under the weight of this imperial might. Aside from the sect leader Lin Feng, the other elders bent low, straining to summon their inner strength to resist. Notably, Zhao Sheng found himself forcibly brought to his knees before the assembled disciples, utterly humiliated. An emperor. Indeed, Lin Feng and the other elders were struck with astonishment. Elder Yin had undeniably ascended to the rank of emperor. Their forbidden sect had gained yet another unparalleled emperor. The multitude of core disciples prostrated on the ground gazed at Chu Luo with expressions of envy. The direct disciple of an emperor. The thought alone filled them with jealousy. It seemed prudent to avoid provoking this troublemaker in the future. Chu Luo was jolted back to reality by the overwhelming imperial presence of his master. His eyes sparkled with disbelief. He had never anticipated that his seemingly unreliable master would ascend to such heights. No wonder he had just received a bounty of 10,000 guardian points. Hee. In the future, I must make a concerted effort to secure the protection of my esteemed master. Hee, old Zhao, was it not you, you old rascal, who just suggested expelling my obedient disciple? Yin ascended the steps and approached Zhao Sheng, a teasing grin adorning his face. It is well known that the second and third elders have never seen eye to eye, often engaging in mutual barbs. However, what Zhao Sheng never anticipated was that this old rascal, Yin, would surpass him in breaking through to the emperor level. Zhao Sheng felt more distressed than if he had lost a fortune. The sect leader, Lin Feng, let out a bitter laugh and, in resignation, advised, Third Elder, perhaps you should restrain your oppressive aura. Otherwise, these disciples may find it unbearable. Lin Feng was aware that Elder Yin had taken his position as sect leader into consideration and had somewhat tempered his imperial might. Otherwise, everyone present would be compelled to kneel, including him, a peak ancient sage. Yes, sect leader, my apologies. I was simply too excited just now. Elder Yin chuckled, gradually retracting his oppressive presence. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened. Elder Yin's expression shifted as he pointed an accusatory finger at the newly risen Zhao Sheng, berating him without restraint. You old scoundrel, I am asking you a question. My obedient disciple merely stumbled into the forbidden area of the sect. He did not intentionally trespass. Are you, out of jealousy for my disciple's exceptional talent, deliberately making things difficult for him? You old fool, when you walk the night, it would be wise to tread carefully, and when you sleep, keep one eye open as a lookout, or else the congregation of disciples, including Chu Luo, was left utterly dumbfounded. However, upon witnessing Zhao Sheng being chastised in such a manner by his own master, Chu Luo's heart soared with delight, thinking that after many years of separation, his master had finally shown a reliable side. You vulgar creature. Elder Yin, do not think that I am intimidated by your newfound status as an emperor. The rules were established by our ancestors, and even if you are now an emperor, you cannot alter them. Zhao Sheng seethed with indignation. This old fellow had the audacity to humiliate him before so many disciples. Did he have no sense of pride? If he backed down now, how could he maintain his authority in front of these disciples in the future? Oh, you ancient relic who has defied time. It seems you remain unconvinced, do you? My specialty lies in winning people over with virtue. Shall we engage in a contest? Elder Inya rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Yu Zhaosheng was momentarily speechless, his confidence plummeting. When they had been at the same level of cultivation, he was never a match for Elder Inya. Now, the latter was a veritable emperor. To say he felt outmatched would be an understatement. Sect leader, look at him. Zhaosheng, filled with frustration, found himself at a loss for words, unable to scold or contend with the old man, feeling utterly stifled. Several senior elders nearby dared not intervene. Inya, Lin Feng, Chu Luo, a multitude of disciples. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then remarked, ahem. As for Elder Zhao, Chu Luo has already stated that he inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden area while practicing an escape technique. It was not done with intention. Let us consider this matter settled. What do the other elders think? Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the other elders, noticing Elder Inya's glance. The other elders nodded in unison like chicks pecking at rice, expressing their agreement with Lin Feng's decision. Sect leader. The ancestor has previously stated that no one is permitted to violate this rule. With this, they suggested seeking the ancestor's counsel. Zhaosheng, immediately filled with discontent, was resolute in his desire to expel Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. Today presented the perfect opportunity. He must rid himself of this troublesome individual. Otherwise, with the old rascal Inya as a backing, his medicinal fields would undoubtedly continue to suffer. Curse you. He spat. You old fool. Today, I shall strike you down. When Inya saw Zhaosheng relentlessly pursuing his beloved disciple, he was instantly consumed by rage and delivered a punch. Zhaosheng was sent flying, and upon rising, the disciples witnessed a black eye adorning his face. Had it not been for Inya's restraint, considering their status as elders, that punch could have easily claimed Zhaosheng's life. Calm down, Elder 3. The other elders rushed forward to intervene, separating Inya and Zhaosheng. Oh, you Inya. You scoundrel. How dare you strike me? Even if we consult the ancestors today, that lad must be expelled from the sect. Zhaosheng, held back by two elders, began to curse without regard for Inya's status as a great emperor or his own dignity. The scene was chaotic, devoid of any semblance of decorum befitting the upper echelons of a prestigious sect. To the disciples present, it resembled a row of old men squabbling like fishwives. The disciples became mere spectators, and had any outsiders been present, they would surely have been amused. Who could have imagined that within the ranks of one of the top powers, the Forbidden Sect, the elders could behave in such a manner? Lin Feng was utterly speechless. Being the sect leader was truly exhausting. He then waved his hand, enveloping the area in a force that isolated the disciples. Enough. I shall now consult the ancestors regarding Chu Luo's punishment, Lin Feng declared. At these words, a smug expression spread across Zhaosheng's face. As long as he could expel Chu Luo, the punch he received would have been worth it. Before Inya could retort, Lin Feng vanished from the spot. Humph. If those old codgers are as stubborn as I suspect, I shall personally breach the forbidden grounds and have a thorough discussion with them. Inya coldly snorted. You old rascal had better hope my obedient disciple remains unscathed. Otherwise, I shall find a way to ensure your precious disciple is expelled from the sect. Inya's threat regarding his disciple infuriated Zhaosheng. The several elders holding them back could only smile wryly. How did their sect's leadership come to include such eccentric elders as Zhaosheng and Inya? Soon, Lin Feng reappeared in the Grand Hall. Chapter 3. The Master protects the path, and the Prodigy comes to seek a fight? Lin Feng removed the barrier. Chu Luo and the other disciples turned their attention toward Lin Feng. Two elders, according to the wishes of our ancestors. It is evident that Chu Luo unintentionally trespassed into the forbidden grounds. Thus, we shall absolve Chu Luo of this inadvertent transgression. Furthermore, as per the sentiments of the esteemed ancestors, Third Elder, you now hold the esteemed title of Emperor of our Forbidden Sect and are eligible for advancement to Ancestor. Do you wish to enter the forbidden grounds? Lin Feng smiled gently, addressing the shadowy crow. Upon hearing this, Zhaosheng deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly losing his vigor. With the ancestor having spoken, it was clear that his desire to expel this little troublemaker was futile. With a seasoned troublemaker alongside a novice, he would need to keep a closer watch over his medicinal fields in the future. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Zhaosheng promptly fell silent, retrieving a pill to reduce the swelling beneath his eyes. After all, it was the Emperor's doing. the swelling would be quite a challenge to diminish. Subsequently, Zhao Sheng ignored the shadowy crow and secluded himself to tend to his injuries. Ha ha ha, Sect Master, please convey my heartfelt gratitude to the ancestors. As for my ascension to Ancestor, let us postpone that for now. Over the years, I have yet to properly instruct my dear disciple. I intend to personally guide my beloved student in preparation for the impending competition for the rankings. Additionally, I shall protect his path, ensuring his swift growth, so he may shoulder the responsibilities of our Forbidden Sect's younger generation. The shadowy crow's words evoked profound envy among the esteemed core disciples present. The privilege of having an emperor safeguard one's path was a boon typically reserved for the esteemed junior sect masters or the zero-rank disciples within their sect. Even among the immortal imperial families, such an honor was granted only to the imperial science. For Chu Luo, a direct disciple, to receive such protection from an emperor was astonishing. Indeed, it was evident that comparisons could incite jealousy. A smile graced Chu Luo's face, warmth flooding his heart. Though he had not seen the shadowy crow for over a decade, from the moment he was rescued and brought to the Forbidden Sect, he had regarded him as family. Report. Sect Master, Lord Yanjun of the Crimson Flame Valley has arrived with a disciple. A hurried disciple rushed into the hall, clasping his hands in greeting. Upon hearing this, all present were taken aback, including Chu Luo, who was equally perplexed. The Crimson Flame Valley, like the Forbidden Sect, was one of the supreme powers of the 3,000 Great Worlds. Their sect had always been at odds with the Crimson Flame Valley, with continuous skirmishes between the two forces. What could Lord Yanjun possibly want by coming here? Did he seek a confrontation? Upon learning of Lord Yanjun's visit, Lin Feng and the gathered elders darkened in countenance, especially second elder Zhao Xing, whose blackened eyes seemed to recall something, rendering his expression grim. How dare they from the Crimson Flame Valley approach our Forbidden Sect? Do they wish for war? Humph. The last time we encountered them in a secret realm, the Crimson Flame Valley's members had been excessively arrogant. Had it not been for our esteemed direct disciple, Brother Bai Yun, arriving in time, our junior brothers would have surely suffered casualties. Speaking of Brother Bai Yun, it suddenly occurred to me, during that previous expedition in the secret realm, the prodigy Han Wu Jie of the Crimson Flame Valley was defeated by Brother Bai Yun. Upon his retreat, he had vowed to personally challenge Brother Bai Yun again. Is it possible that this time, Lord Yanjun has brought Han Wu Jie specifically to confront our Brother Bai Yun? It must be so. Han Wu Jie is indeed the disciple of the revered Yanjun, the ancient saint. However, senior Brother Bai Yun has only just entered seclusion a month ago. Upon overhearing the discussions among the core disciples, Chu Luo suddenly comprehended the situation. He had heard of this matter as well. The esteemed Bai Yun mentioned by the crowd is, in fact, the treasured disciple of Elder Zhao Sheng. Both Bai Yun and Han Wu Jie from the Qian Valley are remarkable prodigies listed on the Prodigy rankings. In the vast expanse of the 3,000 Great Worlds, where myriad powers exist and formidable beings abound, the Prodigy rankings, issued by the renowned Tianji Pavilion, document and rank the most formidable young talents of this generation. Every individual who makes it onto this list is undeniably an extraordinary figure. Yet, Chu Luo remains unlisted. The reason being, since his master brought him to the Forbidden Sect, he has seldom left the sect and rarely engaged in combat, resulting in his prowess being largely unknown within the sect. By the heavens, is the Qian Valley seeking a confrontation? Sect Master, shall I confront that old ghost Yanjun right now? I have long found him displeasing. Elder Enya cursed angrily, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he made a gesture across his throat. It was evident to all that Elder Enya was not jesting. Known for his fierce protectiveness of his own, he was also a notorious troublemaker outside the sect, unafraid to confront anyone who displeased him without a moment's hesitation. Lin Feng sighed bitterly and waved his hand, saying, Elder San, do not be hasty. Let us first discern what this old fellow intends before taking any action. To strike without clarity could bring great misfortune upon our sect. Several elders present nodded in agreement with Lin Feng's words. Subsequently, Lin Feng instructed that Yanjun, the ancient saint, be invited in. The gathered disciples did not disperse, with Chu Luo also keen to witness the unfolding events. Soon, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe entered the grand hall, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man of exceptional demeanor. This visitor was none other than Yanjun, the formidable figure from Qian Valley. Indeed, it is Han Wu Jie. He has come to challenge senior brother Bai Yun, but with Bai Yun in seclusion, and the other prodigies either in seclusion or away, what shall be done? Humph, he is merely Han Wu Jie. Does he truly believe himself invincible? He dares to act so brazenly on our territory. I shall be the first to challenge him. The disciples present whispered amongst themselves. Their gazes toward Han Wujie filled with disdain. Hearing their murmurs, Han Wujie smirked, a look of contempt etched across his face. Chu Luo scrutinized Han Wujie closely, feeling a twinge of surprise. From the faint aura he exuded, Chu Luo could gauge Han Wujie's strength with some certainty. 5th stage of divine soul. At such a young age to possess such cultivation, he truly deserves his place among the renowned on the Prodigy rankings. Among the assembled juniors, it seems unlikely that any could match him. Elder Yin Jun, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to our Forbidden Sect? Lin Feng, seated at the head, exhibited none of his earlier amiability. At this moment, he exuded an overwhelming and divine majesty, resembling an ancient deity. His deep and commanding voice reverberated throughout the grand hall. Meanwhile, Chu Luo observed that both the injured second elder Zhao Sheng and his own master, Inya, had set aside their grievances, their expressions turning gravely serious as they focused intently on the ancient saint Yin Jun Chapter 4, the talented rankings, the prodigy, Han Wujie. Is this truly the formidable presence of the higher echelons of the Forbidden Sect? Han Wujie, standing behind the ancient Saint Yin Jun, found himself enveloped by the immense pressure emanating from the saints, leaving him deeply unsettled. However, he quickly steadied his thoughts, his gaze growing resolute. The ancient Saint Yin Jun released his holy aura, shielding Han Wujie from the overwhelming divine pressure surrounding him. With a serene smile, he clasped his hands and addressed Lin Zhongzhu, saying, "My unruly disciple once made a promise to challenge your sect's prodigy, Bai Yun, in person. I, unable to refuse this obstinate pupil, have brought him here myself. I hope you will not take offense, Lin Zhongzhu." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng's countenance darkened as he replied, "Old Ghost Yin Jun, my esteemed disciple Bai Yun is currently in seclusion. Since your disciple and mine have agreed to a challenge, I suggest you return another day." Disappointed and unwilling to accept this setback, Han Wujie inquired, "Since Bai Yun is unavailable, may I challenge other prodigies of your esteemed sect? I recall that your sect has 8 other direct disciples." Stepping forward, Han Wujie respectfully gestured towards Lin Feng and the gathered elders. In response, Lin Feng's expression grew slightly grim, and the faces of several other elders reflected discontent as well. Unfortunately, the 8 esteemed elders of the Forbidden Sect, including Lin Feng's direct disciples, had all recently entered seclusion to enhance their strength for the upcoming selection of sect disciples. Apart from Inya, neither Lin Feng nor the other elders believed that Chu Luo could stand as a worthy opponent to Han Wujie. Given that Chu Luo's cultivation was merely at the initial stage, how could he possibly contend with Han Wujie, who had reached the 5th stage of divine soul? Unruly disciple. This is foolish. Withdraw at once. The ancient Saint Yin Jun expressed his displeasure, reprimanding him immediately. "Yes," Han Wujie replied, begrudgingly clasping his hands before retreating behind the ancient saint. "It matters not, young one. You have indeed come at an inopportune time. All direct disciples are in seclusion, and if you wish to challenge them, return another day," Lin Feng stated, waving his hand dismissively. Although Lin Feng and the elders were indifferent, the core disciples below felt a sense of frustration. After all, the visitors had come to their doorstep. How could they endure this? Thus, one core disciple stepped forward. Clasping his hands, "Zhongzhu, I wish to challenge Han Daoyu. I implore you to grant me permission." "You? Ha! Do not even consider it. You are no match for me." Han Wujie glanced at the core disciple, noting his cultivation at the 1st stage of divine soul, and immediately lost interest, smirking disdainfully. "How arrogant! Does this fellow truly possess such strength? I can no longer tolerate this. Zhongzhu, I too wish to challenge this Han Daoyu," another disciple declared boldly. "I want as well." A throng of core disciples surged forward, imploring Lin Feng, who occupied the main seat. Chu Luo stood by, donning the guise of an onlooker. "Very well. Since it has come to this, let us seize this opportunity to illuminate the disparity between you and true prodigies. This sect leader grants permission. Let us convene upon the plaza's arena for a contest." Lin Feng initially intended to quell the raucous core disciples. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps allowing these disciples to witness the genuine gap would not be without merit. "Elder San, I must trouble you," sect leader Lin Feng remarked with a faint smile. "Heh, a trivial matter." With that, Elder Inya grinned, unleashing an overwhelming imperial might that enveloped the entire arena in an instant. The great emperor, Yin Jun, the ancient sage, felt his pupils constrict as his gaze fell upon Elder Inya, filled with trepidation and wariness. Yet, His expression quickly regained composure. He had not anticipated that this old fellow had actually ascended to the great emperor realm. This could pose a problem. Yin Jun's heart silently lamented. The next moment, Han Wujie and the assembled disciples of the Forbidden Sect instantly perceived their surroundings transforming at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves, having just been in the Grand Hall, now inexplicably gathered at the edge of the plaza's arena. Is this the prowess of a great emperor? Truly formidable. Thankfully, my master is here. In a corner, Chu Luo grinned, his heart brimming with joy. With such a great emperor master to protect him, his future martial journey could indeed be a leisurely one. Just as Chu Luo indulged in his thoughts, the core disciple who had earlier declared a challenge to Han Wujie leapt onto the arena, glaring fiercely at him. Han Wujie, I challenge you. Han Wujie glanced towards his master. Yin Jun, the ancient sage, offered a slight smile and cautioned, Wayward disciple, do not harm this young friend. Merely spar. Han Wujie nodded. Leaping onto the stage. I am Wang Hao, a disciple of Elder Era alongside Brother Baiyan. I seek your guidance. Wang Hao summoned a spiritual sword in his hand. Speaking coldly, Han Wujie did not even spare him a glance, crossing his arms and stating, I am uninterested in how you address me. Make your move. Infuriated, Wang Hao seethed, you are far too arrogant. Boom. Enraged beyond measure, Wang Hao stepped forward, thrusting his spiritual sword as he charged at Han Wujie. In an instant, Han Wujie's figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Wang Hao. With a sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Wang Hao's sword, retaliating with a punch. Before Wang Hao could even react, his body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. As Wang Hao rose from the ground, his expression was dazed, his face a mask of disillusionment. What terrifying speed! At that moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect finally emerged from their shock, collectively inhaling sharply. Lin Feng and the elders all exhibited flickers of unusual emotion in their eyes, pondering their thoughts. Meanwhile, a smile graced the lips of Yin Jun, the ancient sage. Only a select few from the Forbidden Sect could possibly contend with Han Wujie. Who else wishes to step forward? Upon the arena, Han Wujie cast a disdainful glance at the assembly of disciples below and coldly declared, How dare you? I come to challenge you. Another core disciple, unable to endure any longer, leapt onto the stage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this disciple was sent flying by Han Wujie with a single strike. This is intolerable. I shall come forth and seek your guidance. Following the defeat of this disciple, more challengers stepped up one after another. However, as anticipated, every core disciple who ascended the stage fell victim to Han Wujie's prowess. Apart from Yinya and Han Feng, Zhao Sheng and several elders wore grim and unsightly expressions. At times, they felt an overwhelming urge to summon their beloved disciples from seclusion to teach Han Wujie a lesson. For his arrogance was unbearable. As the number of core disciples crushed by Han Wujie continued to swell, the morale of the onlooking disciples plummeted, and despair became palpable. The chasm between their strengths and Han Wujie's was insurmountable, rendering them utterly incapable of posing any threat to him. Witnessing the disheartened expressions of his fellow disciples, Chu Luo, who had been observing from the sidelines, regarded the audacious Han Wujie on the stage with a slight frown. As a member of the Forbidden Sect, he could not passively watch as Han Wujie humiliated his sect in such a manner. Thus, Chu Luo focused his mind and accessed the system. Instantly, an attribute panel emerged in his consciousness. Host, Chu Luo. Cultivation level, beginning stage of the unfathomable realm. Lifespan, 2.5 years. Comprehension, max level. Physique, none. Technique, forbidden primordial art, 3rd layer. Guardian value, 10,000. Martial skills, spatial great teleportation, forbidden level. Blood transfer rebirth, forbidden level. Great void suppression palm, forbidden level. Note, the following 997 names of forbidden level martial skills are omitted. Chapter 5, The Menace Takes the Stage. Collective concern gazing at his 10,000 guardian value, Chu Luo decisively entered the system marketplace. His immediate priority was to replenish the remaining 2.5 years of his lifespan. This was imperative, for he possessed formidable forbidden techniques that consumed lifespan upon utilization. Should he neglect to restore his lifespan, when he ascended the stage to employ his forbidden secret arts, he would perish before Han Wujie even had a chance to intervene. Quickly, Chu Luo scoured the system marketplace for spiritual herbs and elixirs capable of restoring lifespan. In the vast world, whether it be martial arts techniques or spiritual herbs, They were categorized into levels: mortal, profound, spiritual, earth, heaven, saint, emperor, and forbidden. The Forbidden Sect stood at the pinnacle of the 3,000 great worlds, boasting 1,000 forbidden techniques that secured their supremacy. With my current strength, I can at most endure the potency of spiritual-level elixirs, Chu Luo mused. He immediately searched for spiritual-level elixirs or herbs that could restore lifespan. Soon, his gaze fell upon an elixir known as the lifespan pill. This elixir could restore 300 years of lifespan. However, a martial artist could only consume it once in their lifetime, as subsequent use would yield no effect. Furthermore, the lifespan pill required only 300 guardian value. Without hesitation, Chu Luo made the purchase. Secretly, he retrieved the lifespan pill from the system space, clasping it in his hand. On the arena, just as yet another disciple was sent flying off the stage after a failed challenge. A figure swiftly dashed up to the platform and caught the falling disciple. The crowd was left in astonishment at the identity of the rescuer, none other than Chu Luo, the very person they had previously sought to expel. Chu Luo flashed a smile as he helped the disciple to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right, junior brother?" The disciple, overwhelmed, responded, "I'm fine, thank you, senior brother Chu. I apologize for my earlier offenses. Please forgive me." He clasped his hands in gratitude before retreating from the arena. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Chu Luo. What is that troublemaker doing up there? Is he challenging Han Wujie? That is tantamount to courting death. Others murmured, "Indeed, troublemaker, come down. Don't be reckless. If the opponent makes a misstep, you might very well lose your life." While they harbored disdain for him, they certainly did not wish to witness Chu Luo being humiliated by outsiders. After all, regardless of his faults, he was still a direct disciple of their sect. "Kid, hurry down. You should be grateful you weren't expelled. Do you dare seek a beating now?" Zhao Sheng, who had persistently targeted Chu Luo and sought his expulsion from the sect, chimed in thoughtfully. Chu Luo paused, turned, and smiled confidently. He understood that despite Zhao Sheng's animosity towards him, there was an underlying kindness in his heart. Had it not been for his frequent visits to Zhao Sheng's medicinal fields, Zhao Sheng would not have been so fixated on him. Furthermore, if Zhao Sheng were truly a malicious character, the punch delivered by his master, Inya, would not have merely been a playful jab. "Ah, Zhao old ghost, you're actually worried about my dear disciple? Have you been possessed?" Inya chuckled, teasingly. "Get lost. He is not my disciple. Why would I care?" Zhao Sheng retorted, grimacing at the pain in his eye, wishing he could retaliate against Inya. But that was beyond his capability at the moment. Inya grinned and addressed Han Wujie on the arena, saying, "Youngster, since my dear disciple wishes to challenge you, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." As soon as he finished speaking, Inya's figure vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Han Wujie on the stage gazed at Chu Luo in astonishment, utterly incredulous. This young man was actually a disciple of the great Emperor Inya. This meant he was also a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Yet, how was it that he only possessed the cultivation of the initial stage? This young lad is actually a disciple of the Shadow Crow? The ancient sage Yin Jun beneath the arena expressed his astonishment, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes as he took note of Chu Luo. "You are the direct disciple of the Shadow Crow sage?" Han Wujie furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chu Luo earnestly. Chu Luo shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands. "Of course. What? Do I not resemble a direct disciple?" Han Wujie scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms and snorting coldly. "I am well aware of the direct disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Each of you possesses superior cultivation, and all are renowned on the talented rankings. How is it that I have never heard of you? You are no match for me. Best retreat before I injure you. Otherwise, the Shadow Crow sage will seek retribution upon me." The Shadow Crow of the Forbidden Sect is notoriously protective of his own, without scruples, even willing to harm juniors. Han Wujie wished to avoid the wrath of that old madman. Chu Luo grinned, loosening his joints, secretly gripping a longevity pill in his hand. "Rest assured, I assure you, even if you harm me, my master will not pursue you. Moreover, from this day forth, you shall remember my name. After today, your ranking on the talented rankings may very well vanish." His proclamation elicited facepalms from the surrounding core disciples. This troublemaker, oblivious to the disparity in cultivation, dared to speak such brazen words. Let us hope he does not end up severely beaten. "Humph. Very well. I shall experience your prowess as a direct disciple today. Show me what you've got. I'll only use one hand." Angered by Chu Luo's words, Han Wujie darkened his expression and extended one hand toward him. Chu Luo smirked, just as he was consuming a pill to restore his longevity. An invisible wave emanated between the two on the arena. Suddenly, the Shadow Crow reappeared on the stage. Han Wujie was startled, involuntarily taking a step back. Master. Chu Luo was taken aback, curious as to why his master had come up. He noticed that his master held a verdant spirit herb, radiating a gentle glow. A formidable medicinal power emanated from this herb. It was a sacred medicine. The ancient sage, Yin Jun below, noticed the spirit herb in the Shadow Crow's hand and gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the spirit herb held by Elder Shadow Crow was a sacred medicine, the vitality herb. Could it be? Elder Zhao's gaze fixated on the sacred medicine in Shadow Crow's hand. Seemingly recognizing the familiar herb, he abruptly turned and swiftly departed the scene, heading straight for his mountain peak. Damn that old Shadow Crow. In the next moment, everyone present heard a heart-wrenching roar emanating from afar atop the mountain peak. Chapter 6. Forbidden Supreme Art. Vast void palm. Those present needed no further contemplation to ascertain the origin of the sacred medicine in Elder Shadow Crow's possession. Heh, little one. If you wish to engage my obedient disciple, hold on a moment. My dear disciple, consume this herb to restore your longevity first. Elder Shadow Crow tossed the vitality herb to Chu Luo. Chu Luo gazed at the vitality-infused life grass in his hand, its astonishing medicinal properties palpable, and swallowed hard. Master, do you believe my mere 2.5 years of lifespan is too lengthy? This is a divine medicine. If I consume it, will I not perish on the spot? Upon hearing this, Han Wujie and the ancient sage Yin Jun below could not help but exchange bewildered glances, particularly Yin Jun, who only then noticed that despite Chu Luo's youth, his remaining lifespan was a mere 2.5 years. Fear not, my disciple, I shall extract the medicinal potency, leaving only the vitality to replenish your lifespan. The ominous crow stepped behind Chu Luo, resting a hand on his shoulder. Chu Luo nodded, secretly stowing away the lifespan elixir. Had he known his master would present a remedy for his lifespan, he would not have purchased the elixir at all. But Han Wujie, wait a moment while I consume this medicine to restore my lifespan first. Otherwise, in the midst of our duel, I might perish, and you would be unjustly blamed. With a chuckle, Chu Luo bit into the divine medicine. The core disciples below smacked their lips in disbelief. This was a divine remedy. How could this rascal consume it so casually? It was an utter waste. Boom. The instant Chu Luo swallowed the life grass, a surge of overwhelming medicinal power flooded his entire being. He felt as though he would burst from the sheer force. Buzz. At that moment, the ominous crow's eyes lifted slightly. The hand resting on Chu Luo's shoulder emanated a terrifying suction. All the expanding medicinal energy within Chu Luo was drawn away by the crow. He felt an immediate sense of relief as his previously dwindling lifespan was restored to completeness. Upon inspection, he discovered that his lifespan had returned to 1,000 years. My dear disciple, do not bring shame upon your master. Do not hold back. If you happen to defeat this lad, fear not, for I am here. The ominous crow patted Chu Luo and, with a single step, returned to Lin Feng's side. All right. Master, I await your words. Chu Luo grinned and, with a friendly warning to Han Wujie, declared, Friend, be cautious, for I am about to launch my attack. Humph. Enough with the pleasantries. Show your moves. Han Wujie stood firm, utterly unfazed, clearly dismissing Chu Luo, a mere beginner in the infinite realm. Boom. Chu Luo's body trembled as profound spiritual energy surged forth from within. Below, Yin Jun and the elders of the Forbidden Sect sensed the powerful aura emanating from Chu Luo. Momentarily taken aback, astonished. Such profound spiritual energy. Prepare to receive. Chu Luo sneered, swiftly forming hand seals. In the next instant, the disciples' pupils constricted, their eyes wide with astonishment. Before them, an endless expanse of starry sky materialized behind Chu Luo. In this celestial phenomenon, stars shifted and transformed, only to be devoured by a black hole in the blink of an eye. Instantly, a force that sent shivers down everyone's spine radiated forth from the black hole of the phenomenon. Immediately thereafter, a colossal, star-studded phantom hand, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of power, emerged majestically from the dark void behind Chu Luo, exerting its dominance. This is the forbidden art of our Taboo sect, the great void overwhelming palm. My heavens, how could the disaster have mastered such a forbidden-level technique? Indeed, even those esteemed disciples listed on the Heavenly Pride ranking find it exceedingly challenging to grasp a single forbidden art. Oh dear, the disaster is truly reckless. Why reveal his trump card right from the outset? Should this strike fail to vanquish Han Wujie, disaster is surely destined to fall. As the immense starry hand descended with breathtaking speed, The gathered disciples were awash with astonishment. None could have anticipated that Chu Luo would wield the great void overwhelming palm. Boom, boom. Under the weight of the starry hand, the entire arena trembled violently. How is this possible? Han Wuji's expression was one of utter shock. He had not expected the seemingly insignificant youth to unleash such a formidable technique. As the starry hand bore down with incredible swiftness, Han Wuji conjured a blazing spear. Flames erupting skyward from his form. The inferno surged towards the heavens, consuming the void itself. Boom. Before the eyes of all, the starry hand crashed down, enveloping the entire arena. A terrifying explosion erupted, unleashing a tempest of energy that radiated outward like ripples on water. Forbidden. A resonant hum echoed as two high-ranking elders of the Taboo sect acted swiftly. They stepped forward, fingers snapping, and a powerful barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the arena, safeguarding the surrounding disciples from harm. Witnessing this spectacle, the ancient sage Yin Jun's countenance darkened. He had underestimated Chu Luo and harbored a profound apprehension towards the Taboo sect's arts. Even a mere novice in the Wuxia realm could wield such might. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and several elders of the Taboo sect observed the arena, their expressions varied yet adorned with smiles. They were taken aback to discover that this young lad had indeed mastered the great void overwhelming palm. Ha ha ha. Although this boy lacks a special physique, his talent appears commendable. No wonder the third elder took him as a disciple. It is evident that his previous 2.5 years of life were devoted to mastering the great void overwhelming palm. Lin Feng and the elders chuckled with delight. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Taboo sect began to view Chu Luo with renewed respect. Rest assured, sect master, just watch. My dear disciple will unveil even greater surprises. Inya grinned mischievously, his tone laden with mystery. His beloved disciple had not merely mastered the great void overwhelming palm, but possessed 1,000 forbidden arts. Oh, upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the elders were momentarily taken aback, their gazes riveted on the battlefield where the smoke was dissipating, filled with anticipation. What other surprises could this young lad present? As the haze gradually cleared, a blazing crimson flame shot skyward, rapidly escalating the temperature. At that moment, the arena had vanished, leaving only a field of shattered stones. Han Wuji, enveloped in flames, was consumed by a rage that burned in his eyes. Han Wuji was injured. The disaster proved formidable indeed. Pa, what a calamity. That is our esteemed senior brother Chu. Ah, yes, how thoughtless of me. Senior brother Chu is extraordinary. Hail to our revered Forbidden Sect. Chapter 7. A fierce battle, the three great forbidden arts unleashed. Some disciples present observed a trace of blood at the corner of Han Wuji's mouth, a clear indication that he had sustained injuries under Chu Luo's devastating heavenly palm. The atmosphere surged with excitement among the disciples. They understood that employing their sect's forbidden arts would come at the cost of their lifespan. A person willing to sacrifice their own longevity for the honor of the Forbidden Sect commanded respect, even from those who previously harbored disdain for Chu Luo. Kid, if your realm were just a bit higher, I might genuinely struggle to withstand that last move of yours. However, you have earned the right to face my full strength. Boom. Han Wuji's eyes blazed with fury, and a murderous intent surged within him. When had he, Han Wuji, ever suffered such a significant setback? He leaped into the air, and flames erupted from his body, soaring into the heavens, scorching the skies. The terrifying heat enveloped the battlefield, melting the debris into molten rock. Chu Luo, standing at the heart of the battlefield, could not help but grow serious. Indeed, none of the prodigies on the celestial rankings were to be underestimated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Intense fluctuations emanated from Han Wuji's form suspended in the void. Behind him, an infinite realm of fire materialized. In this realm, countless flames raged, burning through the universe. A majestic figure, wreathed in divine flames, descended to the earth, treading upon the sea of fire. In his hand, he wielded a blazing spear imbued with divine fire. What terrifying power! Is this the might of a prodigy from the rankings? Han Wuji possesses the sacred flame body. This is the strength of the sacred flame body. Senior brother Chu, please surrender quickly. You have already proven yourself formidable. Yes, senior brother Chu, surrender. Do not clash with that fellow. He bears the sacred body. As they beheld the scene unfolding in the sky, the disciples below began to worry for Chu Luo. Nearby, the ancient Saint Yin Jun smirked coldly, knowing the outcome of this battle without needing to ponder. Yet, he remained prepared to intervene and rescue Chu Luo at any moment. As this was the territory of the Forbidden Sect, should Han Wuji accidentally slay Chu Luo, they would undoubtedly face furious retribution from the shadows. Kid, to compel me to manifest my sacred body, you have every reason to be proud. Prepare to receive my strike. The divine flame-suppressing spear. Boom. Han Wujie roared in anger. The divine figure behind him raised the spear, aiming to suppress Chu Luo beneath the arena. Chu Luo looked up, grinning broadly, and shouted to the heavens, "Come if you dare, I fear you not. I have declared that today, I shall pull you down from your lofty pedestal on the rankings." Break. Boom. With a surge of his consciousness, Chu Luo secretly expended the remaining protective value to elevate his realm. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Luo's Aura Sword. Primordial Second Realm. Primordial Third Realm. Primordial Sixth Realm. Utilizing the last of his protective value, his cultivation was elevated by 5 minor realms. His power ascended directly to the pinnacle of the primordial realm. All gazes were riveted upon Chu Luo, as if he were a monstrous apparition, leaving everyone utterly astounded. To break through 5 minor realms in one breath, was he even human? Even Han Wujie was taken aback by this spectacle. "Come, let us battle." Blood-red floating pagoda finger. 9 nether cold bone finger. Soul-devouring evil god eye. Chu Luo leaped into the air, letting out a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the entire Forbidden Sect. Under the astonished eyes of Lin Feng, the senior elders, and countless disciples, Chu Luo unleashed 3 forbidden techniques of the sect in rapid succession. Boom. Before the multitude, 2 formidable manifestations, one red and one white, rose behind Chu Luo. Moreover, a dark phenomenon materialized behind him, featuring a pair of enormous blood-red eyes, swirling with intricate patterns. Exuding an eerie aura, an overwhelming psychic force permeated the atmosphere. Chu Luo's own eyes transformed into these sinister orbs, rendering him exceptionally captivating. Boom. The red and white manifestations simultaneously extended their fingers. 2 fingers imbued with terrifying power collided with the descending illusory spear of divine flames, resulting in a fierce stalemate. What? How is this possible? Han Wujie could scarcely believe the scene before him. A mere ant from the initial realm had actually withstood his assault. He was a paragon on the celestial rankings. This was simply unacceptable. Damn it! Die! Han Wujie roared in fury, pushing his power to its utmost limit. Yet, at that very moment when Han Wujie summoned all his strength, Chu Luo's gaze sharpened. The patterns within his blood-red eyes flickered. An astonishing force of soul power, mingled with an incredible devouring strength, erupted forth. Before Han Wujie could react, his body trembled violently. His eyes morphed into blood-red orbs, identical to those that loomed behind Chu Luo. Instantly, an excruciating pain engulfed him. "Ah!" Han Wujie screamed in agony, clutching his head in despair. The power within him dissipated in an instant. Boom. The manifestation wielding the divine flame spear vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the giant fingers, suffused with fearsome energy, tore through the residual void of flames, charging directly toward the plummeting Han Wujie. Disciple. The ancient Saint Yin Jun reacted instantaneously, filled with boundless fury. In a fleeting moment, he appeared beside Han Wujie, shattering Chu Luo's 2 attacks with a swift motion. Just as the ancient saint moved, Yin Crow, Lin Feng, and the other elders vanished from their positions, materializing beside Chu Luo to shield him. At that moment, the onlooking disciples of the Forbidden Sect were rendered speechless. They gazed at Chu Luo, protected by their sect leader and elders, as if he were a monster. They could never have anticipated that the scourge they had all denounced was so terrifyingly powerful. Even the Soul Realm Han Wujie had been defeated. As everyone recalled the recent events, they felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if trapped in a dream. Ah! The ancient Saint Yin Jun descended, cradling Han Wujie. Han Wujie clutched his head with both hands, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Disciple, what is the matter? Yin Jun Gusheng's heart raced with anxiety as he grasped Han Wujie's wrist. In the next moment, Yin Jun Gusheng's expression changed drastically. He discovered a peculiar spiritual force within Han Wujie's body, rapidly consuming his soul. Yin Jun Gusheng immediately attempted to eradicate this strange soul force, only to find that his cultivation at the ancient sage level was powerless against it. What on earth is happening? His face darkened as he glanced at Chu Luo, who stood behind Lin Feng, a glimmer of ruthless killing intent flashing in his eyes. Yin Jun Gusheng, your disciple has fallen victim to our sect's forbidden ultimate technique, the soul-devouring evil god eye. This technique, even among many forbidden arts, is exceedingly malevolent. Those ensnared will have their souls instantly torn apart and devoured, never to be reborn. Fortunately, Chu Luo's cultivation is relatively weak, so Han Wujie still has a glimmer of hope, Lin Feng explained calmly. How can we save him from this strange force? Yan Jun Guxing pressed on. Lin Feng shook his head slightly, responding, I fear I must disappoint you. Yan Jun Gusheng. I too am at a loss regarding the solution. Such forbidden ultimate techniques have yet to be mastered by anyone in the entire sect. Save for Chu Luo. Perhaps only the great emperor could intervene. Upon hearing this, Yan Jun Guxing turned his gaze toward Inya. Inya smirked slyly, relishing in the misfortune. Why are you looking at me? What does this have to do with me? Hurry and take your useless disciple back to your Red Flame Valley and seek help from those old fossils in your sect. If you lack the skill and still dare to challenge my forbidden sect, who can you blame? Chapter 8, Collective Protection, Departing with Resentment. Yan Jun Gusheng's face contorted in rage, yet he dared not retort. The current Inya was an unparalleled emperor. If he provoked the other, there would be no hesitation in crushing him. Lin Sect Master, our Red Flame Valley's prodigy merely came to challenge. We had previously agreed to limit the sparring. Yet this brat has injured my disciple so severely, we demand an explanation. Yan Jun Gusheng spoke solemnly, directing his gaze toward Chu Luo, who seemed indifferent and relished the unfolding drama. His murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Sensing Yan Jun Gusheng's murderous intent toward Chu Luo, Lin Feng, Inya, and several high-ranking elders' expressions turned icy in an instant. The temperature of the entire realm plummeted. The heavens and earth shifted, as cold as the depths of winter. And, do you still dare to demand an explanation from us? This slap from this emperor will serve as your Red Flame Valley's explanation. An overwhelming imperial might erupted from Inya, enveloping the heavens and earth. His figure grew immensely imposing, gazing down at Yan Jun Gusheng as if he were but an insignificant insect. Yan Jun Gusheng suddenly shivered, realizing he had exposed his murderous intent toward Chu Luo, and quickly suppressed it. An explanation? What if my forbidden sect refuses to provide one? What can your Red Flame Valley do about it? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, his chilling murderous intent unabashedly apparent. The elders surrounding him shared a similar sentiment. Witnessing Chu Luo's extraordinary prowess, Lin Feng had already regarded him as a precious gem of their forbidden sect. Should this ancient figure before him remain oblivious to the situation, he would not hesitate to eliminate an ancient sage today to elevate the excitement. Chu Luo, positioned behind the crowd, sensed the murderous intent emanating from Lin Feng and the elders, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He had never seen the usually affable sect leader display such a demeanor. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chu Luo's mind. From the sect leader's protective value 5,000. From the Grand Master's protective value 10,000. From the fourth elder's protective value 5,000. As he observed the accumulating protective value, a smile nearly split his face. Glancing at Han Wujie's incessant wailing, an epiphany struck him. He realized how to swiftly amass protective value. All he needed to do was to reduce the champions listed on the celestial rankings to a state akin to Han Wujie. Once he dealt with the younger generation, the elders would inevitably emerge to confront him. At that juncture, his master would undoubtedly step forth as he had today, and the protective value would flow in abundantly. Ha ha ha, he truly was a genius. Determined, Chu Luo resolved to challenge the champions on the celestial rankings once his strength grew even greater. Greetings, Sect Leader Lin. I hope that when our ancestor from the Scarlet Flame Valley comes calling, you will maintain such dominance. The ancient sage Yan Jun, with a darkened expression, grasped Han Wujie and tore through the fabric of space to depart. The words of the ancient sage drew derision from those present, as if their forbidden sect lacked any ancestors. Well done, my dear disciple. Elder Inya turned, giving a thumbs up to his treasured apprentice, increasingly pleased with what he saw. I never imagined you to be so adept. You have even mastered the 4 ultimate techniques of our sect. However, be wary in the future. While our forbidden sect's forbidden techniques are indeed formidable, their power will amplify with your strength, and so too will the costs incurred, unless absolutely necessary. It is wise to refrain from employing the forbidden techniques. At this moment, Lin Feng gazed at Chu Luo with great fondness. They had unearthed yet another prodigy for their forbidden sect. Yes, master, I will remember. Chu Luo nodded, clasping his hands in respect. In truth, even without Lin Feng's caution, Chu Luo had already grasped this lesson. When he utilized the Great Void Mending Palm at the first stage of the primordial realm, he had expended 50 years of his lifespan. Yet, upon enhancing his cultivation and employing 3 forbidden techniques, each strike astonishingly cost him 100 years of his lifespan. At this moment, he had 1,150 years remaining. After progressing 5 minor realms, his original lifespan of 1,000 years had increased by 500 years. Suddenly, as Chu Luo fell into contemplation, the world trembled, and golden light illuminated the heavens. Within the golden cloud, an ethereal ranking board emerged. This was the champion ranking. Chu Luo was no stranger to this spectacle. Over the past decade, he had frequently witnessed the phenomena accompanying the fluctuations of the champion ranking. At this moment, countless formidable beings across the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms beheld the emergence of the celestial talent rankings. After a lapse of 2.5 months, the rankings had undergone yet another transformation. It remained uncertain which prodigy had been displaced this time in the entirety of the 3,000 realms. Only 200 exceptional individuals could grace the list. The recent fluctuations in the rankings indicated that extraordinary talents were continuously surfacing, heralding the advent of a golden era. Under the scrutinizing gazes of innumerable powerful figures and prodigies, the name of Han Wujia, ranked 150th from Qian Valley, gradually faded, replaced by the name of the Taboo Sect's prodigy, Chu Luo. It was no surprise that a talent from the Taboo Sect claimed a position on the list, as it stood as the foremost power among the elite sects of the 3,000 realms. Aside from the 4 great imperial clans and the 4 ancient families that remained hidden from the world. Indeed, it was conceivable that even these long-reclusive factions might not rival the might of the Taboo Sect. Yet, who was this prodigy, Chu Luo? It seemed he had not been previously heard of. Could it be that he was a newly risen disciple? This possibility lingered in the discussions among the powerful factions as the celestial talent rankings gradually dissipated. Within the Taboo Sect, Chu Luo was taken aback to discover that he had supplanted Han Wujia's position. Surely, this would bring him fame. This was precisely what Chu Luo desired. Once he gained recognition, the prodigies listed would seek him out for challenges, sparing him the trouble of searching for them across the realms. Ah, my friend. After observing for so long, shouldn't you reveal yourself? Must I, the sect leader, personally summon you? At this moment, the disciples who were about to disperse suddenly noticed sect leader Lin Feng and the elders gazing upward into the depths of the void. Chu Luo paused, instinctively lifting his gaze. Was the 6th brother lurking in the shadows? Haha. Congratulations, sect leader Lin, for adding another prodigy to the Taboo Sect. A hearty and jovial voice resonated. Soon after, Chu Luo beheld an elderly figure clad in a colorful robe, his hair streaked with gray, descending from the void before him. Chu Luo recognized this elder. He was a high-ranking elder from the esteemed Dan sect, known as the Ancient Sage of Qingdan. The Dan sect maintained a cordial relationship with the Taboo Sect, often engaging in exchanges. During his years within the sect, Chu Luo had encountered the Ancient Sage of Qingdan on several occasions. Chapter 9. The Emperor's Secret Realm is about to open. Will Chu Luo lead the way? Hee. Old Qi-Dan, I discovered your presence long ago. I thought you would remain hidden, but here I am, bringing you forth myself. The Shadow Crow cackled, rubbing his hands in glee. Haha, how could I possibly evade the discerning eyes of the ancient sage of Shadow Crow? Oh, pardon me. I should now address you as Emperor Shadow Crow. The ancient sage of Qingdan laughed heartily. Beyond the pleasantries of old friends, there was an added layer of reverence in his demeanor toward the Shadow Crow. Spare me the trivialities. This is my precious disciple. Your alchemical skills are commendable. So quickly present my disciple with a welcoming gift. Moreover, my disciple requires elixirs that can restore his lifespan. The Shadow Crow cheerfully requested a gift for Chu Luo from the ancient sage of Qingdan. This scene left Lin Feng and the other elders utterly speechless. The 3 elders have ascended to the rank of great emperors, yet they remain as shameless as ever. The ancient saint of Qingdan is well aware of Inya's temperament. He promptly produced several vials of high-quality elixirs capable of restoring vitality and handed them to Chu Luo. Without hesitation, Chu Luo accepted the elixirs, delightfully storing them away. The elixirs bestowed by an ancient saint of alchemy undoubtedly held remarkable value. Thank you, ancient saint of Qingdan. Chu Luo expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The ancient saint waved his hand dismissively, surveying Chu Luo with a smile playing upon his lips. He had witnessed the entire confrontation between Chu Luo and Han Wujia and found it hard to fathom how this very Chu Luo could triumph over the prodigy ranked on the heavenly prodigy list. The scene of him breaking through 5 minor realms in one breath remained vividly etched in the mind of the ancient saint, a true marvel. Dear Taoist Qingdan, I wonder what brings you here this time. You never visit without reason, Lin Feng inquired with a grin. Ha ha ha, of course, I have matters of importance to discuss. The ancient saint of Qingdan replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, what is it? The elders, filled with curiosity, leaned in. Even Chu Luo perked up his ears to listen. The ancient saint sighed and responded, I have recently heard rumors that in the wasteland of the North Yuan realm, a secret domain of the Great Emperor is suspected to be emerging. According to reports from powerful individuals we dispatched to investigate, the master of this Great Emperor's secret domain is believed to be an ancient ancestor of our alchemy sect who perished outside. It is likely that news of the emergence of this Great Emperor's secret domain will soon reach you all. Once the news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire realm of 3,000 great worlds. Our fallen ancestor was once extraordinarily brilliant, having created 2 types of imperial elixirs. Unfortunately, his demise came too abruptly, preventing him from leaving behind the recipes for his 2 self-created imperial elixirs within the sect. However, we are certain that the fallen ancestor must have left behind some recipes. Thus, after deliberation among the elder members of the sect, I have been sent to the Forbidden Sect to seek the assistance of its prodigies in helping our disciples enter the secret domain to recover the lost recipes. As you know, most of our alchemy sect disciples do not compare to the geniuses on the heavenly prodigy list. Of course, we will not ask for your help without recompense. Afterward, the sect will offer 16 sacred great elixirs and 1 imperial elixir as a reward. At this point, the ancient saint of Qingdan expressed a hint of helplessness. Despite being one of the top-tier forces, the younger generation of their sect was rather lacking. In such a vast sect, only 1 prodigy had made it onto the list. I see. However, it is unfortunate that with the emergence of the Great Emperor's secret domain, all of our direct disciples are in seclusion. I fear. Lin Feng lamented. The emergence of the Great Emperor's secret domain is undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Yet, alas, our top prodigies are all in closed-door training, missing out on this grand chance. Once the secret domain opens, the prodigies from all major top-tier forces will surely gather. Ordinary disciples stand no chance against these geniuses. Ha ha ha, Sectmaster Lin, fear not. For there is still one candidate. The ancient saint of Qingdan turned his gaze towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo was taken aback. He merely wished to hear some gossip, yet somehow the conversation had shifted to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the assembly of elders were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could they have overlooked this young lad? Although Chu Luo was merely at the boundless realm, the recollection of his astonishing feat, breaking through 5 minor realms in a single breath, ignited a fervor within them. Once this young man entered the Emperor's secret realm and seized his opportunities, transcending to the divine soul realm would merely be a matter of time. At that juncture, even when confronted by the most formidable prodigies on the talent rankings, he would possess the strength to contend. They could not afford to let their Forbidden Sect miss this golden opportunity. Chu Luo, would you be willing to lead the expedition to the Emperor's secret realm? The realm abounds with opportunities, and should you wish to partake in the sect's ranking competition, your current strength may still fall short. Besides those disciples in secluded cultivation, there are several other core disciples who also grace the talent rankings. Do you truly believe you can surpass them with your present capabilities? Lin Feng remarked, gazing at Chu Luo with a smile. With a slight furrow in his brow, Chu Luo acknowledged the truth in Lin Feng's words. Although the core disciples present were no match for Han Wujia, there were indeed prodigious talents among them, all engaged in seclusion to bolster their strength for the ranking competition. The ranking competition was the grandest event of the Forbidden Sect, where the ranked disciples would become candidates for the next sect leader and senior elders. My dear disciple, heed the words of the sect leader. You must seize this opportunity. Inya pulled Chu Luo aside, speaking in hushed tones. All right, master, you must also accompany us. I fear I may become a target. Chu Luo nodded in agreement, consenting to lead the team into the secret realm. However, he longed to convey to his master, your protective nature is my greatest opportunity. Certainly, who would dare target you? I shall ensure their utter destruction. Fear not, for I will accompany you. Inya assured Chu Luo, thumping his chest in confidence. Chu Luo nodded and turned to declare, very well, sect leader, I shall go. Elder Qingdan. When do we depart? Elder Qingdan smiled faintly. With Chu Luo's involvement, he felt a sense of reassurance and replied, young friend Chu, if you have no other matters to attend to, we can set off tomorrow. Excellent. Following this, Elder Qingdan engaged in light conversation with the others before leaving the Forbidden Sect to return to their own sect. After today's battle, Chu Luo had once again made a name for himself throughout the Forbidden Sect. This time, however, it was a name of good repute. In this confrontation, Chu Luo preserved the dignity of the Forbidden Sect. Disciples across the sect were abuzz with discussions of the thrilling duel between Chu Luo and Han Wujie. That night, Chu Luo returned to the mountain peak belonging to Inya, Yinxia Peak. As Chu Luo was Inya's only disciple, the peak was particularly desolate. in the vast courtyard. He was the sole occupant. For over a decade, the nights had been spent in the company of moonlight and fireflies. Nonetheless, Chu Luo had grown accustomed to solitude. In the deep of night, noticing that his unreliable master had yet to return, Chu Luo retreated to his room alone. After closing the doors and windows, he focused his mind and entered the system. Chu Luo examined his attribute panel and discovered that his previously zeroed-out guardian value had transformed into 350,000. He initially intended to utilize this guardian value to break through to the divine soul realm. However, he suddenly recalled the blazing sacred body that Han Wujie had exhibited today. As far as Chu Luo knew, among the 9 direct disciples within the sect, only he lacked a special physique, while the other 8 possessed some extraordinary sacred body. Moreover, a significant portion of the prodigies listed on the Prodigy rankings also boasted such exceptional traits. Was the sacred body now so devalued that everyone possessed one? This simply wouldn't he do. If he wished to grow stronger, he too needed to acquire a sacred body or divine body. Chapter 10. Infinite Lifespan, Infinite Expansion. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chu Luo resolved to explore the special physiques available in the system's shop. Upon opening the section dedicated to special physiques, he was immediately astounded. The array of special physiques within the system's marketplace was dazzling. Each one, regardless of the selection, was an extraordinary existence. However, the required guardian value was exceedingly high. With his current 350,000 guardian value, he could only afford the most basic spiritual body. Suddenly, Chu Luo's attention was drawn to the 10 most prominent physiques displayed in the section. These 10 physiques were renowned as legendary, defying the heavens within the vast realms. Chaos Divine Body, 5 million guardian value. Void Divine Body, 4 million guardian value. Primordial Sacred Body, 3 million guardian value. Longevity Body, 2 million guardian value. As he scrolled through, Chu Luo was astonished to discover that the system even included the legendary 10 physiques. Truly impressive. His gaze settled on the Longevity Body, captivated by its allure. Could it be that those who possess this physique could attain eternal life? Upon clicking on the Longevity Body, he eagerly read its description and was instantly exhilarated. Longevity Body. Those who possess this physique enjoy boundless lifespan, an indestructible body, an eternal soul, and immortality. Just a few words compelled Chu Luo to make a decision. No matter what, he must gather enough guardian value to exchange for the Longevity Body. Once he obtained it, wouldn't he be able to unleash taboo techniques without restraint? The drawback of taboo techniques consuming lifespan would completely become irrelevant to him. The terrifying power of these forbidden skills captivated him. He had grown disinterested in ordinary martial arts, even those of imperial grade. Taboo techniques embodied the true aesthetic of violence. Some even defied the might of emperors. It seemed that from now on, he would need to rely on his own efforts to enhance his cultivation. With a firm resolution, Chu Luo exited the system and sighed. From this moment onward, he was determined to diligently accumulate guardian value. 2 million guardian value merely required his master to assist him 200 times. That was too much. With a fleeting thought, Chu Luo sat cross-legged and began to cultivate using the forbidden primordial technique. Meanwhile, within one of the top-tier forces, the Crimson Flame Valley. Deep within its sect, 2 figures stood respectfully before a moss-covered stone door. If Chu Luo were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize one of the individuals, Han Wujie, who had fallen victim to the malevolent gaze of the soul-eating evil god. At this moment, Han Wujie's face was pale, his aura somewhat weak, and his eyes flickered with a glint of hatred. He vowed that if given the opportunity, he would surely eliminate Chu Luo. Young one, the strange power within you has already been largely expelled by us. This peculiar force is quite extraordinary. Something we have never encountered before, but you are no longer in any danger. The remaining strange power has been sealed away for you. We shall return after some time. A voice, imbued with unparalleled authority, resonated from behind the stone door before Han Wujie. Thank you for saving my life, Ancestor. Han Wujie bowed deeply in gratitude. Ancestor, the Forbidden Sect has been exceedingly oppressive. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would have met my demise today. I beseech you, Ancestor, to avenge us. The master and disciple, Yin Jun, the ancient sage beside Han Wujie, darkened at the mention of the Forbidden Sect, his heart igniting with rage. After a moment, the voice behind the stone door echoed once more. Now is not the time to confront the Forbidden Sect directly. However, the disciple of the Forbidden Sect who wielded such a strange technique must not be allowed to live. Such a young individual mastering such formidable skills poses a grave threat if allowed to mature. As the words faded, A beam of radiant light shot forth from the moss-covered stone door, piercing Han Wujie's mind. He was momentarily stunned, his face alight with exhilaration. Within his consciousness, a supreme-grade battle technique was bestowed upon him. This imperial technique is granted to you. Ensure that when next you encounter that disciple of the Forbidden Sect, you shall slay him. The aged voice commanded once more. Thank you, ancestor. I shall personally eliminate Chu Luo. Han Wujie replied, clasping his fist with a cold determination. Beyond the stone door, there was no further response. Subsequently, Yanjun led Han Wujie away from the location. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, news erupted across the 3,000 Great Worlds. In the North Plains, on the desolate Tianzhou, a secret realm of the Great Emperor was soon to appear. That very night, an extraordinary phenomenon grazed the skies above the 3,000 Great Worlds, dazzling and drawing the attention of countless factions. In a whirlwind, many forces dispatched their strongest warriors to hasten to the North Plains. As dawn broke and the first golden rays illuminated the earth within the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo awaited by a massive void ship. Soon, a dozen core disciples gathered, each bowing respectfully to Chu Luo, Senior Brother Chu. No longer did they refer to him as a harbinger of calamity. Their demeanor was now steeped in reverence. Greetings, my junior brothers. Chu Luo smiled slightly, returning their salutation with a clasped fist. These core disciples were set to accompany him into the Great Emperor's secret realm to vie for opportunities. By the way, have any of you seen my master? Chu Luo suddenly recalled that his master had not returned the previous night and was nowhere to be found that morning. Time was running short before their departure. The leading core disciples exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they clasped their fists. Senior Brother Chu. We have not seen the third elder either. Chu Luo felt a wave of speechlessness. Even as a great emperor, his master was still so unreliable. Just then, the group observed two beams of light soaring from deep within the sect, descending before them. Upon witnessing the arrival of the two individuals, a dozen core disciples respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Elder Second, Elder Fourth, Elder Zhaoxing, slightly nodding, cast a fleeting glance at Chu Luo. His expression devoid of warmth. Let us proceed. This expedition to the Northern Plains will be led by myself and Elder Fourth. Yes. The disciples swiftly ascended the void warship. It was only then that Chu Luo regained his senses, his lips twitching uncontrollably, his demeanor faltering. He stepped forward and addressed Elder Fourth. Elder Fourth, where is my master? Where has he gone? This Elder Fourth, named Qini, appeared to be a kind and amiable elderly man. Ah, young one. Your master had to attend to an urgent matter and departed the sect long ago. Before leaving, Elder Third specifically entrusted me and Elder Second with your protection. Time is of the essence. We must set off. With that, Qin Yi and Zhao Sheng boarded the warship, leaving Chu Luo standing dazedly in place. His esteemed master had once again left him in the lurch. How utterly unreliable. Given Zhao Sheng's apparent disdain for him, what if he plots against him? At this point, his only reliance was on Elder Fourth. Kid, are you coming or not? If you don't, we shall take our leave. Zhao Sheng, noticing Chu Luo lost in thought and rooted to the spot, brusquely reminded him. I'm coming. Chu Luo retorted, equally irked. He had been waiting here since early morning. While they chose to arrive at the last moment, once aboard the void ship, it ascended into the skies, tearing through the void and vanishing into a spatial rift. Chapter 11. The assistance of two elders, a breakthrough once more within the dim chaos of space-time turbulence, the colossal void warship sped across. On board, Chu Luo sat alone at the bow, initiating his cultivation. Having spent the entire night in sleepless contemplation of the Forbidden Sect's pinnacle technique, the forbidden primordial art, he had, with the insight bestowed by the system, comprehended it to the third level. He was on the verge of breaking through the third level's barrier and advancing to the fourth. Buzzing, Chu Luo focused intently, his body radiating flecks of golden starlight. A unique aura of Tao emanated from him. At that moment, the other disciples aboard the warship were captivated by the scene before them. Brother Chu has actually cultivated the forbidden primordial art to the third level. Impressive. Indeed. I have been stuck at the second level for over a decade, and only now am I beginning to sense a bottleneck. Wait, something seems off. Brother Chu appears to be comprehending the fourth level of the technique. That can't be possible. I thought the forbidden primordial art comprises only 10 levels. I heard that Brother Bai was also only at the third level before his seclusion. He must merely be cultivating, without a doubt, however. Brother Chu is one of the few who has successfully mastered 4 forbidden arts. Given his talent, it is surely only a matter of time before he advances to the 4th level. The core disciples began to speculate amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Behind them, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi had been quietly observing Chu Luo. They were astonished by the remarkable talent of this young man. Realizing that he had already reached the peak of the third level of the forbidden primordial art and was now striving for the fourth. Such insight we have previously underestimated. Qin Yi remarked in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Chu Luo. With his level of cultivation, he could naturally discern that Chu Luo was attempting to break through in his martial arts. Beside him, Zhao Sheng regarded Chu Luo, his eyes flickering with a complex expression. He had heard of Chu Luo's resounding victory over Han Wujie just yesterday. Never had he imagined that Chu Luo could triumph over Han Wujie, a prodigy listed among the top talents. He had preserved the dignity of their forbidden sect. Although Chu Luo had indeed committed many foolish acts in the past, Zhao Sheng had to concede that Chu Luo had now earned sufficient merit to be considered a prodigy of their sect. Suddenly, a powerful wave emanated from Chu Luo. In the next moment, a golden radiance enveloped him, morphing into a series of vibrant golden runes that danced around him. As Chu Luo opened his eyes, these pulsating runes formed a golden halo behind him, resembling a divine aura. Break. Chu Luo formed a seal with his hands and murmured. In an instant, the dozen or so core disciples present were collectively struck with astonishment. They sensed that Chu Luo was channeling his martial arts, voraciously absorbing the sparse spiritual energy from the chaotic space. This terrifying suction force made everyone realize that Chu Luo had indeed broken through to the fourth layer of his martial arts. Wow, Brother Chu has actually broken through to the fourth layer of his martial arts. Is he even human? My goodness. It seems like Brother Chu's breakthrough to the fourth layer is as simple as drinking water. But didn't Brother Chu just succeed in his breakthrough? What is he doing now? The core disciples, feeling the pulling force emanating from Chu Luo's body, were both shocked and filled with confusion. This lad, he actually intends to challenge the spirit realm. The spiritual energy in the chaotic space is scant. This fool is doomed. Zhao Sheng instantly discerned Chu Luo's intentions and cursed inwardly. Zhao Sheng's deduction was correct. Chu Luo was indeed attempting to ascend to the spirit realm. Although he was aware that the spiritual energy within the chaotic space was thin and not conducive to a breakthrough, his own cultivation bottleneck had reached its limit, and he could no longer hold back. Chu Luo pushed his martial arts to the utmost limit, fervently scavenging the meager spiritual energy surrounding him. Damn it, this is bad. If I fail the breakthrough, I will have to use my protective value to succeed. Chu Luo felt a wave of headache. He still wished to accumulate protective value to exchange for the longevity body. Just as Chu Luo was troubled and contemplating the use of protective value for his breakthrough, Zhao Sheng furrowed his brow and stood up, deliberating. Elder Qin, let us lend this lad a helping hand. Qin Yi was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Sheng in surprise, and then laughed heartily. All right. With a wave of their hands, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi summoned countless spirit stones from their storage rings, which cascaded down beside Chu Luo. Upon witnessing the pile of spirit stones accumulating, Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, turning to see Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi continuously releasing spirit stones, feeling greatly astonished. Kid, why are you standing there in a daze? Break through, Zhao Sheng scolded impatiently. Thank you, elders. A warm current flowed through Chu Luo's heart as he bowed respectfully to the two. Then, his gaze sharpened, and he activated his martial arts. As the crowd watched in awe, the ground was strewn with spirit stones, instantly drained of their spiritual energy and reduced to powder. Elders, continue. It is still insufficient. Chu Luo fervently refined the spiritual energy, addressing the two elders with urgency. This young man, in his pursuit of the spirit realm, requires such an immense quantity of spiritual energy? Truly a peculiar being. Zhao Sheng gazed at the mound of powder in astonishment. The two had already unleashed over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The core disciples stood dumbfounded at the sight. Chu Luo had absorbed the energy of 100,000 spirit stones. Just how profound is his foundation? As the spiritual energy surged, Chu Luo let out a mighty roar. Break. Boom. Spirit realm, first stage. Spirit realm, second stage. Before the eyes of all, Chu Luo not only shattered his shackles but also ascended to the second stage of the spirit realm in one breath. The core disciples were utterly stunned. They recalled that just yesterday, Chu Luo had broken through 5 minor realms. Today, he had ascended to the spirit realm and furthermore, had risen 2 levels. What a monster. Thank you, Elder 2. Thank you, Elder 4. Chu Luo subdued his aura, bowing respectfully to Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Zhao Sheng scoffed, retorting, no need for thanks. Just refrain from visiting my herb field in the future, and remember to return my spirit stones. Chu Luo's lips twitched, before he smiled widely and shrugged. Sure. Elder Two can always ask my master for them. Zhao Xing's expression darkened as he turned and entered the cabin, watching Zhao Xing's retreating figure. Chu Luo felt a wave of gratitude. Ha ha ha, lad, do not take offense. Elder Two is merely contradictory. How could he possibly care about such spirit stones? Qini jested. Chu Luo nodded, silently vowing to remember the kindness of the two today. Now he found himself unexpectedly less averse to Zhao Sheng. As their conversation continued, the void ship trembled and departed from the spatial realm. Upon its emergence, Chu Luo beheld a grand and magnificent architectural complex. Palatial structures with red walls and golden roofs soared into the clouds, built against the mountains. Between the palaces, figures flew to and fro. Beneath this sprawling mountain range, countless endless spirit fields came into view, filled with various grades of spiritual herbs radiating a faint glow. The rich medicinal aura permeated the fields. This was none other than one of the premier powers of the 3,000 great worlds, the Dan Sect. The warship descended upon the plaza of a palace. At this moment, a group of disciples clad in colorful robes awaited eagerly in the square. Chu Luo noticed, aside from the familiar Qing Dan Gu Sheng, there was an elderly man with white hair he had never encountered before. However, what piqued Chu Luo's interest more was a youthful boy leading the Dan Sect disciples. The boy seemed to catch Chu Luo's gaze and immediately looked up. Their eyes met, and the boy's face revealed a hint of hostility and resentment. Chu Luo was taken aback, pondering whether this fellow harbored some deep grievance. Chapter 12, The Dan Sect's Prodigy, Unyielding? What had he done to offend this individual? The other party observed his own expression of disbelief. It was indeed the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Astonishingly, they had dispatched more than a dozen core disciples. Look. That young man must be Chu Luo, the newly appointed prodigy on the genius list from yesterday. I hear his master is the ancient saint of the Shadow Crow from the Forbidden Sect. No wonder. It is said that the ancient saint has already transcended to the realm of the emperor. A direct disciple of an emperor. How remarkable. The disciples of the Pill Sect cast envious glances at Chu Luo, whispering among themselves. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they regarded him. Chu Luo could only manage a wry smile. Just a day prior, he was virtually unknown, and now he was the talk of the town. The young disciple at the forefront of the Pill Sect, upon hearing the murmurs of his peers, furrowed his brows, his gaze towards Chu Luo growing increasingly irritable. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at the displeased youth, and then, accompanied by the core disciples, followed the two elders to the square. Ah? Why are there only two friends here? Where is the ancient emperor of the Shadow Crow? The ancient saint of the Clear Pill, upon arriving with his disciples, noticed the absence of the ancient emperor of the Shadow Crow, momentarily taken aback and filled with confusion. Qin clasped his hands in greeting and explained. Esteemed Clear Pill friend, the third elder has encountered an urgent matter and cannot attend, so I and the second elder have come in his stead. The ancient saint of the Clear Pill nodded in realization. That old fellow of the Shadow Crow has made significant progress. I did not expect him to have entered the realm of the emperor. I had hoped to spar with him, but it seems I will have to wait for another opportunity. At that moment, another figure emerged from behind the disciples of the Pill Sect, a white-haired elder clad in colorful robes. The disciples parted respectfully to make way for him. Chu Luo was taken aback. He sensed no aura emanating from this elder. His divine consciousness probed, as if the elder did not exist at all. Yet, from the elder's self-introduction, Chu Luo discerned that he was akin to his own master, a supreme emperor. Behold, the emperor of medicine. The two elders, Zhao Xing and Qini, greeted him with deep reverence. So, this was the esteemed emperor of medicine. Chu Luo exclaimed inwardly, curiously sizing up the emperor. The emperor of medicine had been renowned across the 3,000 great worlds a millennium ago. However, since ascending from ancient saint to emperor, he had withdrawn from the world, almost entirely disengaged from worldly affairs. Yet, tales of his exploits still echoed throughout the 3,000 worlds. The eyes of the two elders sparkled with intensity. The involvement of the Emperor of Medicine by the Pill Sect underscored the significance of the two lost pill formulas. The Emperor of Medicine bestowed a gentle smile upon Chu Luo, his gaze shimmering with a unique radiance. Little one, are you the direct disciple of the Shadow Crow? The Emperor of Medicine suddenly inquired. Chu Luo, snapping back to attention, promptly nodded and clasped his hands in greeting. Yes, I am Chu Luo, your humble junior. The Emperor of Medicine narrowed his eyes, astonished, for at that moment, he sought to peer into the essence of Chu Luo, only to discover that he could not penetrate his mystery. All of Chu Luo's secrets were shrouded by an unfathomable force, and should he attempt to force a revelation, he would surely suffer a backlash from this immense power. The Emperor of Medicine Ming was unaware that this unparalleled power originated from Chu Luo's system. The system actively concealed all of Chu Luo's secrets. Young friend Chu, your talent is astonishing and truly remarkable. No wonder that old scoundrel Enya took you as his disciple. During this expedition into the secret realm, I would trouble you to look after the disciples of our dance sect. Upon regaining his composure, Emperor Ming smiled kindly and instructed the gathered disciples of the dance sect. Yes, ancestor. The core disciples of the dance sect all nodded in agreement. However, the leading youth displayed a defiant expression. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly as he cupped his hands and said, "Esteemed Emperor, I can only promise to do my utmost. That is more than sufficient." Emperor Ming smiled faintly and patted Chu Luo on the shoulder. This scene deepened the admiration of the core disciples from the Forbidden Sect towards Chu Luo. If even Emperor Ming held such high regard for Brother Chu, ancestor, I have a request, and I hope you will grant it. At that moment, the leading youth stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Emperor Ming was taken aback, noticing the expression on the youth's face. Casting a glance at Chu Luo, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" "Ancestor, I wish to spar with this newly ranked prodigy from the Forbidden Sect." The youth continued. "I originally intended to challenge Han Wujie to take his place in the rankings, but unexpectedly, this comrade from the Forbidden Sect has outpaced me. Therefore, I wish to compete with him and see if this newly ranked prodigy possesses the true capability to lead us." "Dang Shenzi, what nonsense are you spouting? You could never be a match for Chu Luo." The ancient sage of Qingdan interjected, visibly irate as he stepped forward to admonish. He had witnessed the battle between Chu Luo and Han Wujie yesterday. Even with the use of his sacred body, Han Wujie was decisively defeated by Chu Luo. "Esteemed elder, I am not being reckless. I have heard that Chu Luo is merely at the stage of Wusher, and I simply wish to ascertain whether he truly has the ability to lead us." Dang Shenzi retorted, casting a glance at Chu Luo and cupping his hands. Dang Shenzi's words elicited knowing smiles from the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. The Chu Luo of today was not the same as the Chu Luo of yesterday. It seemed that Dang Shenzi was unaware that Chu Luo had just recently broken through to the realm of the divine soul. With this thought, the core disciples grew increasingly eager, hoping for Dang Shenzi to challenge Chu Luo. Upon learning that this youth was named Dang Shenzi, Chu Luo immediately understood the source of his defiance. Dang Shenzi was the only prodigy from the Dan sect on the rankings, holding the 151st position, sharing the same cultivation level as Han Wujie, at the 5th stage of the divine soul. This fellow clearly refused to submit to him. The disciples of the Dan sect behind Dang Shenzi also began to buzz with excitement. They too wished to witness the prowess of this newly ascended prodigy, to see if his reputation was indeed as formidable as rumored. "Hiki, young friend Chu, it seems Dang Shenzi harbors some discontent towards you. What are your thoughts on this?" Emperor Ming smiled gently, gazing at Chu Luo. Evidently, the Emperor of Medicine, Yu Ming, also took an interest and tacitly permitted the challenge from Dan Shenzi. Observing this, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the esteemed Qingdan ancient saint chose to remain silent. A look of difficulty appeared on Chu Luo's face as he clasped his hands and spoke. "Esteemed Emperor, should I make a move, it would surely result in death or injury. I fear that if I were to falter." Upon hearing this, Dan Shenzi's brow furrowed, and a surge of anger welled within him. He believed that Chu Luo was expressing fear of being unable to contend with him, hoping to dissuade him from proceeding. What infuriated him further was the implication that he was not a match for Chu Luo. "Humph. Friend Chu need not worry. If I were to inadvertently perish at your hands, it would merely be a testament to my own inadequacy. Rest assured, our Dan sect shall not make things difficult for you." Dan Shenzi retorted coldly. At this moment, Emperor Yao Ming spoke up, saying, "Young friend Chu need not be concerned. Should there be any danger, I shall intervene. You may proceed with confidence." Given the Emperor's assurance, Chu Luo felt compelled to comply. It seemed that he must subdue Dan Shenzi through force. Chu Luo stepped into the open arena, a look of resignation on his face. He extended a finger and beckoned to Dan Shenzi, saying, "Brother Dan, let us commence." This provocative gesture caused Dan Shenzi's blood pressure to surge, his expression darkening, as he manifested a spirit sword in his grasp. "Brother Chu, please enlighten me." Boom. Chapter 13. Does this sword have the qualification to strike? Dan Shenzi's body trembled slightly as a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, whipping up a tempestuous gale that nearly toppled the onlookers. Such potent spiritual energy. It was no wonder he ranked just behind Han Wujie. His strength was nearly on par with Han Wujie's. Indeed, he should not be underestimated. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect sensed the imposing aura emanating from Dan Chenzi and began to murmur among themselves. "Brother Dan, give it your all." Meanwhile, the disciples of the Dan sect rallied behind Dan Chenzi, their encouragement resounding. Even Zhao Sheng and Qini exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they silently nodded. "This young man possesses remarkable talent. Behold the sword." With a sharp cry, Dan Chenzi stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his blurred silhouette reappeared before Chu Luo, as a spirit sword enveloped in spiritual energy lunged towards Chu Luo's chest. Chu Luo was astonished by Dan Chenzi's speed. Indeed, those who ascend to the Celestial Pride rankings are no ordinary challengers. However, Chu Luo was not slow either. He swiftly sidestepped Dan Chenzi's thrust. Boom! A beam of sword light shot forth from the spirit sword, shattering the ground of the nearby plaza. Dan Chenzi continued to slash at Chu Luo with relentless strikes. Yet each of his blows was evaded by Chu Luo with ease. "Why isn't Brother Chu retaliating?" questioned several disciples of the Forbidden Sect, filled with confusion. The previous confrontation between Chu Luo and Han Wujie had been far more intense than this. Hearing the doubts of his juniors, Chu Luo couldn't help but ponder. He intended to unleash a forbidden technique right from the start. Would Dan Chenzi be able to withstand it? What if he accidentally dealt a fatal blow? His master was not present. Buzz. Once again, a fierce sword strike was effortlessly evaded by Chu Luo. Dan Chenzi, filled with indignation, coldly remarked, "Chu Luo, is evasion all you can do?" In response, Chu Luo flashed a grin and gently shook his head, saying, "Brother Dan, unleash your full power. If you don't, I genuinely fear I might accidentally defeat you." "How audacious! Brother Dan, grant him his wish," urged the core disciples of the Dan sect, incensed by Chu Luo's arrogance. "Let him regret his insolence." At that moment, Dan Chenzi's veins bulged, and he bellowed in rage, "Very well. Chu Luo, if that is your desire, I shall oblige." With a thunderous leap, Dan Chenzi soared into the air, a vibrant force radiating from his being. Suddenly, thick vines, as robust as a man's thigh, erupted from the ground. Lunging towards Chu Luo. Startled, Chu Luo swiftly dodged, realizing the vines seemed almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing him. It is the wood spirit body. Rumor has it that Dan Chenzi possesses the wood spirit body, and the tales were indeed true. A core disciple from the Forbidden Sect, with a grave expression, remarked, "Dan Shixiang has unleashed his spirit body. If Chu Luo does not retaliate, he is doomed. Let him boast. Look, is Brother Dan about to employ that technique?" At that moment, a familiar disciple of the Dan sect suddenly changed countenance, fixated on Dan Chenzi, suspended in midair. Dan Chenzi formed intricate seals with his hands, and a complex sigil materialized in his palm. The spirit sword hovering before him emanated a verdant glow, with strange green runes dancing and entwining along its blade. Whoosh! Buzz! With a pointed finger towards the heavens, the spirit sword ascended, vanishing into the clouds. In its wake, an overwhelming power enveloped the surroundings, stirring a tempest. The trees on the mountainside of the Dan sect swayed violently, and before long, emerald leaves began to whirl through the air. Each leaf radiated a green luminescence, embodying the might of the sword. Boom! The sky filled with swirling green leaves converged towards the clouds. Dan Chenzi's eyes gleamed with a verdant light as he gazed downwards, exuding an imposing aura that brewed from the depths of the firmament. Who would have thought this young lad could master such a technique to this extent? Even the Emperor Yao Ming couldn't help but gaze upwards, nodding in admiration. Boom! Chu Luo countered with a palm strike, shattering the pursuing vines. Sensing something, he suddenly looked up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Chu Luo, do you possess the qualifications to strike?" "For a sword's might." Dan Chenzi howled to the heavens, then pointed decisively at Chu Luo below. Boom! The onlookers beheld a colossal sword that blotted out the sun, parting the clouds as though it descended from the cosmos, sweeping down with immense force. The shadow of the giant sword was accentuated by the green leaves, embodying the myriad of phenomena. The overwhelming sword intent surged through the heavens and earth, cascading down from the ninth sky. It seemed this sword had the power to subdue demons and annihilate worlds. None could withstand its might. The disciples of both sects stood collectively aghast, their expressions transformed. "Come forth. Let us engage." With a resounding roar, Chu Luo burst into laughter and leapt into the air. At that moment, his fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited by the sword strike of Dan Chenzi. In the next instant, the onlookers beheld a formidable and profound surge of spiritual power erupting from Chu Luo, soaring into the heavens. As he formed hand seals, his eyes glimmered with an ethereal golden light. In an instant, the world transformed. The entire sky was shrouded in darkness. This young man is employing a forbidden technique. The Emperor of Medicine, Yao Ming, was momentarily taken aback, as if he had discerned something, his expression betraying astonishment. Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the core disciples of the Forbidden Sect were all rendered speechless. They realized that Chu Luo was manifesting a forbidden technique. However, the phenomenon produced by this technique was unlike anything they had witnessed the previous day. This meant that their senior brother, Chu, was executing a newly learned forbidden move. Just how many forbidden techniques had this lad mastered from the sect? Elder Qin Yi could not help but exclaim in shock. Zhao Sheng inhaled deeply and shook his head slightly. It was worth noting that even he had only learned 3 forbidden techniques from the sect. These 3 techniques had become his trump cards. It was evident how challenging it was to master forbidden techniques. This young man had already demonstrated 5 forbidden techniques, both yesterday and now. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a magnificent illusion of myriad realms rose behind Chu Luo. Within this illusion, the cosmos unfolded, galaxies spun. The sun and moon alternated, seasons changed, and tides ebbed and flowed, all reflecting the cycle of existence. A power suffused with an ancient aura converged from the illusion. In an instant, a phantom of a golden sword materialized from the illusion, descending with overwhelming force. The appearance of this sword phantom dimmed even the heavens. The ancient void-slashing sword. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi could not suppress their exclamations. They had not anticipated that Chu Luo had even mastered this technique. Eons ago, they had only seen a certain ancestor of the Forbidden Sect execute it once. The sword strike from that ancestor had silenced the foremost powers of the 3,000 great worlds. Although the might of the sword Chu Luo wielded now paled in comparison to that of their ancestor, it still left the 2 elders in awe. Forbidden technique. The ancient void-slashing sword. Go, go. Chu Luo and Dan Qinzi simultaneously pointed their fingers. 2 colossal sword phantoms collided with ferocity. Boom. In the next moment, Dan Qinzi's face turned ashen. What? How could this be possible? Chapter 14. The Secret Realm. Falling sky gorge under Dan Qinzi's incredulous gaze, his colossal sword phantom, embodying the myriad phenomena, shattered into countless fragments upon colliding with Chu Luo's golden sword phantom, dissipating into nothingness. With a spurt of blood, Dan Qinzi suffered a backlash. However, the golden sword phantom, having obliterated Dan Qinzi's colossal sword phantom, continued to surge forward with immense force, barreling towards him at an alarming speed. Dan Qinzi's pupils contracted as a glimmer of despair emerged on his stunned face. This is dire. At this moment, Chu Luo's expression drastically changed. He had not anticipated that Dan Qinzi's sword would be so utterly feeble. Once the forbidden technique was unleashed, he had no means to retract it. For once the move was executed, it was beyond his control. Brother Dan. The disciples of the Dan sect erupted in cries of despair, with several female disciples even covering their eyes. Just when everyone believed that Dan Qinzi was destined for demise, a towering figure suddenly materialized before him. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The ancestor, exclaimed a disciple of the Dan sect. The individual before them was none other than the esteemed Emperor Yao Ming. Emperor Yao Ming extended a finger, weathered and wrinkled, and gently tapped the ethereal golden sword that loomed before him. A hum resonated as an invisible wave emanated from his fingertip. In the next moment, the immense golden sword transformed into shimmering starlight, dissipating into the ether. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a wave of tranquility wash over them. Soon after, Dan Qinzi and Chu Luo returned to the ground. Cheers erupted among the dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, Chu Xiaoyu is extraordinary. With your guidance, I have every confidence in our disciples. Emperor Yao Ming said with a gentle smile, nodding at Chu Luo. Chu Luo replied with a polite smile, though inwardly he mused, you may be at ease. But that move you just executed cost you over a century of your lifespan. That century was not meant for loss. It's all this old man's fault for meddling. As Emperor Yao Ming's words faded, he waved his hand, and a vial of elixir soared through the air, landing in Chu Luo's grasp. That move you just used must have drained a significant portion of your lifespan, correct? The execution of forbidden techniques always demands a price. Chu Luo caught the vial and opened it to reveal a plump pill radiating a gentle glow. Thank you, esteemed Emperor, he said, revealing a wide grin as he expressed his gratitude. He promptly consumed the pill, feeling the century of lifespan he had lost gradually restored. Observing the replenishment of his vitality, Chu Luo suddenly found the old man, Emperor Yao Ming, to be rather amiable. Little one, do you now recognize the prowess of Chu Xiaoyu? Do you still believe he lacks the merit to lead you? Emperor Yao Ming turned to Dan Xinzi, who was still in a daze, and spoke earnestly. Dan Xinzi snapped back to reality, inhaled deeply, and clasped his hands in respect. I acknowledge my error. Brother Chu, I have wronged you earlier. During the expedition to the secret realm, my junior brothers and I will heed your command. However, once my strength has improved, I will challenge you again. I hope that next time, I will be able to withstand one of your moves. Dan Xinzi approached Chu Luo and sincerely bowed in apology. Seeing this, both Emperor Yao Ming and the ancient sage Qing Dan felt a sense of relief. Although Dan Xinzi had faced defeat, he did not lose his martial spirit. He dared to confront failure. This young man's future undoubtedly held promise. You are too kind, Brother Dan. When you come to seek guidance next time, I shall certainly hold back, unlike today when I nearly caused your downfall. Chu Luo replied with a subtle smile, returning the gesture. Haha. It was my inadequacy that led to this outcome. I cannot blame Brother Chu. Dan Xinzi chuckled in reply. Observing this scene, the disciples of the two sects revealed smiles. It is getting late. Let us depart. The Emperor of Medicine nodded slightly, glancing at the sky as he spoke. Yes. The disciples of the two sects boarded the ethereal warship. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Sheng tore through the fabric of space, guiding the vessel into the spatial rift as they advanced towards the Northern Plains realm. As the Northern Plains is situated at the edge of the 3,000 Great Worlds, Chu Luo and his companions sailed for an entire month before finally reaching the Northern Plains realm. Here, in the desolate Tianzhou, lies the Falling Heaven Gorge, one of the numerous perilous places within the 3,000 Great Worlds. Deep within the Falling Heaven Mountain, danger lurks at every corner, to the extent that even saints dare not venture alone. In ancient times, it is said that the Falling Heaven Gorge was once a vast battlefield, where a grand imperial war took place, leading to the fall of a great emperor. The current state of Falling Heaven Gorge is a result of the passage of time and the changing of the tides since that monumental battle. At this moment, above the Falling Heaven Gorge, the celestial phenomena that had persisted for over a month began to dim and recede. Within a mountain range bordering the gorge, a spatial rift appeared, emanating powerful waves of energy. This rift was enveloped in a layer of milky white luminescence. Through this membrane, one could glimpse a mysterious world beyond the spatial tear. This rift serves as the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm. Outside the entrance to this secret realm, a multitude of powerful beings and sect disciples from the 3,000 Great Worlds had already gathered. According to the strong ones present, the entrance would soon stabilize. Just as the crowd of powerful beings awaited the entrance's stabilization, an imperceptible wave of spatial energy rippled through the heavens, and a rift opened. From within this rift emerged a colossal warship. The onlookers had grown accustomed to such occurrences over the past month, as various sects had arrived daily. However, upon seeing this particular warship, the expressions of the gathered strong shifted dramatically. It is the warship of the Forbidden Sect. The powers of the Forbidden Sect have arrived. There are disciples of the Alchemy Sect accompanying them. How curious. Is it so strange? The Alchemy Sect has always maintained a good rapport with the Forbidden Sect. Yet, it was puzzling. Why had the Forbidden Sect only dispatched elders Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi? Their prodigious disciples were notably absent. The recognition of this warship stirred a commotion among the crowd, as countless gazes converged upon it. Upon the warship, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, and the ancient saint of the Alchemy Sect descended, accompanied by their respective sect disciples, arriving at the entrance of the secret realm. As for the Emperor of Medicine, he had long since concealed himself in the shadows. Is this truly the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm? It appears somewhat unstable, Chu Luo remarked, scrutinizing the entrance before him. Elder Qin Yi nodded slightly and explained, this secret realm is, in fact, the inner world of the fallen emperor. Upon attaining the status of saint, a martial artist can create a realm within themselves. As their cultivation progresses, this inner world gradually perfects and expands. However, the current emperor's secret realm is shrouded in restrictions, permitting only those beneath the nirvana stage to enter. Should a formidable being of the nirvana stage or above attempt to breach this barrier, the restrictions would be triggered, leading to their annihilation. Ultimately, the secret realm would revert to the chaotic currents of space, leaving the timing of its next appearance shrouded in uncertainty. Upon hearing Elder Qin Yi's explanation, Chu Luo and the other disciples suddenly understood, realizing why the entrance's luminous membrane elicited such a disconcerting sensation. At that moment, from afar, the void resonated with multiple spatial disturbances. Chu Luo was taken aback as he sensed a familiar aura. He raised his gaze towards a specific direction in the void, furrowing his brow and letting out a cold chuckle. Chapter 15. A stealthy strike, provoking the ancient sage war? The spatial fluctuations emanating from the void drew the attention of numerous powerful beings present. They beheld several rifts in the fabric of space from which colossal warships emerged, dominating the skies. Upon seeing the banners raised on these vessels, gasps of astonishment filled the air once more. It was the arrival of formidable beings from other top-tier factions: the Crimson Flame Valley, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Lingqing Sect, the Puhua Sacred Land, the Yumiao Sacred Land, the Extreme Sovereign Lineage, and the Undying Lineage. Curiously, the 4 great imperial clans and the 4 ancient families were conspicuously absent. Yet, this absence was hardly surprising. The 4 great imperial clans and ancient families held the emperor's secret realm in disdain. This realm was merely the inner world of an emperor who had long since perished. Devoid of any inheritance and not a tomb for an emperor, thus, they naturally found no merit in attending. Chu Luo's gaze shifted towards the warships that had reached the sky, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Among the pinnacle forces of the 3,000 great worlds, apart from their own Forbidden Sect, the Pill Sect, and the Crimson Flame Valley, there were also the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, the Lingqing Sect, the Puhua Sacred Land, the Yumiao Sacred Land, the Extreme Sovereign Lineage, the Undying Lineage, the Shangwan Imperial Clan, the Ouyang Imperial Clan, the Situ Imperial Clan, the Murong Imperial Clan, as well as the Ancient Yu family, Ancient Jiang family, Ancient Wang family, Ancient Ji family, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, totaling 19 elite forces. The 4 great imperial clans and the 4 ancient families, along with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, remained enigmatic and seldom ventured into the worldly realm. As Chu Luo surveyed the warships of these elite factions, he noticed that each was accompanied by at least 2 ancient sages, several great sages, and a multitude of young disciples. At that moment, Chu Luo suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent and instinctively turned his gaze towards the warship of the Crimson Flame Valley. Upon it, he recognized 2 familiar faces, the ancient sage Yin Jun and Han Wujie. At this instant, both Yin Jun and Han Wujie were fixated upon him, their eyes brimming with a chilling malice. That little beast from the Forbidden Sect. Yin Jun's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. Boom! An invisible force rushed towards Chu Luo in an instant. By the heavens! This old wretch. Chu Luo's hair stood on end, fury bubbling within him. He had not anticipated that the ancient sage Yin Jun would act treacherously against him in secret. Humph! Old ghost Yin Jun, do you seek death? Dare to strike at a disciple of the Forbidden Sect? I have refrained from making a move for many years. How about we exchange a few blows today? As the formidable power of the ancient Saint Yin Jun stealthily approached, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Luo's ear. In an instant, a figure interposed itself before him, Zhao Sheng. With a cold snort, Zhao Sheng effortlessly dissipated the oncoming force of Yin Jun. His countenance was frigid, and his murky eyes fixated sharply on Yin Jun and his entourage. Meanwhile, Qini stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yin Jun, exclaiming, "Old ghost Yin Jun. How disgraceful it is for a venerable ancient saint to secretly strike at the younger generation. If you are so fond of confrontation, come forth and face me." The commotion instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. Numerous powerful factions were left in sheer astonishment. The animosity between the Crimson Flame Valley and the Forbidden Sect was well known, yet it typically manifested as conflicts among the younger disciples. No one anticipated that Yin Jun would today choose to attack a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. The leaders of several other elite factions were equally taken aback, their gazes shifting to the figure sheltered behind Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. Who was this young man that provoked such ire from the Saint of Crimson Flame Valley? TSK, 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 how shameless of Crimson Flame Valley. An ancient saint covertly launching an attack on Brother Chu. Indeed, it was this old fool who, accompanied by the worthless Han Wujie, came to challenge our Forbidden Sect, only to suffer defeat at Brother Chu's hands and harbor resentment since. Crimson Flame Valley has always been notoriously shameless at all levels. The dozen or so core disciples behind Chu Luo rallied in his defense, whispering derisive comments. Although their murmurs were soft, they were still audible to many powerful figures present. It turned out that this young man was the newly risen prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, who had replaced Han Wujie just a month prior. No wonder I remembered his name, Chu Luo. But why should an ancient saint intervene in the strife among the younger generation? Surely, there must be matters we are unaware of. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that Yin Jun's actions were indeed rather shameless. Some strong voices among the crowd were overheard by Yin Jun, causing his expression to darken. Meeting the gazes of Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, his demeanor shifted, and he chuckled. Old ghost Zhao Sheng, old ghost Qin Yi. I merely wished to assess the progress of this young lad, Chu Luo, and had no intention of causing him harm. Upon hearing Yin Jun's words, the leaders of various elite factions exchanged skeptical glances. Even Chu Luo internally scoffed at the audacity of this old man. However, at that moment, Chu Luo's heart brimmed with joy. The instant Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi had stepped forward, he received a notification from his system, from Elder Zhao Sheng, protective value 5,000, from Elder Qin Yi, protective value 5,000. Heh, is that so? After hearing Yin Jun's words, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi shared a cold laugh. In the next instant, the two ancient saint elders unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Yin Jun from a distance. In an instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, and a tremendous aura of sanctity enveloped the entire arena. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by the two ancient saints, all the formidable beings beneath the ancient saints knelt in reverence. The expressions of the ancient saints from the other eminent factions shifted dramatically. They immediately unleashed their sacred might to counteract the oppressive aura emanating from the two elders, allowing their own sect's powerful figures to breathe a sigh of relief. Boom. In response to the sudden assault by Zhao Saint and Qin Yi, the ancient Saint Yin Jun was caught off guard, his countenance transforming into one of profound dismay. However, he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a powerful strike. Beside him, an elder clad in red robes acted swiftly as well. This elder was another esteemed figure from the Crimson Flame Valley, known as the ancient Saint Ming Yin. The collision of four immense forces unleashed a staggering power, shattering the void worship of the Crimson Flame Valley. Several saints and great saints from the Crimson Flame Valley waved their hands, ensuring that their disciples landed safely. After the exchange, both Yin Jun and Ming Yin staggered back half a step, their eyes blazing with unquenchable fury. What do you think? I see that you, old ghost, have made some progress in strength. We merely wish to test your mettle. There is no need for anger. Elder Zhao sneered. From Elder Zhao, 5,000 guardian value. From Elder Qin, 5,000 guardian value. After the two elders made their move, a notification from Chu Luo's system chimed in. Chu Luo was nearly overcome with laughter, eagerly hoping for Yin Jun to target him once more. Simultaneously, he glanced at the two elders, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie. Do you, the Forbidden Sect, truly wish to engage in battle with us from the Crimson Flame Valley? Yin Jun's face contorted in a manner reminiscent of someone who had ingested something foul, his wrath palpable. Humph. Since you have spoken thus, we shall first eliminate you two old ghosts for your entertainment. This will also provide your Crimson Flame Valley with a pretext for war. Qin Yi retorted with a cold laugh, rolling up his sleeves and brandishing a spirit sword. In Zhao Saint's grasp, a bronze cauldron materialized. The spiritual artifacts in their hands radiated immense Taoist resonance. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the region, causing the temperature of the heavens and earth to plummet sharply. The faces of all present turned pale with terror, disbelief etched upon their features. A battle between ancient saints was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 16. A sharp tongue and a tender heart. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of bloodshed. Observing the overwhelming might emanating from Zhao Saint and Qin Yi, the powerful figures present were both awestruck and envious of the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. It was said that the Forbidden Sect was particularly protective of its own. Yet no one anticipated the extent of their fervor. The elders of the sect were willing to engage in fierce combat to safeguard their disciples, even at the risk of inciting a sectarian war. Let us battle, then. I fear you not. Boom. The expressions of Yin Jun and Ming Yin turned exceedingly unnatural. They had not anticipated the sheer audacity of these two elders from the Forbidden Sect, nor did they foresee the situation escalating to this degree. Gritting their silver teeth, they unleashed their own formidable might, in the presence of so many powerful beings, should they choose to retreat. The cultivators across the 3,000 great worlds would assume that the Crimson Flame Valley was intimidated by the Forbidden Sect, just as everyone believed that the Battle of the Ancient Saints was about to commence. An elderly figure clad in a blue robe, exuding a benevolent demeanor, stepped forth and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed friends from the Forbidden Sect, since this young companion has emerged unscathed, and the allies from the Crimson Flame Valley have also endured your strike, let us consider this matter settled. This place is teeming with formidable beings, and should the Ancient Saints' battle erupt, it will undoubtedly result in collateral damage. Such an occurrence would escalate into a far-reaching conflict, bringing calamity upon the myriad realms. Furthermore, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm is on the verge of stabilizing. Chu Luo raised his gaze and recognized the speaker as an elder from the Lingqing sect, a venerable ancient saint. Indeed, the words of several companions, particularly those of Taoist Lanqing, ring true. The grievances between your two factions should be momentarily set aside. After the Emperor's secret realm, you may act as you wish. An ancient saint from the extreme Emperor's lineage also emerged to offer counsel. Haha, old ghost Lanqing. Your Lingqing sect and Crimson Flame Valley are essentially two sides of the same coin. Had it not been for my timely intervention, your esteemed Chu Luo would have fallen victim to the ancient Saint Yin Jun's nefarious designs. Elder Zhao shot a disdainful glance at the ancient saint of Lingqing sect, his gaze icy and unfriendly. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, dissipating his imposing aura. Nevertheless, my esteemed friend from the extreme Emperor's lineage is correct. After the Emperor's secret realm, should the Crimson Flame Valley seek battle, the Forbidden Sect shall oblige to the very end. At these words, both Yin Jun and Ming Yin, the ancient saints, let out cold scoffs, relinquishing their overwhelming presence. Witnessing this scene, all the formidable beings present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Subsequently, Yin Jun and Ming Yin, accompanied by a throng of disciples from Crimson Flame Valley, approached the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at the assembly from Crimson Flame Valley, fortuitously locking eyes with the ancient Saint Yin Jun and Han Wujie. With a grin, Chu Luo brazenly raised his middle finger in a blatant act of provocation before turning away, choosing not to engage further. This spectacle did not escape the notice of many powerful figures, and a number of them grew intrigued by Chu Luo. Little beast. Yin Jun's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Is this the lad who bested you, junior brother Han? He appears rather unimpressive. Beside Han Wujie stood two youthful figures draped in crimson robes. One bore crimson eyes that seemed to swirl with molten heat, while the other sported fiery red hair, emanating an aura of searing warmth. These two were named Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, both prominent figures on the list of prodigies, ranked 120th and 148th, respectively. In response to their tone, Han Wujie's expression darkened as he clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed senior brothers, this is indeed him. His name is Chu Luo. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, their gazes filled with disdain as they regarded Chu Luo's departing figure. Du Sheng, Tianyu, do not underestimate him. This little beast has mastered several forbidden arts of the Forbidden Sect. Exercise caution. However, the ancestor has decreed that he must be eliminated at all costs. Entering the secret realm presents the perfect opportunity. Ming Yin cautioned the two. Understood, Elder. Rest assured, we shall ensure this young rascal meets his demise without a whisper of awareness. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu clasped their hands in salute. Senior brothers, I desire the opportunity to deal with this wretched creature myself. The humiliation he has inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. Han Wujie declared with a chilling countenance. The two nodded in agreement, their gazes fixated on Chu Luo, rife with mockery. At that moment, Chu Luo sensed a wave of coldness and turned back, inadvertently catching sight of Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu's stares. Chu, we must exercise caution once we enter the secret realm. Those two are Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu from the Scarlet Flame Valley, ranked 120 and 148 on the heroes list. Dan Chenzi whispered to Chu Luo. With a slight smile, Chu Luo waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, Brother Dan. Should they dare to cause trouble, I possess ample means to deal with them. In his heart, Chu Luo began to ponder. If he were to eliminate all the disciples of the Scarlet Flame Valley within the secret realm, would Yin Jun gushing and Ming Yin gushing not be furious? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Upon exiting, these two old fellows would surely not let it slide. Wouldn't he that enable him to amass more protective value? With this thought, Chu Luo firmed his resolve. Should he encounter anyone from the Scarlet Flame Valley, he would strike with lethal intent. Kid, once we enter the secret realm, if fortune favors you, and you possess the strength, vie for what is yours and seize opportunities. Do not fear even if it means slaying the esteemed ones of your adversaries. We two old fellows will be here to safeguard you. If we are unable to protect you, then you must pray for the appearance of your deceased master. As Chu Luo was lost in thought, Zhao Sheng turned to him, earnestly advising. Startled, Chu Luo's face broke into a smile as he clasped his hands in gratitude. I thank you, Second Elder. I sincerely apologize for any past grievances. I assure you, I shall refrain from pilfering the spiritual herbs from your fields in the future. Humph. Zhao Sheng snorted lightly, turning away. Chu Luo rolled his eyes. Oh dear, this old man still has a temper? He had offered a heartfelt apology. Yet, Chu Luo understood well, as Elder Qin had remarked. That elder Zhao had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entrance to the secret realm has stabilized. Let us proceed. At that moment, a powerful tremor emanated from the spatial rift, causing the luminous membrane to gradually become transparent, yet still exuding an overwhelming imperial might. Countless formidable beings rushed into the membrane at once. Some Nirvana realm cultivators and those above attempted to force their way in, only to be instantly obliterated by the terrifying power of the membrane. Let us enter as well, Chu Luo urged. Subsequently, he and Dan Qinzi, along with their respective disciples, soared into the vast world beyond the luminous membrane. Upon witnessing Chu Luo and his companions entering the secret realm, the three prodigies of the Scarlet Flame Valley exchanged cold smiles and followed closely behind with dozens of their disciples. Chapter 17. Encountering Prodigies Again. The sixth Chu Luo. As soon as Chu Luo and his companions stepped through the luminous membrane, he suddenly noticed the surroundings transforming at an astonishing pace. Chu Luo was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the group of senior brothers beside him. To his astonishment, only 6 of his core disciples remained from the original dozen that had accompanied him. The presence of Dan Qinzi and the several core disciples from the Dan sect had also vanished. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luo and these 6 core disciples found themselves amidst an unfamiliar mountain range. What on earth had happened? Where were the other seniors? It appeared that they had been scattered upon entering the secret realm. The 6 core disciples turned back, only to realize that their fellow brothers were nowhere to be found. However, as elite disciples of a prominent sect, the 6 remained composed and began to analyze the situation calmly. All 6 disciples looked to Chu Luo. The leader among them spoke. Brother Chu Luo, what shall we do now? We will follow your lead. Chu Luo nodded, intending to instruct his disciples to use their sect tokens to contact the other scattered disciples when suddenly, an intense fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted towards him. Chu Luo was momentarily stunned as he looked out and discovered, not far away, a medicinal herb field. Brother, it's a medicinal herb field. So many spirit herbs. They appear to possess quite a high quality. The 6 core disciples exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. Let us go quickly. Follow me to gather them. Chu Luo gestured grandly, leading the 6 core disciples towards the herb field. Upon reaching the medicinal herb field, Chu Luo noted that the lowest grade of spirit herbs therein was at the spirit level. This was spirit soil. Chu Luo sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from the field. Furrowing his brow, he crouched down to grasp a handful of the soil, exclaiming in astonishment. He was no stranger to spirit soil. There was a minuscule patch on Elder Zhaosheng's main peak, which he cherished dearly. Yet here lay an expansive field of spirit soil. Ha! Brother Chu Luo, we've struck it rich. If we bring back such a vast expanse of spirit soil to the sect, we need never worry about lacking spirit herbs again. The disciples were instantly filled with fervent excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us start digging. Excavate to the very core. And don't leave behind a single grain of spirit soil. Chu Luo, returning to his senses, urged the disciples with a beaming face. Yes. The 6 disciples promptly rolled up their sleeves, ready to clear the entire herb field. Haha. Who would have thought there was a medicinal herb field here? Wait. Someone else has arrived ahead of us. Just as the 6 core disciples began to strip the herb field bare, intending to leave no trace of soil behind, several figures suddenly descended from the distance, landing above the herb field. Chu Luo looked up and saw 10 individuals, a mix of men and women, all adorned in matching attire. It was clear they belonged to the same sect. Chu Luo's gaze sharpened as it fell upon the young man leading them, for his cultivation level was surprisingly at the first stage of the primordial realm. Among the remaining 9, 4 were at the spirit soul first and second stages, while the other 5 were at the beginning realm. Humph. We are disciples of the Forbidden Sect. We discovered this place first. Hurry and leave. A sudden rumble echoed as 6 disciples of the Forbidden Sect were pillaging the medicinal fields. Upon gazing at the 10 figures in the void, their expressions turned frostily serious. The 6 simultaneously unleashed a formidable aura. Each of these core disciples was at the spirit realm. Most disciples of the Forbidden Sect held similar prowess. Yet they remained unlisted on the talent rankings, for some among them had lived for several centuries. The potent presence of these 6 spirit realm disciples subdued the approaching group. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Upon noticing the sect robes adorning Chu Luo and his companions, the expressions of the 10 fluctuated between uncertainty and alarm. The other 9 turned their gaze towards the leader of the group, a young man named Lu Feng, who held the prestigious rank of 118th on the talent rankings, hailing from the Tianguang sect in the 3,000 Great Worlds. While the Tianguang sect was far inferior to the Forbidden Sect, it still constituted a considerable force within its realm. Rumors suggested that an ancient emperor resided within their ranks, and Lu Feng was the young master of the Tianguang sect. Begone, you lot. The treasures of the Forbidden Sect are not to be trifled with. Even if you manage to seize our spiritual herbs, can you carry them away? At the entrance of the secret realm, 2 ancient saints of our sect stand guard. If you wish to avoid trouble for your sect, I suggest you leave at once, Chu Luo advised with a disarming smile. The disciples of the Tianguang sect looked expectantly at Lu Feng, the young master. They were not unfamiliar with Chu Luo previously, outside the secret realm. Tensions had nearly escalated into conflict between the Forbidden Sect and the Scarlet Flame Valley due to him. The sight of the Forbidden Sect fiercely protecting their own left a profound impression on them. Is that spiritual soil? Lu Feng gasped. His attention caught as a fellow disciple of the Tianguang sect suddenly exclaimed upon noticing the rich spiritual aura emanating from the medicinal fields. Chu Luo furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as his hands swiftly formed seals hidden within his sleeves. Lu Feng, taken aback, focused his gaze and confirmed the existence of genuine spiritual soil, an exceedingly rare and priceless treasure. He had not anticipated such a vast expanse of it to be present here. At that moment, a glimmer of greed flickered in Lu Feng's eyes. Why linger, esteemed guests? Chu Luo grinned, his hands concealed within his sleeves as he addressed the assembly. Meanwhile, he discreetly signaled the 6 core disciples, who promptly comprehended his intent and resumed their thorough search of the medicinal fields for spiritual herbs and spiritual soil. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Feng's mind, leading him to make a swift decision. Leave? The sight of spiritual soil is a shared fortune. Unless your Forbidden Sect relinquishes half of it, we shall not depart. Lu Feng sneered, locking eyes with Chu Luo. Oh, and what if we refuse? Chu Luo's eyes narrowed, a seemingly innocuous smile gracing his features. Then you shall face death. Lu Feng's demeanor darkened as an immense force surged from within him, instantly enveloping the space with the auras of the 9 disciples of the Tianguang sect. The 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect halted their actions, drawing their weapons in preparation for confrontation. Do you dare to rob the Forbidden Sect? Do you find life too long to endure? Chu Luo smiled faintly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. I know you. Your name is Chu Luo, isn't it? If we eliminate all of you here, even the Forbidden Sect, no matter how protective they are, will remain oblivious to our actions. You lot, deal with those core disciples. I shall slay this brat and then come to assist you. Lu Feng's tone shifted as he stepped forward, charging at Chu Luo. Yes, young sect master. Boom. The other 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect immediately rushed towards the 6 individuals in the medicinal field. Seek death. The 6 core disciples leapt into the air, ready to confront the disciples of Tianmen sect. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, face contorted with malice, closed in on Chu Luo. A hint of fear flickered across Chu Luo's visage. Upon witnessing this, Lu Feng let out a hearty laugh. Brat, today I shall remove you from the young talent's ranking. Lu Feng assumed that Chu Luo was rendered speechless by his imposing presence, thus he lowered his guard, just as he raised his palm to strike Chu Luo's forehead. The once terrified Chu Luo suddenly changed his expression, breaking into a grin. Forbidden absolute art, God-slaying poison. Boom. In Chapter 18, 1 against 2, victory leads to gain. Defeat results in death. Chu Luo's eyes gleamed with an eerie green light. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, boldly extended outward, enveloped in a subtle green glow, entwined by bizarre runes. The moment he thrust out his palm, the wild grass beneath his feet withered instantly. Chu Luo's palm collided with Lu Feng's. Boom. Chu Luo met Lu Feng's strike head-on, the immense force propelling him backward for several steps before he steadied himself. A tingling sensation coursed through his arm as his blood surged. What formidable power! Chu Luo inhaled deeply, shaking off his hand. What have you done to me? Lu Feng's anguished wails echoed. Chu Luo lifted his gaze, observing Lu Feng rolling on the ground, clutching his arm. Sinister green patterns began to creep up his arm. Chu Luo approached Lu Feng, gazing down at him with a smile that revealed 8 gleaming white teeth, exuding an air of innocence. This forbidden absolute art, God-slaying poison, operates silently and without any detectable fluctuations or phenomena. Moreover, it is utterly inescapable and immensely vicious. Within 10 breaths, the afflicted shall dissolve into a pool of blood. Given his current cultivation level, even a peak Taichu realm expert would undoubtedly meet their demise. It is, quite simply, the quintessential ambush technique of the nefarious. There are indeed hundreds of such cruel forbidden arts among the 1,000 forbidden techniques. Chu Luo harbored grave suspicions that those who crafted these malevolent techniques were undoubtedly a band of vile individuals. Ah, save me. Chu Luo, I realize my mistake. Please help me detoxify. Lu Feng, now unable to channel any spiritual power, felt the pain in his arm penetrate deep into his very soul. Desperately grasping at Chu Luo's shoe, he pleaded for mercy, completely devoid of the demeanor of a youthful prodigy. Chu Luo shrugged his shoulders with a wry smile. Apologies. But I cannot help you either. You may as well lie there and await your demise. The words of Chu Luo plunged Lu Feng into a profound despair, his eyes brimming with venomous resentment, and a fierce expression etched across his face. With one hand gripping his poisoned arm, he wrenched it violently. Lu Feng forcibly detached his own arm. Yet, at the moment of separation, the blood gushing from the wound was not red, but a sickly green. In the next instant, Lu Feng's body was enveloped in bizarre green patterns. Soon after, his flesh began to dissolve, and with regret weighing heavily upon him, his consciousness faded, vitality slipping away. Young lord, the 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect, engaged in battle, noticed Lu Feng, now reduced to a pool of blood, and were struck with horror. The momentary distraction of the 9 allowed 6 core disciples from the Forbidden Sect to seize the opportunity. Dare you be distracted? Die. Boom. Ah. The 9 disciples of the Tianmen sect were slain by the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Senior Brother Chu. Remarkable. After eliminating several foes, the 6 core disciples approached Chu Luo. Upon witnessing Lu Feng transformed into a puddle of blood, they collectively inhaled sharply. Their gazes towards Chu Luo were filled with admiration. Their senior brother had, with merely the cultivation of the second realm of divine soul, obliterated a prodigy of the primordial realm. If this were to spread, it would be met with disbelief. Let us not linger. We must hurry, lest more adversaries arrive. Chu Luo instructed one of the leading disciples. By the way, Junior Brother Tang, quickly fetch me 2 herbs imbued with vitality. The use of the god-slaying poison had cost him 300 years of lifespan. Understood. The disciple entered the medicinal field and soon returned with 3 herbs rich in vibrant life force. Chu Luo seized the herbs and began to consume them directly, while the others continued to scour for more herbs and fervently excavate the spiritual soil, their movements exhibiting remarkable proficiency, indicating their familiarity with such tasks. Just as Chu Luo directed several disciples in their excavation, unbeknownst to them, the prodigy rankings outside the secret realm re-emerged. Buzzing, the illusory prodigy rankings materialized in the sky. The powerful figures of various factions awaiting outside were taken aback, hastily lifting their gazes. In the rankings, the name Lu Feng of the Tianmen sect, previously positioned at 118th, had vanished, replaced by the name Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. What? How is this possible? Lu Feng of the Tianmen sect was a prodigy of the primordial realm, was he not? Could it be that Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect is actually a formidable being of the primordial realm? Indeed, within a month, Chu Luo had caused 2 prodigies to be removed from the list. Out of 200 prodigies, only around 180 remained. To re-enter the ranks, they would have to wait for the next prodigy ranking conference. Countless powerful figures were taken aback, filled with myriad emotions. How could this little beast achieve such a feat? The ancient Saint of Flame monarch was utterly dismayed upon seeing Chu Luo's name at the 118th position. The 3 great prodigies they had sent into the secret realm, with the strongest Du Sheng, shared the same realm as Lu Feng, ranking 120th. At this moment, an ominous premonition arose within the heart of the ancient Saint of Flame monarch. There is no need for excessive concern. Perhaps Lu Feng encountered other prodigies and was simply unfortunate enough to be overlooked by that little beast, the ancient sage of Mingyan consoled. The ancient sage of Yin Jun slightly nodded, pondering that it must indeed be the case. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, upon seeing Chu Luo's name appear in the 118th position, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The 2 elders were immensely curious. How had this young man managed to defeat Lu Feng, a being of the primordial realm? Could it be that he had once again employed forbidden techniques? Fenger. At that moment, a voice filled with despair drew everyone's attention. The crowd beheld a man clad in a white robe, his face etched with grief. Cradling a shattered life token in his hands, his eyes burned red. This man was none other than Lu Daoyuan, the sect master of the Heavenly Gate sect, and also Lu Feng's father. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged glances, instantly comprehending the truth. It turned out that this young man had not merely bested Lu Feng, but had taken his life. Forbidden Sect, provide me with an explanation. Lu Daoyuan's face contorted with rage as he turned his gaze towards Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. His furious voice resonated throughout the heavens. An overwhelming aura of sanctity surged upwards. Humph, what are you barking about? Zhao Xing retorted. Explanation? What does the Forbidden Sect owe you? If your skills are lacking, how dare you show your face here? By the way, your son is quite the waste. Even in the primordial realm, he was slain by our Chu Luo. With him gone, you old fools feel the need to step forward? Humph, Lu Sect Master, if you have the time to yap here, you would be better off returning to sire another. Zhao Xing cast a derisive glance at Lu Daoyuan, his face a mask of mockery. The many formidable figures from various top-tier factions present could not help but twitch their lips, shaking their heads in disbelief. Zhao Xing's remarks were nothing short of brutally harsh. You. Lu Daoyuan was seething with anger, struggling to suppress the fury swelling within him. His face turning a deep shade of crimson. What do you mean by you? If you seek a duel, we two old fellows are more than willing to entertain you. A one-on-two match. If you defeat us, you shall gain prestige. But if you lose, your life shall remain here. Qin Yi rolled up his sleeves, once again brandishing his spiritual sword. Humph. The Forbidden Sect had better hope that when our ancestors from the Heavenly Gate sect come knocking, you can still maintain such arrogance. Lu Daoyuan, with sorrow and fury, swept his sleeve and departed from the scene. Humph. What family doesn't he have a few stubborn old fools? Zhao Xing muttered, closing his eyes in contemplation as he awaited the emergence of Chu Luo and the others. From Elder Zhao Sheng's protective value 5,000, from Elder Qin Yi's protective value 5,000. Huh? What event has transpired? Just as Chu Luo finished scavenging the medicinal fields with several disciples, he suddenly received a system notification. With a perplexed expression, Chu Luo remarked, another day of explosive updates. Everyone, click to urge for more and show your support. We shall continue tomorrow. Respect and gratitude. Chapter 19. A skillful display the inexplicable protective value left Chu Luo astonished. What had the two elders been up to outside? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy at having garnered protective value, bringing him one step closer to exchanging for the longevity physique. Chu Luo turned back to glance at the medicinal fields, thoroughly satisfied. The once thriving medicinal field has long since vanished, leaving behind only a vast pit. Indeed, they have excavated the entire area down to its very depths. Behind them, 6 core disciples wore expressions of satisfaction. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged from behind the distant mountains. Brother Chu, there is a battle occurring, exclaimed a disciple beside Chu Luo in astonishment. Chu Luo stroked his chin, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. The Emperor's secret realm is replete with opportunities. Since their entrance, they have already encountered rare spiritual soil. The fierce clash ahead surely revolves around contesting such fortunes. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a smile broke across his face as he resolved to join the fray. Let us stealthily approach and observe. Chu Luo led his 6 core disciples towards the towering mountain in the distance. Upon surmounting the peak, they beheld a valley where a dozen formidable warriors were engaged in a fierce battle. From the distinctive robes adorning the fighters, Chu Luo instantly recognized them as disciples from 2 prestigious factions, Linghai Sect and Yunmiao Sacred Ground. Among them stood a graceful maiden clad in a flowing white gown. Her beauty ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her striking figure, accentuated by her enchanting features, captured Chu Luo's attention instantly. Without a doubt, he surmised that this extraordinary young lady, radiating an aura of magnificence, hailed from the Yunmiao Sacred Ground, a place known for its lack of male disciples. Yet, he remained unacquainted with her. Opposing her in battle was a handsome youth clad in azure robes, exuding a powerful spiritual energy. At that moment, he stood poised in the void, wielding a brilliant blue spiritual spear, his body adorned with swirling runes, resembling a youthful god of war, emanating an irresistible force. From the displayed power of both combatants, Chu Luo discerned their realms with a single glance. Both the disciples from Lingqing Sect and Yunmiao Sacred Ground were at the 6th stage of the Divine Soul realm. However, it became increasingly apparent that the maiden from Yunmiao Sacred Ground was gradually falling behind, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the other female disciples from Yunmiao were also ensnared in arduous battles. In a hurried glance across the battlefield, Chu Luo's gaze was drawn to a gray flower deep within the valley. This flower emitted a soft gray luminescence, and its unique medicinal aura was so potent that even from this distance, Chu Luo could sense its presence. Remarkably, he recognized this flower. It was the soul-nourishing flower of heaven-grade quality. Astonishment washed over him. He recalled that Elder Zhao's medicinal field contained a mere seedling of this flower, which paled in comparison to the one flourishing in the valley. It seemed that the talented individuals from these two top factions were vying for the possession of this coveted soul-nourishing flower. Such a treasure not only enhances one's spiritual power, but also heals damaged souls. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Brother Chu. That is Princess Yun Qianqian from Yunmiao Sacred Ground. She is ranked 125th on the talent rankings. Moreover, that individual is Luo Yu of the Lingqing sect, ranked 123rd on the talented youngsters list. Brother Chu, we must assist Lady Yun. The 6 core disciples, concealed alongside Chu Luo, swiftly alerted him upon recognizing the combatants. What? She is Yun Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was taken aback. His gaze fixated on the retreating figure of Yun Qianqian. Throughout the entire Forbidden Sect, who was unaware of the deep affection shared between their esteemed brother Baiyun and Yun Qianqian of the Yunmiao Sacred Land. The direct disciple Baiyun was renowned within the sect for his amiable nature, earning the utmost respect from all disciples. On one occasion, Chu Luo had ventured into Elder Zhao Sheng's medicinal fields and was caught red-handed by him. Fortunately, Baiyun was present at that moment. With Baiyun intervening, Elder Zhao merely scolded him before dismissing him without further trouble. Given that Yun Qianqian is Baiyun's companion, he could not remain idle. What are you waiting for? Arm yourselves and lend a hand. Coming back to his senses, Chu Luo urged the 6 core disciples beside him. Oh, the audacity of the Lingqing sect scoundrels. Fear not, fair maidens of the Yunmiao Sacred Land, for I, Li Kuei of the Forbidden Sect, have arrived, and Wang Xing of the Forbidden Sect as well. The 6 core disciples, momentarily stunned, quickly drew their weapons and charged into the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chu Luo formed hand seals, summoning a powerful spatial fluctuation. His gaze remained locked on the soul-nourishing flower deep within the valley. Forbidden art, great spatial relocation. With a hum, Chu Luo's figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the combatants on the battlefield were taken aback, turning their attention toward the mountainside. The 6 core disciples, wielding overwhelming might, plunged into the fray. The Forbidden Sect. Damn it! How could disciples of the Forbidden Sect appear here? Cursed be it. Several disciples of the Linghai sect wore grim expressions, grumbling under their breath. Meanwhile, the beleaguered female disciples of the Yunmiao Sacred Land, upon seeing the newcomers were disciples of the Forbidden Sect, beamed with joy. Sisters, it is our comrades from the Forbidden Sect. Fear not, let us together repel these Lingqing sect scoundrels. One female disciple, spotting the 5 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect entering the fray, immediately encouraged her fellow sisters. Boom. The female disciples of the Yunmiao Sacred Land joined forces with the 5 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, launching a counterattack against the Lingqing sect. Forbidden Sect, we fear you not. Boom. Several disciples of the Lingqing sect, seething with rage, found themselves on the brink of subduing the female disciples of the Yunmiao Sacred Land when unexpectedly, the Forbidden Sect intervened. The Lingqing sect disciples braced themselves for battle. Yet at this moment, it was the Lingqing sect that found itself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, in the void above, after repelling Yun Qianqian with a powerful palm strike, Luo Yu's countenance darkened upon noticing the sudden appearance of the Forbidden Sect disciples. His expression shifted to one of fury. Yun Qianqian suppressed her surging blood and energy. Her complexion pale as she observed her fellow sisters, now safe with the assistance of the Forbidden Sect disciples. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Luo Yu, you scoundrel, dare to bully our Bai Shixiang's Yun Xinzi. Receive my sword of Wang Sheng. At that moment, another disciple from the Forbidden Sect, Wang Sheng, rushed to support Yun Qianqian, launching a surprise attack on Luo Yu with his sword. Luo Yu's gaze sharpened, and the battle spear in his hand erupted with a terrifying intent. How dare a mere Spirit Realm 4 cultivator attempt a sneak attack? Boom. Luo Yu snorted coldly, sweeping his spear back with a flick of his wrist. The immense force shattered Wang Sheng's spiritual sword on the spot. An invisible, formidable power collided with Wang Sheng's chest, causing him to grunt and stumble back beside Yun Qianqian. Are you all right, fellow cultivator? Yun Qianqian extended her delicate hand to steady Wang Sheng. Cough, I'm fine. I'm fine. Rest assured, Yun Xinzi, our Chu Shixiang has also arrived. Wang Sheng waved his hand, clearing his throat to comfort Yun Qianqian. In the next moment, Wang Sheng turned around, utterly dumbfounded. Where is Chu Shixiang? Seeing that their Chu Shixiang had not followed, confusion filled Wang Sheng's face. Hearing this, both Luo Yu and Yun Qianqian were taken aback. They were now acquainted with Chu Luo. After all, outside the secret realm, it was this very Chu Luo who nearly ignited an ancient holy war. Suddenly, Luo Yu seemed to sense something and swiftly turned around. directing his gaze towards the direction of the soul-nurturing flower. Unbeknownst to anyone, the previously vanished Chu Luo had appeared at the soul-nurturing flower without a trace. Remarkably, everyone present remained completely oblivious. With a deft motion, Chu Luo plucked the soul-nurturing flower, roots and all, and stored it into his spatial ring. His movements were alarmingly skilled. Seeking death. Boom. Chapter 20. It's merely a little flower, hardly significant. Luo Yu roared in fury, the runes on his body emanating a faint glow. Swinging his spear, he launched a strike towards Chu Luo from afar. A phantom golden spear surged forth, gathering tremendous power as it tore through the air, emitting a piercing hum while racing towards Chu Luo in an instant. Be careful, Chu Shixiao. Fellow cultivator, watch out. Core disciples Wang Sheng and Yun Qianqian hurriedly warned Chu Luo. Facing away from the crowd, Chu Luo had already sensed the powerful force approaching from behind. He leaped high into the air. Boom. As the golden spear struck down, a massive mushroom cloud erupted instantaneously. The violent force radiated outward like ripples in water. Nearby trees were instantly snapped. The disciples of the three major factions engaged in battle halted their skirmishes, turning to summon their spirits and shield against the onslaught of the residual force. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, all present were left dumbfounded. The mountain body deep within the valley had vanished without a trace. What a terrifying attack! Several disciples from the Forbidden Sect, along with a few female disciples from the Cloud Miao Sacred Land, gasped in awe, casting wary glances at Luo Yu's figure. What kind of monsters are these renowned geniuses? The power of that recent attack had far exceeded the realm of the spirit. What of the Forbidden Sect disciples? With her Luo Yu Shixiang present, your demise is assured. The core disciples of Lingqing Sect chuckled, their confidence soaring. At this moment, Luo Yu descended before several disciples of the Lingqing Sect. His expression as dark as the deep waters, fixated on the disciples of the Forbidden Sect and the Yunmiao Holy Land behind them. The frigid intensity of his gaze sent shivers down the spines of the core disciples from both factions. It is you. Hand over the soul-nurturing flower, or today, all of you shall meet your demise. Luo Yu's eyes blazed with a ghostly golden light, and the golden runes on his body re-emerged, exuding an icy murderous intent. I say, my dear fellow, was it not merely a small flower I plucked? Why resort to such extreme measures? A mocking voice resonated from behind the disciples of the two great factions. The crowd paused in surprise, swiftly turning around to find that Chu Luo had appeared behind them without their notice, prompting excitement among the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Chu Shixiang, they exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that their Chu Shixiang was present. What was there to fear? Their Chu Shixiang could even defeat those at the Tai Chu realm. The female disciples of the Yunmiao sect were also aware of Chu Luo, their curious gazes appraising him. Chu Luo stepped forward, displaying a broad, innocent grin, his 8 pearly white teeth gleaming. At that moment, a disciple named Wang Xing touched down alongside Yun Qianqian. Shiji, are you all right? He inquired, noting her pale complexion, causing concern among the female disciples. Yun Qianqian waved her hand, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yu, then turned to Chu Luo, cupping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Chu, for bringing our companions to safety. Young Master Chu, you are no match for him, and I am also injured. Perhaps we should hand over the soul-nurturing flower to them. I would feel guilty if it implicated everyone else, Yun Qianqian suggested, her voice barely fading when a cacophony of triumphant taunts erupted from the disciples of the Linghai sect across from them. Ha, you are wise to comply. If you wish to live, surrender the soul-nurturing flower at once. They jeered. What of the Forbidden Sect? What of the Yunmiao Holy Land? With Brother Luo Yu here, you are fated to leave empty-handed today. Faced with the jeers from the Lingqing Sect disciples, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect could hardly contain themselves. You Lingqing Sect scum, what are you so proud of? We have Chu Shixiang with us, one exclaimed. Yun Xinzi, do not fear them. Luo Yu is nothing in the presence of our Chu Shixiang. Chu Shixiang, dispatch them. Yes. Chu Shixiang, let them know the might of our Forbidden Sect. Please. Take action. We can no longer endure this arrogance. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect clamored for Chu Luo to strike. Meanwhile, Yun Qianqian and several disciples from the Yunmiao Holy Land were utterly perplexed by the confidence the Forbidden Sect disciples placed in Chu Luo. To their perception, he seemed merely to possess the cultivation of the second level of the Divine Soul Realm. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at his own disciples. Fight. All you know is to fight. Do you think it costs me nothing to intervene? Ever since he had defeated Han Wujia and the sect, he had been embroiled in skirmishes along this journey without a moment's respite. Those in the know might mistake him for the prodigy of the Forbidden Sect. Unbeknownst to many, one might mistake him for a mere pawn of the Forbidden Sect. Chu Luo glanced at the leader. Luo Yu shrugged, and with an innocuous smile remarked, "It is merely a delicate flower, hardly worth the fuss. You may leave. I have no desire to engage in combat at this moment. For I fear that should I strike, it would result in your untimely demise." Chu Luo's words elicited a chorus of admiration among the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, acknowledging him as their bane. "Oh, Brother Chu. Ha! What a splendid Chu Luo. No wonder he has drawn the ire of the Crimson Flame Valley. It seems you have no intention of relinquishing the soul-nurturing flower." With a chuckle tinged with irritation, Luo Yu was momentarily taken aback by Chu Luo's audacity. After a brief pause, an overwhelming aura, characteristic of the pinnacle of the spirit realm, emanated from him, filling the air with golden runes imbued with astonishing spiritual energy. Luo Yu's eyes shone with a golden light as he levitated effortlessly into the air. In the next instant, his form radiated with brilliance, as the spiritual energy from 1,000 miles around began to converge upon him like a tempest. Subsequently, Luo Yu formed intricate hand seals, causing the runes to flicker. Around him, golden light swirled, giving rise to a phenomenon of breathtaking proportions. In this spectacle, myriad golden spears materialized, their sharpness threatening to subdue the universe itself. A colossal phantom of a golden spear, several hundred feet in length, surged forth from the void behind him, brimming with ferocious power. Goodness! Brother Luo truly intends to eliminate them all. He is employing this technique. Retreat. The disciples of the Lingqing sect gazed in horror at the massive golden spear that loomed ominously before them, their expressions filled with dread as they hastily fled the valley. Divine technique. Everyone, depart quickly. I shall hold them off. Yun Qianqian, her beautiful eyes narrowing, brandished a spiritual sword before Chu Luo, resolutely facing the void ahead. Huh? Do you truly think you can escape? A myriad of divine spears. Perish. With a thunderous roar, Luo Yu thrust his spear forward, propelling the terrifying golden spear toward the group. The ground trembled beneath their feet, shaken by the sheer might of this force. Quickly, flee. Yun Qianqian gritted her teeth, preparing to intercept Luo Yu's devastating strike. However, Chu Luo, with a nonchalant expression, stepped forward first. "Miss Yun, may I borrow your sword?" He snatched the spiritual sword from her grasp, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the oncoming Luo Yu. "Since you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." In a moment of intense focus, Chu Luo's gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with crimson light. He swiftly pierced his finger, allowing a drop of blood to stain the spiritual sword. Instantly, to the astonishment of all present, the sword blazed with an intense crimson hue. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of frenzied, bloodthirsty, and enigmatic sword intent surged from Chu Luo, ascending skyward. In an instant, the previously clear skies transformed into a realm of blood-red omens. What fearsome sword intent is this? Yun Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite features betraying her astonishment. At this moment, a boundless blood-red apparition materialized behind Chu Luo, within which anguished souls howled and bleached bones lay bare. A colossal crimson figure emerged from this vision, wielding a blood-soaked sword, stepping forth upon a foundation of bones. With a formidable aura and astonishing strength, it cascaded down upon Chu Luo, akin to a waterfall descending from the heavens. At this moment, Chu Luo and the immense figure behind him seemed to merge into one, resembling a god of slaughter that had annihilated countless lives. Luo Yu was struck with terror, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. How could this be possible? He could scarcely believe that a mere being at the second realm of the divine soul could wield such terrifying power. Yet, at this very moment, Chu Luo's form had already reached before him. With a furious roar, Luo Yu summoned all the strength within him, shouting to the heavens, "Die!" Boom. Chapter 21. The Assassin of the Talented Rankings strikes again. The colossal phantom of a golden spear erupted with dazzling radiance. As Chu Luo approached the golden spear's illusion, he swiftly raised the blood sword in his hand. Forbidden Supreme Skill, Blood Slaughter Sword. Boom. With one stroke, Chu Luo cleaved forward. In an instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, and a blood-red beam connecting the skies and the ground surged forth. Boom. The formidable golden spear shadow was directly bisected by this dreadful, blood-colored sword light. Buzz. It transformed into countless brilliant golden starlights, dissipating into the void. Yet, this terrifying sword light, undiminished in speed, resembled a celestial phenomenon descending from the nine heavens. Under Luo Yu's horrified gaze, it gradually expanded. Ultimately, This blood-red sword light flashed past Luo, cleaving a distant mountain in twain. At this moment, the world fell silent. All eyes were fixated upon the two figures suspended in the air. A few disciples of the Forbidden Sect gazed at the gradually dissipating bloodlight surrounding Chu Luo, their eyes shimmering with admiration and astonishment. Their senior brother, Chu, was truly an assassin of the talented rankings. He had slain yet another prodigy from the list. Furthermore, he had employed a forbidden skill they had never witnessed before. They could hardly fathom just how many forbidden techniques their senior brother had mastered within their sect. No wonder he had often indulged in medicinal herbs and frequently visited the second elder's herb fields. Now, they finally understood the truth. How impressive. Yun Chanqian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Had she been in Chu Luo's position, she would have undoubtedly been unable to withstand that strike. At this moment, Yun Chanqian finally comprehended why the disciples of the Forbidden Sect held such unwavering confidence in Chu Luo. Buzz. In the void above, Luo's divine aura dissipated entirely. The spear in his hand fell to the ground. A vertical blood mark appeared on his forehead, and the vitality within him rapidly vanished. In his final moments, as he closed his eyes, Luo gazed at the increasingly blurred figure of Chu Luo, his heart filled with boundless regret. Thus, the prodigy ranked 123rd on the talented rankings fell. Seeing his opponent slump to the ground, Chu Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him. This recent use of a forbidden technique had cost him 300 years of lifespan. Each time he wielded such power, it exacted a heavy toll on his life. It seemed that in the future, if he encountered a more ordinary supreme technique that piqued his interest, he would need to master one or two moves as well. Until he had exchanged for the longevity body, utilizing forbidden techniques was simply unsustainable. Brother Luo is finished. Quick, let us find the other brothers. The disciples of Lingqing's sect who had retreated earlier stood at a distance, their faces collectively pale. They could hardly believe the scene before them. They had not anticipated that Brother Luo would prove no match for this Chu Luo. As the realization struck a few individuals, their expressions suddenly shifted, prompting them to flee the scene. Chu Luo also noticed several disciples of the Lingqing sect making their escape. However, he refrained from intervening. Having already dispatched a renowned genius from the Lingqing sect, he was acutely aware that he had incurred their wrath, and the sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Allowing these individuals to depart would serve as a message to the Lingqing sect that he was the one responsible for the act. In due time, the elder members of the sect would surely come to confront him. A sly grin spread across his face at the thought soon. He would reap the rewards of his actions. With this in mind, Chu Luo suppressed his aura and returned to his companions. The fleeing Lingqing sect disciples had vanished with remarkable speed, leaving him to ponder whether they had undergone rigorous training. The other disciples of the Forbidden Sect, having come to the same conclusion, could not help but chuckle. Chu Shixiang, look. Several core disciples exclaimed upon his return, quickly rummaging through their spatial ranks. Shortly thereafter, they produced a couple of rejuvenating spiritual herbs and offered them to Chu Luo. Chu Shixiang, these are the spiritual herbs we gathered earlier. Please, consume them, we understand. The disciples exchanged knowing glances with a playful wink. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback by their expressions, sensing something amiss. Yet, a warm feeling blossomed in his heart, and he smiled broadly. Oh, I feel quite embarrassed. These herbs are meant to be submitted to the sect. Though he voiced this sentiment, his hands eagerly accepted the herbs from his fellow disciples, devouring them to replenish his lost vitality. The corners of the others' mouths twitched slightly. Hadn't he just claimed to feel embarrassed? Observing the camaraderie among the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, Yun Chanqian couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shiji. A few disciples from the Yunmiao sacred ground were taken aback, their faces etched with concern. Miss Yun, are you all right? Quickly, fetch the healing elixirs. Chu Luo was startled and rushed to express his concern. If all went well, Yun Chanqian was likely to become their Shiji in the future. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect promptly produced a collection of healing elixirs and presented them to Yun Chanqian. She waved her hand dismissively, offering a gentle smile. Rest assured, Chu Gongzi, I am fine. It is merely an old ailment. Chu Luo focused his spiritual sense on her, realizing that Yun Chanqian seemed to be suffering from a soul injury. Sensing his scrutiny, she continued with a smile. It seems you have discerned my condition. Not long ago, in my eagerness to advance, I attempted to force a breakthrough in my cultivation, only to fail and sustain damage to my soul. Upon entering this place today, I fortuitously discovered a soul-nourishing flower, only to find that the Lingqing sect was also present. Chu Gongzi, may I trade something of equal value for the soul-nourishing flower? As she spoke, Yun Qianqian appeared somewhat hesitant and embarrassed. Chu Luo and the disciples of the Forbidden Sect instantly comprehended her plight. It became clear that she had been injured prior, which explained why she was no match for Luo Yu. Regaining his composure, Chu Luo grinned widely. Since Miss Yun, his words trailed off, yet to be completed. Yun Qianqian elegantly waved her hand, and a jade vial materialized within her grasp. She earnestly remarked, "Young Master Chu, this is a breakthrough pill, a high-tier earth-grade elixir. Although the value of the breakthrough pill does not surpass that of the soul-nourishing flower, I assure you, upon my return, I shall compensate with other spiritual herbs or elixirs." Unbeknownst to her, Chu Luo observed the breakthrough pill in Yun Qianqian's hand and the words he intended to express, offering the soul-nourishing flower as a gift, were abruptly swallowed. He deftly redirected his words, saying, "Miss Yun, you are being overly courteous. While the breakthrough pill does not equate to the worth of the soul-nourishing flower, you are indeed the beloved of our senior brother by. Very well. I am willing to exchange with you." With that, Chu Luo promptly accepted the breakthrough pill from Yun Qianqian, fearing she might change her mind, and then produced the soul-nourishing flower, handing it to her. Upon hearing Bai Yun's name, Yun Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, young Master Chu." Subsequently, she consumed the soul-nourishing flower on the spot, channeling its medicinal power to mend her injured soul, with others standing guard to protect her. Observing this, Chu Luo seized the opportunity to enhance his own strength by consuming the breakthrough pill and activating his cultivation technique. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the secret realm, the talented individual's ranking reappeared. The crowd gasped in horror as they noticed that the name of Luo Yu, ranked 123rd, had vanished entirely. On the side of the Lingqing sect, the expression of the ancient sage, Lan Qing, shifted dramatically. With a flick of his hand, a shattered life token appeared, plunging him into despair. "My disciple. Who is it? Who has slain my disciple?" The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, and a palpable aura of rage, mingled with murderous intent, instilled fear in all present. Many powerful figures instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi of the Forbidden Sect. Chapter 22. The Phantom of the Emperor, is the inheritance preordained? Noticing the collective gaze upon them, the two elders exchanged a glance. Could it be that Lan Qing's disciple had fallen victim to that Chu Luo once more? At that moment, Lan Qing's gaze also bored down upon the two, his eyes brimming with coldness. "What are you staring at? What is your intention, old man? Do you suspect that my disciple was harmed by your forbidden sect? Do you possess any evidence?" Elder Zhao Sheng met Lan Qing's gaze without a hint of courtesy. Lan Qing's brow furrowed, his face equally filled with fury. Yet he was uncertain whether Luo Yu had indeed met his end at the hands of a disciple from the Forbidden Sect. After all, no one had taken Luo Yu's place on the talented individual's ranking. Humph. Once the other disciples of my sect emerge from the secret realm, we shall ascertain who is responsible for my disciple's demise. If it turns out to be your Forbidden Sect, even if it leads to an ancient sage war, I shall seek justice for my disciple," Lan Qing declared coldly. Elder Zhao Sheng and Elder Qin Yi exchanged sardonic smiles, choosing to ignore Lan Qing further. Yet, a flicker of concern passed through the eyes of both elders at that moment. "Elder, if it truly is that brat Chu Luo who has slain the disciple of this old man, we may find ourselves in quite the predicament. Aside from these two individuals from Lingqing sect, the old fiends Yin Jun from Qiyin Valley and Ming Yin are also keeping a watchful eye on Chu Luo. If it comes to that, it will be challenging for just the two of us to confront them." Elder Qini spoke subtly, conveying his thoughts through secretive means. "Indeed. To ensure caution, let us discreetly gather reinforcements, just in case. If this chaos is indeed stirred by that lad, we shall let his deceased master clean up the mess." Elder Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement, a response escaping his lips. Within the confines of his sleeve, a jade token appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, Zhao Sheng crushed it, feeling a sense of resolve. Meanwhile, deep within the Emperor's secret realm, a searing heat enveloped the heavens and the earth. For miles around, devoid of life, a vast crimson sea of flames reigned supreme. At this moment, outside the fiery abyss, the formidable powers from various sects had gathered. All eyes were fixed upon the heart of the inferno. Suspended at the core of this sea of flames was a cauldron, from which torrents of crimson flames poured forth. Additionally, an aura of faint imperial might radiated from the cauldron, indicating it was indeed an imperial artifact. "It is an imperial artifact," Ha ha ha, the imperial artifact shall be mine. Opt. The numerous powerhouses outside the flames sensed the faint imperial aura emanating from the cauldron. Many cultivators of the primordial stage, driven by greed, rushed into the fiery depths to seize this imperial artifact. However, as soon as they set foot in the inferno, they were consumed by the terrifying flames, leaving no trace behind. This scene jolted countless strong individuals back to their senses. Brother, that is the burning flame cauldron from our Dan sect's ancient texts. It is the life artifact of the ancient Dan ancestor. The ancient Dan ancestor has indeed perished, a disciple from the Dan sect. Recognizing the red cauldron amidst the flames, paled slightly and whispered to his companion, Dan Shinzi. Dan Shinzi nodded slightly, his brow furrowing. After being separated from Chu Luo upon entering, he had felt a mysterious guidance, leading him and several core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, along with his own disciples from the Dan sect, to this location. However, shortly after his arrival, more powerful figures began to converge. Realizing this, Dan Shinzi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze locking onto a group of youths. These youths were the pride of various top-tier forces, including the three foremost prodigies from Chien Valley, accompanied by dozens of disciples. With so many elite talents gathered here, it would be quite challenging for him alone to reclaim the burning flame cauldron for their sect. Junior brother, is it possible to contact Brother Chu? We could use his assistance. Our Dan sect will be eternally grateful. Dan Shinzi implored one of the Forbidden Sect disciples beside him. Certainly, I shall attempt to reach out to Brother Chu immediately. The disciple nodded, retrieving a sect token to establish contact with Chu Luo and his companions. Seeing this, Dan Shinzi felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. His gaze remained fixed on the burning flame cauldron amidst the sea of flames, his eyes narrowing in determination. According to the ancient records of his sect, within the flame cauldron lies an entire realm. Dan Shinzi speculated that if the ancient Dan ancestor truly left behind the imperial elixir formula, it would undoubtedly be hidden within the world contained in the flame cauldron. Therefore, he must, by all means, bring the flame cauldron back. As Dan Shinzi was lost in his thoughts, a sudden tremor erupted from the distant sea of flames. Instantly, countless powerful beings present witnessed the flame cauldron quivering, emanating a faint crimson glow. In the next moment, an imperial aura spread forth, causing all the formidable figures and prodigies in attendance to kneel in reverence. A wave of terror washed over everyone. However, amidst the kneeling crowd, two figures stood out conspicuously, refusing to bow. One of them was Dan Shinzi, while the other was a young man, seemingly in his late 20s, exuding a palpable air of arrogance. This man also radiated a subtle imperial aura, evoking a sense of the primordial. Though Dan Shinzi possessed no extraordinary aura, he remained entirely unaffected by the imperial pressure. He himself was bewildered by this phenomenon. The young man turned his gaze toward Dan Shinzi, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Noticing the man's scrutiny, Dan Shinzi returned the gaze, realizing that this individual was standing beside several prodigies from the Lingqing sect. Could he be a descendant of some great emperor from the Lingqing sect? As Dan Shinzi pondered this, the imperial might in the sea of flames coalesced, manifesting into a towering figure. With a mere gesture, the crimson flames within the sea converged swiftly into his palm, around which ancient phenomena unfolded. This imposing figure was an elderly man with white hair. Dan Shinzi's pupils contracted, and he involuntarily exclaimed, You are the ancient Dan ancestor. Ha ha. After all these years, the world within my imperial body has finally emerged, and I have awaited the arrival of my Dan sect's disciple. The elder smiled faintly, his gaze gentle as it fell upon Dan Shinzi. Indeed, he was the master of this imperial secret realm, the ancient Dan emperor. However, at present, this ancient Dan emperor was merely a remnant soul lingering within the secret realm. Disciple of the Dan sect, Dan Shinzi pays respects to the ancestor. Dan Shinzi finally understood why he was not affected by the imperial aura. It was most likely due to the ancient Dan ancestor's influence. Alas, he lamented the decline of his sect's younger generation. The Wang family. No wonder. The ancient Dan emperor surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing upon the prodigies of other top-tier forces, letting out a sigh of resignation. He then noticed the young man radiating an imperial aura, who stood defiantly against his pressure. The imperial aura surrounding this young man did not originate from himself, but was merely residue left by another. The young man smiled nonchalantly, exhibiting no concern regarding the ancient Dan emperor's revelation of his identity, maintaining an air of arrogance. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that this young man was, in fact, a member of the ancient Wang family. How could the members of the ancient royal family possibly be allied with those from the Spirit Purity sect? Ha! Little ones. This vessel and its legacy are expressly prepared for the outstanding talents of my alchemy sect. You may seek your fortunes elsewhere. Within my inner world lie abundant precious spiritual herbs for your taking. The voice of the ancient alchemy emperor resonated with authority, echoing in the ears of every formidable warrior. In an instant, this remnant soul of the ancient alchemy emperor reached out towards Danshinzi. The figures of Danshinzi and the ancient alchemy emperor vanished from the sight of the crowd. The overwhelming imperial might dissipated from the heavens and the earth, while a towering crimson flame once again surged within the sea of fire. Marvelous! Senior brother Danshinzi has received the legacy of the ancient alchemy ancestor. Indeed. Once senior brother Danshinzi emerges, his power will surely soar. The group of more than a dozen disciples from the alchemy sect erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, some scattered cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads in envy. A few strong individuals discreetly departed to seek other opportunities, while others remained, their eyes glinting with cold light. So this was predetermined. Han Wujie from Crimson Flame Valley glared at the burning flame cauldron in the sea of fire, vexed. He chuckled. Do not be anxious, junior brother Han. That old fellow is merely a remnant soul, on the verge of complete dissolution. Once he vanishes entirely, it remains uncertain who shall claim this imperial artifact. However, before that, we must settle some scores, remarked Du Xing with a cold smile. His gaze shifting to a few disciples from the Forbidden Sect accompanying the Alchemy Sect disciples, a ruthless glint passing through his eyes. Chapter 23, Breakthrough in Cultivation. Swift reinforcements as the three prominent figures from Crimson Flame Valley prepared to teach a lesson to the few disciples from the Forbidden Sect present. Several hurried figures suddenly appeared from the distant horizon. The onlookers recognized that these newcomers were clad in the robes of the Spirit Purity Sect. Among the group of a dozen or so from the Spirit Purity Sect, the foremost two youths shielded the man from the Wang family. These two youths, known as Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong, were also prodigies of the Spirit Purity Sect, both at the initial stage of the primordial realm, ranked 106 and 119 on the Prodigy list, respectively. Why have you all arrived only now? Where is junior brother Luo? Zhu Yu asked, noticing the anxious expressions of several disciples and realizing the absence of Luo Yu. Previously, Luo Yu had communicated with him via the Sect's token, informing him that he had discovered a soul-nourishing flower and had fortuitously encountered Yun Qianqian from the Cloud Mist Sacred Land. Seeing the return of these disciples, Zhu Yu had assumed that Luo Yu had succeeded. Senior brother Zhu, Luo Yu has fallen. One of the returning disciples spoke in a panic. At this revelation, the crowd fell into stunned silence, shock rippling through them. Who would dare to be so audacious as to slay a prodigy of the Spirit Purity Sect? What? Who did this? The expressions of the two young prodigies, Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong, changed drastically. Someone had actually killed their junior brother Luo. It is worth noting that junior brother Luo was one of the most exceptional talents within their sect. Lo Qingshue's biological brother, and more critically, the man accompanying them. Hailing from the Wang family is none other than Wang Lin. He is to be Lo Qingshue's future husband. Not long ago, Wang Lin arrived with powerful members of the Wang family to propose marriage. It is precisely because Luo Yu is Lo Qingshue's brother that Wang Lin accompanies them to the secret realm. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression darkened. It was Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Another disciple promptly replied, "How is this possible? Just before, when I observed Chu Luo outside the secret realm, he only possessed the cultivation of the second realm of divine soul. How could he possibly be a match for junior brother Luo?" Zhu Yu's face clouded with concern. Brother Zhu, it is true. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The techniques he unleashed were terrifying. Several disciples recalled the scene where Chu Luo had slain Luo Yu, and fear gripped them. Zhu Yu and LV Changkong exchanged glances, both looking towards Wang Lin, who was leading them. Meanwhile, as the disciples of Linghai Sect revealed that Chu Luo had killed Luo Yu, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect began to slowly retreat. Where do you intend to go? Disciples of the Forbidden Sect? At that moment, the three prodigies of Qian Valley, accompanied by their followers, blocked the way of the Forbidden Sect members. The other powerful figures present began to enjoy the spectacle. Brother Zhu, brother LV. These fellows intend to flee. Just right. Our Qian Valley has a grievance with that fellow. Let us capture them, and naturally, Chu Luo will come to us. The leader, Du Sheng, coldly remarked to Zhu Yu and the others. He had not forgotten the elder's directive to eliminate Chu Luo within the secret realm. Indeed, brother Zhu. The Forbidden Sect is utterly despicable. Certainly, we shall avenge brother Luo. The Forbidden Sect has always been tyrannical. Previously, we were bullied by them in the secret realm. Now, we shall settle old and new scores. Zhu Yu and the disciples behind LV Chong Kong echoed in agreement. Seize them. Lure that fellow called Chu Luo here. Wang Lin raised his head, his gaze icy and penetrating, fixating on the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Zhu Yu and LV Chong Kong slightly nodded, waving their hands. Apprehend them. The dozen disciples behind them immediately brandished their weapons and charged at the core disciples. Du Sheng also issued a command, and his dozen Qian Valley disciples surged forward. Very well. Our Forbidden Sect will remember this. Everyone, attack together. Brother Chu will arrive shortly. Let us clash with these ruffians. A furious disciple of the Forbidden Sect shouted, leading a counterattack. Fear not, comrades of the Forbidden Sect. We are here to assist you. It must be said that the disciples of the Dan Sect showed remarkable loyalty, extending a helping hand at the first opportunity. A fierce battle erupted on the scene. Plunging into chaos, Zhu Yu and LV Chong Kong furrowed their brows. The two moved swiftly, deciding to enter the fray personally. Just as the battle erupted in the depths of the secret realm, Chu Luo, who was breaking through in the valley, arrived at a critical moment. A formidable aura surged from Chu Luo, soaring into the sky. Brother Chu is about to break through. A few disciples of the Forbidden Sect sensed the fluctuations emanating from Chu Luo and became quite agitated. The closed-eyed Chu Luo suddenly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. With a resounding boom, several female disciples from the Cloud Miao sacred land gazed at Chu Luo as if he were a monster. They witnessed Chu Luo's cultivation leap from the second realm of the divine soul to the third and then to the fourth realm. A mere earth-level breaking realm pill had enabled him to break through two realms consecutively. Truly a prodigy. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were no strangers to such phenomena. After breaking through to the fourth realm of the divine soul, Chu Luo's aura gradually diminished. He reveled in the surging power within him, feeling immensely satisfied. Chu Luo was indeed a genius. Utilizing the power of the breaking realm pill, he had managed to surpass two realms. Impressive. At that moment, not far away, Yun Chanqian, who was restoring her soul, opened her beautiful eyes and smiled at Chu Luo. Chu Luo beamed back at her, and just as he was about to say something, a disciple from the Forbidden Sect behind him suddenly changed expression, flipping his hand. A sect token materialized in his palm, emanating a faint glow. The disciple tapped the token, and a streak of light shot into it. In the next moment, the token radiated brilliance, revealing a line of ethereal text. Senior Brother Chu, hurry to the depths of the secret realm. We have discovered an Emperor artifact. Urgent support needed. Staring at the text, Chu Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of an Emperor artifact within the Emperor's secret realm. Senior Brother Chu, the Emperor artifact has manifested. Other powerful factions must have already arrived. We must depart swiftly to support our fellow brothers. Several disciples urged. We will accompany you. Yun Chanqian chimed in with a radiant smile. If you wish to compete for the Emperor artifact, I can assist you. Consider it my gratitude for your kindness today, Master Chu. Chu Luo nodded slightly and replied. I appreciate it, Miss Yun. Do visit our Forbidden Sect more often to spend time with Brother Bai Yun. Yun Chanqian's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu Luo and the others hastened toward the depths of the Emperor's secret realm. Upon reaching the scene, the wrath of the Forbidden Sect disciples became palpable. Chu Luo and Yun Chanqian, along with their fellow disciples, swiftly arrived at the heart of the secret realm. As they set foot in the deeper area, a vast sea of crimson flames unfolded before their eyes. Numerous powerful beings guarding the outskirts of the fiery expanse seemed to sense their approach and turned their attention toward Chu Luo and his companions. More arrivals. That is Fairy Yun from the Cloud Miao sacred land. Look, there are disciples from the Forbidden Sect. That youth is Chu Luo. Chu Luo is here. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of them. How curious. What brings Fairy Yun alongside Chu Luo? As the powerful beings discerned the newcomers, their expressions shifted, revealing their anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. So, they have finally arrived. Han Wuji gazed into the distance as several figures approached, his expression darkening. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, while beneath his feet lay a bruised disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Surrounding him were several other disciples from the Forbidden Sect, as well as from the Dance Sect, all bearing swollen faces and significant injuries. However, none were in mortal danger. Clearly, even the Crimson Flame Valley and the Lingqing Sect dared not execute these disciples of the Forbidden Sect and Dan Sect on the spot. After all, two ancient holy elders of the Forbidden Sect stood guard outside the secret realm. In the presence of so many witnesses, They refrained from slaying the disciples of the two sections. On the side of the Lingqing sect, Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and El Changkong also followed the gaze of the crowd. Wang Lin's expression was as cold as frost, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Upon arriving at this location, Chu Luo and the few disciples beside him were momentarily taken aback. They halted in their tracks, immediately noticing the fallen disciples on the ground, as well as the numerous injured disciples from the dance sect. Chu Luo's brows furrowed slightly, and his face darkened. "Senior brother Chu, do not mind us, quickly leave. The scoundrels from the Crimson Flame Valley and Lingqing sect are too vile," shouted the bruised disciples of the Forbidden Sect upon seeing Chu Luo and his companions. "Damn it! These ruffians are truly ruthless. We shall remember this grudge against the Crimson Flame Valley and Lingqing sect." The disciples of the Forbidden Sect, witnessing their fellow brothers being brutally beaten by those from the Crimson Flame Valley and Lingqing sect, were filled with fury. Chu Luo surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on Han Wuji, Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, Zhu Yu, and El Changkong. His expression remained calm, yet a trace of murderous intent flickered deep within his eyes. "Be cautious, young Master Chu. The leading trio from the Crimson Flame Valley are renowned prodigies, Du Sheng, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wuji. The two from the Lingqing sect are also prodigies, Zhu Yu and El Changkong. Both possess the cultivation of the primordial realm." Yun Qianqian warned, her brows slightly furrowed. Chu Luo nodded slightly. To him, the names of these individuals had become inconsequential, for today, they were all destined to perish here. "Chu Luo, it seems you will not be leaving today," Han Wuji sneered, kicking aside the Forbidden Sect disciple beneath his foot. "You are courting death, Han Wuji." The disciples of the Forbidden Sect, enraged by Han Wuji's actions, rolled up their sleeves, preparing to retaliate. However, Chu Luo stopped them, secretly transmitting to his fellow disciples. "Hold your horses. Leave this to me. You all find an opportunity to rescue the injured brothers and the Dan sect disciples, then retreat far away. I fear you may be caught in the crossfire otherwise." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect were momentarily taken aback, but they soon nodded, suppressing their inner fury. Chu Luo cast a fleeting glance at Han Wuji, revealing a seemingly innocuous smile. "A defeated foe, who was once so thoroughly vanquished that even your mother could not recognize you, dares to bark like a dog. I should have ended your life the last time. The only reason you can stand here yapping now is that the old relic from Qian Valley intervened to save your wretched existence. This time, however, there is no Lord Yin to shield you." At these words, Han Wuji's fury surged, his countenance darkening to an extreme. He longed to rush forth and rend Chu Luo to pieces. The humiliation of his defeat at Chu Luo's hands was a scar he bore for life. Simultaneously, he felt a profound shock. This young rascal had only been at the primordial stage last time. In merely a month, he had ascended to the 4th stage of Divine Soul. No wonder their higher-ups had sought to eliminate him. "Heh, your Forbidden Sect is filled with sharp-tongued, arrogant individuals. You, a mere 4th stage of Divine Soul, dare to speak so insolently? You have insulted my sect, and today you shall pay the price." Du Xing, standing before Han Wuji, stepped forward, his gaze icy. A formidable aura emanated from his being, enveloping the entire area. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the dozen or so disciples of Qian Valley to encircle Chu Luo and his companions. Chu Luo merely cast a cursory glance at Du Xing, maintaining his harmless smile. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the sleeves of his robe, 2 hands pulsed with black and purple energies, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. "Chu Luo, did you kill our junior brother Luo?" At that moment, Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong stepped forward, fixating their gaze upon Chu Luo with accusatory intent. The disciples of Lingqing sect, in conjunction with those from Qian Valley, blocked their escape routes. Witnessing this scene, the other powerful forces present could not help but revel in their misfortune. It seemed the disciples of the Forbidden Sect would not escape unscathed today. Although the Lingqing sect and Qian Valley members might refrain from taking their lives in front of so many witnesses, a severe beating was undoubtedly in store. Perhaps they would even be rendered powerless. Chu Luo turned to Zhu Yu and Lu Changkong, shrugged, and smiled. "Are you referring to that lad with the spear?" "Yes, I did slay him. I even kindly warned him, yet he insisted on courting death. So I bear no blame." Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lingqing sect erupted in fury. Zhu Yu's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "As long as you admit it. Chu Luo, surrender yourself willingly. The matter of your slaying of our esteemed disciple will be decided by our sect's higher-ups. You need only accompany us back to Lingqing sect." Chu Luo shook his head, a grin gracing his features. "What if I refuse?" Do you dare to kill me? My master is an emperor. If you so much as lay a finger on me, you shall find yourself confined to your sect for the rest of your life. Ji was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening instantly. You dare? You killed Luo Yu? Take your own life, and perhaps you might spare the Emperor of Shadows from the Forbidden Sect some face. Otherwise, if I am forced to act, you shall meet a fate worse than death. At this moment, Wang Lin, who had remained silent, stepped forward with a cold expression and addressed Chu Luo. Caught off guard, Chu Luo scrutinized Wang Lin with curiosity and retorted with a grin. Who are you? Are you out of your mind? Uttering such foolishness. Self-harm? Why don't you go ahead and do it? For the sake of my master, you should take that step right now. I've encountered foolishness before, but never something so profoundly silly. Even a pig isn't as dim-witted as you. Ha ha ha. Well said, Brother Chu. Ha ha ha. This person may look presentable, but his words lack any sense. Does he think he has someone important? A sovereign, perhaps? The surrounding disciples of the Forbidden Sect couldn't help but burst into laughter at their Brother Chu's eloquence. Onlookers, powerful figures in their own right, were left in a stupor. They never anticipated that this disciple of the Forbidden Sect, merely at the fourth stage of the divine soul, would speak so freely. Even daring to insult someone from the ancient royal family. Such recklessness could only lead to his demise. Silence. Chu Luo, you are courting death. This is Wang Lin of the ancient royal family. He is the grandson of the suppressing evil sovereign. To insult young Master Wang is to insult the suppressing evil sovereign himself, and not even your master, Inya, can protect you. Zhu shouted furiously. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to Wang Lin in astonishment. They had not expected Wang Lin to be the direct grandson of the suppressing evil sovereign. Well, what of it? Even if he is a grandson, I wouldn't hesitate to insult that old coot himself. Chu Luo shrugged nonchalantly. You seek death. Kill him. My family will bear the consequences. Wang Lin, incensed, waved his hand vigorously. Just then, Zhu Yu and Lu Chongkong shuddered. As they prepared to act, Chu Luo was also ready to strike, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, from the depths of the tranquil sea of flames, a violent tremor reverberated through the air. Everyone was taken aback and looked up in unison. The crimson flames within the sea surged once more, converging towards the flame cauldron. In an instant, the towering inferno was drawn into the cauldron, vanishing from sight. The next moment, a white figure soared out from the flame cauldron. Brother Dan. The injured disciples of the alchemy sect, upon seeing that familiar silhouette, cried out in excitement. Boom. Immediately, Dan Shinzi's aura surged rapidly. This fellow was breaking through in cultivation. He had obtained the legacy of the ancient alchemy sovereign. The powerful figures present felt a shift in their expressions as they sensed the aura emanating from Dan Shinzi, some revealing greed in their eyes. Among them were Du Xing, Zhao Tianyu, and Han Wujie. Hee, a breakthrough in cultivation. What a splendid opportunity. Du Sheng smirked coldly, a spirit sword materializing in his hand. At this moment, Chu Luo also noticed Du Xing's movements. Glancing around, he realized that everyone's attention was now focused on Dan Shinzi. Chu Luo's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and a smile graced his lips. He immediately exchanged glances with the nearby disciples of the Forbidden Sect. The disciples, initially taken aback by Chu Luo's gaze, quickly understood the unspoken message and nodded in agreement. Buzz. The forbidden secret art of spatial displacement. Chu Luo's gaze sharpened, and in a mere blink, he vanished from his original position. Han Wujie, who had been observing Dan Shinzi, suddenly noticed a familiar figure materializing before him. He hastily diverted his attention from Dan Shinzi. In the next instant, an innocuous smile appeared before his eyes. Han Wujie's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression changed drastically. He chuckled ominously. This time, even the Emperor cannot save you. Forbidden secret art, the cursed poison finger. Boom. Chu Luo grinned, swiftly extending a hand concealed within his robe. The fingers converged, aimed directly at the close proximity of Han Wujie. With a flick of his finger, a jet of black light erupted instantaneously. Brother Han, be careful. At that moment, Du Xing and Zhao Tianyu also reacted. By the time they noticed Chu Luo, he had already launched an attack on Han Wujie. They were horrified, unable to comprehend when Chu Luo had positioned himself in front of Han Wujie. They hadn't sensed a thing. What an uncanny movement technique. They never anticipated that Chu Luo would choose this moment for a sneak attack. Damn it, truly cunning. Fueled by anger, the two unleashed their formidable power, charging towards Chu Luo with lethal intent. At this moment, Han Wujie had no time to react. The jet of black light penetrated his body instantly. What have you done to me? He exclaimed, feeling an excruciating pain surge through him, as if countless insects were gnawing at his bones. He could distinctly sense his vitality and spiritual energy rapidly vanishing, while his flesh began to emit a strange black gas, decaying gradually. Han Wujie's agonizing cries drew the attention of everyone present. What is happening? What a vile technique Chu Luo has employed. The gathered powerful figures gasped in shock. Witnessing Han Wujie, whose flesh was rotting and struggling on the ground, as they swallowed hard, casting wary glances at the retreating Chu Luo. Brother Han, Chu Luo, you seek death. Boom. Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu, filled with rage, charged furiously towards Chu Luo. Chu Luo leaped into the air, revealing another hand hidden in his sleeve. The onlookers beheld a hand enveloped in deep purple light, emitting a sizzling sound. Chu Luo grinned and pretended to strike at the approaching Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Forbidden secret art, heart-corrupting purple poison palm. The two attackers' expressions changed drastically as they halted in their tracks, dodging to the sides. Boom. What the hell is this? My heart hurts so much. Kill me. I can't endure this. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Luo's palm did not strike Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu. Instead, it slammed toward the group of disciples from Qian Valley and Lingqing Sect, blocking their retreat. A purple, illusory palm imprint exploded among the disciples of the two sects. With specks of purple light infiltrating their bodies, the disciples collapsed, emitting agonizing cries. This scene took everyone by surprise. Chu Luo, seizing the moment of inattention, not only launched a stealthy attack but also executed a clever diversion. Such meticulous strategy, under the gaze of the crowd. Dozens of disciples from the two sects had their skin turn a ghastly shade of purple, gradually losing their vitality amidst their wails. As for the prodigy of Qian Valley, Han Wujie, he had already been reduced to a mere heap of flesh, from ambushing Han Wujie to executing a diversionary tactic. Attacking disciples from both major factions, all of this transpired in mere moments. What an opportune moment. A few disciples from the Forbidden Sect rushed forward, swiftly rescuing their battered companions, and a dozen disciples from the Dance Sect, hastily retreating from the battlefield. At this juncture, Du Sheng and Zhao Tianyu from Qian Valley, along with Zhu Yu and El Changkong from Lingqing Sect, completely disregarded the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. Their eyes were filled with bloodlust as they focused on the void-bound Chu Luo, brimming with unquenchable fury. Chu Luo, you seek death. Boom. Zhu Yu, El Changkong, Du Sheng, and Zhao Tianyu collectively unleashed their formidable auras. The four prodigies, armed with weapons, manifested overwhelming phenomena around them. They advanced in unison, launching a deadly assault toward Chu Luo, suspended in the void. Zhu Yu, El Changkong, and Du Sheng were all at the initial stage of Taichu, while Zhao Tianyu had reached the pinnacle of the divine soul realm. The numerous powerful figures present were collectively struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. So quickly, both Lingqing Sect and Qian Valley had suffered grievous losses at the hands of Chu Luo. At this moment, whether they were solitary cultivators or prodigies from other top factions, none dared to underestimate Chu Luo. Otherwise, they could meet the same fate as the now mangled Han Wujie. In the expanse above, upon witnessing the four charging towards him, Chu Luo silently murmured, "System. How much protection value is required to break through to the Taichu realm?" He intended to leverage the system to immediately ascend to the Taichu realm. Otherwise, given his current cultivation, facing four prodigies simultaneously was an insurmountable challenge. Requires a consumption of 10,000 protection points. Upon realizing the cost, Chu Luo felt a pang of regret. After all, protection points were not easily acquired, and he still needed to amass 200,000 to exchange for the longevity body. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. Exchange, Chu Luo silently commanded, and with a flick of his hand, a spiritual sword materialized. As the four prodigies charged closer, Chu Luo laughed heartily, brimming with valor. "Since you wish to fight, let us engage. Taichu realm, break for me." Boom. At his command, an astonishing aura erupted from him, ascending to the heavens. A powerful force cascaded downwards. The four prodigies were momentarily halted, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment as they beheld Chu Luo's figure. To the collective perception of the onlookers, Chu Luo, who had originally only possessed the cultivation of the fourth stage of the divine soul realm, had, in the blink of an eye, broken through two minor realms, ascending to the initial stage of Taichu. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their faces filled with shock. This Chu Luo was truly a prodigy, capable of breaking through at will. Moreover, he had achieved the remarkable feat of consecutively advancing two minor realms in a single breath. How impressive! observing intently. Yun Xianqian gazed upon Chu Luo, who had just advanced to the primordial realm, her astonishment resurfacing. It is vital to note that Chu Luo had ascended from the second tier of the divine soul realm to the fourth. At such a juncture, most individuals would still be struggling to stabilize their newfound realm. Yet, Chu Luo had achieved yet another breakthrough. Kill him. Chu Luo, prepare to meet your demise. Zhu bellowed in fury, unleashing his formidable power to assault Chu Luo. The other three prodigies, shaken from their astonishment, swiftly reacted and charged forth. Witnessing this scene, Yun Xianqian took a decisive step. "Young Master Chu, I come to your aid," she exclaimed. "Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fear not, Brother Chu, I am here to assist you." At that moment, another voice emerged. The crowd turned to see Dan Qinzi, who had also achieved a breakthrough. An aura as formidable as that of Zhu Yu emanated from him, heralding his arrival at the first tier of the primordial realm. Dan Qinzi had astonishingly progressed 2 minor realms consecutively, elevating his rank on the prodigy list once more. The spectators gasped in astonishment. After his ascension, Dan Qinzi wielded a spiritual sword in one hand and a blazing crimson flame in the other, charging towards the 4 great prodigies with fervor. "Seek death. Chong Kong. You deal with Dan Qinzi. Tianyu, you obstructing Qianqian. Leave Chu Luo to me." Zhu Yu and Du Sheng commanded without hesitation. El Chong Kong of the Lingqing sect and Zhao Tianyu of the Scarlet Flame Valley promptly positioned themselves to intercept the incoming Dan Qinzi and Yun Xianqian. The battle among the 4 prodigies erupted in the firmament. Meanwhile, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng, surrounded by divine radiance, stepped across the void and closed in on Chu Luo. Boom! The two advanced like youthful divine kings. One brandished a blazing long sword, while the other wielded a spiritual spear. Their potent attacks surged towards Chu Luo. Startled, Chu Luo swiftly raised his sword to defend. Boom! He successfully parried their assault with a single strike. In a swift motion, he pivoted and unleashed a fierce counterattack. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng's gazes sharpened, their caution heightened. Having witnessed Chu Luo's previous enigmatic tactics, they were filled with trepidation. To underestimate Chu Luo again would be sheer folly. Boom! The two simultaneously responded, managing to block Chu Luo's retaliatory strike. Haha, come on, continue. Chu Luo grinned provocatively at them. Unbeknownst to them, he had produced a vial of pills. This vial contained elixirs for restoring his lifespan. Without a second thought, Chu Luo consumed the pills, quickly chewing and swallowing them. He diligently circulated his technique, refining the medicinal power to achieve a state of completeness. "Humph, Brother Du, let us end this swiftly and capture this brat." Zhu Yu scoffed, his entire being radiating overwhelming spiritual might. "Excellent. Chu Luo, prepare to die." With a synchronized step, the two transformed into streaks of light, charging once more towards Chu Luo. Undeterred, Chu Luo brandished his sword to meet them head-on. Before the eyes of the onlookers, 3 streaks of light collided in the heavens, releasing waves of immense power that reverberated in all directions. As Chu Luo has just transcended to the primordial realm, his foundation remains unsteady. Yet, he possesses the strength to contend with both Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. Truly formidable. The Forbidden Sect has birthed yet another prodigy. Provided that Chu Luo does not falter, his future is bound to be limitless. The powerful figures present, gazing at the swiftly colliding lights in the void, were filled with myriad emotions. If Chu Luo emerges victorious today, or even if he successfully escapes, his name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds once more. Listening to the discussions around him, Wang Lin's countenance darkened. Raising his head to observe the battle unfolding, a cold smirk unexpectedly graced his lips. Suddenly, a tremor ran through his body, and a surge of golden energy erupted from him, surrounding him with a dance of peculiar golden runes. This spectacle startled the onlookers. The second primordial realm. Wang Lin's talent is not to be underestimated. Alas, at his age, he cannot enter the ranks of the prodigies. Otherwise, he would surely be a name on the list. Indeed, only those under the age of 25 can be listed among the prodigies. What is Wang Lin planning? Does he intend to join the fray as well? Ignoring the gazes directed at him, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he stepped forward. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure vanished from sight. A resounding crash echoed through the void. The spectators looked up once more, only to see Chu Luo and his companion swiftly disengaging. "Ha! You two truly live up to your reputation as prodigies. Indeed, ordinary practitioners of the primordial realm are no match for you." Chu Luo grinned, his signature smile radiating an air of harmlessness. At this moment, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng gritted their teeth, their killing intent surging forth. As prodigies themselves, the two of them found it unacceptable that they could not subdue Chu Luo, even when working together. Should they fail to capture him, they would become a laughingstock among their peers. Humph. Chu Luo, do not get too complacent. This move will be your end. Zhu Yu shouted angrily, his body trembling violently. In the next moment, he brandished the spear in his hand, enveloping the world in an overwhelming aura of spear intent. The golden essence of the spear solidified, forming a divine halo behind him. Zhu Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he leaped into the air, swiftly forming seals with his hands. The air behind Zhu Yu rippled with invisible waves of space. In the next instant, to the astonishment of the crowd, they beheld hundreds of enormous spear phantoms, entwined with golden patterns, surging forth from the ripples. Each golden spear appeared to pulse with life, emanating an astonishing power that left the onlookers' scalps tingling with fear. What terrifying power! Is this truly the strength that a practitioner of the first primordial realm can wield? Even the peak of the primordial realm might struggle to withstand this attack. The spectators gasped in shock. However, the spectacle was not yet over. Following Zhu Yu's astounding assault, Du Sheng refused to be outdone, revealing his own trump card. Suddenly, Du Sheng was engulfed in crimson flames, the scorching inferno igniting the heavens. At that moment, he shone like a sun descending upon the mortal realm, radiant and blazing. Suddenly, a colossal spectral figure wielding a blazing long sword rose behind him, treading upon a sea of flames, exerting dominion over the universe. The formidable attacks from the two prodigies rendered the very heavens and earth dimmed. Chu Luo momentarily paused, his countenance remaining composed, yet his eyes sparkled with boundless combat fervor. He sheathed his spiritual sword and swiftly formed seals with his hands. However, at that very moment, a massive shadow enveloped the realm of the secret territory. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Chu Luo's rear. At this juncture, a towering golden figure, hundreds of feet tall, descended behind Chu Luo. This figure, with fierce eyes and a fiery aura, bore a cobalt sword in its right hand and a staff in its left, stepping down upon the world. With a fierce gaze, it embodied the unmoving king. The figure radiated an aura of invincibility, surrounded by flowing Sanskrit, raising its hand and gazing down with a chilling smile. Chu Shixiao. Be careful. Young Master Chu. Brother Chu. Watch out. At that moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who were observing from a distance, along with Dan Xinzi and Yun Qianqian, who were engaged in battle, all turned pale, exclaiming warnings in alarm. Chu Luo abruptly turned, his pupils slightly constricting. Ha! The unmoving king. Die. Boom. Wang Lin pressed down with his hand. The unmoving king figure descended upon Chu Luo, and a massive mushroom cloud suddenly erupted. At that moment, amidst the rising mushroom cloud, the gathered powerful individuals were struck with terror, hastily retreating. Upon reaching a safe distance, they witnessed the nearby mountains being flattened by an astonishing force. Yet, that was not all. The crowd looked up to see Zhu Yu and Du Sheng rushing towards the origin of the mushroom cloud to deliver their finishing blows. Both unleashed their long-prepared dreadful techniques upon the core of the mushroom cloud, the Lingyun soul-subduing spear and the fierce sky sword slash. Boom. Hundreds of illusory golden spears surged forth, accompanied by a blazing sword light engulfed in roaring flames. The two terrifying techniques struck with a resounding impact. Boom. An astounding explosion ensued, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy, akin to ripples on the surface of water, wreaking havoc in all directions. The individuals who had retreated to safety, upon witnessing the swiftly approaching aftermath of the explosion, had no choice but to join forces to conjure a spiritual barrier to withstand the onslaught. Chu Shixiao, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who had long since reached a safe place, gazed at the distant explosion, their faces filled with fury and anguish, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. They yearned to rush forth and slay the ambushers Wang Lin, Zhu Yu, and Du Sheng. After a considerable time, the explosion gradually subsided. Countless powerful beings gazed at the swirling dust in the distance, shaking their heads and sighing. Alas, what a pity for Chu Luo. Indeed, under such a terrifying assault, even a peak Taichu realm expert would find it challenging to survive. Yet, Chu Luo could be considered glorious even in death. Indeed, even the combined efforts of Du Sheng and Zhu Yu struggled to subdue Chu Luo. Had it not been for the treacherous ambush by Wang Lin, the outcome would have remained uncertain. Though Zhu Yu and Du Sheng emerged victorious, their triumph was ultimately unearned. Alas, Wang Lin of the Wang family, despite his despicable tactics, has sealed the fate of the matter. After today, it is likely that the 3,000 great realms will soon be abuzz with commotion. You utter nonsense. Our brother Chu would never perish. Indeed, how could brother Chu possibly be defeated by such rabble? Right, I refuse to believe it. Brother Chu is a calamity for our sect. How could a calamity meet its end? Hearing the murmurs around them, a dozen disciples from the Forbidden Sect were left with reddened eyes. Throughout their journey, brother Chu had instilled in them profound awe. They simply could not accept that he was gone. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Dan sect and the Yun Miao sacred land wore somber expressions, offering words of consolation to the disciples of the Forbidden Sect. They were unable to sense Chu Luo's aura, leading most to conclude that he had most likely perished. That brat has finally met his end, Du Xing remarked with a cold smile as he gazed at the dissipating smoke. Under their overwhelming assault, it was inconceivable for even a peak expert at the primordial stage to survive, let alone Chu Luo, who had only recently broken through to the first stage. This is the consequence of disrespecting the Wang family. Wang Lin concealed his presence and, with a sweeping gesture, his voice, infused with spiritual power, resonated throughout the heavens, echoing in every ear. Boom. At that moment, a deafening sound erupted from the battlefield where Dan Qinzi and Yun Chanqian fought. The crowd turned their attention to the source of the noise and discovered that the battle between these two prodigies had also concluded. El Chong Kong of the Lingqing sect had been defeated by Dan Qinzi and lay gravely injured, while Zhao Tianyu of the Qiyin Valley similarly succumbed to Yun Chanqian and fell to the ground. Brother Chu. Dan Qinzi seethed as he watched the lingering dust begin to settle. Dan Qinzi, if you are wise, you will hand over that cauldron. Considering your status as a prodigy of the Dan sect, I shall allow you to leave unharmed. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to take it by force. Du Sheng, surprised by Dan Qinzi's victory over El Chong Kong, narrowed his eyes, casting a menacing gaze upon him. Zhu Yu and Wang Lin also turned their attention to Dan Qinzi. You cannot protect that imperial artifact. If you wish to avoid death, you had best surrender it to me. With a slight smirk, Wang Lin stepped forward, a tremendous ancient aura surging around him. Golden runes swirled about him, resembling a youthful deity from ancient times. Witnessing this, Du Sheng's expression darkened. He felt uncertain about his ability to confront Wang Lin. After all, the power Wang Lin had displayed during his ambush on Chu Luo had left him wary. This belongs to my Dan sect. I will not yield unless I perish. With fiery determination gleaming in his eyes, Dan Qinzi's body trembled as he unleashed a formidable aura of the first stage. He was prepared to fight to the bitter end. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. With a disdainful expression, Wang Lin let out a cold laugh and stepped forward, just as he was about to strike. A martial artist from the distant crowd suddenly noticed that the smoke on the ground had completely dissipated, revealing a massive, deep pit. However, within this pit, there was no trace of Chu Luo's body. Not a shred of his tattered clothing could be found. The martial artist exclaimed in alarm, "Everyone, look! There is no corpse of Chu Luo." His voice drew the attention of all present, who turned their gaze toward the pit not far away. Inside, it was utterly empty. Nothing remained. Could it be that Chu Luo had survived? Logically, even if he had been blown to smithereens, there should have been remnants of fabric or flesh scattered about. Yet, apart from the disturbed earth, there was nothing in the pit. Zhu, Du Xing, and Wang Lin momentarily froze, their brows furrowing in disbelief. Could it be that the brat had truly escaped death? This was inconceivable. As the audience focused intently on the deep pit, the entire secret realm suddenly trembled slightly. In the next moment, the void transformed into a sea of crimson. The blood-red aura, like the tides of the world, obscured the sky. This was a malevolent energy. What is happening? Why is such a terrifying aura manifesting so suddenly? Some martial artists, sensing the ominous power enveloping the void, couldn't help but exclaim in horror, a deep foreboding rising within them. Meanwhile, the dozen or so heartbroken disciples of the Forbidden Sect, upon witnessing the blood-red expanse above, seemed to recall something, their previous sorrow vanishing instantaneously. In the void, Zhu Yu, Du Xing, and Wang Lin, confronted with this sudden upheaval, instinctively felt a sense of alarm. A dire premonition settled in their hearts, particularly for Zhu Yu and Du Xing, whose eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an acute sense of danger. The forbidden absolute art, blood fiend swallowing the heavens. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed across the heavens. Zhu Yu, Du Xing, and Wang Lin's expressions changed drastically. It was Chu Luo. The brat was still alive. Du Xing's expression turned grave, fear surging within him. He immediately unleashed his spiritual sense to envelop the area, but sensed not a trace of Chu Luo's aura. Instantly, he felt a surge of caution. Crack. Boom. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering pierced the air. Brother Du, watch out above. Brother Zhu, be careful. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Changkong, both injured, noticed a massive rift tearing open in the void directly above them. Their faces turned pale as they shouted warnings. Zhu Yu and Du Xing were startled, instinctively looking up. Their pupils constricted, terror etched across their faces. Not good. As night descends, the air is thick with anticipation and urgency. A vast blood-red wormhole, spanning several miles, looms ominously above the crowd, an eerie force drawing everything into its gaping maw. Within the sinister vortex, a turbulent sea of blood churns, echoing with the anguished wails of countless tormented souls. The horrifying spectacle sends shivers down the spine, instilling a profound sense of dread. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng summoned their utmost strength, desperately resisting the overwhelming pull of this terrifying force. Yet, the sheer intensity of the suction proves insurmountable, their bodies being inexorably dragged toward the blood-red wormhole. Damn it! Brother Du, let us join forces to disperse this wormhole. Zhu exclaims, fear etched across his face. Agreed. With a thunderous roar, both Zhu Yu and Du Sheng unleash their remarkable powers, launching an assault of unprecedented magnitude. However, as their strikes collide with the wormhole, they are consumed without a trace, as if the abyss had devoured them whole, barely stirring a ripple. How is this possible? What kind of unfathomable technique is this? The grim expressions of Zhu Yu and Du Xing betray their despair, realizing the imminent threat of being swallowed by this enigmatic blood pit. The two prodigies from Lingqing sect and Qian Valley finally reveal their fear before the multitude. Wang Xiao, save me, Zhu Yu cries out, casting a desperate glance at Wang Lin, who stands some distance away. Wang Lin, however, gazes fixedly at the massive blood-red wormhole above, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. The formidable power emanating from the wormhole far exceeds the realm of Taichu, rendering it beyond his capacity to withstand. Thus, he remains indifferent to Zhu Yu's plea for help. Unmoved by his desperation, witnessing Wang Lin's apathetic demeanor, despair engulfs Zhu Yu, his heart swelling with resentment toward Wang Lin. Look, it's Chu Luo. He is alive. A chorus of astonished voices erupts from the crowd, as they marvel at how Chu Luo has evaded the terrifying onslaught of Wang Lin and his companions. Suddenly, from the depths of the blood sea within the wormhole, a river of crimson flows forth, and Chu Luo emerges, enveloped in a menacing aura. A familiar face, seemingly benign, appears before the astonished eyes of all present. Chu Luo, how can this be? Zhu Yu and Du Xing's faces drain of color, their eyes alight with disbelief. Wang Lin, too, stands aghast, fixated on Chu Luo. How is this possible? How could this wretched creature wield such terrifying power? Creating a spatial wormhole is a feat only achievable by those above the sage level, is it not? This creature harbors a great secret. Wang Lin seeds inwardly, his gaze piercing through Chu Luo, a flicker of intrigue igniting within his eyes. His expression shifts, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He resolves that once Chu Luo is apprehended, he will summon the strength of his family to uncover the secrets that lie within him. Ha ha ha. I always knew that Brother Chu could never be defeated by such insignificant foes. Brother Chu is truly remarkable. I did not anticipate that he had mastered the fearsome technique. Blood-devouring heaven. At this moment, the disciples of the Forbidden Sect, witnessing Chu Luo emerge from the wormhole, were filled with excitement. Their Brother Chu, a scourge for a millennium, could not possibly be so easily vanquished. Simultaneously, the disciples were awed by Chu Luo's extraordinary talent. The technique, blood-devouring heaven, had been revealed to them by the elders of their sect, yet none, including the ancestors, had managed to master it. Is this truly your strength, Brother Chu? Dan Shinzi gazed in astonishment at Chu Luo within the crimson wormhole, unable to suppress a bitter smile. It seemed that during their previous sparring, Chu Luo had indeed held back. Had he unleashed this technique then, Dan Shinzi would have lacked even the courage to resist. Haha, you two seemed to enjoy beating me earlier. Now, it is my turn. Chu Luo grinned, addressing Zhu Yu and Du Xing with a chilling demeanor. Had it not been for his timely use of the forbidden technique to escape, he would have surely fallen victim to the ambush orchestrated by Wang Lin, that sly rogue. With this thought, Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at Wang Lin, who stood ominously in the distance, mentally marking him for certain doom. He had already inscribed Wang Lin's name in his little notebook. Once he dealt with these two, he would settle the score with that old trickster. Chu Luo's life motto was simple: vengeance must be swift, never to be delayed. In an instant, under the gaze of countless onlookers, he slowly raised his palm. At the moment his hand ascended, the tumultuous sea of blood within the wormhole erupted violently. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng struggled against the terrifying pull. Swallowing hard, their faces twisted in fear. They were genuinely terrified. Chu Luo, my master is the ancient saint of creation. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Indeed, Chu Luo, my master is the ancient saint of Inferno. He is right outside, and if you kill me, he will not spare you. Zhu Yu and Du Sheng invoked their masters, hoping to instill a sense of dread in Chu Luo. Upon hearing their words, the other disciples of the Forbidden Sect erupted in laughter. These two, facing imminent death, dared to threaten their brother Chu? Did they not realize that their brother Chu's master was the newly ascended emperor of their sect? Ancient saints were utterly inconsequential before an emperor. Pa, my master is an emperor. You shall perish. Boom. Chu Luo found their words amusing. He then raised his hand and made a grasping motion towards the two, unleashing an even more terrifying force from the blood-red wormhole behind him. In an instant, their bodies were drawn into the gaping maw of the crimson wormhole. Poof. Two agonized screams reverberated through the heavens, echoing in the ears of everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhu Yu and Du Sheng were torn apart into a mist of crimson. Thus fell two formidable prodigies. Subsequently, the blood-red wormhole behind Chu Luo gradually dissipated, and the sanguine hue that enveloped the heavens and the earth began to fade. Wang Lin's countenance darkened, fixating on Chu Luo, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. Just as everyone presumed the fierce battle had reached its conclusion, Chu Luo suddenly broke into a smile, revealing a hand gesture imbued with an enigmatic seal. The forbidden art. Temporal dislocation. In an instant, Chu Luo launched another attack, his palm adorned with bizarre seals reaching out towards Wang Lin from afar, grasping the air. Wang Lin, startled, snapped back to reality. Yet at that moment, he found himself shrouded in an enigmatic force. The next moment, he perceived the surroundings shifting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luo's seemingly innocuous visage was alarmingly close. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Boom. At the very moment Wang Lin had gathered his wits to utter a word, Chu Luo unleashed a powerful punch to Wang Lin's abdomen. Blood gushed forth from Wang Lin's mouth as his body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. At this juncture, the world fell into silence, devoid of sound. Such a bizarre technique. On a distant mountaintop, three remarkably young youths gazed at Chu Luo's retreating figure, collectively inhaling sharply. These three were also prodigies of the celestial prodigy rankings. The foremost youth, clad in white, resembled a celestial being. He was Ling Xuan Zi from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, possessing cultivation at the first level of primordial beginning. The two companions beside him hailed from the extreme sovereign and undying Dao lineages, respectively. They had been spectators of the battle for quite some time. Brother Ling, this Chu Luo is extraordinary. Not only does he possess immense combat strength, but he is also decisively ruthless. He is a person to befriend, not to provoke, remarked the prodigy from the extreme sovereign lineage. The prodigies of Lingqing Sect and Crimson Flame Valley have been dispatched by him without a blink. Such a merciless individual is not to be trifled with. Perhaps Wang Lin is soon to follow in the footsteps of Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. Initially, the trio had contemplated seizing the imperial artifact from Danshan Zi amidst the chaos, but now they reconsidered their intentions. Ling Xuan Zi, observing Chu Luo's silhouette, suddenly had a glint in his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if contemplating some scheme. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Wang Lin lay grievously injured from Chu Luo's punch. Before he could recover from the excruciating pain, Chu Luo had already appeared before him. Boom. Arriving at Wang Lin's side, Chu Luo delivered a heavy kick to Wang Lin's dantian. Wang Lin let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The heart-wrenching wails sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, causing them to gasp in shock. Such a ruthless method. You have ruined my cultivation, Wang Lin. Enduring the agony, cold sweat beading on his brow, since the absence of spiritual power within him, his face paling to ashen, Chu Luo flashed a grin. One foot pressing down on Wang Lin's chest, cheerfully inquiring, "How do you feel? What does it feel like to be ambushed? How dare you? If it weren't for my many skills, I would have truly fallen into your hands today. In this lifetime, I, Chu Luo, despise you the most, sixth elder. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Haha. If you don't, mark my words, your fate will be dire." Wang Lin's face contorted with malice as he laughed maniacally at Chu Luo, his eyes filled with boundless resentment and cruelty. "Oh, You really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You still dare to threaten me? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Chu Luo shrugged nonchalantly and, catching Wang Lin off guard, sent him flying with a swift kick. Boom. Wang Lin was propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he appeared utterly weak. Ha! Come on, come and kill me. Wang Lin continued to laugh frantically, shouting at Chu Luo. The many powerful observers could not help but shake their heads, believing that Wang Lin's cultivation had been crippled and that he had lost his sanity. Chu Luo displayed his signature smile as a spiritual sword materialized in his hand. It is said that you ancient families have always been shrouded in mystery and power, with people across the vast world too fearful to provoke you. Today, in front of so many witnesses, I shall set a precedent. I will slay you to entertain the crowd. As soon as Chu Luo finished speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike towards Wang Lin. Boom! A streak of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at Wang Lin. The scene left the other powerful figures swallowing hard, astonished by Chu Luo's ruthlessness and decisiveness, silently reminding themselves to never provoke this Chu Lao Lu again. Just as the sword light was about to strike Wang Lin, an aura of familiar imperial might suddenly enveloped him. Chu Luo's sword strike was instantly shattered by this overwhelming pressure. Ha! Chu Luo, you are doomed. Seeing the imperial might manifest once more, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with malice as he laughed triumphantly. He had intentionally provoked Chu Luo to incite the life-saving measures left within him by his grandfather, the great emperor of exorcism. An imperial aura blanketed the heavens. In the next moment, a beam of light shot up from Wang Lin's body, followed by an ethereal, towering figure that loomed above the world. This figure radiated brilliance and was surrounded by strange phenomena, resembling a supreme deity. The crowd looked up in astonishment, finally recognizing that this majestic apparition was a white-haired elder, the great emperor of exorcism. Everyone present gasped in awe at the sight of this ethereal figure, including Chu Luo, who widened his eyes in shock. Cursing inwardly, he thought, what a colossal mistake. He never expected this old man to leave behind a life-saving measure within Wang Lin. Truly, a grandson of the emperor. Next time I encounter someone of this imperial lineage, I must be cautious. Grandfather, avenge me. He has crippled my cultivation. Wang Lin exclaimed fiercely, addressing the towering figure of the great emperor of exorcism. Upon hearing those words, the ethereal figure of the great emperor of exorcism suddenly turned. Upon seeing the ailing Wang Lin, his murky eyes brimmed with boundless fury. Grandson. The spectral visage of the great emperor of exorcism was filled with murderous intent as he abruptly pivoted, his icy gaze fixed upon Chu Luo. In that moment, the entire mystical realm was suffused with the terrifying killing intent of the great emperor. Even Chu Luo could not help but shudder. Old man, please allow me to explain. There may be some misunderstanding between Wang Xiao and myself. Chu Luo forced a smile, discarding the spirit's sword in his hand and gradually retreating. At this moment, Chu Luo was also filled with trepidation. How could that scoundrel Wang Lin possess the life-preserving methods of the emperor? No one had informed him. Had he known beforehand, he would have merely crippled Wang Lin. After exiting, he could have summoned the boy's master to eliminate him. He had miscalculated. The observing powerful figures could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. This Chu Lao Lu changed faces faster than one could turn a page. A misunderstanding. Is it? Then allow this emperor to misunderstand as well, and flay you alive while lighting the heavenly lanterns. Boom. The ethereal figure of the great emperor of exorcism let out a cold laugh and ruthlessly struck out towards Chu Luo. In an instant, Chu Luo found himself ensnared by an irresistible force. Damn, old man, you lack martial ethics. As he beheld the approaching illusory giant hand, Chu Luo cursed vehemently. Chu Shixiao. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect in the distance changed their expressions drastically. Yet, at this moment, they were powerless to intervene. However, just as the ethereal giant hand of the great emperor of exorcism was about to descend upon Chu Luo, boom, under the astonished gazes of all, an unparalleled divine might surged from Chu Luo. In the next moment, an astonishing force of the emperor erupted forth from him. Boom. The illusory giant hand unleashed by the great emperor of exorcism was shattered by this overwhelming power. Following this, a voice, exceedingly domineering, resonated through the heavens and the earth. Dare to harm my beloved disciple. You, old wretch. Today I shall slay your grandson and sever the roots of your lineage. Boom. See you tomorrow. Farewell. Chapter 30. Wang Lin must be slain. The collapse of the mystic realm, all present witnessed bloodlight soaring from Chu Luo. Subsequently, A majestic ethereal figure appeared above his head as well. The overwhelming imperial might permeated the skies. The colossal aura left all in attendance breathless. Master! Chu Luo looked up and saw a familiar face, instantly filled with joy. He had not anticipated that his master had also left behind a life-preserving method within him. When had this occurred? How had he remained unaware? From the great Emperor Master's protective value 10,000. At that moment, a notification from Chu Luo's system echoed. A smile crept across his lips as his anxious heart finally relaxed. The gathered crowd was equally astonished to discover that Chu Luo also possessed a life-preserving method left by the Emperor. Is this the Emperor of Shadows? The Forbidden Sect indeed lives up to its reputation as a premier force. Humph, the Emperor of Shadows has only recently ascended, while the Emperor of Exorcism has long been established. From a distance, the martial artists of various factions, suppressed by the Emperor's might, began to murmur amongst themselves. Some held little faith in the Emperor of Shadows. Fear not, dear disciple, old fool, that ethereal image of yours is merely a manifestation of an attack. What I have bestowed upon my dear disciple is but a fragment of my power. Should you dare to harm him, I shall eradicate your lineage today. The ethereal form of the Emperor of Shadows gazed mockingly at the projection of the Emperor of Exorcism, disdain etched upon his visage. Humph! Shadow, do you dare? You are but a newly ascended Emperor. If anything were to befall my grandson, I would descend in my true form immediately. The Emperor of Exorcism's countenance darkened, his voice a thunderous roar. In response to the threat, the Emperor of Shadows merely chuckled, dismissing it entirely. Ah, old fool, did you not expect this? I too possess a means of survival bestowed by an emperor. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Come and attempt to slay me. Chu Luo grinned widely, boldly taunting the projection of the Emperor of Exorcism. With his esteemed master present, he felt an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him. You wretched insect. The Emperor of Exorcism's expression turned frigid, a terrifying intent to kill surging within him. It was intolerable for a dignified emperor to be insulted by an insignificant creature. Boom. Old ghost, you dared to strike at my dear disciple. Now, receive a blow from me. At that moment, the ethereal form of the Emperor of Shadows seized the opportunity while the Emperor of Exorcism was momentarily distracted, launching a fierce assault. With a raised hand, the Emperor of Shadows unleashed a sudden strike towards the projection of the Emperor of Exorcism. The overwhelming power of the Emperor caused the entire secret realm to tremble violently, as if it could scarcely withstand the force unleashed by the Emperor of Shadows. The surrounding landscape began to crumble and fracture. The projection of the Emperor of Exorcism was suddenly taken aback. Cursed Emperor of Shadows! He exclaimed in fury, hastily raising his hand to counter the attack. Boom! The clash of two formidable imperial powers echoed throughout the secret realm. The once ephemeral figure of the Emperor of Exorcism appeared even more transparent and insubstantial. Ha! Old ghost. Your projection is on the verge of collapse. The Emperor of Shadows laughed heartily, relentlessly attacking the figure of the Emperor of Exorcism. The latter, intent on using his remaining strength to forcibly extract Wang Lin, found himself thwarted by the Emperor of Shadows, who offered no opportunity for retreat. The Emperor of Exorcism seethed with rage, yet had no choice but to defend himself. If his projection were to be shattered, his grandson Wang Lin would surely be in grave peril. Boom, boom, boom. The forces unleashed by the clash of the two imperial projections engulfed the secret realm. At this moment, the entire secret realm began to collapse. Not good. The secret realm is collapsing. We must flee. As the two imperial projections battled, the overwhelming pressure of the emperors dissipated. The martial artists present, sensing the imminent collapse of the realm, displayed expressions of terror and turned to flee towards the exit. However, Chu Luo and the disciples of the Forbidden Sect remained oblivious. The remaining prodigies, El Changkong of Lingqing Sect and Zhao Tianyu of Qian Valley, seized the chaos to escape towards the exit of the secret realm. Brother Chu, we must hurry. This place is about to collapse. At that moment, Dan Shinzi glanced around and urgently called out to Chu Luo, who was not far away. Chu Luo turned and replied hastily, Dan brother, Miss Yun, I implore you both to lead the disciples of the Forbidden Sect to safety first. I must confront that scoundrel. How dare he plot against me? Rest assured, I have a way to escape. Dan Shinzi and Yun Chanqian nodded in agreement. Since Chu Luo claimed he had a means to flee, he surely would find a way. With the phantom of the Yin Crow Emperor present, their concerns were alleviated. The dozen or so disciples of the Forbidden Sect decisively followed the two prodigies and swiftly evacuated the secret realm. Once everyone had departed, Chu Luo approached the weakened Wang Lin, who was now filled with terror. Please, Chu Luo, spare me. I can offer you anything. My grandfather is an emperor. I can provide imperial techniques, martial skills, or divine medicines. Just name it. As long as you let me live. Hearing Wang Lin's desperate pleas, Chu Luo couldn't help but chuckle mockingly. Have you lost your wits? By eliminating you, I can easily obtain all those things. As the grandson of the ancient Jinxia, you must possess quite a few treasures. Despair filled Wang Lin's eyes at these words. No sooner had the last syllable left Chu Luo's lips than he struck without hesitation. A single palm descended upon Wang Lin's head. With a wretched scream, Wang Lin collapsed, unconscious. Chu Luo understood that individuals like Wang Lin would never change, even in death. If he spared Wang Lin, upon returning to the Wang family, he would undoubtedly send powerful foes to seek revenge, since a grudge had already been formed. It was better to eliminate him now to avoid future troubles. Subsequently, Chu Luo stripped Wang Lin of his spatial ring, delightfully stowing it away. Grandson, above in the void. The phantom of the Jinxia Emperor, engaged in battle with the Yin Crow Emperor, suddenly sensed something. He turned abruptly to see Wang Lin lifeless on the ground. In a fit of rage, the Jinxia Emperor bellowed, "You little wretch, I shall end you." He retaliated against Chu Luo with a palm strike from afar. "Old fool, dare you strike my beloved disciple?" Boom. Just as the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor was about to attack Chu Luo, the phantom of the Yin Crow Emperor erupted in fury. Channeling immense imperial power, he struck the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor. Buzz. The Jinxia Emperor's phantom was abruptly shattered. "Ah, Yin Crow, you old wretch, and you little beast. You will pay for this." The voice of the Jinxia Emperor, filled with boundless rage and resentment, echoed throughout the secret realm. Seeing the phantom of the Jinxia Emperor dispersed by his master, Chu Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Humph, fear not. My dear disciple, your master is here. The old fool cannot harm you. My dear disciple, quickly depart from this place. It is on the verge of collapse. My true form shall arrive shortly." The shadow of the Dark Crow Emperor comforted Chu Luo with these words. With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable force enveloped Chu Luo, transforming him into a streak of light that shot towards the impending collapse of the secret realm's exit. Chapter 31. The Four Saints apply pressure. Chu Luo returns. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The ancient sage of Lingqing's sect, Blue Qinggu, alongside another esteemed elder, the sage of creation, accompanied by a host of great sages and saints, traversed the void. A surging aura of sanctity enveloped the heavens, permeated by an unsettling killing intent. Additionally, the ancient sages Yin Jun and Ming Yin from the Crimson Flame Valley, along with several powerful sages and saints, also appeared in the void. The two formidable factions were brimming with unrestrained fury, encircling elders Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. A holy war was on the brink of eruption. The elite figures from other top-tier factions also grew increasingly anxious. Not long ago, the list of prodigies had appeared multiple times. On this list, the prodigy Zhu Yu, ranked 116th, had been replaced by Chu Luo, who held the 118th position. Upon witnessing this, the two ancient sages of Lingqing's sect immediately grasped that Zhu Yu's demise was orchestrated by Chu Luo. They speculated that the previous incident involving Luo Yu might have also been at Chu Luo's hands. Furthermore, the prodigy Du Xing from Crimson Flame Valley had vanished from the prodigy list. Du Xing was the disciple of the ancient sage Ming Yin. Upon noticing Du Xing's name missing from the list, he discovered that Du Xing's life tablet had shattered, signaling his demise within the secret realm. Consequently, the first suspects for the ancient sages Yin Jun and Ming Yin were none other than Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. Thus, the scene unfolded. Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi. If your Forbidden Sect does not provide us with an explanation today, we shall seek retribution. The sage of creation's expression turned frigid as he spoke with rage. Humph. Your disciples simply lack the skill. Are you implying that only your disciples are permitted to strike, while the disciples of the Forbidden Sect must remain passive? If they perish, it is their own fault. You old fools, unable to bear the consequences, have resorted to calling upon the old guards? If that is the case, my Forbidden Sect shall gladly engage you. Enough talk. Let us settle this with a battle first. Zhao Sheng brandished a small cauldron, an overwhelming aura of sanctity emanating from him. The terrifying power of a peak ancient sage caused the expressions of the four ancient sages from the two top factions to shift. Ha! My friends, I shall lend you my strength. The ancient sage Qing Dan laughed heartily, appearing beside Zhao Sheng and his companion, Old Ghost Qing Dan. This is not a matter for your alchemy sect. Depart at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The ancient sage Ming Yan's expression darkened like water, bellowing in anger. "Hiki, my friend Ming Yan, the two from the Forbidden Sect are dear friends of mine. I cannot stand idly by." The ancient sage Qing Dan replied with a serene smile. "Humph. Ming Yan, why waste words on this old fool? Let us engage." Boom. The ancient sage Blue Qing's killing intent surged, and an astonishing power ascended towards the heavens. The formidable powers present at the scene hastily retreated upon witnessing the unfolding events. No one could have anticipated that the ancient battle of the Holy Ones, which had lain dormant for over a millennium across the 3,000 great worlds, would erupt today, ignited by a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. However, just as both sides were poised to engage, the entrance to the Emperor's secret realm began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. This spectacle caused the countenance of all strong individuals present to change dramatically, even leaving the four ancient saints from the Lingqing sect in Qian Valley momentarily stunned. In the next moment, disciples from various factions and wandering cultivators surged forth from the entrance of the secret realm. Observing that their returning disciples had emerged unscathed, the leaders of the foremost factions could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Tianyu and Chong Kong, alongside the four ancient saints from Qian Valley and Lingqing sect, were taken aback upon seeing the two prodigies, Zhao Tianyu and El Chong Kong, escape alongside others. The two prodigies promptly returned to the side of their sect's powerful figures. Meanwhile, the ancient Saint Qing Dan, along with Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi, witnessed Dan Chenzi leading the disciples of their two sects out. But the absence of Chu Luo raised concerns for them, causing their brows to furrow in unison. At this juncture, the ancient Saint Lan Qing inquired of the returning El Chong Kong. "Chong Kong, where are the other disciples?" All eyes turned to the Lingqing sect. El Chong Kong collected his thoughts and addressed the dozen disciples from the Forbidden Sect, stating, "Elder Fourth, Brother Zhu Yu, Junior Brother Luo Yu, and the rest of the disciples all perished at the hands of Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. Furthermore, even Wang Shao is likely in grave danger." What? The expressions of the ancient saints Lan Qing and Zhao Hua changed dramatically upon hearing that Wang Lin might have also fallen to Chu Luo. Yet, in the next moment, their lips involuntarily curled upwards. Elder Ming Yin, Brother Du, Junior Brother Han, and the disciples who entered have all met their demise at Chu Luo's hands. Moreover, Dan Chenzi from the Dan sect has received the inheritance of the ancient Dan Emperor, along with an imperial artifact. At this point, Zhao Tianyu from Qian Valley expressed his outrage. Upon hearing these words, the other powerful figures present were left in a state of shock. The prodigies from Lingqing sect and Qian Valley had indeed been slain by Chu Luo. How extraordinary was this young man from the Forbidden Sect? It was no wonder Zhao Xing and Qini held such concern for him. However, upon learning of the imperial artifact in Dan Chenzi's possession, many strong individuals cast their gazes towards him. The ancient Saint Qing Dan narrowed his eyes instinctively, shielding Dan Chenzi behind him, with a resounding force. The four ancient saints, Lan Qing, Zhao Hua, Yin Jun, and Ming Yin, stepped forward, exuding overwhelming majesty. Their eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixated upon the two elders, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi. "Old Ghost Zhao, do you have anything to say?" Lan Qing's voice thundered, "With irrefutable evidence before us. Even if you two old ghosts stand here today, you cannot protect that little beast, Chu Luo." Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi exchanged glances, their brows furrowing deeper. They had not anticipated that this young man, Chu Luo, could be so extraordinary, having slain so many prodigies. How had they failed to recognize his formidable prowess before? Just then, a hum reverberated through the air. The entrance to the secret realm has completely collapsed. At the very moment of this collapse, a flash of light surged forth from the entrance, revealing a figure as the brilliance faded. Upon recognizing this silhouette, the powerful individuals present were momentarily taken aback. It was Chu Luo. "Boom. You little beast. You have finally emerged." Upon seeing Chu Luo, the four ancient saints from the two great factions instantly locked their sights upon him. For formidable forces surged toward Chu Luo with lethal intent. Startled, Chu Luo inwardly cursed. "Damn it, these old geezers are not abiding by the rules of martial ethics," launching a sneak attack. Yet at that moment, two imposing figures stepped forward to shield Chu Luo. The onslaught of the four saints was thwarted by these two. "You four old fools. If you wish to harm Chu Luo, you must first tread over us." From Elder Zhao's protective value 5,000. From Elder Qin's protective value 5,000. Chapter 32. The sixth one appears daily, today especially so. If that is the case, Friends Yin Jun and Ming Yan, let us join forces to deal with these two old codgers first, and then capture the little beast, Chu Luo. The ancient saint Lan Qing declared in fury. Agreed. The two ancient saints, Yin Jun and Ming Yan, nodded, their killing intent surging. Do you think we fear you four old ghosts? Elder Zhao shouted angrily, an array of celestial phenomena manifesting around him. As Chu Luo gazed at the backs of the two elders, a warm current flowed through his heart, yet he could not help but feel anxious. Where was his unreliable master, the great emperor? Buzz. Everyone, stand down. Just when it seemed that a battle among the ancient saints was imminent, an ancient voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, the world shifted, winds and clouds swirling. An overwhelming imperial might instantly enveloped the realm. Sensing this familiar imperial aura, Chu Luo suddenly recalled that they had another emperor, the sixth one, lurking in the shadows. The Emperor Yao Ming of the Pill Sect. Elder Zhao and Elder Qin could not help but exhale in relief. Imperial might. There is an emperor hiding in the shadows. They wondered which emperor of the Forbidden Sect had come forth. The sudden emergence of this imperial pressure astonished many powerful figures present. Everyone speculated that the Forbidden Sect had dispatched an emperor to assist them. The four ancient saints from the two factions were equally taken aback, their expressions darkening instantly. Buzz. An invisible wave emanated. In the next moment, everyone witnessed the appearance of the Emperor Yao Ming, white-haired and kindly-faced, exuding an overwhelming imperial pressure before Elders Qin and Zhao. Emperor Yao Ming. Many powerful figures recognized him at first glance. They had not anticipated that this emperor was indeed the Emperor Yao Ming of the Pill Sect, who had not descended into the world for a long time. Who would have thought they would encounter him today? This matter pertains to the enmity between the Forbidden Sect and our Lingqing sect. I kindly request the emperor to refrain from intervening. The ancient Saint Lan Qing stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Emperor Yao Ming. He then spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Lan Qing's act took everyone by surprise, including Chu Luo. The venerable Blue Qing ancient sage audaciously conversed with the Emperor Yao Ming, leaving one to ponder whether this old fellow had suffered a blow to his intellect. Beneath the emperor, all are but ants, a truth not to be taken lightly. Chu Luo was intrigued by what had emboldened the Blue Qing ancient sage to speak thusly to the Emperor Yao Ming. With a slight shake of his head, the emperor smiled serenely and declared, as a disciple of the Dan sect, I am indebted to my friend Chu from the Forbidden Sect during this expedition into the secret realm. I will not allow you to harm him. Upon hearing these words, the disciples of various factions present cast envious glances towards Chu Luo. The Blue Qing ancient sage's eyes flickered as he took a step back, choosing not to retort further. Yet, in the next moment, the Emperor Yao Ming raised his gaze slightly towards the void above the heads of Blue Qing ancient sage and the ancient sage of transformation, casually remarking, Taoist by Kong, why not reveal yourself? At this, the expressions of those gathered shifted dramatically as they followed the emperor's gaze. Suddenly, another wave of unfamiliar imperial pressure enveloped the surroundings. It appeared that another emperor, the sixth of his kind, was present. Chu Luo could not suppress a startled exclamation within. He had not anticipated that besides Emperor Yao Ming, another emperor lurked in the shadows. Truly, it was a day abundant with the presence of emperors. Ah, Taoist Yao Ming. It has been many years. A hunchbacked elder materialized quietly before Blue Qing ancient sage and his companion. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, Zhao Sheng and Qin could no longer maintain their composure. Is that not one of the ancestors of the Lingqing sect, the Emperor Bai Kong? They were astonished that the Emperor Bai Kong had also descended into the world. What a day it was, with even emperors making their appearances. Some martial artists in attendance immediately recognized the elder's identity, their shock palpable. At this moment, Chu Luo finally comprehended who had fortified the Blue Qing ancient sage's confidence earlier. It was none other than this old fellow. With a cold smile, Blue Qing ancient sage explained that the presence of the esteemed ancestor Bai Kong was due to Wang Lin's involvement. Learning that Wang Lin intended to accompany them to the secret realm, the higher-ups of the Lingqing sect had specifically summoned Emperor Bai Kong to ensure Wang Lin's safety. Yet, the Blue Qing ancient sage and his cohort had not anticipated that Wang Lin would ultimately perish within the secret realm, slain by none other than Chu Luo himself. Young man of the Forbidden Sect, you present a challenge I cannot fathom. Since you have slain our sect's prodigy, you shall accompany me. Emperor Bai Kong's laughter echoed ominously as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Luo, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. The expressions of the two esteemed elders, Zhao Xing and Qini, darkened instantaneously. Taoist Bai Kong, I have already stated that you shall not take Chu Luo today. As for what transpires thereafter, I shall not intervene. The Emperor Yao Ming's overwhelming presence countered the imperial might of Emperor Baikong. Ha! Yao Ming, you alone cannot thwart me. If I wish to take someone, who are you to stop me? Emperor Baikong regarded Yao Ming with a knowing glance before revealing a broad grin, exposing his yellowed teeth. Old immortal of the Lingqing sect, you dare to take my beloved disciple? Shall we imprison him for several more centuries? Just then, a voice filled with fury echoed from the distant horizon. This ancient voice, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence and imperial might, reverberated through the air. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light surged forth, descending upon the crowd like a storm. It was the ancient sage of the Forbidden Sect. No. Now he was the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. Good heavens, because of this Chu Luo, 3 esteemed emperors have appeared today. The powerful beings present could not help but gaze upward in astonishment at the arrival of the Shadow Crow Emperor, their voices trembling with awe. Meanwhile, the ancient sages Lan Qing and Zhao Hua, along with Emperor Baikong, also felt their expressions shift upon witnessing the descent of the Shadow Crow. Particularly, the faces of Lan Qing and Zhao Hua turned ashen, resembling someone who had just consumed something foul. Master, you have finally arrived, Chu Luo exclaimed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, are you unharmed? The Shadow Crow Emperor's gaze fell upon Chu Luo, and upon confirming his safety, he breathed a sigh of relief. Old Shadow Crow, if you had arrived any later, you would have had to seek out your disciple at the Lingqing sect. Elder Zhao secretly sighed in relief, casting an irritated glance at the Shadow Crow Emperor. Moreover, since you are here, you shall bear the consequences of the troubles your disciple has stirred up. Hee hee, the Shadow Crow Emperor chuckled, turning to Emperor Baikong with a frosty demeanor. Old Medicine Ming, keep an eye on my Forbidden Sect members. If anyone dares to act against them, you must suppress them first. Rest assured, I shall not make it difficult for you. Once I am free, I will deal with those who bully the younger generation. The Shadow Crow Emperor's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Lan Qing and the other ancient sages behind Emperor Baikong. At that moment, both factions felt an ominous premonition swell within them. Rest assured, Shadow Crow friend, with this Emperor present, no harm shall befall young Chu. Emperor Medicine Ming replied, somewhat taken aback before speaking. Well then, that is reassuring. Old Baikong, those who dare to bully my dear disciple will face the wrath of an imperial battle in the void. If you are too cowardly to engage, I shall annihilate every member of the Lingqing sect present today. Boom. Chapter 33, Standing Up for the Disciple, Igniting the Imperial War with a Single Step. The Shadow Crow Emperor manifested in the void. In the next instant, everyone witnessed the heavens of the 3,000 great worlds darken ominously. Following that, an endless tide of bloodlust engulfed the universe. The Shadow Crow Emperor's eyes blazed with crimson light as he stood upon a sea of malevolence. Around him, the laws of the universe became chaotic, and the great Tao roared. An imperial avatar emerged from his being, towering to an unfathomable height, treading upon the boundless ocean of bloodlust, resembling the sovereign of myriad realms. The terrifying intent to kill materialized, locking onto Emperor Baikong. This scene left the gathered crowd in a state of shock, their minds momentarily blank. They inhaled sharply, filled with dread as they gazed at the imperial avatar in the heavens, their scalps tingling with fear. No one could have anticipated that the Shadow Crow Emperor would instigate an imperial battle merely to defend his disciple's honor. Upon this realization, the assembly of formidable beings turned their astonished gazes towards the equally stunned Chu Luo, filled with immense envy. They too yearned for a mentor as fiercely protective as this one. Concurrently, numerous hidden powerhouses from the 3,000 great worlds were stirred by this terrifying commotion. Who initiated the imperial war? It was the ominous emperor of the Forbidden Sect. Hiss, this old fellow, having just ascended to emperorhood, dares to instigate an imperial war? Who would dare to confront him? It is unknown how many lives this elder of the Forbidden Sect has mercilessly extinguished, cultivating such an astonishing aura of malevolence. The expression of Emperor Baikong darkened instantaneously. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with boundless fury. He never anticipated that a mere newly ascended emperor would have the audacity to challenge him. What a bold emperor of the ominous crow. A fledgling emperor dares to provoke this one. Since you seek battle, today I shall oblige you. Today, I shall claim your imperial blood, staining the heavens red. With a furious roar, Emperor Baikong swept his sleeve and stepped forth. Boom. An even more terrifying imperial manifestation loomed between heaven and earth. As this imperial visage appeared, the very fabric of space and time around it became entangled and disordered. With every gesture of Emperor Baikong, the grand principles of the universe trembled. The elements and myriad laws interwove, coalescing into a divine halo that ascended behind the imperial figure. Ha ha ha, old Baikong, do you possess naught but a tongue? Come in battle. Boom, boom, boom. The towering figure of the Emperor of the Ominous Crow dominated the void above, casting a disdainful glance below. A cold smirk upon his lips. Behind him surged an endless tide of bloodlust, overwhelming and suppressing innumerable realms. In an instant, the two supreme emperors vanished from the sight of countless beings across the 3,000 great worlds. Boom. The next moment, a thunderous sound emanated from the depths of the void beyond the 3,000 great worlds. Following this, two colossal forces surged forth, akin to a tidal wave of the cosmos, sweeping across the heavenly canopy. Under the weight of these two destructive powers, the void of the 3,000 great worlds was utterly obliterated. The entire expanse was instantly shrouded in darkness. Shimmering fragments of space, akin to stars, flickered with a faint glow. This scene resembled the apocalypse itself. How terrifying. Is this the dread of the Emperor? Below the Emperor, all are but ants. Countless strong beings displayed expressions of fear, staring dumbfounded at the heavens, which incessantly mended its shattered spaces. Although many powerful beings could not witness the clash between the two emperors, the overwhelming force unleashed by their battle was enough to instill a sense of despair. One can only imagine the intensity of their confrontation. From the protective value of the Emperor Mentor, 10,000, at this moment, a notification from Chu Luo's system echoed. Yet, Chu Luo gazed at the heavens, his heart filled with worry. Fear not, young one. I have exchanged barbs with your old mentor for many years, and we have coexisted for quite some time. While I cannot claim to fully understand your stubborn mentor, one thing I can assert with certainty. Your master is as cunning as you, filled with treachery. He's also exceedingly fearful of death. Without sufficient assurance, that old fellow would never act rashly. Elder Zhao stood beside Chu Luo, gazing up at the vast heavens, and slowly began to speak. Chu Luo was taken aback, turning to Elder Zhao, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Was the second elder actually praising him? Thank you, but there is no need for such flattery next time. Chu Luo nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relief from his earlier worries. Meanwhile, deep within the Forbidden Sect's sacred grounds, two elderly figures appeared upon a massive stone. One elder, with hair as white as snow and a kind demeanor, exuded an air of elegance and approachability. The other elder, however, was disheveled, his attire ragged, and his hands and face caked in dirt, resembling a beggar from the mundane world, one who could easily solicit alms with just a broken bowl and a stick. The contrast in their demeanor was striking. At this moment, both elders gazed at the void battlefield beyond. Heh, those who dare to bully my Forbidden Sect. The third elder has just ascended to the rank of emperor, yet he finds himself at a disadvantage against the ancient foe, Baikong. The ragged elder chuckled sinisterly, a dry wooden stick materializing in his hand. He appeared eager to engage. Should you strike heedlessly, you risk awakening those slumbering ancients within. You will be the one to bury them again. The elegant elder looked disdainfully at the disheveled figure beside him. Just as the ragged elder was about to retort, he suddenly noticed something, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Old fool, do you think you have the right to admonish me? Can you even release the forbidden technique you were conjuring? How shameless of you to even speak. The elegant elder awkwardly concealed his hand, which bore special runes. Clearing his throat, I inadvertently drew the attention of this old fellow. Ahem. Our third elder is indeed remarkable. The outcome is evident. We need not meddle in this ourselves. The elegant elder remarked, his eyes glinting with delight as he surveyed the battlefield beyond. The ragged elder also tucked away his stick, expressing admiration. Indeed, our third elder is impressive, having severely injured the ancient wretch, Baikong, with merely the first realm of the emperor. Not only is the third elder exceptional, but his prized disciple is also no ordinary individual. The elegant elder chuckled. The ragged elder paused, inquiring, the third elder's disciple is that boy who stumbled in last time? Indeed, that lad, the elegant elder confirmed. He has mastered 1,000 forbidden techniques. When he entered and sought to learn the remaining 2,000 forbidden techniques, I intervened just in time and expelled him. The remaining 2,000 forbidden techniques. With that young man's lifespan, he might perish after merely glancing at them a few more times. Hiss. That lad has actually mastered all the forbidden techniques of the next 1,000. This young man is truly a prodigy. The disheveled elder inhaled sharply, instinctively turning his gaze. Not far behind the two, a massive stone tablet stood erect, inscribed with 3,000 forbidden techniques. It turns out that the forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect are not merely 1,000, but 3,000. Indeed, a prodigy. Alas, if only this young man possessed an everlasting body. Otherwise, our Forbidden Sect would surely give rise to an extraordinary being in the future. The elegant elder couldn't help but shake his head in regret, lifting his gaze towards the desolate heavens. His eyes transcended the shackles of time and space. Catching sight of Chu Luo, who was gazing up at the sky alongside Zhao Sheng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battle of the great emperor has concluded. Who emerged victorious? As tranquility gradually returned to the world, countless gazes were fixed upon the heavens. Chu Luo, too, was transfixed by the celestial expanse. In the next moment, a figure returning from the void beyond the realm caused Chu Luo's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 34. The Defeat of Baikong. Embarking on the journey home, the figure emerging from the void was none other than Emperor Baikong. Baikong had triumphed. At this moment, the assembled powerhouses recognized the returning individual as Emperor Baikong, their expressions changing with astonishment. Ha! The ancient saints, Lanqing and Zhao Hua, burst into uproarious laughter. However, something was amiss. That old ghost Baikong is injured. At this juncture, elders Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi narrowed their eyes, discerning the troubling signs. The ancient saints, Lanqing and Zhao Hua, seemed to have also caught on to something, their smiles abruptly freezing. The crowd beheld the hastening return of Emperor Baikong. His left arm vanished. And at the sight of the wound, a terrifying bloodthirsty force was eroding the spilled imperial blood. Emperor Baikong's countenance darkened, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Ancestor! The ancient saints, Lanqing and Zhao Hua, exclaimed in unison. A weakened imperial pressure descended as Emperor Baikong soared above the crowd. A mighty wave of force enveloping Lanqing, Zhao Hua, and a dozen other grandmasters and saints from the Lingqing sect. Let us depart. Emperor Baikong swept up the crowd, tearing open a rift in space. Before the onlookers' astonished eyes, he vanished into the fissure. We must leave quickly, just as the crowd was regaining their composure. The ancient saint of Qiyan Valley, Yanjun, seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically. In a state of panic, he warned the still-dazed Mingyan ancient saint and the grandmasters behind him. Mingyan ancient saint suddenly regained his senses and, alongside Yanjun, led the powerful figures swiftly away. They're all leaving. Hiss. Did everyone see that? Emperor Baikong has lost an arm. Could it be? Buzz. Many powerful figures in attendance seemed to have realized something, all lifting their gazes. A figure, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and terrifying bloodthirst, descended from the void above, hovering over the crowd. Master. Upon seeing this imperial figure, Chu Luo was filled with immense joy. Especially upon witnessing his esteemed master in perfect form, he realized that his master had triumphed. By the heavens, that old fellow runs remarkably fast. He must have practiced extensively. The Emperor of the Void Ravens cursed vehemently, his chest heaving. He then dispersed his overwhelming aura, returning to the side of Chu Luo and the others. In that moment, the other powerful figures present gazed at the retreating figure of the Emperor of the Void Ravens, filled with immense shock. No one anticipated that this newly ascended Emperor of the Void Ravens had actually defeated the Emperor of the 100 Skies from the Lingqing sect. It was truly astonishing. Master, you are formidable. Chu Luo stepped forward, relieved to see that his master had sustained no injuries, and gave the Emperor of the Void Ravens a thumbs up. Ha ha, indeed. My obedient disciple, you are unaware that while that old fellow possesses some skills, they are scarce, and he is no match for me. Had he not fled so swiftly, I would have certainly slain an emperor today to celebrate your achievement. The Emperor of the Void Ravens placed his hands on his hips, a proud expression adorning his face, seemingly relishing Chu Luo's praise. At this moment, the Emperor displayed none of the aloofness or cold majesty typically associated with a figure of his stature. Instead, he exuded the charm of a friendly old neighbor. Chu Luo rolled his eyes at his master, who displayed no humility whatsoever. That old fellow. Can he not boast for a moment? If slaying an emperor were that simple, he would not have allowed that old ghost to escape. Elder Zhao Sheng scoffed, retorting with annoyance, "You old fool, can you not speak without inciting irritation? If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." The Emperor of the Void Ravens, recognizing Elder Zhao's familiar banter, shouted back, "Humph." Elder Zhao merely huffed in response, choosing to say no more. This exchange prompted Chu Luo and Elder Qin Yi, who were nearby, to cover their faces and shake their heads in amusement. The daily repartee between the two elders lightened the mood of the more than 10 disciples of the Forbidden Sect, who could not help but stifle their laughter. "Friendinia, your combat prowess is unparalleled. I hold great admiration for you. Should you find the time, do visit our Pill Sect. We could engage in a discussion of the Tao," Elder Yao Ming said as he stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect toward the Emperor of the Void Ravens. "Ah, my dear friend Yao Ming, you flatter me. I shall certainly make time to visit your Pill Sect," the Emperor of the Void Ravens replied with a smile. This exchange caused the expression of the Qindan ancient saint, who stood behind Elder Yao Ming, to shift slightly. This old fellow coming to their Pill Sect would surely stir up trouble. Now that the matter of the secret realm has concluded, we may return. The Qian Valley and the Lingqing sect will undoubtedly seek retribution. We should report this to our sect leader promptly to prepare for the forthcoming actions of these two formidable factions, Elder Qin interjected. The Emperor of the Void Ravens nodded slightly, fully aware that these two sects would not let the matter rest easily. Moreover, his beloved disciple had already slain two of their most distinguished talents. At this moment, Chu Luo suddenly recalled something. Not only did he slay the prodigies of these two formidable factions, but he also dealt with Wang Lin, and undoubtedly, the Wang family would not let this matter rest. However, observing the multitude present, Chu Luo restrained his thoughts, for his master was already aware. "Let us depart. I shall return now," declared the Emperor of the Shadow Crow, who, along with the Emperor of Medicine and their disciples, boarded the same void warship and soared into the skies. Upon witnessing the departure of the experts from the Forbidden Sect and the Alchemy Sect, the other elite powers also took their leave with their respective disciples. Once the various factions had vacated the scene, a young man clad in white stood upon a slowly ascending void warship. Gazing intently in the direction of the departing members of the Forbidden Sect, his eyes glimmering with resolve. This white-clad youth was none other than Ling Xuanzi, the prodigy of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. "Master, I have made my decision. I wish to choose Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect as my guardian," Ling Xuanzi declared, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Should Chu Luo be my protector, my chances of becoming one of the Heavenly Mechanism disciples would greatly increase." Beside Ling Xuanzi stood an elderly man with white hair, the revered ninth elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, known as the Ancient Sage of Mysteries. With a furrowed brow, the ancient sage turned his gaze towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect, a resigned smile on his face. "My dear disciple, are you certain you wish to select this young man as your external support? He is as unruly as his master, and I fear he may bring you unexpected troubles." Ling Xuanzi chuckled softly, responding, "Master, Chu Luo's combat prowess is extraordinary. You did not witness his prowess when he vanquished Zhu Yu and Du Sheng. With Chu Luo's assistance, my prospects of becoming one of the Heavenly Mechanism disciples will be significantly enhanced. Currently, among the esteemed rankings, none can rival Chu Luo's might." Contemplating Ling Xuanzi's unwavering conviction, the ancient sage of mysteries remarked, "If you are resolute in your choice of Chu Luo, I shall accompany you to the Forbidden Sect at an appropriate time. However, we must wait until they resolve their impending troubles. The Crimson Flame Valley and the Spirit Clear Sect will undoubtedly seek retribution. The 3,000 Great Worlds are poised for some excitement. As the Great Era approaches, my dear disciple, you must seize the time to enhance your strength." The ancestor guarding the Dark Sea's border recently sent word, indicating that the ancient divine ruins connecting our 3,000 Great Worlds to the Dark Sea will open in 5 years. The ancient ruins cycle every 100,000 years, and the time for another cycle is nearing. Consequently, the elders of the pavilion have resolved to unite all the top-tier factions of the 3,000 Great Worlds for the Prodigy ranking battle in 2 years. The ancient ruins 5 years hence will depend on the prowess of you, the prodigies among the rankings. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanzi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. No wonder none of the elite prodigies from other top factions appeared during the opening of the Emperor's secret realm. They have been preparing for the Prodigy ranking battle 2 years from now. The ancient sage of mysteries nodded in agreement, waving his hand as the void warship surged forth through the skies. Chapter 35. Movements from all parties. The Emperor enters the world as the major factions returned. The domain of the Heavenly Gate within the 3,000 Great Worlds came into focus. The Heavenly Gate domain is a medium-sized realm, with its most powerful sect being the Heavenly Gate sect. Within the celestial realm of Tianmen, countless sects exist, yet all are subordinate to the Tianmen sect. At this moment, deep within a floating island of the Tianmen sect, Lu Daoyuan, the sect leader who had returned from the desolate Tianzhou, knelt before a moss-covered, sealed stone door. His face was filled with sorrow and indignation, and his eyes sparkled with boundless hatred as he addressed the stone door. Ancestors. My disciple Feng has perished at the hands of a wretched creature named Chu Luo. That vile creature is a disciple of the Forbidden Sect Sinisterina. I intended to seek an explanation from the Forbidden Sect, but those old fiends have been exceedingly oppressive. Ancestor, Feng is also your disciple. As Lu Daoyuan's words faded, the moss-covered stone door began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the entire floating island quaked. Boom. In an instant, a formidable imperial might shattered the heavy stone door. The entire Tianmin realm was engulfed in a tempest of shifting winds and dark clouds, as an overwhelming imperial aura filled the heavens and the earth. Emerging from the shadowy cavern was a bald elder, his face contorted with fury, radiating a terrifying imperial presence. Ancestor. Upon seeing this elder, Lu Daoyuan hastily rose and bowed respectfully. This elder was none other than the ancestor of the Tianmin sect, the Tianmin Emperor. Is it true that Feng met his demise at the hands of a disciple of the Forbidden Sect? The Tianmin Emperor inquired, his face a mask of ire. Indeed, ancestor. Feng's ranking on the heroic list has already been supplanted by that wretched creature from the Forbidden Sect. Lu Daoyuan replied. Boom. The Tianmin Emperor shuddered, a chilling murderous intent emanating from him. Even Lu Daoyuan could not help but tremble. How audacious of the Forbidden Sect. Do they truly believe they can reclaim the dominance they held 100,000 years ago? If it were not for their contributions during the Battle of the Dark Sea, would they still dare to consider themselves the pinnacle of power? A farce. They have destroyed my direct disciple and severed my legacy. This enmity cannot be overlooked. Rest assured, Daoyuan. I shall visit the Forbidden Sect forthwith to seek justice for Feng. The Tianmin Emperor declared, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Forbidden Sect. His voice cold and resolute. Lu Feng had been his most prized direct disciple. His demise signified the need to find another exceptionally gifted successor, otherwise his unparalleled skills would fade into oblivion. Presently, as his cultivation stagnated and his lifespan dwindled, the Tianmin Emperor saw this as an opportunity to demand something from the Forbidden Sect, hoping it would aid in his breakthrough. Although the Emperor was powerful, even he could not attain immortality. As his words concluded, the Tianmin Emperor took a step forward and vanished from his location. Meanwhile, in a vast realm not among the 3,000 great worlds, a world forged by the might of emperors existed, the ancestral grounds of the ancient Wang clan. At this moment, deep within the ancestral site of the Wang family, in a dimly lit, expansive cavern, a wondrous sight unfolded. Numerous small floating islands hovered within. Upon each diminutive floating island, a figure sits cross-legged. On one such island, an elderly man suddenly opens his eyes, his countenance transforming with fury as he rises abruptly. Cursed Forbidden Sect. Damned shadowy Raven Spectre, a cursed spawn of filth. An overwhelming imperial might surges forth from his being, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, within the realm of the Wang family, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, thunder rumbling ominously. The voice, aged yet filled with wrath, resonates throughout the entire Wang family domain. Hiss. Is that the voice of the ancestor, the demon-subduing emperor? What has transpired? The many formidable members of the Wang clan are startled by this sudden surge of imperial might. Countless individuals direct their gazes toward the depths of their ancestral land. Within a grand palace, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, with prominent brows and eyes, abruptly rises from his seat, his gaze similarly fixed upon the depths of the ancestral territory, his brow furrowing. This man is none other than Wang Outyin, the head of the Wang family. With a single step, Wang Outyin vanishes from his location, simultaneously within the cave of the ancestral land. The figure enveloped in astonishing imperial might stands radiating a murderous aura, eyes glinting with sorrow and intent to kill. This individual is none other than the true form of the demon-subduing emperor. What is the matter? What has occurred? The other figures meditating on nearby floating islands are awakened by the presence of the demon-subduing emperor. An elder from a nearby island inquires of him. The demon-subduing emperor's eyes gleam with cold light, his expression dark as he replies, "My beloved grandson has been slain by a wretched scoundrel from the Forbidden Sect." At these words, the expressions of the gathered ancestors shift dramatically, darkening in response. They are acutely aware that the lineage of the demon-subduing emperor consists solely of him and his grandson, Wang Lin. Now that Wang Lin has perished, it signifies the potential obliteration of the demon-subduing emperor's bloodline. Humph, the Forbidden Sect. They dare to kill a member of the Wang family, believing themselves to be the apex of celestial powers. An elder remarks coldly, Our Wang family seldom engages with the world. Those unaware might think we fear the Forbidden Sect. Very well, it is indeed time for the Wong family to traverse the vast realms of the 3,000 worlds. For our first battle, let us choose the Forbidden Sect. Demon subduing, I shall accompany you, so that the world may know that the people of the Wong family are not easily slain. And let us see how many of those ancient figures in the Forbidden Sect remain after all these years. The elder from the floating island beside the demon-subduing emperor rises slowly, a mocking smile on his face. The demon-subduing emperor nods in agreement, and together, the two step forth, their forms vanishing from sight. As the demon-subduing emperor and the elder emerge from the cave, Wang Outyin appears alongside them. Ancestor Jinxie, Ancestor Ming Wang. Wang Outyin exclaims in astonishment upon witnessing the two eminent ancestors. Elder, what has transpired? Wang Outyin, sensing the palpable killing intent emanating from the demon-subduing emperor, cannot restrain his curiosity. Head of the family, my grandson has perished outside. The demon-subduing emperor responds with a somber gaze. What? Wang Outyin was taken aback, and his expression quickly darkened. Not long ago, he had dispatched strong members of his clan to accompany Wang Lin to the Lingqing sect for a marriage proposal at Wang Lin's behest. To his astonishment, Wang Lin had unexpectedly met his demise. Elder ancestor, who is responsible for this? Wang Outyin inquired. The Forbidden Sect. The cold, evil emperor replied icily. Wang Outyin was momentarily stunned, but then nodded slightly as he noticed the two elder ancestors manifesting before him. Seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, he spoke solemnly. Elder ancestors, shall I summon the formidable members of our clan to declare war against the Forbidden Sect? It is high time the world acknowledges the might of our ancient Wang clan. No, clan leader, there is no need for such trouble. The two of us old fellows can handle it. The cold, evil emperor waved his hand and then stepped forward. His figure vanished from the spot, leaving the Wang clan's ancient realm. The bright king emperor followed closely behind. Chapter 36, a heart-to-heart between master and disciple. Returning to the sect, the Forbidden Sect. Wang Outyin watched as the two elder ancestors departed, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Forbidden Sect, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Just as the Tianmin sect and Wang clan were making their moves, the emperor of the Lingqing sect, Bai Kong, along with others, returned to their sect. The high-ranking officials of the Lingqing sect, upon learning of the events, were equally infuriated. That very day, two more emperors of the Lingqing sect emerged, leaving the sect in haste. Following closely was Chihua Valley. Two red-haired elders stealthily departed from the valley without alarming anyone. Above the void where the Dan sect resides, suddenly, a rift in space quietly opened. Subsequently, a colossal warship, enveloped in a terrifying power, surged forth from the rift, slowly descending onto a plaza within the Dan sect. This warship carried the returning Chu Luo and his companions. Ha! Friend Inya, esteemed elders, young friend Chu, thank you for this venture. Soon, our sect shall dispatch personnel to deliver an Emperor Dan and 16 Holy Dawn to your esteemed sect. Emperor Yaoming expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards Chu Luo and the others. Friend Yiming, this is what you insisted on being grateful for. I just happen to have a small task that requires your assistance. The cold, evil emperor replied with a broad smile. Emperor Yaoming was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Speak freely, my friend. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist. The cold, evil emperor nodded slightly, producing a spatial ring with a flick of his hand. He tossed the ring to Emperor Yaoming. Upon infusing his consciousness into the ring, Emperor Yaoming's expression shifted. For within the ring lay dozens of holy herbs and several divine herbs. The holy and divine herbs contained within the ring were all capable of extending one's lifespan. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare, typically found only in perilous domains. The herbs in this ring were specifically sought by me for my dear disciple in those treacherous lands. I know your Dan sect possesses a certain elixir known as the Holy Longevity Dan. This elixir is gentle in potency and can cumulatively enhance one's lifespan. I cannot entrust this task to just anyone, so I must trouble you, my friend. The cold, evil emperor rubbed his hands together, his demeanor eager. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, especially Chu Luo, who gazed at his slightly stooped master's figure, feeling a surge of emotion welling within his heart. Originally, the reason his master did not accompany him to the emperor's secret realm was that he had ventured into a perilous place in search of medicinal herbs to extend his lifespan. The medicine emperor retracted his storage ring and, with a respectful gesture towards the crow emperor, assured him, rest assured, my friend, I shall personally concoct this elixir. Subsequently, I will send it along with other pills to the Forbidden Sect. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much. The Crow Emperor responded with a slight bow, then waved his hand, causing the warship to ascend once more, departing from the Pill Sect and heading towards the Forbidden Sect. Thank you, Master, for everything you have done for your disciple. Chu Luo transmitted his gratitude to the Crow Emperor discreetly. The Crow Emperor was taken aback, revealing a sly grin as he replied telepathically, "Oh, my obedient disciple. When did you become so sentimental? Have you been possessed? Let me have a look." Chu Luo simply rolled his eyes. His master was indeed incapable of being serious. Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting. Throughout these years, I have been engrossed in meditation and have not guided you in your cultivation path. My dear disciple, your talent surpasses even mine, and I cannot intrude excessively on your martial journey. All I can do is protect your growth. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, strive to become the zero-sequence disciple of our sect and the future young master of the Forbidden Sect. When the time comes for the current sect master to step down, you shall assume that role, and I will enjoy the fruits of your success. The Crow Emperor smiled faintly, transmitting this encouragement. Chu Luo nodded, resolutely determining to secure the position of zero-sequence disciple and become the young master of the Forbidden Sect. During their heartfelt conversation, the warship arrived at the Forbidden Sect. Within the Grand Hall, Lin Feng and several elders awaited the return of Chu Luo and his companions. Seeing Chu Luo and the others return safely, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, when Lin Feng and the present elders sensed Chu Luo's current cultivation level, they were all taken aback. This lad had merely ventured into the Emperor's secret realm and managed to break through to the first stage of primordial realm. How astonishing! At that moment, the other elders gazed at Chu Luo as if he were a rare treasure, contemplating whether they should try to claim him for themselves. Yet, in the next instant, the gaze directed at them by the Crow Emperor sent them retreating in alarm. Chu Luo, it seems you have gained quite a lot from this expedition to the secret realm, Lin Feng remarked with a slight smile, expressing his approval. Chu Luo revealed a broad grin and stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Sect Master, indeed, I have had significant gains from this journey. Upon finishing his statement, Chu Luo beckoned to his 6 junior brothers, who stepped forward to open their spatial storage rings. In the next moment, a mound of spirit soil, rich in vitality, accumulated before everyone. Alongside the spirit soil, there was also a collection of medicinal herbs. This is spirit soil. You clever lad. You found spirit soil in the secret realm and didn't even inform me. I stood guard for you outside the realm so many times. The second elder, Zhao Sheng, nearly drooled at the sight of the mountain of spirit soil and jumped forward, reproaching Chu Luo with feigned annoyance. Zhao Sheng crouched on the ground, cradling the precious spirit soil in his hands. As he inhaled its rich aroma, an expression of exhilaration and ecstasy adorned his face. Even Lin Feng and the other elders, upon gazing at the mountain of spirit soil, could not help but be deeply moved. Spirit soil was exceedingly rare, and they had not anticipated that Chu Luo would acquire such a copious amount within the secret realm. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, look at your meager accomplishments. Just a handful of soil, and my beloved disciple presents it to the sect. In the end, it will still be you who manages it. The Emperor of Shadow Crow scoffed disdainfully at the excited Zhao Sheng, deliberately mocking him. Bah, you old crow, if you have the ability, don't come to my medicinal fields in the future. Zhao Sheng sprang to his feet, pointing at the Emperor of Shadow Crow and cursing vehemently. Observing the brewing conflict between the two, Lin Feng hastily intervened, saying, all right, let us leave this spirit soil to the second elder. Chu Luo, you have made a contribution to the sect this time. Speak up. What reward do you seek? Chu Luo smiled broadly, quickly clasping his hands in gratitude. This is what a disciple ought to do. No reward is necessary. However, I did cause some trouble within the secret realm, which may implicate the sect. I hope it won't bring any blame upon me. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng suddenly chuckled, looking at Chu Luo. What is the big deal? You merely dispatched the genius of the Lingqing sect within the secret realm. It's not a grave matter. The people of Lingqing sect simply lacked capability. You dealt with it decisively. Even if they come seeking retribution, you need not worry, for this sect leader, along with the elders and your esteemed master, shall protect you. Chapter 37, The Troublemaker of the Sect. Quickly summon the ancestor. The previous battle between the Emperor of Shadow Crow and the Emperor of Void was not lost on Lin Feng. From this, he could easily surmise that this little fellow had likely stirred up trouble once again within the secret realm. coupled with the recent appearance of the genius rankings. He readily guessed that Chu Luo must have dispatched the genius of the Lingqing sect. Chu Luo nodded slightly and continued, "Sect leader, aside from the Lingqing sect, I also inadvertently killed Du Xing and Han Wuzhe of the Qian Valley." Lin Feng and several elders paused, exchanging glances. This troublemaker. It's nothing to worry about. Just the Qian Valley. What can two major powers do together? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, while I was acquiring the spirit soil, I encountered Lu Feng, a genius from the Tianmen sect, who came with others to seize it. In a moment of carelessness, I also dispatched him. Chu Luo nodded affirmatively. Lin Feng and the elders responded, "It's nothing, not a significant issue. It's merely the Tianmen sect." Lin Feng waved his hand, taking a deep breath. "My dear disciple, you've left out one detail. You also dispatched a young scion of the ancient Qing clan." At this moment, the Emperor of Shadow Crow seemed to recall something and hurriedly added, "Oh, right. If Master had mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Sect leader. In the secret realm, I was compelled to eliminate someone who claimed to be from the ancient Qing clan." Chu Luo promptly supplemented, addressing Lin Feng. Upon hearing the words ancient royal family, Lin Feng nearly lost his footing. "Chu Luo, come forth and meet your demise." At that moment, a voice filled with murderous intent resonated from the heavens above the Forbidden Sect. Immediately, an overwhelming imperial aura enveloped the entire void surrounding the sect. Lin Feng and the others present changed their expressions drastically. Lin Feng urgently called out to Elder Qin Yi. "Elder, quickly summon the ancestor." Elder Qin Yi promptly turned and vanished from sight in a single stride. Chu Luo, sensing the familiar imperial might shrouding the Forbidden Sect, couldn't help but curse under his breath. The old ghost of the Wang family has already come knocking. "Let us go." Lin Feng furrowed his brows and led everyone outside the grand hall, with Chu Luo hastily following. Outside the hall, countless powerful sect members and disciples gazed up at the sky. They beheld the heavens flashing with lightning and the oppressive imperial aura rolling through the air. This magnificent presence spread across vast expanses. The entire realm of the 3,000 worlds was shaken by this terrifying force. Which emperor has descended upon us? Alas, with the arrival of this great era, emperors frequently emerge, and chaos is about to engulf the 3,000 worlds once more. That direction seems to be the Forbidden Sect. I heard that disciples from the Forbidden Sect have slain prodigies from the Qian Valley and the Lingqing sect within the Emperor's secret realm. Could it be that the emperors of these two great powers have come personally to seek retribution? It must be so. Let us go and witness this for ourselves. Numerous powerful figures from various factions discreetly made their way to the Forbidden Sect. Even some hidden old monsters from within the sects were stirred, sending forth their spiritual senses. At this moment, above the Forbidden Sect, countless formidable spiritual senses converged. Just as Chu Luo, alongside sect leader Lin Feng and the others, stood outside the grand hall gazing upwards, a violent, invisible wave surged through the void. Suddenly, a colossal spatial rift shattered the air, extending across miles. From this rift emerged two towering imperial manifestations, thousands of feet tall, stepping forth from the void, their gazes piercing downwards, exuding overwhelming imperial might. In that instant, the surrounding heavens and earth where the Forbidden Sect resided became chaotic, with the laws of the universe and elemental energies thrown into disarray. It was the Wang family's exorcising evil emperor and the Ming Wang emperor. Heavens! How has the emperor of the ancient Wang family entered the world and sought out the Forbidden Sect? Rumor has it that this Chu Luo slayed a member of the Wang family within the secret realm, and that individual was supposedly the grandson of the exorcising evil emperor. This Chu Luo is truly a troublemaker. The sect is indeed unfortunate. Indeed, it is fortunate that it is the Forbidden Sect. Had it been another sect, they would have been annihilated countless times by now. However, before the many powerful figures of the 3,000 worlds could finish their remarks, a few more terrifying imperial auras surged from the distant horizon. In the next moment, 5 figures, each riding upon imperial manifestations, descended upon the sky of the Forbidden Sect. In the blink of an eye, the entire realm trembled violently under the weight of their overwhelming power. It seems as though even the heavens and the earth struggle to withstand the immense power emanating from the bodies of these great emperors. Among them stands the formidable emperor of the Heavenly Gate from the Heavenly Gate sect, alongside the emperor of Heavenly Fire from the Crimson Flame Valley, the emperor of Fiery Baptism, the Wine Saint emperor from the Spirit Purity sect, and the Impervious emperor. Good heavens, has this Chu Luo transgressed the laws of heaven? drawing the attention of 3 supreme factions and a first-rate power. A total of 7 emperors have come knocking at his door. If Chu Luo manages to escape this calamity today, he will undoubtedly become a figure unmatched in history, his name echoing throughout the 3,000 great worlds. How could this be possible? Unless the Forbidden Sect is willing to fight at all costs, even the Shadow Crow Emperor would be unable to protect Chu Luo. At that moment, as countless powerful beings were engulfed in shock within the Forbidden Sect, Lin Feng and the elders could not help but twitch their lips in agitation at the sight of the 7 great emperors descending. However, discerning observers would notice that there was no trace of fear in Lin Feng and the elders' eyes. At this juncture, Lin Feng and several elders simultaneously turned their gazes toward Chu Luo, who wore an expression of embarrassment and helplessness, seemingly realizing that he had truly made a grave mistake. Could the sect withstand this? Fear not, my dear disciple. This is merely a small affair. Just know that our Forbidden Sect is exceptionally powerful. Came the voice of his master in Chu Luo's ears. Startled, Chu Luo looked toward his master and perceived that the latter had sensed his unease. Master, just how powerful is our sect? After all, we are facing 7 great emperors. Perhaps I should accompany them to avoid implicating the sect. Rest assured, my dear disciple. Today, even if 7, 10, or 20 great emperors were to arrive, they would not be able to take you away. Just know that our Forbidden Sect possesses a terrifying strength. One capable of standing against the entirety of the 3,000 great worlds. The Shadow Crow Emperor grinned, transmitting his thoughts discreetly. Chu Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. His heart greatly stirred. If that were indeed the case, he could act with confidence in the future. Esteemed seniors, what brings you here from afar? Lin Feng, the sect leader, stepped forward, lifting his gaze toward the looming forms of the 7 formidable emperors, addressing them with neither deference nor arrogance. Humph. Boom. The chilling countenance of the Jinxia Emperor darkened as he let out a disdainful grunt. The overwhelming imperial might surged forth, rapidly descending upon Lin Feng and the elders. They felt a weight pressing down on their shoulders. Yet, just as the Jinxia Emperor's oppressive force was about to overwhelm them, the Shadow Crow Emperor stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the others with a sinister grin. In an instant, a vast pressure emanated from the Shadow Crow Emperor, countering the Jinxia Emperor's might. Witnessing this scene, the Mingwang Emperor, the Heavenly Gate Emperor, the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Fiery Baptism Emperor, the Wine Saint Emperor, and the Impervious Emperor all stepped forward simultaneously. Humph. Boom. 6 waves of murderous intent surged toward the Shadow Crow Emperor. However, in the next moment, all present, including the great emperors, were struck with astonishment. The combined pressure of the 7 emperors did not cause the Shadow Crow Emperor to falter. The oppressive aura emanating from the 7 esteemed emperors was effortlessly countered by the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. The expressions of the 7 emperors darkened, their gazes fixated on the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. Could this old man truly be a newly ascended emperor? Remarkable. Chu Luo couldn't help but marvel internally. He had never anticipated that his master could exhibit such formidable prowess, single-handedly withstanding the pressure exerted by 7 emperors. Even Lin Feng and the elders present cast their eyes towards the silhouette of the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow gazed upward at the 7 emperors hovering in the void, a cold smile gracing his lips. My sect leader is addressing you. Are you all deaf, you old relics? His voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth, showing no deference to the 7 emperors. Humph, you old relic. Hand over that little wretch, Chu Luo. The Emperor of Exorcism spoke first, his tone contemplative. Indeed, surrender Chu Luo. He has slain the prodigy of my Lingqing sect. If he is not handed over today, your Forbidden Sect will have to answer to us. The Emperor of Wine, leading the Lingqing sect, cast a murderous glance at Chu Luo. And I, from the Crimson Flame Valley. Chu Luo has killed our prodigy. This matter must be resolved today, or we will not let it rest with your Forbidden Sect. The Emperor of Heavenly Fire from Crimson Flame Valley proclaimed fiercely. And I, from the Heavenly Gate sect, demand an explanation as well. One of my disciples perished at the hands of Chu Luo. The Heavenly Gate Emperor chuckled coldly, joining in. As the words of the several emperors echoed, all disciples of the Forbidden Sect present turned their gazes towards Chu Luo, silently raising their thumbs in admiration. Brother Chu Luo. So formidable. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly. He looked up at the 7 emperors and mentally noted their names and the factions they represented. Once he ascended to the rank of emperor, he would certainly come to collect debts from each of them. They dared to attack the young. And now these old relics had emerged. They displayed none of the dignity befitting powerful emperors. Huh. Old ghost of the Heavenly Gate, I advise you to scram. Your pathetic sect is no larger than a sesame seed, and your useless disciple attempted to seize opportunities from my dear apprentice in the secret realm, only to be outmatched and slain by him. We of the Forbidden Sect have yet to seek trouble with your Heavenly Gate sect, yet you, old man, have come looking for death. If you have any sense, you will leave quickly. Otherwise, I shall personally lead my forces to annihilate your Heavenly Gate sect. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow berated the solitary Heavenly Gate Emperor. The Emperor's scathing remarks brought immense satisfaction to Chu Luo. The Heavenly Gate Emperor, rendered speechless by the tirade, wore a grim expression, his countenance darkening significantly. Disregarding the Heavenly Gate Emperor, the Emperor of the Shadow Crow turned his gaze to the Emperor of Exorcism and the other two prominent factions, sneering, "And what of you ancient relics, who have lingered for millennia? Should I refuse to surrender my cherished disciple, what will you do? Ha! What will you do? Today, I shall declare war against your Forbidden Sect." The great Emperor of Suppression laughed coldly, a chilling intent to kill permeating the air, enveloping heaven and earth. "So it is with my Spirit Purity Sect. The same goes for my Scarlet Flame Valley. If you do not surrender the wretched Chu Luo, let us battle today." The voices of the two supreme powers echoed, resonating through the heavens, heard by countless powerful beings who were observing this place. Many were struck with astonishment and dread. They had not anticipated that the three top-tier forces would choose to engage in war with the Forbidden Sect over a single Taboo disciple. Moreover, this declaration of war emanated from the Supreme Emperors themselves. At this moment, the myriad powers across the 3,000 great worlds were filled with both concern and curiosity regarding how the Forbidden Sect would respond. Should such an imperial conflict commence, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophic doom for countless beings in the 3,000 great worlds. "Very well, let us engage in battle," the great Emperor of the Shadow Crow scoffed. Unperturbed by the threats surrounding him, he vowed to protect his disciple. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the vast might of an emperor, a blood-red imperial avatar rising from his being. 10,000 from the protective value of the great master. Behind him, Chu Luo gazed at his mentor, who was prepared to fight for his sake, filled with deep emotion. Looking up at the 7 emperors above, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He swore that the day he ascended to emperor would be the day these 7 old fellows would meet their demise. Simultaneously, Lin Feng and several elders stepped forward. Their faces darkened. "Chu Luo is a disciple of my Forbidden Sect. He has done no wrong. It is merely that your disciples lack the skill. Since you desire battle, my Forbidden Sect shall accompany you to the end today." Lin Feng raised his head, his expression resolute, devoid of any fear. "Indeed, let us fight." Ha! What of the 3 top-tier powers? Since you wish for war, let it be so. My Forbidden Sect has never feared you. Humph. We have never succumbed to anyone's threats. Several elders also stepped forward, confronting the 7 emperors in the void, declaring their intent to battle. Fight! 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 Countless disciples of the Forbidden Sect were moved by their leaders, raising their arms in fervent cries, vowing to engage in battle against the 3 top-tier sects. 5,000 from the protective value of Sect Master Lin Feng, 5,000 from the protective value of Elder 2, 5,000 from the protective value of Elder 5. Chu Luo's system continued to relay notifications. Meanwhile, the myriad powerful beings across the 3,000 great worlds were utterly astonished. They had not expected the Forbidden Sect to exhibit such boldness. For the sake of a mere disciple, they were willing to go to war with the 3 top-tier forces. In this moment, some powerful beings finally understood why the Forbidden Sect had endured through the ages. What a formidable Forbidden Sect! If that is the case, then today, I shall ignite the flames of war. Today, you shall pay a heavy price. With a thunderous roar, the great Emperor of Suppression, in a fit of rage, manifested countless wondrous phenomena with his imperial avatar. You all possess such audacity. Who grants you the audacity to come and flaunt your might in my Forbidden Sect? At that moment, a voice imbued with supreme authority and brimming with an insatiable murderous intent resonated from the depths of the forbidden grounds of the sect. The next instant, the entire sky was shrouded in darkness, akin to the depths of night. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning around. The ancestors of the Forbidden Sect were finally emerging into the world. Chapter 39. The Ancestors' Arrogance, Disciples' Fear for Their Lives. Buzz. 2 immense forces surged forth from the depths of the Forbidden Sect, ascending into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, golden light illuminated the path, and myriad phenomena of the universe interchanged and transformed. Amidst the extraordinary spectacle, countless divine beings and demons gazed down at the world, their feet treading upon the celestial river. Two remarkably imposing figures stepped forth from the terrifying manifestation. As Chu Luo gazed upon them, he discerned that these two figures were elderly men of contrasting temperaments. One was clad in white robes with white hair, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. The other appeared disheveled and irreverent. It was him. Chu Luo's gaze fixated on the refined elder, an involuntary exclamation escaping his lips. It was this old man. Previously, when he was practicing the last forbidden art of evasion, he had miscalculated his direction and inadvertently transported himself deep into the forbidden grounds. Within that sacred space, he had encountered a stone tablet inscribed with records of 3,000 forbidden arts. It was then that he discovered the truth. The Forbidden Sect possessed not 1,000, but a total of 3,000 forbidden arts. At that time, he had intended to take the opportunity to transcribe the remaining 2,000 forbidden arts. But an elder had appeared, seizing him and casting him out of the forbidden grounds. That elder was none other than this elegantly poised ancestor. This was the Elder Xianqian, the Elder Daoyuan, the Emperor of Suppressing Evil, and the other 6 emperors present felt their expressions shift as they beheld the 2 elders materialize above the Forbidden Sect. Yet, in the next moment, their countenances returned to normal. The 7 emperors' consciousness surged fervently towards the depths of the Forbidden Sect, but a formidable force within thwarted their probing efforts. Hiss! That was the Emperor Xianqian and the Emperor Daoyuan of the Forbidden Sect. 100,000 years ago, during the Battle of the Dark Sea, these 2 emperors had carved out a reputation for themselves, establishing monumental achievements for our 3,000 worlds, leaving the foes on the other side of the Dark Sea too fearful to act. Indeed, it was astonishing that after 100,000 years, these 2 emperors still remained. Remarkably, there was not a trace of decay upon them, suggesting that their strength had only grown more formidable over the ages. These 2 were the most recent ancestors of the Forbidden Sect, but one could only wonder if the ancestors from earlier generations still lingered. If the ancestors preceding them were still present, the ambitions of the 7 emperors today might very well be thwarted. Who could say? The multitude of powerful beings observing this scene was stirred at the appearance of the 2 ancestors from the Forbidden Sect. Some reclusive old spirits, upon seeing these 2, could not help but recall the cataclysmic battles of 100,000 years past, their gazes towards the 2 elders filled with reverence. Ancestors! Lin Feng exclaimed with joy, leading the gathered elders and disciples to bow in homage to the 2 venerable figures. Chu Luo followed suit, acknowledging, "There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master." "Ah, my dear little one, we meet again." The venerable Elder Xiaoqiang, clad in white robes, cast a charming smile towards Lin Feng and his companions, before directing his gaze upon Chu Luo. "My dear lad, these 7 rascals are summoned by you, are they not? You little troublemaker." The beggar-like Daoyuan elder, wielding a wooden staff, also fixed his eyes upon Chu Luo, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes as he spoke with a hint of irritation. The 2 elders paid no heed to the grim expressions of the 7 great emperors before them. Upon hearing their remarks, Chu Luo scratched his head, shrugged, and with an awkward smile, replied, "Elders, you cannot blame me. If I hadn't retaliated, their disciples would have surely taken my life. I simply did not anticipate that the prodigies from these top-tier factions would be so easily subdued. Elders, you must stand up for me." As soon as Chu Luo finished his plea, the 2 elders erupted in hearty laughter, their voices echoing through the heavens. "Ha ha, young lad, splendid. This indeed reflects the spirit of our disciples from the Forbidden Sect. Worry not. Today, regardless of who comes, they shall not harm you. Not just you, but any disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Should anyone fall to their peers, it is merely a matter of skill. If their elders dare to bully you, we, the timeless ones, shall emerge to teach them a lesson." The resonant voices of the 2 elders reverberated throughout the realm. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were moved to tears, fervently chanting the names of their elders. As disciples of the Forbidden Sect, they felt exceedingly fortunate. "Ah, Jinxia Mingwang, Tianhua, Jiuxing, you 4 have truly excelled. All have broken through to the 4th realm of the Emperor. However, even with your advancements, do not dare to inflict even the slightest harm upon our disciples. If you are wise, you shall depart at once. I have no desire to spill blood today." Daoyuan elder glanced at the 7 great emperors, his gaze settling on the 4 leaders, a smile gracing his lips. As for the remaining 3, Tianmen Emperor, Yuhua Emperor, and Wuchen Emperor, although they were indeed formidable, they seemed to hold no significance in the eyes of the 2 elders, for their cultivation was merely at the 1st and 2nd realms of the Emperor. Humph. Dao Yuan, after all these years, your tongue remains as foul as ever. You too, after all this time, have only attained the fourth realm of the Emperor. What audacity do you possess to face my fourth realm emperors? Jinxia Emperor sneered, his voice laced with murderous intent. Upon this declaration, countless powerful beings recognized the cultivation level of the two elders from the Forbidden Sect, the fourth realm of the Emperor. Even Chu Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, having previously believed that these elders surpassed the 7 formidable figures. Yet, it turned out they were on par with Jinxia Emperor, Tianhua Emperor, Jiuxing Emperor, and Mingwang Emperor. The opposing side had an evident numerical advantage in fourth realm emperors. Not to mention the presence of Tianmen, Yuhua, and Wuchen, 3 additional emperors. How could these 2 elders be so audacious? Chu Luo had thought himself to be sufficiently arrogant. It seems that the 2 ancestors of the Forbidden Sect are even more arrogant than he is. Are these truly the only 2 ancestors we have? The sect master inquired. If there are other ancestors, please summon them forth. I fear our 2 ancestors may be overwhelmed by their opponents. Chu Luo felt a twinge of anxiety and discreetly conveyed his concerns to Sect Master Lin Feng. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he cleared his throat and responded telepathically. Do not worry, young one. These 2 ancestors of ours were once renowned as invincible in their realm. Yet, as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crept into Lin Feng's mind. He pondered the peculiar behavior of Elder Qini. Why had only these 2, the weakest among the ancestors, been summoned? As the sect master, he was acutely aware of his sect's heritage. Had the ancient beings in the Forbidden Grounds truly fallen into an eternal slumber? He resolved to investigate this matter personally at the earliest opportunity. Dao Yuan, why are you wasting your breath on these old ghosts? You know their temperament all too well. They are merely remnants of past defeats. Confronting them again will surely remind them of their folly. The elegant and affable elder Shaoqin scoffed, brandishing a long spear. With a single step, he traversed the void, his colossal emperor's manifestation emerging in the outer realms. Very well, let the defeated come forth. Dao Yuan, let us engage in battle. Elder Dao Yuan chuckled, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in the outer void above the Forbidden Sect. Shaoqin, Dao Yuan, let us fight. Today, we shall vanquish the 2 of you. The enraged Jinxia Emperor proclaimed, Indeed. Let us proceed. With a thunderous roar, he stepped forward, commanding a colossal emperor's manifestation as he charged into the outer void. The other 6 emperors swiftly followed in Jinxia Emperor's wake, each summoning their own emperor's manifestations. In an instant, the sky above the 3,000 great worlds was engulfed in a terrifying force. The endless void of the cosmos shattered under the weight of their power, revealing a dark and chaotic expanse. Space debris scattered like grains of sand throughout the void, and the entire 3,000 great worlds seemed to be plunged into an apocalyptic nightmare, sending shivers down the spines of countless beings. Fortunately, these emperors had chosen the outer void as their battlefield. Had they opted for the 3,000 great worlds, it would have resulted in catastrophic devastation. From Elder Shaoqin, Guardian Value 10,000. From Elder Dao Yuan, Guardian Value 10,000. At that moment, Chu Luo received another notification from his system. Upon checking his attribute panel, he discovered that his guardian value had accumulated to an impressive 1.45 million. He was now one step closer to redeeming the immortal body. Dear disciple, stay close to the sect master. His master urged, I shall go assist the elders. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the vigilant Enya Emperor, noticing that their 2 elders were besieged by 7 opponents, advised Chu Luo before stepping forth. Riding upon a blood-red manifestation of a sovereign, one soared into the boundless void, entering the battlefield. At this moment, in the vast expanse of the outer void, the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Fiery Emperor, the Dustless Emperor, and the Heavenly Gate Emperor besieged the ancestor of Xiaocheng. Meanwhile, the Evil Suppression Emperor, the Illumination Emperor, and the Wine Saint Emperor, 3 formidable sovereigns of the 4th realm, attacked the Tao Source ancestor. With resounding booms, the 2 battlefields reverberated as numerous colossal, sovereign manifestations trampled upon the universe, unleashing myriad divine laws that suppressed the endless realm. The terrifying force of their attacks shattered the infinite void of the outer realm. Stars within a radius of countless miles were reduced to mere dust. The clash between these great sovereigns was fearsome beyond measure. The power from both battlefields wreaked havoc, penetrating deep into the chaotic depths of the outer void. The might of the sovereign stirred the chaos, inciting dread. The ancestor of Xiaocheng wielded a battle spear, resembling an ancient demon god on a campaign. Unmatched in combat, Facing the combined might of four sovereigns, he showed no signs of retreat. At this moment, the ancestor of Xiaoqing exuded none of his previous scholarly demeanor. Only an aura of slaughter and ferocity remained. As the battle raged on, he grew increasingly fierce, showcasing an invincible stance. The four sovereigns, confronted with the terrifying battle prowess of the ancestor of Xiaoqing, wore expressions of grave concern. As the battle continued, the Heavenly Gate Emperor, whose lifespan was dwindling, began to contemplate retreat. In contrast, the Dao Source ancestor, single-handedly battling 3 Fourth Realm sovereigns, found himself at a slight disadvantage. Yet, the Dao Source ancestor remained steadfast. The wooden staff in his hand emanated black flames. The endless black flames scorched millions of realms. His exceptional staff techniques conjured countless illusions. With a single strike, gods and demons quaked in fear, causing the very ground beneath him to collapse. Countless powerful beings within the 3,000 great worlds gazed beyond their confines, witnessing the two battlefields deep within the outer void. Such prowess! These two old fellows retained their former glory. Within the Dan sect, several elders gasped in astonishment. Among them was the Emperor Yuming, clearly indicating that the others were also esteemed ancestors of the Dan sect. Alas, that old fellow Dao Source, though astonishingly powerful, struggles against 3 Fourth Realm sovereigns. It seems he will not endure much longer. One can only wonder if the other old fellows of the Forbidden Sect have perished. If not, why do they hesitate to intervene? Dao Source is nearing his limit. The leading elder of the Dan sect gazed at the frenzied battle of the Dao Source ancestor and sighed. The other elders nodded in agreement. Just as everyone marveled at the astounding combat abilities of the two ancestors, the figure of the Crow Emperor suddenly appeared on the outer void battlefield. Ancestor, I have come to assist you. The Crow Emperor intended to relieve the pressure on the Dao Source ancestor. After shaking off the 3 attackers with a single strike of his staff, the Dao Source ancestor glanced at the Crow Emperor and said, I can still hold my ground. Go assist Xiaoqing. The Crow Emperor was taken aback, turning his gaze towards the battlefield of the ancestor of Xiaoqing. Suddenly, he noticed the Heavenly Gate Emperor seemingly attempting to withdraw from the battlefield. With a grin, he stepped forward. Old ghost of the Heavenly Gate, did you not seek an explanation from my Forbidden Sect? I shall grant you one now. Prepare to meet your end. Boom. The detestable old ghost of Ian Crow. Die. Boom. The great Emperor of the Heavenly Gate, blocked in his path, was filled with fury. He immediately retaliated, and alongside the Ian Crow Emperor, they opened a third battlefield, embodying the formidable wrath of the immovable king. Just then, seizing the moment when the ancestor of Dao Source was distracted, the King of Kings unleashed the ultimate technique of his lineage. A manifestation of the immovable king, towering hundreds of thousands of zhong, descended with overwhelming authority. The ancestor of Dao Source was suddenly alarmed, as his fire staff, entwined with black flames, struck out. Boom. The colossal and destructive manifestation of the immovable king was obliterated by a single blow. The prison of the netherworld trembled. Buzz. At the moment, the manifestation shattered. The great Emperor of the Wine Sage appeared before the ancestor of Dao Source. With a swift motion, he summoned a colossal illusory tower, shrouded in astonishing power, enveloping the ancestor within. The expression of the ancestor of Dao Source changed dramatically. Ha! Old ghost of Dao Source, today marks your demise. The devil subduing palm. At an unknown moment, the great Emperor of Evil Suppression, riding atop an unparalleled law manifestation, appeared behind the illusory tower, imprisoning the ancestor of Dao Source, unleashing a terrifying strike against the temporarily confined ancestor. At this moment, Lin Feng and the elders of the Forbidden Sect's council were utterly astonished. That old fool. What a disgrace to martial ethics. Sneak attacks are beneath an emperor. Chu Luo couldn't help but curse loudly. However, just as everyone believed the ancestor of Dao Source was about to be ambushed by the great Emperor of Evil Suppression, deep within the Forbidden Sect's most sacred ground, in a desolate area, a grave mound constructed of purple bricks radiated an otherworldly glow. These purple bricks harbored a peculiar power, seemingly far from ordinary. Boom. This grave mound suddenly erupted. A bronze coffin emerged from within. Crack. Boom. The bronze coffin slowly opened, and an unparalleled force surged forth from it, piercing through the void beyond the realms. Boom. This power, which sent shivers down everyone's spines, moved with astonishing speed, appearing behind the great Emperor of Evil Suppression in an instant, ready to strike. The great Emperor of Evil Suppression felt a sudden chill and turned around. his pupils contracting as he hastily dodged. Boom. This terrifying force shattered the illusory tower, imprisoning the ancestor of Tao Source. The ancestor quickly retreated a step, glancing towards the depths of the sect's forbidden ground, and grinned widely. Who is it? At this moment, the great emperors of evil suppression, Wine Sage, and immovable king all ceased their actions, their gazes converging upon the forbidden sect of the 3,000 great worlds. Simultaneously, the great emperors of heavenly fire, fiery bath, and dustless, who were besieging the elder of Shaochen, also halted, turning their attention to the 3,000 great worlds behind the elder. The fierce battle between the Een Crow Emperor and the great emperor of the heavenly gate was interrupted by that overwhelming force, causing them to stop and focus on the forbidden sect. At this moment, not only the formidable emperors beyond the void, but all the powerful beings from the 3,000 great worlds redirected their gaze towards the forbidden sect. Has the sect master sent other ancestors to intervene? Chu Luo gazed towards the direction of the forbidden land, instinctively speaking. Lin Feng nodded slightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, these ancient beings were willing to take action. In the next moment, a voice, aged yet imbued with a murderous intent, resounded as the myriad worlds cycle through the ages. Only my forbidden immortal sect remains eternal. The voice had scarcely faded when, in the blink of an eye, an elderly figure clad in white, with silvery strands interwoven in his black hair, appeared silently above the forbidden sect, wielding a spirit sword. This white-clad elder emanated not only a suffocating aura but also a palpable air of death. Upon seeing the elder's countenance, the demon-suppressing emperor was taken aback, while the powerful beings from the 3,000 worlds all felt their pupils constrict, faces etched with astonishment. Especially the 7 members of the demon-suppressing emperor, whose eyes flickered with deep apprehension. Who is this ancestor of ours, sect master? Is he all right? Chu Luo inquired anxiously, observing the overwhelming deathly energy radiating from the white figure, sensing that their ancestor appeared to be nearing the end of his days. Lin Feng, the sect master, also lifted his gaze to scrutinize the elder, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. He is one of our forbidden sect's ancestors, Zhongyu. Yet, it is strange that he has come to be in such a state. Lin Feng replied quietly to Chu Luo. Zhongyu. This was the first time Chu Luo had heard the name of this ancestor after many years in this realm. It seemed that the existence of Zhongyu dated back to a time long past, as evidenced by the dense death aura surrounding him. Zhongyu. It is indeed Zhongyu, the Sword River Burial of Jade. The realization struck like a bolt. Zhongyu, even in the days when I was still in the ancient saint realm, was already a renowned emperor across the 3,000 worlds. How could Zhongyu be shrouded in such a thick air of death? Alas, although emperors possess long lifespans, if they remain unable to break through, they are destined to perish in this world. I estimate that Zhongyu has at most a century left. After that, this old fellow will surely meet his end. If Zhongyu has already entered the phase of decline, then those even older than him in the Forbidden Sect must have long since passed away. This visit from the 7 emperors has finally allowed us to glimpse the current state of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, the Forbidden Sect has fallen into decline. Zhongyu is but a remnant of the previous generation alongside the old fiends Shaochen and Dao Yuan. Now that Zhongyu has entered the phase of decline, even if some of the older entities still exist, they surely dare not emerge. Once they do, they will meet their demise. Those ancient beings of the Forbidden Sect have shorter lifespans than we do. In their younger days, they frequently engaged in battles and employed forbidden techniques, which have significantly drained their lifespans. Once the Forbidden Sect completely declines, I shall watch how they hold on to their 1,000 forbidden techniques. Many hidden old monsters have emerged, secretly observing the battlefield. Upon learning of the current circumstances surrounding the Grand Emperor of Morning Jade, numerous reclusive ancient beings displayed a glimmer of avarice. The forbidden arts of the Taboo sect incited insatiable desire among countless individuals. It is precisely because the Taboo sect possesses 1,000 forbidden techniques that its legacy has endured through the ages. However, these ancient beings understood that the time was not yet ripe, even though there were still some venerable relics within the Taboo sect nearing their final moments. Should they be driven to desperation, those ancient entities would not hesitate to act, even at the cost of their own existence. Such a confrontation would spell disaster for their factions. In the void above, the ancestor of Morning Jade slightly lifted his gaze. In the next instant, the fabric of the void, torn asunder by the might of the Emperor, was instantaneously restored beneath an even more terrifying force. With merely a glance, he quelled the rampant power raging across the firmament and mended the shattered void. This scene left numerous hidden ancient beings in the shadows trembling with fear and trepidation. How formidable! Chu Luo could not help but exclaim in astonishment. To what level had their ancestor of Morning Jade ascended in his cultivation? The ancient royal family, the Spirit Purity Sect, the Crimson Flame Valley, and an inconsequential sect. All of you possess such audacity. What gives you the audacity to provoke my Taboo sect? The ancestor of Morning Jade, clad in flowing white garments, appeared to defy the winds, his gaze sharp. The battlefield beyond the realm lay before him, and a resonant voice, echoing with the chill of ages, reverberated like a great bell from a bygone era, causing the Zen evil emperor and his companions to wince as their eardrums throbbed painfully. Though they stood at a considerable distance, the 7 emperors, including the Zen evil emperor, felt as if the ancestor of Morning Jade were merely an arm's length away. In an instant, beads of cold sweat broke upon their brows, their resolve nearly faltering. It is crucial to remember that even in their time, the Morning Jade Emperor was a legendary figure. Despite the current aura of death enveloping the ancestor of Morning Jade, the state of the Morning Jade Emperor unveiled the present condition of the Taboo sect to the 7 emperors. The Taboo sect stood on the precipice of decline. With only a century left, after a century, the Taboo sect would no longer pose a challenge to their esteemed factions. Retreat. The Zen evil emperor, regaining his composure, urged the Ming Wang emperor beside him. The two turned and departed without hesitation. The Heavenly Fire Emperor and the Wine Saint Emperor also came to their senses and promptly alerted their respective companions, the Fiery Rebirth Emperor and the Dustless Emperor. The several emperors immediately turned, tearing through space to escape. The flight of the emperors from the 3 top-tier factions jolted the Heavenly Gate Emperor into awareness. However, just as he grasped the situation, the Shadow Crow Emperor acted first, launching a surprise assault. Die, you old wretch. Boom. The Shadow Crow Emperor unleashed a powerful strike, sending the Heavenly Gate Emperor crashing away, severely injured. Despicable! You dare to ambush me! The Heavenly Gate Emperor cursed, spitting forth his imperial blood. Yet, before he could regain his footing, the ancestors of Xiaoqing and Daoyuan had already arrived. The 3 emperors surrounded the Heavenly Gate Emperor, cutting off all avenues of retreat. In that moment, the Heavenly Gate Emperor was filled with remorse. Cursed be it! I shall fight you all. The mighty Emperor of the Heavenly Gate roared in fury, steadfastly confronting the relentless assault of the 3 assailants. Yet, at that moment, the ancestor of the Forbidden Sect, high above in the skies, cast a cold smile upon witnessing several emperors retreating into the depths of the universe. You wish to come and go as you please? Do you truly believe my Forbidden Sect is so easily trifled with? As his words echoed, the ancestor raised his sword towards the void beyond, murmuring, "Forbidden ultimate technique." One sword across the galaxy. Boom. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted from the spiritual sword in his grasp. This sword light swiftly expanded, enveloping the entirety of the 3,000 great worlds and soaring beyond the cosmic expanse. Countless powerful beings gazed upward, their eyes wide as saucers, their bodies trembling. Fear etched upon their faces. Before them materialized an incomprehensibly vast river of swords, within which terrifying sword intent manifested as a tangible force, roaring and surging forth. The sword river shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars, illuminating the firmament of the 3,000 great worlds. Boom. As this sword river surged forth, it shattered the void, distorting the very fabric of space-time. By my mother, ancestor, do you intend to annihilate us? The cunning emperor of the Shadow Crow, who had cornered the ancestor of the Heavenly Gate, was startled by the emergence of this sword river suppressing the 3,000 great worlds. He quickly urged both Ancestor Xiaoqing and Ancestor Daoyuan to flee, turning on his heel to escape. In his retreat, he could not resist delivering a swift strike, sending the dazed ancestor of the Heavenly Gate into the sword river. Curse you! The ancestor of the Heavenly Gate, consumed by immense fury and despair, let out a heart-wrenching scream as he was swept into the oncoming sword river. Boom. Soon, the sword river tore through space, transcending its confines, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing emperors into the depths of the void. Boom. A deafening roar reverberated from the dark reaches of the void. Brilliant sword light burst forth from the chaotic depths, illuminating the vast cosmos of the 3,000 great worlds. Such formidable power caused violent tremors throughout the realms. After a prolonged silence, the world returned to tranquility, a faint smile gracing the lips of the ancestor of the Forbidden Sect. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the skies of the 3,000 great worlds were shrouded in crimson clouds, extraordinary phenomena manifesting. A torrential downpour of blood rained down. Alas, an emperor has fallen, and the heavens mourn. One of our own has perished. It is the ancestor of the Heavenly Gate, who was ambushed by the Emperor of the Shadow Crow and plunged into the sword river of the ancestor of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, we can no longer sense the aura of the ancestor of the Heavenly Gate. The Great Era approaches, and with it, the fall of an emperor. Sigh. This great era is a time of chaos. This grand era has yet to fully unfold, yet an emperor has already fallen. It is destined to be more tumultuous than ever before. Countless powerful beings gazed at the falling blood rain, all sighing in lament. In times of turmoil, even emperors are stained crimson in the heavens, let alone ordinary warriors. The ancestor of the Forbidden Sect sheathed his spiritual sword, the aura of death around him growing ever more palpable, as if he were on the verge of transcending this realm. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of many scheming old masters hidden in the shadows. Master, our venerable ancestor, why did he, despite being shrouded in death's embrace, expend his life force to wield the forbidden arts just moments ago? Chu Luo inquired with evident confusion. Lin Feng also shook his head, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Subsequently, the mental energies of the powerful factions retracted from above the Forbidden Sect. The ancestor of Morning Jade materialized before the assembly. At that moment, the ancestors of Shaoqin, Dao Yuan, and the Emperor of Shadows also returned to the sect. Ancestor. Lin Feng and the elders bowed respectfully to the ancestor of Morning Jade. He waved his hand, a smile gracing his face. There is no need for such formalities. Ancestor, have you entered the realm of the 5 declines of heaven and man? Perhaps you should select some divine herbs from the sect's treasury. Lin Feng expressed his concern, mentioning the death aura surrounding the ancestor of Morning Jade. Even the ancestors of Shaoqin and Dao Yuan exchanged glances filled with peculiar expressions. The ancestor of Morning Jade dismissed their concerns with a wave, his gaze falling upon Chu Luo, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Little one, you possess commendable talent. When competing for opportunities in the outside world, do not let today's events weigh upon your mind. A grand era approaches. Seize what is to be seized. Should any old wretch dare to bully you, rest assured, we old ones are not yet dead. Chu Luo was taken aback, then clasped his fists and replied, Disciple understands. I am grateful for the ancestors and the sect's protection. I shall not bring shame upon the sect in the future. The ancestor of Morning Jade nodded slightly, his satisfaction with Chu Luo growing. Lin Feng and the gathered elders were equally astonished. Their ancestor of Morning Jade seemed to hold this young man in high regard. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Shadows was nearly beaming with joy, for his prized disciple receiving the ancestor's attention brought him greater delight than his own ascension to emperor. Young man, devote yourself to your cultivation. The future of the Forbidden Sect may very well depend on your generation. The ancestor of Morning Jade laughed. With that, he turned and stepped forward, returning to the sect's forbidden grounds. Ancestors Shaoqin and Dao Yuan cast a few more glances at Chu Luo before following suit. Everyone, you may disperse. Lin Feng finally relaxed his tense demeanor, addressing the crowd before vanishing from sight. The other elders also departed in their own directions. Chu Luo gazed into the depths of the forbidden grounds, still awestruck by the ancestor of Morning Jade's earlier sword strike. Coming to his senses, he decided to return to Nianxia Peak to unwind, for the journey into the Emperor's secret realm had left him utterly exhausted. It was also an opportune moment to replenish the life force he had depleted. Having utilized the forbidden arts multiple times within the secret realm, he had yet to recover the life essence he had spent. Soon, under the admiring gazes of numerous disciples, Chu Luo and the Emperor of Shadows returned to their mountain peak. Meanwhile, within the heart of the Forbidden Sect's forbidden grounds, the ancestor of Morning Jade, having just returned, radiated a faint glow. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of ancestors Shaoqin and Dao Yuan, the deathly aura surrounding the ancestor of Burial Jade dissipated entirely. Furthermore, his skin regained a remarkable elasticity, and the white strands of hair atop his head gradually transformed back to black. In the blink of an eye, the once aged ancestor of Burial Jade metamorphosed into a youthful and handsome man, clad in white garments that resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. Should outsiders witness this extraordinary transformation, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. It became evident that the ancestor of Burial Jade had been feigning his previous state, deceiving everyone around him. As for the current visage of the ancestor, neither the ancestor of Celestial Dust nor the ancestor of Dao Source appeared surprised. Why did you choose to disguise yourself in such a manner, ancestor? Inquired the ancestor of Dao Source, confused. The ancestor of Burial Jade smiled broadly, gazing into the void as he spoke. A new era approaches. With its arrival, prodigies will emerge. Should I and my Taboo sect display excessive strength, those self-important factions will hesitate to act against us. Our generation of talents would inevitably miss out on certain tribulations. Only by presenting a facade of decline will these conceited forces, though they may not dare to confront us old-timers openly, seek ways to suppress the younger generation of our Taboo sect. Thus, our young ones shall have their sharpening stones. Realization dawned upon the ancestor of celestial dust and the ancestor of Tao source. So, ancestor, will you continue to slumber? Asked the ancestor of celestial dust. The ancestor of burial jade gently shook his head and responded, with the great era on the horizon, I shall not remain in slumber any longer. That lad named Chu Luo is extraordinary. If he does not meet an untimely end, our Taboo sect may soon witness the rise of another formidable being. Upon hearing this, both the ancestor of celestial dust and the ancestor of Tao source nodded in agreement. Therefore, I shall not enter my slumber. I will safeguard the younger generation of our Taboo sect. Besides that lad named Chu Luo, there are several promising young talents within our sect. You too must begin to protect these youngsters in secret, commanded the ancestor of burial jade. The ancestor of celestial dust and the ancestor of Tao source nodded in acknowledgement and offered a respectful bow before withdrawing. The ancestor of burial jade slowly turned, a smile gracing his lips. Before him lay 100 burial mounds constructed from purple stone bricks, each containing a bronze coffin. Meanwhile, within the depths of the ancestral land of the ancient Wang family, two weakened and disheveled figures returned to their cave dwelling. As these two figures appeared, all the individuals on the small floating islands within the cave sprang to their feet. These two were none other than the previously fleeing Emperor Jinxie and Emperor Mingwang. However, at that moment, Emperor Jinxie bore a ghastly wound on his chest, with terrifying sword energy continuously eroding his body. Beside him, Emperor Mingwang was missing an entire arm. Witnessing their dire state, the gathered elders of the Wang family fell into a heavy silence, having discreetly observed the earlier battle of emperors. The emergence of the Jade Burial Emperor indeed took the ancestral elders of the Wang family by surprise. They had not anticipated that the old specter of Jade Burial had not yet transcended. Although he was unmatched in battle during his prime, he had frequently employed forbidden techniques, depleting his lifespan. Remarkably, he had managed to endure until now. At most, he has a century left. After that, that old wretch will surely pass away. Let us inform the family head. Our ancient Wang clan must enter the world. Moreover, let the gifted members of our family venture out of the ancient realm to gain experience. Since the elder of the Forbidden Sect is nearing his demise, we must not allow the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect to flourish. Indeed, let our youth go forth and extinguish the future of the Forbidden Sect. Gentlemen, let us first assist the Emperor of Suppression and the Ming Emperor in expelling the terrifying sword aura within them. The ancestral elders of the Wang family sprang into action, commencing the expulsion of the horrifying sword energy from the bodies of the Emperor of Suppression and the Ming Emperor. A similar scene unfolded at the Lingqing sect and the Qian Valley. Although the sword strike from the Jade Burial Patriarch did not slay the Emperor of Heavenly Fire, the Emperor of the Fiery Inferno, the Wine Sage, and the Emperor of Dustlessness, the injuries sustained by the four eminent emperors of these two top-tier factions were far more severe than those of the Emperor of Suppression and the Ming Emperor. Both the Lingqing sect and the Qian Valley would have to pay a significant price to heal their respective patriarchs' wounds. Meanwhile, following the monumental battle at the Forbidden Sect, the three paramount powers, the Wang family, Lingqing sect, and Qian Valley, fell into a deafening silence, refraining from any external response. However, the outside world had already erupted into a tempest of speculation. The names of the Jade Burial Emperor, the Xiaoqing Emperor, and the Tao Source Patriarch resounded once more throughout the 3,000 Great Worlds, accompanied by the ominous presence of the Yin Crow Emperor and the one who instigated this imperial conflict, Chu Luo. Presently, the name of Chu Luo was known far and wide within the 3,000 Great Worlds, eclipsing even some of the top prodigies listed on the Prodigy rankings. In the Tianmin domain, within the Tianmin sect, the sectmaster Lu Daoyuan sat in the main seat with a despondent demeanor and vacant eyes. Below him were 5 elders of the Tianmin sect, 2 of whom were of ancient saintly cultivation, while the remaining 3 were of great saintly realm. In total, the Tianmin sect, including Lu Daoyuan, possessed merely 3 ancient saints. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was exceedingly grave. The fall of the Tianmin emperor had caught them all unawares. The Tianmin ancestor was their sole patriarch and the only emperor guarding the sect. With the Tianmin emperor gone, Their sect had plummeted from a first-tier force to a second-tier force. "What shall we do now, Sectmaster?" queried the leading ancient saint elder. Glancing at the dejected Lu Daoyuan, Lu Daoyuan pressed his temples, overwhelmed with anxiety. "What else can be done? Issue a decree. From this day forth, our Tianmen sect shall retreat from the world. We shall activate the protective Great Formation. All disciples and elders are forbidden from leaving the sect without permission." "Understood, Sectmaster." Just as the 5 elders present were about to depart from the Great Hall, a terrifying force suddenly enveloped the air above the Tianmen sect, sealing it off from the outside world. Lu Daoyuan and the 5 elders' expressions changed drastically. "It is an enemy attack. Follow me, Sectmaster, to confront them." Lu Daoyuan's countenance was grim as he, accompanied by 5 esteemed elders, approached the entrance of the Grand Hall. At that moment, under the overwhelming and fearsome aura of sanctity, the disciples of the Tianmen sect were in utter disarray. Lu Daoyuan lifted his gaze towards the void, his expression troubled as he inquired, "Which esteemed friend has come to our Tianmen sect?" As soon as his words faded, a rift in space tore open above the Tianmen sect. Subsequently, 3 towering figures, embodying ancient sacred manifestations, stepped forth from the spatial chasm. Behind these 3 formidable silhouettes trailed 10 great saints and 10 powerful beings of the saint realm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daoyuan and the other elders of the Tianmen sect felt their spirits plummet to the depths of despair. The Forbidden Sect. Lu Daoyuan's face darkened further. Indeed, the mighty beings emerging from the rift hailed from the upper echelons of the Forbidden Sect. The 3 ancient saints at the forefront were 2 venerable elders and a woman of enduring elegance. These individuals were none other than the renowned high-ranking elders of the Forbidden Sect, Elder Qingyi, Elder Shaozhu, and Elder Jifeng. "You." Lu Daoyuan's expression turned frantic. The 8 elders of the Forbidden Sect were legendary across the 3,000 great worlds, except for the current emperor of the Shadow Crow. The other 7 elders were all at the pinnacle of the ancient saint realm. Lu Daoyuan could scarcely believe that the Forbidden Sect would dispatch 3 peak ancient saints and arrive with such swiftness. "Humph. A mere first-rate power dares to trouble our Forbidden Sect. You shall pay dearly." Boom. The lead elder Qingyi lowered her beautiful gaze, her exquisite visage radiating an icy demeanor. Thereafter, Qingyi, Shaozhu, and Jifeng, accompanied by their retinue of great saints and saints, launched their assault. The following day, the Tianmen sect was annihilated by the enigmatic force, causing a tremendous uproar. As for the identity of this mysterious force, all the powerful beings were well aware. The Forbidden Sect. On Ningxia Peak, after returning, Chu Luo secluded himself in his chamber. At that moment, golden Sanskrit characters danced upon his form, emanating a unique resonance. Suddenly, Chu Luo's eyes snapped open. Buzz. The golden Sanskrit characters vanished in an instant. Chu Luo grinned widely. Clenching his fist, he lowered his gaze to pick up a jade tablet beside his bed. This jade tablet bore the character for king. Within it resided the divine skill of the Wang family, the immutable king. This technique, the immutable king, was discovered by Chu Luo while sorting through Wang Lin's spatial ring, when he had initially seen Wang Lin employ this move. Although it did not compare to the Forbidden Sect's ultimate arts, its power was considerable. Should he encounter the prodigies of the Wang family again, he would wield this technique against them. "Is Brother Chu in?" At that moment, a disciple's voice called from outside. Chu Luo was taken aback. It was rare for disciples to visit him on Ningxia Peak. Rising, he opened the door and stepped outside. A core disciple awaited him, his face filled with admiration. "Brother Chu, the sect master requests your presence in the Grand Hall." "The sect master seeks me? What could be the matter?" Chu Luo inquired with curiosity. The core disciple shook his head but leaned closer to Chu Luo, whispering, "Senior Brother Chu, early this morning, the ancient sage of the Tianji Pavilion, along with his disciple, the Spirit Calculator, came to pay a visit. They are currently in the main hall." "Senior Brother Chu, you haven't had an altercation with the Spirit Calculator, have you? Are they here to cause you trouble?" "The Tianji Pavilion has a relatively good relationship with our Forbidden Sect. Perhaps you should hide for a while. And I can inform the sect master that you are not available?" Chu Luo regarded this disciple thoughtfully. This junior was quite amiable. However, recalling their expedition to the secret realm, Chu Luo realized he had never actually confronted any disciples from the Tianji Pavilion. "No need. I shall go and see for myself. Perhaps they are not here to trouble me." As Chu Luo regained his focus and prepared to head to the main hall, he noticed that the disciple seemed to have more to say, hesitating momentarily. "Do you have something else to discuss, Junior Brother Tang?" Chu Luo inquired, raising an eyebrow. He remembered this disciple, Tang He, from their time in the Imperial Secret Realm. Tang He's relentless method of extracting resources had left a lasting impression on him. Tang He scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, and said, "Senior brother Chu, it's like this. A few of us disciples plan to venture into the Beast Mountains of the Southern Heaven continent for some training. We were wondering if you might have the time to join us, as we would feel much safer with you around. Of course, if you are busy, we completely understand." Chu Luo pondered for a moment. He realized he had no pressing matters at hand, thus he agreed to accompany Tang He. "Very well, when do we depart?" Upon hearing Chu Luo's affirmative response, Tang He became visibly excited. "No rush. Let us wait until you've met with the sect master. If you have matters to attend to, you can handle them first. We are more than willing to wait." Chu Luo nodded, bid farewell to Tang He, and proceeded to the main hall. Upon entering, he discovered that his master and the other 7 elders were present. In a corner of the hall sat a stranger, an elderly man, accompanied by a young man clad in white. At that moment, both the elder and the youth turned their gazes upon him. Chapter 44. The Spirit Calculator's visit to the Tianji Pavilion. The elder and the youth were none other than the ancient sage of the Tianji Pavilion and the Spirit Calculator. "Sect Master." Chu Luo turned his gaze back and saluted Lin Feng, who occupied the master's seat. "Chu Luo, I summoned you today because the young friend from Tianji Pavilion, the Spirit Calculator, wishes to request your assistance as an external aid to help him become one of the Tianji disciples. What say you?" Lin Feng smiled lightly, winking at Chu Luo. Not only Lin Feng, but even the Emperor of Shadows and several elders present exchanged knowing glances with Chu Luo, seemingly urging him not to decline the offer. Taken aback, Chu Luo instinctively looked toward the Spirit Calculator. The Tianji disciples were equivalent to the sequential disciples of their Forbidden Sect. Attaining the rank of Tianji disciple would pave the way for a future role as an elder or head of the sect. Yet, Chu Luo was puzzled as to why this Spirit Calculator sought him out as an external aid. Moreover, I have never had any dealings with the esteemed Ling Xuanzi. It appears that Ling Xuanzi has disowned Chu Luo's confusion. Thus, he stepped forward and, with a respectful gesture, addressed Chu Luo. "Brother Chu, I am Ling Xuanzi. Within the secret realm of the Great Emperor, I have witnessed your remarkable prowess, vanquishing all adversaries, and I am deeply impressed. Consequently, I sought to forge a friendship with you. Coincidentally, our Heavenly Machine Pavilion is about to commence the selection of the Heavenly Machine candidates. Though my own strength is lacking, I yearn to compete and require an ally's assistance. Therefore, you were the first person who came to my mind, and I came here today to seek your companionship. I would also like to request that you serve as my protector in battle." Upon hearing Ling Xuanzi's explanation, Chu Luo finally understood. This fellow desires him to be both his bodyguard and enforcer. He stared blankly at Ling Xuanzi and asked, "Is that all?" Ling Xuanzi was taken aback, failing to grasp Chu Luo's meaning, and replied in a daze, Yes, that is all." Chu Luo shot Ling Xuanzi an incredulous glance. First, he did not know Ling Xuanzi. Second, he had no ties with him. Third, there was no benefit to be gained. Such matters were entirely voluntary. Chu Luo had no intention of participating. Lin Feng and the assembled elders, seasoned foxes in their own right, immediately perceived Chu Luo's thoughts and shook their heads in unison. This young man was just like his stubborn master, unwilling to endure even the slightest loss. Chu Luo disregarded the puzzled gaze of Ling Xuanzi and turned directly to Lin Feng. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, he suddenly heard his master's voice resonating in his ear. "Obedient disciple, quickly agree to this young man. If you assist him in becoming one of the Heavenly Machine candidates, you will have the opportunity to enter the Celestial Spirit Pool. The Celestial Spirit Pool is a treasure indeed. My dear disciple, this morning, the old fellow Su Ji brought news that in 2 years, the top forces of the 3,000 great worlds will unite to hold the Talented One's ranking battle, re-establishing the list of the most exceptional talents, and in 5 years, the ancient divine ruins will be opened. Our sect leader intends to postpone the selection of the ranked disciples until after the Talented One's ranking battle. Gaining entry to the Celestial Spirit Pool is a wonderful opportunity for you to enhance your strength. If you do not seize this opportunity, you would be a fool. Quickly agree to this young man. I will protect your path, fear not." Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the sect's selection of ranked disciples would be delayed. However, since even his master affirmed that the Celestial Spirit Pool is extraordinary, it must indeed be something remarkable. Thus, with renewed fervor, Chu Luo clasped his hands and turned to Ling Xuanzi, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. A broad smile lit up his face as he exclaimed, Ah, it is you, Brother Ling. What a pleasure it is to meet you. I have long heard of your illustrious name. Today, meeting you in person, it is evident that you are truly exceptional. Brother Ling, our connection is as if we have known each other for ages. Your affairs are now my own. I agree to assist you, rest assured. I shall do my utmost to help you become one of the heavenly machine candidates. Whoever dares to obstruct you will meet their demise. Chu Luo was exuberant, as though Ling Xuanzi were a long-lost brother. Ling Xuanzi, taken aback by this sudden warmth, smiled in delight and replied, "Thank you, Brother Chu. From this day forth, you shall be my esteemed brother. Should Brother Chu encounter any matters in the future, I shall undoubtedly exert my utmost efforts to assist him." The assembled crowd, witnessing the abrupt shift in attitude of Chu Luo, could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Particularly, the ancient sage Xuanji displayed a slight quiver of his facial muscles. This lad, alongside the old ghost Inya, truly embodies the bond of master and disciple. Ha ha. Well said, well said. I wonder, Brother Ling, when shall we embark on our journey? Chu Luo inquired. If Brother Chu has no other matters, we can set forth immediately. There are merely 2 days until the selection of Tianjizi. Ling Xuanzi spoke. Chu Luo nodded and was just about to accompany Ling Xuanzi and the ancient sage Xuanji to the Tianji pavilion when Emperor Inya produced a blood-red jade token and 2 vials of elixirs. Tossing them to Chu Luo, "My dear disciple, as your master now holds the title of emperor, it would be inconvenient for me to accompany you to the Tianji pavilion. Take this token. Should any old fool dare to bully you, my avatar shall appear. As for these 2 vials of elixirs, they are the sacred longevity pills crafted for you by Emperor Yaoming." Chu Luo's eyes brightened as he accepted the jade token and elixirs. After all, the protective value he received from both his master's true self and avatar remained the same. In fact, he hoped for some short-sighted elder in the Tianji pavilion to challenge him. "I shall remember, master." Chu Luo respectfully saluted Emperor Inya. Beside him, Ling Xuanzi, upon hearing the words sacred longevity pills, felt a surge of envy. Brother Chu's master treats him exceptionally well. Such high-tier elixirs are bestowed upon him at once. He too yearned for a master of such caliber, yet his own master was still a long way from achieving the rank of emperor. Subsequently, Chu Luo followed the ancient sage Xuanji and Ling Xuanzi as they departed from the Forbidden Sect. A day later, the ancient sage Xuanji led Chu Luo to the domain of the Tianji pavilion. As they emerged from the spatial rift, dozens of grand floating islands came into view. Upon these islands, clouds swirled, mountains sprawled, and magnificent palaces were built into the hills, resembling an ethereal paradise. This was indeed one of the foremost powers among the 3,000 great worlds, the Tianji pavilion. Beneath these floating islands lay an expansive city, sprawling like a colossal beast upon the vast earth. This city, named Tianji City, was directly governed by the Tianji pavilion. The relatives of the pavilion's disciples resided within Tianji City, along with several affiliated forces. Today, Tianji City has become one of the renowned cities in the 3,000 great worlds, with martial artists arriving incessantly from all corners. My disciple, you shall take young friend Chu to settle in Tianji City. Remember to return to the sect on time tomorrow for the selection. I shall return to the pavilion first. The ancient sage Xuanji instructed. Yes, master, I shall heed your words. With that, the ancient sage Xuanji took a step forward and soared towards one of the floating islands. Brother Chu, let us first rest in the city. I will also show you around Tianji City, Ling Xuanzi said with a smile. Chu Luo nodded in agreement. He had heard of Tianji City, yet had never set foot there until now. Today is a perfect opportunity to explore this renowned city. Thus, Chu Luo followed Ling Xuanzi into the heart of the metropolis. Upon entering, Chu Luo was immediately captivated by the city's vibrancy. Within its walls, warriors from various regions thronged the streets, with vendors lining both sides. They offered an array of spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, martial arts techniques, and rare curiosities that dazzled the senses. As Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi leisurely strolled, an unexpected commotion erupted. Countless onlookers gazed skyward, where a magical beast descended from the heavens. It was a Tianlin horse. Oh my, a Tianlin horse. Who is that woman riding atop such a precious creature? Legend has it that the Tianlin horse possesses a trace of dragon lineage, indicating that this woman must have an extraordinary background. Chu Luo, observing the imminent arrival of the Tianlin horse, was equally astonished. This creature indeed exuded an impressive aura. Perhaps he could persuade his master to acquire one in due time. It is said that the Tianlin horse, akin to its dragon kin, possesses the ability to traverse the void. Look out! A voice cried out amidst the crowd. The spectators realized that the Tianlin horse was descending rapidly. Panic ensued as people scattered in all directions. Yet, in the next moment, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, stood transfixed, gazing up at the approaching Tianlin horse. "Child, move aside." The nearby warriors intended to rush forward to pull the girl away. But it was already too late. The golden hooves were descending upon her head. Countless warriors instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the thought of the impending tragedy. Suddenly, as the golden hoof was about to crush the little girl, a vast black hole materialized behind her. From within this void, an ethereal hand emerged, emanating tremendous power, swiftly enveloping the girl. Thud, boom, roar. The hooves of the Tianlin horse struck the surface of the ethereal hand. The clash between the hoof and the hand produced astonishing waves of force. In an instant, the powerful energy rebounded the Tianlin horse's hoof. Startled, the Tianlin horse reared back, and the woman atop it tightened her grip on the reins, pulling sideways to prevent the horse from toppling over. The raised hooves fell to the side. Meanwhile, the ethereal hand grasped the little girl and pulled her back into the black hole. "You seek death by startling my Tianlin horse. I shall spare your life if you sever an arm." The woman cast a frosty glance at Chu Luo, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she sharply reprimanded him. Upon hearing her icy and haughty voice, the surrounding martial artists, who had previously closed their eyes, opened them in unison. Following their gaze, they beheld Chu Luo cradling a little girl in his arms. Ignoring the woman's presence entirely, Chu Luo comforted the tearful child. The other martial artists around were astounded, utterly bewildered by how Chu Luo had managed to rescue the girl under such dire circumstances. It seemed an impossible feat for an ordinary person. Even the nearby diviner couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Chu Luo. "Brother Chu, what remarkable skill!" he exclaimed, his admiration solidifying his belief that choosing Chu Luo as his protector had been the wisest decision. "Child." At that moment, a woman rushed out from a nearby shop. "Mother." The little girl, upon seeing her, waved her arms as if seeking comfort. Observing the child's reaction, Chu Luo was assured that this woman was indeed the girl's kin. He gently handed the child over, adding, "To keep a closer eye on her next time." "Thank you, benefactor." The woman replied, wiping away her tears, and quickly departed. "Miss, are you deaf? I am speaking to you." Suddenly, the woman on the back of the Tianlin horse, noticing Chu Luo's disregard, darkened her expression. A formidable and overwhelming force emanated from her, causing the surrounding martial artists to gasp in astonishment. They hadn't anticipated that this young woman possessed the cultivation level of the 5th realm of primordial beginnings. "Isn't she Yu Qin Snow, ranked 79th on the talents list? The fairy of the Yi family? What? She is Yi Qing Snow? The prodigy of the ancient Yi family. Wasn't it said that the ancient families rarely intervene in the world? Surely, the fairy had been invited by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion as a protector. After all, the pavilion was to hold the selection for the Celestial Mechanism Master tomorrow. And as a protector, should the person she safeguarded become one of the Celestial Mechanism Masters? It was said that both the Master and their protector could enter the Celestial Spirit Pool of the pavilion. No wonder the Yi family has emerged. Isn't that the diviner from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Indeed, but who is that young man beside him? Unclear, perhaps he is a protector invited by the diviner. Yet he seems formidable as well. As the murmurs of the crowd reached his ears, Chu Luo cast a lingering glance at Yi Qing Snow on horseback. He had not anticipated that this fierce woman was actually a prodigious talent from the ancient Yi family. At that moment, Chu Luo suddenly realized that these individuals from ancient families shared a certain disposition. Beside him, the diviner's expression darkened as well. He, too, had not foreseen that someone within the pavilion could secure Yi Qing Snow as a protector. It seemed the selection for the Celestial Mechanism Master would be far more challenging than he had imagined. Chu Luo broke into a smile, displaying an innocent demeanor as he stepped forward. The surrounding martial artists assumed he had recognized Yi Qing Snow as a member of the ancient Yi family and was attempting to appease her. However, in the next moment, Chu Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Yi Qingxue and unleashed a torrent of invective. "You mad woman! Your entire family must be deaf. You possess a beautiful exterior, yet your heart is as venomous as a viper. That poor child you nearly harmed, and you expect me to sever my own arm? Have you lost your mind? Truly, you members of those ancient clans have hidden yourselves away so long that your brains have turned to mush. Are you merely a pretty face, having forgotten to cultivate your intellect? Such mindless drivel, and you dare utter it? I feel embarrassed for you." Chu Luo's fervent outburst left everyone present in stunned silence. Behind him, the diviner gazed at Chu Luo's back with admiration, thinking, Brother Chu possesses remarkable eloquence. Who on earth is this young man? He not only dares to scold the fairy Yi, but also the entire Yi family. I can't quite grasp it. Yet I feel a strange satisfaction in his words. Shuh, are you trying to get yourself killed? Be careful, or fairy Yi will hear you. And it will be the end for you. At this moment, Yi Qingxue, momentarily taken aback by Chu Luo's scorn, quickly regained her composure. Her face darkened, and a murderous intent surged within her. No one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner throughout her life. A glint of malice flickered in Yi Qingxue's beautiful eyes as she retorted arrogantly, "You dare to insult me, the young mistress. You dare to offend the Yi family. Today, I shall let you experience the torment of wishing for death, yet being unable to die. I will target your sect, your kin, and unleash forbidden techniques, shadow shift, bloodthirsty demonic poison." Before Yi Qingxue could finish her incantation, Chu Luo silently chanted a phrase in his heart, and his figure instantly flickered. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared atop Yi Qingxue's steed. Although she was at the 5th stage of the primordial realm, she was momentarily oblivious to Chu Luo's terrifying speed. By the time she sensed his presence, a hand, magnified in her horrified gaze, came hurtling towards her. In the next moment, smack, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The onlookers heard a sharp sound, and then they beheld Yi Qingxue being flung from her mount. Several pristine teeth, stained with blood, flying out in the process. At that moment, the world fell silent. All eyes widened in astonishment as they stared at Chu Luo, who stood triumphantly upon the back of the Tianlin steed. Even the diviner gaped in disbelief, his heart overwhelmed with shock and admiration. With an innocent smile, Chu Luo looked at the airborne Yi Qingxue and remarked cheerfully, "Those who court disaster are often the most loquacious. Not only do I dare to scold you, but I also dare to strike you." As he spoke, none noticed the faint red glow that flickered across the palm he had used to slap Yi Qingxue, vanishing as silently as it had appeared. Then, in full view of the crowd, he nonchalantly produced a vial of elixir. This vial contained the sacred longevity pill, crafted for him by his master, the Emperor of Medicine. As he uncorked the bottle, an ominous force enveloped the opening. Chu Luo lowered his gaze and beheld a bottle filled with plump, thumb-sized Shinshodan. It appeared that the vial contained at least several dozen of these precious pills. A peculiar energy surged forth, and he gasped at the sight of so many Shinshodan. In front of countless onlookers, he poured one out. In an instant, the formidable force of the forbidden arts, along with the aura emitted by the divine elixir, snapped everyone back to reality. They cast astonished glances at Chu Luo, murmuring, "Who is this audacious lad? He dares to confront Fairy Yi, ruthless and merciless, even resorting to ambush. What manner of movement technique did he just employ to attain such terrifying speed? Look quickly. The boy holds a divine elixir," exclaimed another. "Good heavens. He even dares to strike at someone from the Yi family, and now he nonchalantly produces a divine elixir. Who is he, truly?" Hearing the surrounding discourse, Chu Luo flashed a grin at the crowd. Indeed, a divine elixir. Care to seize it? His words rendered the assembly momentarily speechless, eliciting a chorus of eye rolls. Some individuals had already revealed their avarice, but reason prevailed. This youth, who stood alongside a spirit calculator and had just struck Yi Qingxue, was undoubtedly no ordinary figure, and he must have an impressive background. Furthermore, they were on the territory of the Tiangui Pavilion. Chu Luo chuckled softly and tossed the divine elixir into his mouth. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. He had expended 1,200 years of lifespan by unleashing 3 forbidden techniques. Yet in an instant, he felt his vitality fully restored. Chu Luo was astonished. With these Shinshodan at his disposal, he could finally unleash his full power without restraint before exchanging for the immortal body. Indeed, the products of an emperor are always of exquisite quality. He carefully stowed the elixirs away. At that moment, Yi Qingxue, who had been sent sprawling by his strike, wobbled as she rose from the ground. The crowd turned to gaze at her, their lips twitching uncontrollably as they inhaled sharply. This young man truly struck with a ferocity that showed no regard for the fairer sex. Yi Qingxue's once delicate visage was now marred, one side swollen and bearing a prominent handprint, accompanied by a searing pain. Moreover, a row of her front teeth had vanished, leaving her mouth stained with blood. This scene elicited a mix of humor and disbelief among the spectators, who stifled their laughter. "Why you? I will have you dead." Yi Qingxue glared at Chu Luo with venomous fury, her words escaping through clenched teeth. Chu Luo noticed the malice in her eyes and smirked slightly. Just as he prepared to raise his hand to cast the forbidden technique he had secretly implanted within Yu Qi Shui, a chilling voice laden with murderous intent thundered, "Swear. Do not move." The resounding command pierced the ears of all present, causing Chu Luo's eardrums to throb painfully. In the next moment, a rift in space tore open above Yu Qi Shui's head. Following this, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, sporting a pair of massive snow-capped peaks, descended from the rift. The sight of the majestic snowy mountains compelled even Chu Luo to steal a glance in awe. How immense it is! It seems that these two entities could easily dispose of him. As for the surrounding warriors, they have long displayed expressions of astonishment. However, a terrifying aura emanates from this woman, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The warriors present cannot help but avert their gazes, cold sweat pouring down their brows. That is the forgetting emotion ancient saint of the Yi family, Yi Luo. Ah, so the forgetting emotion ancient saint is indeed the protector of Yi Qinxue. If this young man lacks a guardian, he would surely meet his demise today. Just wait and see. With the appearance of the forgetting emotion ancient saint, the young man's background will soon be revealed. As the warriors anticipate this revelation, Yi Luo has already descended beside Yu Qinxue. And Yu Qinxue exclaims in surprise, not expecting her relative to appear at such a moment. There exists a rule within the Yi family. The protectors must not intervene unless the lives of the family's disciples are at stake. Yi Luo's expression turns frosty, a chilling intent locking onto Chu Luo. What a vile creature! After a moment of contemplation, Yi Luo places her jade hand on Yu Qinxue's back. And Yu Qinxue queries, perplexed, "Swear, do not move. This vile creature has just secretly inflicted a most insidious technique upon you." Yi Luo declares coldly. "What?" Yu Qinxue's countenance pales, her gaze turning towards Chu Luo, filled with venom and murderous intent. Sensing Yi Luo's killing aura, Chu Luo remains unperturbed, instead allowing a smile to grace his lips. This is the sensation he relishes. A familiar formula, a familiar flavor. It seems he has caught a whiff of the scent of protective instincts. However, what astonishes Chu Luo is that he did not anticipate the bloodthirsty nether poison to be so covertly executed that it was discovered by Yi Luo, this ancient witch. Thus, a fleeting thought crosses his mind, and in an instant, he secretly detonates the bloodthirsty nether poison he had implanted within Yi Qinxue. Boom. Just as Yi Luo was about to completely eradicate the remaining eerie power within Yi Qinxue, the residual mysterious force suddenly erupts. It morphs into bizarre patterns, merging into the depths of Yi Qinxue's energy sea. Yi Qinxue's face turns ashen, emitting a heart-rending scream. A wave of excruciating pain surges from the depths of her soul. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment, Yi Luo managed to eliminate a significant portion of the unactivated forbidden arts eerie power. Otherwise, Yi Qinxue would have perished on the spot. It is forbidden arts. Vile creature, you are a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Yi Luo's expression tightens, sensing the bizarre forbidden power erupting within Yi Qinxue. She suddenly turns to Chu Luo, her killing intent palpable. What? This young man is a disciple of the Forbidden Sect. Good heavens, could he be the renowned disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo? It must be him. Only Chu Luo would have the audacity to confront even those of the ancient houses. Indeed, he must be Chu Luo without a doubt. It is said that he has dared to slay even the grandson of the imperial family's evil-suppressing emperor. Just recently, the battle of the great emperor was ignited solely due to this young man. The warriors present regard Chu Luo as if he were a monster. Chu Luo shrugged, revealing an innocuous smile as he addressed Yi Luo, saying, "Fairy sister, I cannot comprehend your words. Do not presume that being a revered saint of the Yi family grants you the liberty to slander me. As a disciple of the Forbidden Sect, I uphold integrity and righteousness. How could I possibly resort to such insidious and vile tactics? Old woman, I beseech you, do not cast false accusations against me." As he spoke, unbeknownst to anyone, a blood-red jade token appeared in the palm of his hand concealed within his sleeve. There are still 2 chapters tonight, and the encouragement and small gifts from everyone are the motivation for Xiaoyu. See you tonight. Chapter 47. The Emperor of Shadows strikes Yi Luo humph. Yi Luo let out a cold snort and suddenly exerted force with her hand resting on Yi Qinxue. A terrifying surge of power coursed into Yi Qinxue's body. In the next moment, Yi Qinxue gasped for breath, her pale face gradually regaining color. Yi Luo withdrew her hand. A strange blood-red energy was extracted from Yi Qinxue's body. Yi Qinxue exhaled in relief. Yi Luo's delicate hand caressed Yi Qinxue's face, and the swollen half of her cheek, bruised by Chu Luo, returned to its original state. However, The tooth that Chu Luo had knocked out did not regrow. Clan Ant, incapacitate him. No need to kill him. I intend to torment him thoroughly. Yi Qingshue's eyes brimmed with resentment and malice as she pointed at Chu Luo, shouting fiercely. Yi Luoyi nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes glinting with murderous intent as she coldly declared, at such a tender age, your heart harbors such malice. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Forbidden Sect. I shall spare your life, lest the world accuse me of bullying the weak. But I will strip you of your cultivation as punishment. Upon hearing Yi Luoyi's words, Chu Luo inwardly scoffed at her audacity. How shameless. Is this not the very definition of bullying the weak? This old woman possesses an astonishing level of arrogance. And who is truly malicious here? Boom. Yi Luoyi's gaze sharpened, and an overwhelming divine might descended upon Chu Luo. Brother Chu. The expression of the diviner behind Chu Luo changed drastically, thinking to himself, why hasn't he my master appeared yet? With Yi Luoyi's presence, the elders in the hall could not possibly remain ignorant. Just when the surrounding martial artists believed Chu Luo was doomed, he promptly raised the blood-red jade token in his hand and cried out in terror, Master, save me. Someone is bullying your disciple. Boom. The blood-red jade token in Chu Luo's hand radiated a dazzling crimson light. Instantly, an unparalleled imperial might enveloped the entire Tianji city. Countless powerful beings within the city could not withstand this terrifying imperial pressure and collectively knelt down. The overwhelming imperial might. Hiss, which Supreme Emperor has descended. In other parts of Tianji City, numerous martial artists looked on in horror, their expressions filled with trepidation as they gazed in the direction of Chu Luo. At that moment, within the venue, the holy might that contained dark energy emanating from Yi Luoyi was instantly crushed by this terrifying imperial pressure. You wretched woman. Dare you bully my dear disciple? Above Chu Luo's head, a blood-red illusory figure materialized. The manifestation of the Shadow Crow Emperor's doppelganger has appeared. The Emperor's gaze sharpened as he berated Yi Luoyi vehemently. Emperor. The expressions of Yi Luoyi and Yi Qingshui changed drastically, particularly Yi Qingshui, who was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this forbidden disciple before her was actually protected by a formidable emperor. Boom. Auntie. Just as Yi Luoyi was momentarily lost in thought, the doppelganger of the Shadow Crow Emperor suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike directed at her from afar. The force of this blow, controlled by the Emperor, sent Yi Luoyi flying through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Luo couldn't help but laugh heartily. From the protective value of the Emperor Master, 10,000, at that moment, the world fell silent. Countless martial artists present gazed at the doppelganger of the Emperor hovering above Chu Luo, swallowing hard in awe. Indeed, as rumored, the Shadow Crow Emperor was fiercely protective of his disciples. Today, they finally witnessed firsthand how even the ancient Yi family's emotionless ancient sage was cast aside with a mere slap. Truly befitting of Chu Luo's master. A disciple reflects the nature of their mentor. Behind Chu Luo, the spiritual calculator finally breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously feeling genuine envy for Chu Luo. What a troublesome character, and what a mischievous one. My precious disciple is certainly not someone you can bully. The Shadow Crow Emperor cast a frigid glance at Yi Qingshui, unleashing a torrent of curses. Under the Emperor's gaze, Yi Qingshui felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, her breath hitching as she involuntarily took a step back. Meanwhile, the Emperor's overwhelming aura swiftly reached the Tiangong Pavilion. In the void outside Tiangong City, an elderly man with white hair wore a grim expression. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s named Yu Xuanzi, a prodigy of the Tiangong Pavilion. Had Yu Xuanzi not surpassed the age of 25, he would surely have secured a position on the prodigy list. The elderly man accompanying Yu Xuanzi was his master, the 8th elder of the Tiangong Pavilion, the ancient sage Lingyan. Yi Qingshui was precisely the protector summoned by Yu Xuanzi. Upon Yi Luoyi's arrival in Tiangong City, both Lingyan and Yu Xuanzi had noticed the ancient sage's pressure that Yi Luoyi had exerted, which Lingyan had discreetly mitigated. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the pavilion would have long been alerted to an ancient sage's presence. However, the Emperor's might now was beyond the capacity of a single ancient sage to withstand. Master, what shall we do now? Yu Xuanzi inquired, furrowing his brow. The pavilion master and those old codgers surely have noticed this commotion. Let us depart, Lingyan contemplated briefly before waving his hand, leading Yu Xuanzi out of the void. Within the Tiangong Pavilion, a distinguished middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor was discussing matters in a grand hall with several elders. This refined man was the pavilion master, the ancient sage Tianyu. Among the elders present was also Ling Yan's master, the ancient sage Xuanji. Suddenly, the assembly of individuals rose abruptly, their faces etched with astonishment. Master of the pavilion, this aura of imperial might belongs to the emperor of the Forbidden Sect, the Shadow Crow. The ancient sage of mystery sensed this familiar imperial pressure and hastily addressed the master of Tianyu Pavilion. He recalled the moment when Chu Luo accompanied him to the pavilion, during which the Shadow Crow Emperor had bestowed upon Chu Luo a jade token. Now, with the Emperor's oppressive presence manifesting within the confines of Tianji City, it was likely that Chu Luo had encountered peril. Let us proceed to meet the Shadow Crow Emperor. The master of Tianyu Pavilion nodded slightly, rising from his seat and vanishing in an instant. The elders present followed suit, turning their attention back to Tianji City. Yu Luoi, having been struck and sent flying by the Shadow Crow Emperor, rose awkwardly from the ground under the gaze of countless martial artists. The two towering snow-capped mountains bore witness to the chaos. At that moment, all present were collectively stunned, for Yu Luoi resembled the earlier appearance of Yi Qingxue. Her delicate visage marred, red and swollen. A prominent palm print marred half of Yu Luoi's face, and the searing pain brought upon her an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Observing this scene, the martial artists present could not help but twitch their lips. Did this master and disciple duo truly lack the knowledge of cherishing beauty? No wonder they remain single. You, Shadow Crow Emperor, do you intend to wage war against the Yi family? Yu Luoi exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury in her voice directed at the Shadow Crow Emperor. Huh, what are you, you insolent wretch? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The Shadow Crow Emperor scoffed, his gaze sharpening. The moment Yu Luoi, who had just regained her footing, was met with the Emperor's oppressive force, she was compelled to kneel on the spot. Wage war? What of it? Just days ago, our Forbidden Sect clashed with the Wang family. What? Do you wish to generously sacrifice one or two of your Yi family members to please our esteemed ancestor, the Burial Jade? Do not presume that your affiliation with the Yi family makes you immune to my wrath. My previous strike was merely to grant you a semblance of face, otherwise you would not even have the breath to converse with me now. The Shadow Crow Emperor remarked with a sinister laugh, regarding the subdued and kneeling Yu Luoi. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the Shadow Crow Emperor, Yu Luoi was drenched in cold sweat. My lord, please do not be enraged. Just then, two figures materialized before Yu Luoi and Yi Qingxue. The two figures were none other than the ancient sage of Ling Yan and Yu Xuanzi, who had previously concealed themselves in the void above Tianji City. Upon the appearance of the ancient sage of Ling Yan, a stir rippled through the crowd once more. The ancient sage approached and respectfully bowed to the Shadow Crow Emperor. Oh, old chap, after hiding for so long, you finally decided to show yourself? Had my obedient disciple been incapacitated by this wretch, even with the intervention of Tianji Pavilion, you would not have evaded my retribution. The Shadow Crow Emperor's ethereal form cast a glance at the ancient sage, his tone ominous. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures present exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Chu Luo, too, comprehended the implications of his master's words. It became evident why the higher-ups of Tianji Pavilion had delayed their arrival. Emotions are the old rascal's clandestine machinations. Chu Luo observed the Yu Xuanzi beside the ancient sage Ling Yan and discreetly transmitted a message to Ling Xuanzi. Brother Ling, will that fellow participate in your Tai and Ganzi selection tomorrow? At this moment, Ling Xuanzi finally comprehended why his master had yet to arrive. He glanced at the duo of Ling Yin and nodded slightly, responding telepathically, Brother Chu, this individual is Yu Xuanzi, a disciple of Elder Aid. It seems that Yi Qing Snow is the external aid summoned by Yu Xuanzi. Although Yu Xuanzi has not made it onto the Tianjiao list due to his age, his prowess should not be underestimated. Chu Luo wore an innocent smile and nodded in acknowledgement, mentally jotting down Yu Xuanzi's name, since he was also a contender. That simplified matters. The Emperor jested. Upon witnessing the Emperor's avatar descend, I naturally understand that young friend Chu is in no peril, and thus I dare not intervene in the Emperor's affairs. However, Emperor, the forgetful ancient sage is a member of the Yi family. Should she fall within our Tiangong Pavilion, it would be challenging to explain to the Yi family. A flicker of unusual light passed through Ling Yan's eyes as he respectfully addressed the Yi Emperor. At that moment, behind the ancient sage Ling Yin stood Yu Qi Snow and Yi Luoi, both reluctant to utter a word. Despite the boundless resentment and fury within them, they could only suppress their emotions temporarily, fearful that the Yi Emperor might take their lives. Heh. The Yi Emperor chuckled coldly, dismissing Ling Yan's words with indifference. Ha ha ha. Emperor Yi, My avatar has descended, and we have failed to offer a proper welcome. I hope you will forgive us." Just then, a soft laughter echoed through the air. Subsequently, several figures materialized from the void and descended before the assembly. It was the master of Tianyu Pavilion, alongside several high-ranking elders from Tiangong Pavilion. To everyone's astonishment, they had come in person. Hearing the whispers around him, Chu Luo's gaze fell upon the Tianyu Pavilion master. So this is the master of Tianyu Pavilion? Chu Luo had only heard of him before, but had never encountered this head of Tiangong Pavilion. Heh. Master of Tiangong Pavilion. Were it not for my avatar's absence, my dear disciple would have been harmed today by these two vile women. Furthermore, has your Elder 8 received any benefits from that old hag Yuluai? Before my avatar arrived, that old fellow merely watched the show without intervening. After I had just reprimanded this old hag, lo and behold, your Elder 8 timely intervened. Old rascal, did that old hag offer you those kinds of delights? The Enya Emperor's expression shifted more rapidly than the turning of pages in a book, his imposing demeanor evaporating entirely, replaced by a lewd and gossipy gaze directed at Ling Yan. Upon the Enya Emperor's words, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. No one expected that a supreme emperor would utter such remarks. Yet, reflecting on previous events, many pondered whether the ancient sage Ling Yan might indeed have entangled relations with Yuluai. Countless eyes sparkled with curiosity, glancing toward the faces of Ling Yan and Yi Luai, which appeared as though they had just consumed something distasteful. Behind the Enya Emperor, Chu Luo nearly burst into laughter, struggling to contain himself. Silently, I raised my thumb in admiration for my esteemed master. Such a clever maneuver. Although it was inappropriate to reprimand the ancient sage Ling Yan in front of so many high-ranking members of the Tianji Pavilion, a subtle humiliation was quite satisfying. The great emperor is merely jesting. My relationship with the ancient sage of forgetfulness is entirely innocent. This is merely a misunderstanding, the ancient sage Ling Yan said, suppressing the seething anger within and gritting his silver teeth. Meanwhile, Yi Luai was nearly driven to the brink of collapse by rage. Her gaze fixed on the Yin Crow Emperor and Chu Luo, her animosity reaching its zenith. The newly arrived master of Tianyu Pavilion and several elders present could only shake their heads in dismay. Elder 8, why did you provoke this old rascal? At that moment, the ancient sage of mystery was lost in thought, reflecting on the most sorrowful events of his life. He struggled to suppress a smile. He had always had a contentious relationship with the ancient sage Ling Yan, and witnessing his humiliation at the hands of the Yin Crow Emperor brought him more joy than seeing his own disciple become one of the Tianji Zis. Previously, the ancient sage of mystery had been concerned that Ling Xuan's choice of Chu Luo would bring them trouble, but now he wholeheartedly supported his discerning disciple's decision. The master of Tianyu Pavilion, caught between amusement and exasperation, glanced at Yu Xuan and Yi Qingxue, then at the ancient sage Ling Yan, quickly piecing together the situation. Nonetheless, as Ling Yan was an elder of the Tianji Pavilion, he did not wish to further embarrass him. Thus, he addressed the Yin Crow Emperor with a respectful gesture. Indeed, today the Tianji Pavilion has been negligent. However, since the two from the Yi family were invited by us, they are esteemed guests of the Tianji Pavilion, just like young friend Chu and the Emperor. Furthermore, as the selection for Tianji Zis approaches, I kindly ask the Emperor to exercise leniency. The Yin Crow Emperor chuckled. Ah, Tianyu, you certainly have a way with words. No wonder you were chosen by those old codgers. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the oppressive aura that had been bearing down on Yi Luai. Thank you, your majesty. The master of Tianyu Pavilion then ordered Elder 8. Hasten to escort the two from the Yi family and ensure they are comfortably settled in Tianji City. Yes, Pavilion Master. Elder 8 replied. The ancient sage Ling Yan took a deep breath and cupped his hands in acknowledgement, leading the resentful Yi Luai and Yi Qingxue away. However, just as Yi Qingxue attempted to lead away the Tianlin horse, the Yin Crow Emperor shot her a sly glance and grinned. Little girl, you bullied my dear disciple. And you think you can leave just like that? This Tianlin horse has caught my fancy. If you wish to reclaim it, have your elders come to me. Both Yi Qingxue and Yi Luai were immediately incensed, but dared not voice their indignation. Who was truly bullying whom here? The Yin Crow Emperor paid no mind to their expressions, cheerfully instructing, my dear disciple, lead the horse. Certainly, master. Chu Luo displayed a radiant smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth, as he approached Yi Qingxue with an exuberant gait, saying, Fairy Yi, I kindly ask you to release your grip from the reins on my horse. Today, we have 4 updates. See you tomorrow. Everyone, please encourage us with a few gifts. Chapter 49. Oh, dear horse, do not blame yourself. You are a delicacy among mortals. Yi Qingxue regarded Chu Luo with a disdainful expression, wishing fervently to strip him of his audacity. Swear. Yi Luo pondered for a moment before subtly shaking her head at Yi Qingxue. Umph. Yi Qingxue huffed, reluctantly releasing her hold on the reins and turning away with great reluctance. The heavenly Lin horse had been tamed by her for quite some time. Once tamed, it would remain loyal to its master for life. She doubted Chu Luo could ever master it. Naturally, the horse would return to her in due time. Subsequently, Yi Qingxue departed the scene alongside Yi Luo. Hee, Tuanyu. My dear disciple has just arrived at your Tiangong pavilion and has already been bullied. I am quite concerned. Therefore, my esteemed self shall personally visit Tiangong pavilion tomorrow to protect my precious disciple. You have no objections, I trust? The ethereal figure of the Crow Emperor withdrew its gaze, addressing Pavilion Master Tianyu with a smile. Tianyu was taken aback but quickly responded with a respectful gesture. Ha! We eagerly await the Emperor's arrival. The Crow Emperor nodded slightly, turning to Chu Luo, who was lovingly caressing the heavenly Lin horse, and remarked, My dear disciple, should anyone dare to bully you again, feel free to summon me at any time. Furthermore, I entrust the care of my horse to you. The Crow Emperor winked at Chu Luo with a broad grin. Chu Luo nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, saying, Absolutely. Rest assured, master. The ethereal figure of the Crow Emperor smiled and gradually vanished before the multitude, along with the overwhelming aura of power that had permeated Tiangong City. The surrounding martial artists sighed in relief, rising unsteadily from their knees after such an extended period of kneeling. Tianyu and several elders of Tiangong Pavilion exchanged astonished glances with Chu Luo before turning away, disappearing from sight. Disciple, make sure to get along well with young friend Chu. Young friend Chu, I entrust my disciple to you for tomorrow's selection of the Tiangong Zi. The enigmatic master, still lingering, advised Ling Xuanzi before producing a heavenly-grade spiritual herb and tossing it to Chu Luo with a cheerful demeanor. Chu Luo accepted the herb, recognizing it as a treasure of heavenly quality, and promptly stored it away, bowing respectfully to the ancient sage of mystery. Rest assured, my friend Ling will undoubtedly become one of the Tiangong Zi. In truth, there was an unspoken addition to his statement. If he fails, let it be forgotten. The ancient sage of mystery nodded, then took a step forward and vanished. Brother Chu, I shall trouble you tomorrow. Ling Xuanzi bowed deeply to Chu Luo, smiling. After today's events, Ling Xuanzi was even more confident in Chu Luo's capabilities. After all, even the formidable Yi Qingxue at the 5th realm of Taichu had been bested by him. Who among the top prodigies of the rankings could possibly rival Brother Chu? Ha ha ha, well said. Chu Luo waved his hand, gazing at the magnificent Tianlin horse before him, and the more he looked, the more he found himself enamored. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a few currents of murderous intent. He swiftly turned around and cast his eyes into the distance. There, outside a tea house at the rear of the crowd, two handsome youths were fixated on him with piercing gazes. From their attire, Chu Luo instantly recognized them. They donned the robes of Qiyin Valley and Lingqing Sect. Ling Xuanzi, standing nearby, also noticed the change in Chu Luo's expression. Following his line of sight, he was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing as he gravely remarked, Brother Chu. The one from Qiyin Valley is Xiao Xinga, ranked 78th on the talents list, while the other is Zhao Kongming from Lingqing Sect, ranked 86th. I never expected them to be invited here. This time, the selection for our Tiangong's Tianjizi is likely to be the most intense in history. Chu Luo narrowed his eyes, meeting the gazes of the two in the distance, and displayed his signature harmless smile. He perceived the individuals from Qiyin Valley and Lingqing Sect as bothersome flies, ubiquitous and unwelcome. Should they dare to provoke him tomorrow, he would not hesitate to ensure that these two formidable factions lost yet another pair of prodigies. After all, his master would personally arrive the following day. He felt no fear. With a disdainful huff, Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming, noticing Chu Luo's gaze, both snorted coldly and turned to leave. Brother Xiao, I never expected to encounter that little wretch, Chu Luo, here. Zhao Kongming exclaimed. Our sect's higher-ups have issued orders for us disciples to eradicate this little beast if we encounter him outside. However, I must admit, that little beast's speed was indeed terrifying. Even Yi Qingxue, at the 5th stage of the primordial realm, couldn't react in time. Reflecting on Chu Luo's previous alarming speed, Zhao Kongming couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Xiao Xinga nodded slightly, contemplating. I too did not anticipate that this little beast, despite being only at the 1st stage of the primordial realm, could possess such terrifying swiftness. Qian Valley has similarly commanded us disciples to annihilate Chu Luo upon sight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming was momentarily stunned, a smile creeping onto his lips as he suggested, "Brother Xiao, how about we join forces tomorrow? I've heard that the first challenge in the Tianjizi selection is to enter the secret realm, Minkong, created by the great emperor of Tiangong. Within that realm, we may have the opportunity to slay him." Xiao Xinga nodded, a chilling smile forming as he replied, "Excellent. However, to ensure our success, we can also seek out some allies." "Who?" Zhao Kongming inquired, intrigued. The enemy of our enemy is undoubtedly our ally. The ancient Yi family, Yi Qingxue. Furthermore, I've heard that the Tianjizi has also invited the Wang family's prodigy, Wang Xiaojia, as a protector. Xiao Xinga remarked with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming's eyes lit up, and he too revealed a wicked grin. Watching the two depart, Chu Luo curled his lip. "Brother Ling, let us find an inn to settle down for the night," Chu Luo said, taking the reins of the Tianlin horse and addressing Ling Xuanzi. "Very well. Brother Chu, please come this way. Let us head to the Tianqiang Tower. It is the finest establishment in Tianji City," invited Ling Xuanzi. Chu Luo nodded slightly, just as he was about to urge his Tianlin horse forward. Suddenly, the Tianlin horse planted itself firmly in place and let out a fierce neigh, seemingly rebelling against Chu Luo, shaking its head from side to side as if trying to break free. "Oh dear, you unruly beast. You dared not resist when my master was present. And now you choose to defy me? Will you accompany me or not?" Chu Luo rolled up his sleeves and grinned at the Tianlin horse. "Roar." The Tianlin horse responded with a mighty roar, its voice imbued with a hint of dragon-like resonance. Truly, it was a creature with a trace of dragon blood. However, in the next moment, Chu Luo swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the Tianlin horse. The creature nearly toppled to the ground, almost as if by magic. A spirit sword appeared in Chu Luo's hand, which he placed against the horse's neck, leaning closer to its ear and whispering, "Oh, dear steed, do not take offense. You are but a dish among mortals. Steamed, fried, braised, choose one, if you will. Hee. I know well that as a spirit beast with your level of cultivation, you have surely attained sentience." Upon hearing this, the Tianlin horse fell silent, its large eyes brimming with panic and fear. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the Tianlin horse suddenly knelt down on all fours, biting the hem of Chu Luo's garment and tugging gently, signaling for him to mount. Oh, there are still 2 chapters to come tonight. Alas, this chapter was pinned during some idle time this morning. From Monday to Friday, I shall offer 2 or 3 updates daily. Only on weekends do I find time to write. See you tonight. Given my diligent efforts, a little push for updates and some free gifts would be delightful. Also, why does no one love to comment? Is it a lack of eloquence? If so, I possess some skills in martial arts as well. Chapter 50. Keep an eye on my horse, or I shall break your legs. Witnessing this scene, many powerful figures at the venue took a long time to regain their composure. Was it not said that once a Tianlin horse was tamed, it would recognize only one master for life? Hee, you are quite perceptive. Chu Luo chuckled as he sheathed the spirit sword, plopping down onto the saddle of the Tianlin horse. "Let us go, dear Ling," he said, grasping the reins and smiling at the still-dazed Ling Xuanzi. "Oh, very well. Brother Chu, follow me." Ling Xuanzi finally collected himself and led the way, while Chu Luo leisurely followed on his Tianlin horse. The crowd gazed at the pair as they departed, feeling an odd and awkward sensation. Why did it seem as though Ling Xuanzi of the Tianji Pavilion was merely Chu Luo's horseman? Not far off, in a guesthouse loft, a young lady clad in a golden gown sat by the window, observing Chu Luo on the back of the Tianlin horse with a subtle smile gracing her lips. With ruby-red lips and gleaming eyes, her exquisitely sculpted face appeared as if crafted by divine hands, and her flowing tresses cascaded down to her waist. A vision of unparalleled beauty. This Chu Luo, indeed, was as bold as the rumors suggested. Yet, seeing Yi Qingxuang dealt with brought her a sense of satisfaction. The young lady smiled faintly. Beside him stood a man clad in white, who, upon witnessing the radiant smile of the young maiden, felt as though the very heavens had dimmed. A flicker of admiration glimmered in his eyes. This man, known as Ling Xuzi, was the illustrious prodigy ranked 101st on the roster of the Tianji Pavilion. The young maiden before him was none other than his chosen protector, the talented Zhang Loli of the ancient Zhang family. When he first extended the invitation to Zhang Loli, he never anticipated that she would accept and agree to be his guardian. "Miss Jiang, should we encounter this Chu Luo tomorrow, What course of action shall we take? He inquired, concern etching his brow. Given the swiftness of Chu Luo, I find myself at a disadvantage against such a formidable opponent. Zhang lowly smiled gently, assuring him, Fear not, my friendling. If we cross paths with Chu Luo, I shall handle him. Then I must express my gratitude, Miss Jiang. Ling Shuzi replied with a relieved smile, his worries finally alleviated. Meanwhile, Chu Luo had delivered a resounding slap to Yi Qingxue, and the avatar of the Shadow Raven Emperor had descended, fiercely defending his kin and striking the emotionless ancient sage. This incident swiftly spread throughout Tianji City, from one person to another, until it echoed through every corner. Under the guidance of Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo arrived at the bustling heart of Tianji City, where a grand establishment came into view, the renowned Tianxiang Tower, the finest inn in the city. As Chu Luo rode his Tianlin steed and approached the tower, a throng of onlookers gathered, captivated by his presence. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Is that Chu Luo? I can't believe he has come to Tianxiang Tower. After all, he is a disciple of an emperor bold enough to offend the Yi family. With such status and strength, who could question his choice to stay here? Oh, but you may not be aware. Yi Xinzi, whom he slapped, is also residing in Tianxiang Tower. Ah, that explains much. Moreover, I've heard that the 100 calculators have summoned the prodigy of the ancient Wang family, Wang Xiaojie. There are rumors of him being seen within Tianxiang Tower. Chu Luo has already drawn ire from the clan of the Jinxia Emperor by slaying his grandson, igniting a conflict between the Wang family and the Forbidden Sect. What do you think will happen when all these rivals converge in a single establishment? If a confrontation ensues, the owner Lu of Tianxiang Tower will surely weep in despair. These individuals were not to be trifled with, their backgrounds far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi overheard the murmurs of the crowd. Perhaps we should consider an alternative establishment, dear Chu. Tianji City boasts more than just Tianxiang Tower, Ling Xuanzi suggested, casting a cautious glance toward Chu Luo. With a smile, Chu Luo replied, Fear not, my friend Ling. This tower suits my desires perfectly. Have I traveled such a distance to assist you only to be denied the pleasures of Tianxiang Tower? No, you misunderstand. I merely fear for your comfort. As Yi Qingxue is also staying at Tianxiang Tower, Ling Xuanzi clarified. Chu Luo shrugged nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, as long as we remain at ease, the discomfort will fall upon others. Now, let us proceed. As Chu Luo dismounted and took hold of his Tianlin steed, he made ready to enter Tianxiang Tower. Inside the Tianxiang Tower, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly suddenly emerged. Upon seeing Chu Luo and the Tianlin horse behind him, his expression instantly fell. How on earth did this scourge end up in his Tianxiang Tower? This rotund figure was none other than Lu Shoucai, the proprietor of the establishment. Boss Lu, please prepare a first-rate guest room for Brother Chu. Also, set up a feast. Ling Xuanzi deftly produced several heavy bags of spirit stones from his hand. Upon seeing the weighty bags, Lu Shoucai swallowed hard. However, a fleeting thought seemed to cross his mind, and he rubbed his hands together. A look of embarrassment crossing his face as he said, Young Master Ling, your timing is unfortunate. We are out of guest rooms. Why don't you and this esteemed Chu Gongzi try your luck elsewhere? Ling Xuanzi glanced at Chu Luo, seeking his opinion. Just as Chu Luo was about to suggest they look elsewhere, a martial artist passed by them and directly entered the Tianxiang Tower. Waiter, bring me the finest guest room. And some good wine and dishes. Right away, esteemed guest. One guest room and a feast coming up. The waiter's voice echoed through the establishment. In unison, Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi turned their gazes sharply towards Lu Shoucai. Lu Shoucai thought to himself, he would have that waiter dismissed shortly. A smile crept across Chu Luo's face as he instantly grasped Lu Shoucai's intentions. Cough. Young Master Ling, Chu Gongzi, allow me to explain, Lu Shoucai began. But before he could finish, Chu Luo snatched the bag of spirit stones from Ling Xuanzi's hand and stuffed it into Lu Shoucai's embrace. He then thrust the reins into Lu Shoucai's hands, leaned closer, and whispered, Take good care of my horse. If it runs away, I shall break your legs. And remember, my horse does not eat grass. It only consumes spirit herbs. You handle it. With that, Chu Luo swaggered into the Tianxiang Tower. Ling Xuanzi glanced back at the bewildered Lu Shoucai, shook his head helplessly, and followed after Chu Luo. Lu Shoucai, staring at the spirit stones in his arms, wore a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. One could hardly tell whether he was crying or laughing. Perhaps it was a bittersweet blend of both. Chapter 51. Forbidden Techniques. Capturing beasts and binding spirits. Upon entering the Tianxiang Tower, Chu Luo indeed sensed a familiar aura emanating from one of the guest rooms. It seemed that this room belonged to Yi Qing Snow. However, the door was fortified with a powerful barrier, radiating a sacred might. Additionally, Chu Luo detected formidable barriers on the doors of several other guest rooms as well. Clearly, the selection process at the Tianji Pavilion was not as simple as he had anticipated. The presence of Chu Luo astounded some of the diners present, but he paid them no mind. Lu Shoucai, ever courteous, arranged a sumptuous feast for both Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, personally attending to them. Anxious not to displease this formidable figure, after several rounds of toasting, Ling Xuanzi bid farewell to Chu Luo and returned to the Tianji Pavilion. After Ling Xuanzi departed, Chu Luo initially intended to retreat to his guest room for rest. However, upon recalling that Yi Qingxue was also present in Tianxiang Tower, he instructed Lu Shoucai to escort him to the backyard where the Tianlin horses were nurtured. Forbidden Arts, Beast Confinement. Chu Luo executed a move from the Forbidden Arts, specifically designed to ensnare spirit beasts. Among the myriad of forbidden techniques, this particular incantation was crafted to subdue even the mightiest of spirit beasts, whether they manifested in human form or belonged to the more formidable dragon and phoenix clans. Once ensnared by this technique, they would remain bound for life, subjected to the will of the practitioner, impervious even to the mightiest emperors. Chu Luo was unaware of the origins of this technique, attributed to some obscure figure. Yet it was precisely what he required at this moment. He chuckled to himself, "Well, you shall never return to the Yi family after leaving my side. Your fate is sealed." With a playful pat on the Tianlin horse's head, he consumed a Shin Shodan and retreated to his room. The Tianlin horse sensed an ethereal connection with Chu Luo, bowing its head to gaze at the meager spiritual herbs in its trough, shaking its head in dismay, its once vibrant eyes growing dull. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Luo secured the door. To ensure his safety, he summoned a manifestation of the Yin Crow Emperor through a jade token, instructing it to establish protective wards within his room. With the wards laid down by his esteemed master, he felt no trepidation of an ambush from that old woman, Yi Loi. Once the manifestation dissipated, Chu Luo entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in another room of Tianxiang Tower, Yi Qingxue had learned of Chu Luo's presence. And why not discreetly eliminate that Chu Luo? He is utterly detestable. She seethed, her thoughts consumed by the humiliation she had endured that day, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Seated nearby, Yi Luoi's expression darkened, her piercing gaze radiating a chilling aura filled with murderous intent. "Swear, that little wretch is far too cautious. He has summoned that old Yin Crow to personally set wards in his room, leaving me powerless to act," Yi Luoi replied coldly. Not long ago, she had attempted to probe Chu Luo's chamber with her spiritual sense, only to be thwarted by an overwhelming and haunting force of the wards. Had she not retracted her awareness in time, she might have been mercilessly obliterated. And, shall we simply let this go? Yi Qingxue faltered, her dissatisfaction palpable. Yi Luoi scoffed, her eyes narrowing. How could that be? This little wretch and that old crow have dared to humiliate us. I shall not let this transgression pass unpunished. Speaking of which, did that fortune teller not mention that the first trial would unfold within the secret realm crafted by the elders of the Tianji Pavilion? It is said that the talented Wang Xiaojie from the Wang family has been invited as a protector within the realm. Tomorrow, you might consider allying with Wang Xiaojie to deal with that little wretch. I am certain he would be eager to join forces with you. As for that old Yin Crow, you need not worry. I shall return to the family at once to summon a powerful ancestor. When the time comes, even if you were to slay that little beast, the old rascal Inyo would not be able to harm you. Yi Qingxue nodded, a glint of venom flashing in her eyes. A tranquil night passed quietly. The following morning, in the guest room, Chu Luo was enveloped in a golden radiance. He slowly opened his eyes, and the light surrounding him suddenly dissipated. Stretching languidly, he rose and opened the door, causing the room's enchantments to dissolve as well. Stepping outside, he sensed that the enchantments of several guest rooms from the previous day had vanished, leaving the guest quarters empty, including Yi Qingxue's room. Presumably, all had hurried to the Tianji Pavilion. Thus, Chu Luo hastened to the backyard, where he spotted the Tianlin horse munching on spiritual herbs, and a smile spread across his face. He leaped onto the Tianlin horse. Just as he was about to set off, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him, none other than Yi Qingxue. "What have you done to my Tianlin horse?" she demanded, glaring at Chu Luo with indignation. Not long ago, she had intended to head for the Tianji Pavilion but saw a servant carrying a bundle of spiritual herbs to the backyard. Following him, she indeed found her Tianlin horse. Initially, she planned to lead it away, but discovered that the horse stubbornly refused to follow her, nearly injuring her in the process. Hee. Yi fairy, what do you mean by my Tianlin horse? Do you really think it would respond to your call? Chu Luo grinned, speaking cheerfully to Yi Qingxue. Humph. That little beast, the Tianlin horse, was originally my cousin Yi Ming's steed. He later gifted it to me. If you do not return it to me promptly, once my cousin Yi Ming emerges from his seclusion, you shall await your doom. Yi Qingxue retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard of Yi Ming from the Yi family. Yi Ming was the most formidable prodigy of the Yi clan, ranked among the top 10 on the hero ranking, known as the Young God King. He had not anticipated that this foolish horse under him was originally the steed of the Young God King, Yi Ming. Hiki, Yi fairy. It seems that my palm strike yesterday did not teach you the meaning of courtesy. You were so strikingly beautiful, it appears today will be your last day to shine. Chu Luo grinned, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he slowly raised his hand. Yi Qingxue was taken aback, a flicker of trepidation crossing her beautiful eyes. She contemplated slaying Chu Luo right then and there, but reconsidered, realizing her family aunt was absent. If this little beast were to attract the attention of the Emperor Inyu again, she would have no one to protect her. Humph, just wait, she scoffed, turning and leaping towards the Tianji pavilion. Chu Luo had indeed been contemplating ending Yi Qingxue's life. However, after using the Jade token to summon his master to establish the enchantments, the token had shattered. The power his master had left within it was now depleted. Knowing that Yi Qingxue was accompanied by that old woman Yi Luo, he refrained from making a move. Unbeknownst to Chu Luo, Yi Luo had departed from Tianji City the previous night. Let us go, foolish horse. As Chu Luo tugged at the reins, the Tianlin horse soared into the air, ascending towards the vast floating island above Tianji City. Watching the living embodiment of a king of hell depart, Lu Shoucai from Tianxiang Tower sank heavily into his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. The previous night had been fraught with anxiety, fearing that Chu Luo might once again clash with Yi Qingxue. At last, the harbingers of misfortune had finally taken their leave. Soon, Chu Luo arrived at the floating island of Tianji Pavilion, riding the Tianlin horse. The scene that met his eyes left him momentarily astonished. See you tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Chapter 52, The Gathering of Powerful Forces. The selection of Tianjizi commences surrounding the floating islands. Countless disciples of Tianji Pavilion stood in attendance. In the center of the grand floating islands plaza, dozens of smaller floating islands hovered. Each of these islands bore a stone chair, upon which sat imposing figures exuding an aura of sanctity. Among them were the pavilion master Tianyu and the 9 esteemed elders of Tianji Pavilion. Additionally, there were ancient sage powerhouses from other top-tier factions. Gathered in the plaza were nearly 2,000 strong individuals. Half of them were young disciples from Tianji Pavilion, while the other half comprised young powerhouses from various other factions. It was evident that these individuals, like him, had been invited as external reinforcements by the prodigies of Tianji Pavilion. Ah, that is the Tianlin horse. Chu Luo has arrived. Indeed, that is Chu Luo. I heard he engaged in combat with Yi Qingxue yesterday in Tianji City. The Tianlin horse he rides was seized from her. Haha. I was there to witness it. Not only did he snatch Yi Qingxue's Tianlin horse, but he also struck her with a palm. Moreover, after Yi Qingxue was struck, the forgetting emotions ancient sage appeared, intending to teach Chu Luo a lesson. Unexpectedly, this crafty fellow summoned his own grandmaster, and even the forgetting emotions ancient sage received a slap in return. Isn't it so? Yi Qingxue should have known better than to provoke him. It said that this fellow dares to slay even the grandson of the evil suppression emperor of the Wang family. Who would have thought that Chu Luo would also be considered as external aid? If we encounter him in the arena, let us keep our distance. Yes. It is said that he kills without blinking and devours without seasoning. The plaza, filled with nearly 2,000 individuals, turned their gazes upward, captivated by the Tianlin horse. However, upon spotting Chu Luo atop the steed, discussions erupted among the crowd. Some eyes darted towards a particular direction, where Yi Qingxue wore a dark expression. Her delicate hand clenched into a fist, her nails digging into her flesh, an indication of her deep-seated hatred for Chu Luo. At this moment, Chu Luo in the air had become the focal point of the gathering. Even the figures on the smaller floating islands cast their gazes upon him. Seated upon the Tianlin horse, the corners of Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly as he overheard the remarks of the crowd. How absurd! When have I ever devoured anyone? And without seasoning, how could that even be palatable? Just then, Chu Luo sensed several icy glimmers of murderous intent. Following this ominous aura, he turned his gaze. Amidst the multitude of floating islands, 3 figures on distinct isles cast upon him an aura of coldness and subtle malice. Among them, 2 elderly men, whom Chu Luo recognized as familiar acquaintances, were none other than the esteemed ancient sages Yin Jun from the Crimson Flame Valley and Lan Qing from the Spirit Clear Sect. As for the remaining ancient sage, Chu Luo could easily surmise his identity. This old fellow must belong to the Wang family. His conjecture proved accurate. The ancient sage radiating murderous intent toward him was indeed from the Wang family, known in the outside world as the ancient sage of extreme heaven. Is this Chu Luo? The ancient sage of extreme heaven inquired, his gaze fixated upon Chu Luo, accompanied by a chilling smile. The patriarch of the Wang family had already issued a decree, since they could not contend with the formidable elders of the Forbidden Sect for the time being. They would eliminate the younger generation of the Forbidden Sect instead. Any prodigy from the Wang family who encountered a prodigy of the Forbidden Sect was to ensure their demise. Chu Luo cast a glance at the 3 ancient sages from the opposing forces who regarded him with murderous intent. Then he flashed a smile, mounted his heavenly Lin horse, and descended into the square. Foolish steed, find a patch of grass to graze on. Wait for me. After dismounting, he affectionately patted the horse's head, which then trotted off to another floating island to graze. At that moment, Ling Xuanzi, who had been present in the square, approached Chu Luo. Chu Luo greeted him with a smile and exchanged pleasantries. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Yi Qingxue, beside whom stood a handsome young man. This young man, with a faint, enigmatic smile, regarded him with a glimmer of icy disdain in his eyes. Chu Luo furrowed his brow. What is wrong with this guy? I don't recall having offended him. Ling brother, who is that person? Chu Luo inquired. Ling Xuanzi, taken aback, followed Chu Luo's gaze and noticed Yi Qingxue and the young man beside her. Brother Chu, that individual is the external aid invited by our prodigy. By Xuanzi, Wang Xiaojie from the ancient Wang family, Ling Xuanzi whispered. Chu Luo nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Ah, so he is from the Wang family. That explains everything. Subsequently, Chu Luo raised both middle fingers toward Yi Qingxue and Wang Xiaojie, then turned away, disregarding them entirely. Wang Xiaojie's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Miss Yi, is he truly Chu Luo? Yi Qingxue, her face cold, nodded. Indeed, he is that little beast. His methods are rather peculiar. We must not underestimate him. Wang Gongzi, let us join forces to eliminate him in the first trial's secret realm. Otherwise, my heart will remain burdened with resentment. Wang Xiaojie snorted coldly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Huh, Miss Yi, he is merely at the initial stage of the primordial realm. There is no need for such complications. Should we encounter him in the secret realm, I alone will suffice. Yi Qingxue cast a glance at Wang Xiaojie, choosing not to comment further. Initially, she shared his sentiment, but after enduring Chu Luo's strike, her perspective had shifted entirely. Buzzing laughter echoed. It seems this emperor has not arrived too late. At that moment, a formidable imperial aura enveloped the heavens and the earth. A laughter resonated from the vast expanse above. Following this, a towering crimson figure quietly materialized in the void. It was the Emperor of the Shadow Crows. Indeed, the Emperor of the Shadow Crows had personally descended. Upon recognizing the visitor, all eyes in the square turned toward Chu Luo. A subtle smile graced Chu Luo's lips. Meanwhile, the ancient Saint of Flame and the ancient Saint of Blue on the floating island immediately turned sullen. They had not anticipated that this old adversary would choose to appear in person. This was troublesome. Ha ha ha. Emperor of the Shadow Crows, please take your seat. Tian Yu rose and invited the Emperor of the Shadow Crows. The Emperor retracted his imperial aura and stepped forward, soon finding himself seated on a floating island, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Noticing the ancient Saint of Flame and the ancient Saint of Blue, he grinned lewdly, saying, well, old acquaintances. Last time, you 2 old ghosts fled rather swiftly. I wonder if this time you can escape as easily. Haha. At these words, both the ancient Saint of Flame and the ancient Saint of Blue broke into a cold sweat, their expressions darkening. Had this old fellow set his sights on them? Tian Yu and the elders of the Heavenly Machinery Pavilion exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads inwardly. Tian Yu then addressed everyone in the square, his voice resonating with authority. Now that everyone is present, I declare the selection of the Heavenly Machinery Sons officially commenced. This time, we shall select only 7 Heavenly Machinery Sons from our disciples. The disciples who successfully qualify, along with their chosen guardians, shall gain entry to the heavenly spirit pool. Moreover, I must state that during the selection process, our disciples must not harm their fellow sect members, as doing so will result in disqualification. Should there be any grievances between guardians that need resolution, the heavenly machinery pavilion shall not intervene. However, should any guardian wish to withdraw, our strong members will ensure their safety. Furthermore, no one is permitted to interfere with the selection of our heavenly machinery sons. These words incited a stir among the crowd. Tian Yu's final statement also served as a warning to the ancient saints from other top-tier factions present on the floating island. As Tian Yu finished speaking, the 9 elders of the heavenly machinery pavilion rose, forming intricate hand seals. They pointed toward the sky above the square, and in an instant, a spatial portal opened quietly in the void. Behind this portal, a vast world unfolded before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Chapter 53. The first display of the immutable King Tian Yu's gaze flickered as he surveyed the 1,000 disciples of the heavenly machinery pavilion in the square. He cautioned them, within the secret realm, there are 100 distinct deduction stones, each divided into several fragments scattered throughout the realm. As long as you find one fragment, it will guide you to the remaining pieces, allowing you to assemble a complete deduction stone. If you successfully deduce the heavenly mechanism contained within any one of the deduction stones, you shall advance to the next stage. Once all 100 deduction stones have been deduced, those 100 will proceed, while the rest will face failure. Go forth. As the words of the master of Tianyu echoed through the hall, it prompted a wave of astonishment among the gathered crowd. Even Chu Luo felt that the selection of Tianji Pavilion's Tianjizi was exceedingly intense. Among the 1,000 disciples participating in the selection, the majority were core disciples, along with a select few direct apprentices. The first trial would eliminate over 900 participants. Hurry! Buzzing sounds filled the air. In a fleeting moment of distraction, several core disciples of Tianji Pavilion swiftly took their appointed guardians and soared into the secret realm. Observing this, the remaining participants promptly followed suit. Brother Chu, we should enter as well. We must not lose our advantage, Ling Xuanzi urged hastily. Chu Luo nodded in agreement, and the two stepped forward toward the entrance of the secret realm overhead. Before long, the floating island square was left desolate. Only the countless inner and outer disciples of the pavilion remained, gazing upward at the unfolding events within the secret realm. Meanwhile, Tianyu and the elders, along with the ominous Emperor Inya, lifted their gazes, observing the participants' performances within the secret realm. A wave of ethereal spatial fluctuations emerged at the foot of a mountain range. The figures of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi materialized quietly. Chu Luo looked up at the void above, then surveyed the surroundings, remarking, "This is surprisingly similar to the Emperor's secret realm. Your higher-ups have dispersed us into different locations within the realm." Ling Xuanzi nodded, scanning the area as a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Brother Chu, it seems fortune has not favored us. Upon entering, we have yet to encounter any fragments of the divination stone. Chu Luo chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Fear not, brotherling. You shall undoubtedly succeed in advancing. He then inquired, by the way, what of your Tianji Pavilion's Tian Xuanzi? I did not see him at the square. Is he not participating in the selection of Tianjizi? The Tian Xuanzi mentioned by Chu Luo was a prodigy of the Tianji Pavilion, ranked 13th on the talented ones list. Ling Xuanzi smiled, explaining as they walked, Brother Chu, you may not be aware, but our senior brother Tian Xuanzi, along with another prodigy in our pavilion, senior brother Shin Xuanzi, have both already been designated as candidates for Tianjizi. They are currently in seclusion and thus need not participate in this selection. Our Tianji Pavilion has a total of 9 Tianjizi, excluding the 2 reserved spots. We are now selecting 7. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo understood at last. No wonder he had not seen such a top-tier prodigy participating in the selection. It turned out the sect had already made prior arrangements for them. Boom. Just as Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi were engaged in conversation, a powerful wave of energy surged from ahead. Someone was fighting. Ling Xuanzi exclaimed excitedly, Hey, the divination stone fragments must be near. Let us sneak over and take a look. With a grin, Chu Luo led Ling Xuanzi stealthily towards the direction of the combat's disturbance. Soon, they found themselves behind a large tree, witnessing a clearing ahead where 2 core disciples of Tianji Pavilion, along with their respective external aides, were locked in fierce battle. In the grasp of one of the Tianji Pavilion disciples lay a fragment of the divination stone, emanating a faint glow. The 2 core disciples of the Tianshu Pavilion, accompanied by their external aides, both possessed the cultivation of the soul realm and were in pursuit of the fragments of the divination stone. Unexpectedly, It was none other than junior brother Feng Yu who first acquired a fragment. Brother Chu, having discovered the fragment, shall we make a move to seize it? Exclaimed Ling Xuanzi, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Just as Ling Xuanzi was about to act, he was halted by Chu Luo, who said, Brother Ling. Why the haste? Let them fight. Your other junior brother and his protector are no match for our Feng Yu. Once they finish, we can deal with him, which would be far less troublesome. Otherwise, should we intervene now, they may unite against us, and we would expend unnecessary effort. Ling Xuanzi, taken aback, nodded in agreement. Boom. On the battlefield, Feng Yu, the core disciple of the Tianshu Pavilion, repelled his opponent with a single palm strike, coldly declaring, Junior brotherly, you are no match for me. Why waste time here? If you insist on pressing the matter, I shall not show mercy. Hearing this, the other core disciple's eyes flickered, displaying a hint of reluctance, yet he found himself powerless. Feng Yu spoke with reason. Since he was not a match, why squander time? Thus, filled with reluctance, the disciple turned and departed with his protector. As Feng Yu watched his opponent leave, a smile of triumph spread across his face as he gazed at the divination stone fragment in his hand. Haha, young Master Feng. Let us swiftly utilize this fragment to search for the remaining ones. The protector accompanying Feng Yu was a prodigy from a first-rate force. Although he had not yet entered the ranks of the renowned, he had nonetheless broken through to the 6th stage of the Soul Realm at merely 30-something years of age. Just as Feng Yu was about to embark on his quest for the remaining fragments, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, Gentlemen, please wait a moment. We would like to stage a heist. Feng Yu was taken aback, turning alongside his protector, only to have their expressions shift dramatically. Chu Luo, that cunning one, emerged slowly from behind a great tree, accompanied by Ling Xuanzi. Chu Luo, brother Ling Xuanzi. Feng Yu's countenance paled, internally lamenting his misfortune. How had he encountered Chu Luo? The prodigy from the first-rate force beside Feng Yu now appeared exceedingly tense. The tales of Chu Luo had recently spread like wildfire throughout the 3,000 great worlds. In these realms, he had even acquired an epithet, the assassin of the prodigy rankings, with those who had perished at his hands nearly reaching a dozen. Boom. Chu Luo flashed a grin, an aura of terrifying power emanating from him. In the next instant, the patterns of Brahma emerged upon him, shimmering with golden light. Behind him, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. Following this, before the horrified gazes of Feng Yu and his protector, a towering golden Dharma figure, over 100 feet tall, rose majestically. The unmoving king of wrath. The terrifying power radiating from it left even Ling Xuanzi in awe. Isn't this the Wang family's ultimate technique, the unmoving king? I witnessed Wang Lin demonstrate it within the Emperor's secret realm. Gentlemen, shall we be friends? Allow me to safeguard the fragments of the divination stone for you. If you prefer, I possess a modicum of martial prowess as well. Chu Luo extended his hand, curling his fingers toward Feng Yu with an expression that radiated innocence. Faced with such a formidable display of skill from Chu Luo, Feng Yu and his accompanying guardian turned pale with fear. The magnitude of this power was utterly beyond their capacity to withstand. Reluctantly, Feng Yu relinquished the fragments he held, casting them towards Chu Luo before turning to depart with his guardian. Chapter 54. The two old tricksters begin fishing meanwhile. Those observing the secret realm from the outside beheld the formidable figure of the immovable king rising behind Chu Luo. Is that not the Wang family's esoteric technique? The immovable king? Indeed, how could Chu Luo have mastered the immovable king of the Wang family? Moreover, he appeared to wield it with remarkable finesse. The seasoned disciples of the Tianji Pavilion were left in a state of astonishment. Some disciples instinctively cast their gazes toward the ancient sage seated upon the stone chair. Tian. Not only the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, but even the esteemed Tianyu Pavilion master and several elders of the Tianji Pavilion were taken aback. Glancing at Tian, whose countenance had darkened ominously. It is well known that the Wang family's technique, the immovable king, is never shared with outsiders. Should anyone outside the family master it, they would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit by the Wang family's formidable warriors. Chu Luo had brazenly transgressed every taboo of the Wang family. Ah, my remarkable disciple is truly gifted. Tian, my disciple's execution of the immovable king seems rather impressive, does it not? Does it not possess the essence of a true Wang family practitioner? One might argue that the younger generation of the Wang family could scarcely match my disciple's prowess. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow reclined with a smirk, deliberately addressing Tian with mockery. Tian's expression was one of utter dismay, a mix of astonishment and fury washing over him. He promptly deduced that Chu Luo must have acquired the immovable king from Wang Lin. Thus, Tian discreetly communicated this matter back to his family through a jade talisman. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Tian disregarded the Emperor of the Shadow Crow. His gaze fixated on Chu Luo within the secret realm, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in his eyes, concealed with utmost skill. The Emperor of the Shadow Crow chuckled heartily at Tian's discomfort, unperturbed by the presence of other powerful factions. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Chu Luo dismissed the immovable king that had manifested behind him and handed the fragments of the divination stone to Ling Xuanzi. Ling Xuanzi accepted the shards. His expression one of admiration. I never imagined, Brother Chu, that you would master the immovable king of the Wang family. Truly commendable. Chu Luo grinned and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, there is nothing to commend. Those from the Wang family treat this technique as if it were a treasure. What divine skill is the immovable king? Its power pales in comparison to my own Forbidden Sect techniques. Mastering the Wang family's esoteric arts is merely a matter of intellect. Is it not? Must one even practice? Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanzi's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling insulted. And he let out a wry smile. If only I possessed half the insight of Brother Chu. Chu Luo chuckled softly, patting Ling Xuanzi on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, do not belittle yourself. If one is gold, one will inevitably shine. Wouldn't you agree, TZ? Ling Xuanzi nodded, suddenly sensing something amiss in Chu Luo's words. Who is TZ? He pondered. Noticing the fragments of the deduction stone in Ling Xuanzi's hand, Chu Luo suddenly inquired, Ling brother, is it true that your disciples at the Tianji Pavilion seek external assistance solely to help you seize these deduction stone fragments? Ling Xuanzi nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed. Moreover, once we piece together a complete deduction stone, we must interpret the celestial secrets left by the higher-ups in order to advance to the next level. However, during the interpretation process, it is inevitable that other disciples will attempt to seize them. Hence, we seek external aid, not only to gather the fragments but, more crucially, to safeguard our peace of mind while interpreting, preventing interruptions from other disciples who might seize the opportunity to snatch the deduction stones. Chu Luo nodded in understanding. And suddenly a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, a smile gracing his lips. Ling brother, I have conceived a brilliant idea. Follow me. Before Ling Xuanzi could react, he was pulled along by Chu Luo. As they wandered through the secret realm, they encountered disciples engaged in fierce battles over the fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Luo, the cunning strategist, guided Ling Xuanzi to stealthily pilfer the deduction stone fragments amidst the chaos, or to ambush the combatants when they were weary from fighting, thereby robbing them. Alternatively, they would strike down the disciples who had just acquired fragments, incapacitating them along with their guardians. In less than half a day, Chu Luo assisted Ling Xuanzi in collecting 6 distinct fragments of the deduction stone, each representing one type. Satisfied with their haul, Chu Luo led Ling Xuanzi to a secluded valley. Brother Chu, why do we require so many different fragments? We only need one, Ling Xuanzi questioned, puzzled by Chu Luo's intentions. With a grin, Chu Luo placed the 6 fragments upon a stone before him and explained, Ling brother, since these fragments possess guiding properties, why should we toil in search of them? Once someone else obtains a fragment of the same type as ours, they will naturally seek us out. These 6 different fragments will serve as our bait. We merely need to patiently wait for the fish to bite. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuanzi's eyes sparkled with realization. Of course, how could I have overlooked this? Brother Chu is truly astute. As he listened to Chu Luo's plan, Ling Xuanzi's admiration for him deepened. At that moment, he felt a swell of anticipation. Which unfortunate souls would soon gather the 6 types of deduction stone fragments? Thus, the 2 individuals concealed themselves, preparing to lie in wait for their prey. After the passage of 2 or 3 hours, suddenly, from the distant horizon, 2 formidable presences approached with great haste. Brother Chu. They are coming. Hidden in the shadows, they remained vigilant, keeping a keen eye on the 6 fragments of the divination stone. Suddenly sensing the rapid approach of these 2 energies, they hastily roused the slumbering Chu Luo. Upon perceiving these 2 presences, Chu Luo broke into a wide smile, promptly signaling the divination operator to mask their aura. Soon, 2 streaks of light descended into the depths of the valley. As the luminescence dissipated, 2 youthful figures emerged. It's him. Huh, what a twist of fate. Upon recognizing one of the figures, Chu Luo revealed an innocuous smile, for among the newcomers was Wang Xiaojie, the prodigy from the Wang family whom he had encountered in the square. Beside Wang Xiaojie stood the talented Bai Xuanzi from the Tiangong Pavilion. At this moment, Bai Xuanzi held a nearly complete divination stone in his grasp, with the final fragment tantalizingly close. Strange, Why are there 6 fragments of the divination stone here? It feels as though someone deliberately placed them here. Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow, a sense of caution creeping into his heart. What is so strange about that? If you comprehend your advancement sooner, I can join you in entering the heavenly spirit pool to enhance my strength. Wan Xiaojie sneered dismissively, finding Bai Xuanzi's caution excessive. Hee. Brother Ling, leave the Wang family member to me, while you handle Bai Xuanzi. After all, he is your fellow disciple, and with your pavilion master watching from outside. It would be unwise to harm him. Chu Luo conveyed discreetly to the divination operator. Ling Xuanzi smiled faintly, his spirit sword already unsheathed. Chu Luo swiftly formed hand seals. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie stepped forward, seizing the 6 fragments in his hand. He selected one and tossed it to Bai Xuanzi, coldly remarking, "What danger could there be? Begin the divination." Bai Xuanzi caught the last fragment, but just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Forbidden skill, great heaven's heart-seizing palm." Boom. Bai Xuanzi's expression abruptly changed as he shouted in alarm, "Brother Wang, be careful." Wang Xiaojie spun around suddenly, a familiar figure coming into view. Instantly, a blood-red, ethereal hand loomed large in his vision. Boom. The blood-red phantom hand struck Wang Xiaojie. A monstrous mushroom cloud, hundreds of feet high, erupted in an instant. The overwhelming, violent force flattened the entire gorge, and Bai Xuanzi was also swept away by the ferocious energy. Utilizing the explosive shockwave, he rapidly distanced himself from the epicenter of the blast. However, before Bai Xuanzi could regain his footing, a spirit sword suddenly surged towards him from the front. Bai Xuanzi was suddenly taken aback, and in an instant, a spiritual sword materialized in his hand. He prepared to block. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force caused Bai Xuanzi to stagger. Ling Xuanzi. Upon seeing a familiar face suddenly appear before him, Bai Xuanzi's pupils constricted in shock. Boom. As he was still reeling from the surprise, an excruciating pain erupted from his abdomen, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite caught in a gust of wind, and the perfectly formed deduction stone he had just created also flew from his grasp, landing squarely in Ling Xuanzi's hands. Ling Xuanzi. Rising from the ground, Bai Xuanzi exuded an astonishing aura. His gaze fixed on Ling Xuanzi, his face suffused with fury. "Brother Bai, I shall graciously accept this deduction stone," Ling Xuanzi declared, pocketing the stone and retreating into the rising dust. At that moment, just as Ling Xuanzi vanished into the haze, he sensed a feeble aura emanating from the epicenter of the explosion below, dispersing the dust. Startled, Ling Xuanzi quickly retreated to the side of Chu Luo, who had successfully launched a surprise attack. At this moment, Chu Luo held 5 fragments of deduction stones in his hands. However, upon perceiving the frail aura emanating from the large pit, he was taken aback. Logically, that previous strike should have been sufficient to claim Wang Xiaojie's life. "Why, Brother Wang?" Bai Xuanzi's expression darkened at the sight of Chu Luo, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Yet, when he saw Wang Xiaojie emerging from the pit, his tattered robes drenched in blood, Bai Xuanzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You wretched little beast! I shall slay you." Wang Xiaojie's eyes burned with wrath as he glared at Chu Luo. At this moment, both Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi noted that Wang Xiaojie was clad in a soft armor beneath his shredded garments. This armor emitted a faint glow, suggesting it was of considerable quality, at least on the level of heavenly artifacts. It seemed that the majority of the power from Chu Luo's earlier strike had been absorbed by this armor. Otherwise, Wang Xiaojie would have long since met his demise. However, even so, the meticulous Chu Luo observed that the soft armor had already begun to show signs of cracking. "Brother Wang, do not act impulsively." Bai Xuanzi hastened forward, attempting to counsel Wang Xiaojie. "Get lost, you little beast. Today I shall end you." Wang Xiaojie forcefully shoved Bai Xuanzi aside. With a flick of his hand, a jade vial appeared in his grasp. He poured out a pill, radiating an extraordinary medicinal power, and swallowed it. In the next moment, Wang Xiaojie's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Boom. Wang Xiaojie's hands swiftly formed seals, golden Sanskrit appearing around him. The terrifying power of the 5th realm of Taichu surged forth in a frenzied suppression. Immediately thereafter, a golden, familiar to both Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, rose majestically from behind Wang Xiaojie, enveloped in golden light, standing firm upon the earth. "Give me death, you little beast!" Wang Xiaojie roared in fury, leaping into the air, riding atop the immovable king, charging towards Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi. At this moment, Wang Xiaojie was engulfed by a tempest of rage. "Brother Chu, we must depart swiftly." Ling Xuanzi hastily urged Chu Luo. "Ling, Find a place to conceal yourself and deduce the heavenly secrets. Once I have sent him to meet his great-grandmother, I shall seek you out," Chu Luo instructed. With a decisive leap, he charged towards the approaching figure of Wang Xiaojie, who was accompanied by the formidable statue of the immovable king. Without hesitation, Ling Xuanzi turned and departed, for he had unwavering faith in Chu Luo's prowess. A smile spread across Chu Luo's face as he formed intricate hand seals, golden Sanskrit patterns erupting from his form. In the next instant, a similar statue of the immovable king rose behind him. "What? How can you wield my Wang family's ultimate technique?" Wang Xiaojie exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the imposing figure behind Chu Luo. With a mocking laugh, Chu Luo propelled his own statue to collide fiercely with Wang Xiaojie's. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, giving rise to a terrifying mushroom cloud that enveloped the two figures. Observing the scene shrouded in dust, Bai Xuanzi furrowed his brow and sighed in resignation, deeming Wang Xiaojie to be exceedingly irrational. He had heard of Chu Luo's exploits, after all. He was the one who had dared to strike Yu Qin's no. Should Wang Xiaojie face defeat, it was certain that Chu Luo would show no mercy. With this thought, Bai Xuanzi turned and left, opting to seek other fragments rather than entangle himself with Chu Luo. After all, the divination stones were not limited to that singular piece, and he had no desire to create enmity with Chu Luo. Ha ha ha, foolish creature. I possess the ancient body of Vajra. Soon after, as the dust settled, Wang Xiaojie's form emerged, his muscles shimmering with golden light, exuding an aura from the primordial age, while ancient phenomena manifested around him. Yet, Chu Luo's figure had vanished. Wang Xiaojie assumed that Chu Luo had perished in the aftermath of the explosive clash. "Huh, my friend, your joy is premature. Forbidden ultimate technique, the world-destroying lotus. Forbidden ultimate technique, devouring body poison." Boom. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Xiaojie's expression changed dramatically, instinctively looking up, his pupils constricting. Above him, Chu Luo's silhouette had appeared, accompanied by an immense dark purple phantom lotus radiating annihilating power, descending rapidly to suppress him. As the dark purple lotus advanced, the fabric of space trembled, and the clouds dispersed. Wang Xiaojie's face was a mask of terror and disbelief. He could not fathom how this little creature, possessing merely the cultivation of the primordial realm, could unleash such a fearsome assault. Was the forbidden ultimate technique of the Forbidden Sect truly this formidable? Simultaneously, the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the guardians of various factions within the secret realm gazed in shock at the colossal dark purple lotus. I surrender. Seeing the world-destroying lotus poised above him, Wang Xiaojie finally exhibited a look of dread, hastily crying out to the heavens. Was momentarily taken aback, a slight smile gracing his lips as he uttered, "Explode." In an instant, the dark purple lotus burst forth. Wang Xiaojie gazed in despair at the radiant light before him. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire secret realm, followed by the emergence of a mushroom cloud towering hundreds of feet high. In a mere heartbeat, the surrounding landscape, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna, was obliterated. Chapter 56. The wind is too strong above. I cannot hear outside. Tianyu and the 9 elders rose in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that this Chu Luo, possessing merely the cultivation of the primordial one realm, was capable of unleashing such a terrifying technique. Xiaojie, how infuriating. Xiaojie had clearly surrendered. Why did Chu Luo still strike? He did it on purpose. The master of Tianyu exclaimed. You elders of Tianji Pavilion failed to act in time to halt this. If anything happens to Xiaojie, you must provide an explanation to my Wang family. The ancient sage of the extreme sky abruptly rose from his seat, his face darkening as he shouted in fury. Hey, what do you mean by on purpose? Mind your words, old man. What do you mean? At that moment, my obedient disciple was in the sky, while that young man from your Wang family was below. Separated by such a distance, how could he possibly hear? The Emperor of the Dark Crow lounged with his legs crossed, a grin on his face. You, the ancient sage of the extreme sky's face flushed crimson, filled with indignation, yet he dared not refute the Dark Crow Emperor before him. Just then, a surge of imperial might resonated throughout the secret realm. Sensing this formidable presence, the master of Tianyu's expression brightened. Their ancestral emperor from Tianji Pavilion had intervened. At this moment, Tianyu and the elders felt a wave of relief wash over them. Within the secret realm, a sudden imperial aura enveloped the world. Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, and in the next moment, he beheld a fireball ascending, only to dissipate instantaneously. Following this, an elderly man with white hair appeared, cradling the bloodied and grievously injured Wang Xiaojie. At this point, Wang Xiaojie's face was ashen, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. The golden light coursing through his muscles gradually faded, replaced by ominous black lines. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Luo finally felt at ease. This fellow would no longer be so defiant in the future. The elderly man holding Wang Xiaojie was evidently a figure of great power. With a gentle wave of his hand, the majority of Wang Xiaojie's injuries began to heal. The Forbidden Sect's body devouring heavenly poison. This lad is ruthless. The elder sensed the terrifying venom within Wang Xiaojie and couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Chu Luo. Noticing the elder's attention, Chu Luo displayed an innocuous smile, scratching his head in embarrassment, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. However, the elder was also astonished by Chu Luo. At such a tender age, he had managed to master 2 of the Forbidden Sect's most arcane techniques. Regaining his composure, the elder lightly tapped Wang Xiaojie's chest and shook his head in exasperation before addressing Chu Luo. "Young one, this lad had just surrendered. Why did you still strike with such lethal intent?" A look of confusion spread across Chu Luo's face as he exclaimed, Did he surrender? Perhaps the wind was too strong just now, and I did not hear." The old man regarded Chu Luo with a smile imbued with deep significance, seemingly asking, "Do you think I believe you?" Without further ado, he disregarded Chu Luo and vanished, cradling the unconscious Wang Xiaojie. In the next moment, the old man reappeared before the ancient sage of extreme heaven, holding Wang Xiaojie. "Xiaojie." The ancient sage of extreme heaven hurriedly took Wang Xiaojie into his arms. Probing with his spiritual sense, his countenance shifting dramatically, he discovered that Wang Xiaojie's diamond ancient body had been utterly destroyed. "Ancestor." At that moment, Tianyu and several elders from the heavenly machine pavilion approached. The old man nodded slightly and addressed the ancient sage of extreme heaven. "I intervened just in time to save this young lad's life. However, his surrender came a tad too late. Despite my timely intervention, he was still caught in the blast's aftermath. Fortunately, I have managed to preserve his life for now. But this young fellow has been afflicted with the Forbidden Sect's devouring body heavenly poison. Even I can only suppress it. You must take him back and have those old-timers from your Wang family handle it." "What? The devouring body heavenly poison? Such a vicious method employed by that little beast." The ancient sage of extreme heaven's killing intent surged forth as he glared at Chu Luo, who was concealed within the secret realm, gritting his teeth. In the ancient times, a great emperor of the Wang family had fallen victim to the devouring body heavenly poison. Ultimately, that emperor, unable to bear the devastation of being rendered useless, took his own life. "Old man, what did you just say?" At that moment, a chilling killing intent sent a shiver down the ancient sage of extreme heaven's spine. In his fury, he had forgotten that Emperor Enya was still present. Thus, he turned to the old man and expressed, "I am grateful for the timely intervention of the Emperor of Chance." Upon finishing his words, the ancient sage of extreme heaven tore through the spatial rift, departing with the unconscious Wang Xiaojie in tow. The Emperor of Chance turned and offered a slight bow to Emperor Enya before vanishing in a single step. At that moment, the disciples of the heavenly machine pavilion on the surrounding floating islands were left in awe. Truly, they were the assassins of the Prodigy ranking. Had it not been for their ancestors' timely intervention, Chu Luo might have eliminated yet another prodigy from the list. The young are lacking in skill. Yet the old dare to criticize my beloved disciple? Sooner or later, I shall take down this old fellow." Emperor Enya scoffed, showing no sign of restraint. The pavilion master Tianyu and the other formidable figures present could only shake their heads in exasperation. From the protective value of the Emperor Master, 10,000, hearing the notification from within his system, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Just as he was about to contact the spirit calculator, a low humming sound erupted. Suddenly, from various directions, several familiar and formidable auras surged forth. In the next instant, streams of light rushed towards him from all corners, revealing their true forms. Chu Luo. Upon seeing these figures, Chu Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably. With a flick of his hand, 5 shards of different divination stones materialized in his grasp. Surrounding him were none other than the prodigy of the Yi family, Yi Qingxue, the prodigy of the Crimson Flame Valley, Xiaoxinge, and the prodigy of the Lingqing sect, Zhao Kongying. Additionally, there was an exceptionally beautiful woman among them. Chu Luo regarded the woman before her with a sense of intrigue, recognizing that she was indeed formidable. Accompanying this group were the prodigies from the Tianji Pavilion, each holding a piece of a divination stone, mere fragments away from completion. The pieces they lacked were precisely 4 of the 5 fragments in Chu Luo's possession. How fortuitous. Do you all desire the fragments? Allow me to bestow them upon you." Chu Luo remained unperturbed, flashing a smile towards the group. She then turned and swiftly hurled the fragments in a particular direction. The shards soared through the air like shooting stars, racing into the depths of the secret realm. Pursue. Chu Luo observed as the woman, accompanied by a prodigy at the third stage of Taichu, chased after the fragments. A sigh of relief escaped her lips upon recognizing the woman as Jiang Luoli from the Jiang family. You too, hurry along. We shall join you shortly. Just then, Yu Qin's Xiao Xinga, and Zhao Kongming exchanged contemplative glances with their respective prodigies from the Tianji pavilion. The three prodigies instantly grasped the intent of Yu Qin's and her companions, and thus, they too hastened after the fragments. In the next moment, Yu Qin's Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming fixed their steely gazes upon Chu Luo, encircling her. Chapter 57. This man must not be allowed to live. Humph. You little wretch. Today I shall exact my vengeance. Yi Kingsnow's expression turned frigid as she coldly laughed at Chu Luo, her eyes shimmering with an insatiable thirst for blood. Huh. What is this? Do you intend to outnumber me? Chu Luo chuckled, casting a glance at Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming. From within her sleeve, she produced a Shengshou pill. You little wretch, your demise is imminent. Xiao Xinga brandished a spiritual spear, his gaze fixated on Chu Luo with intent. It was during their search for the fragments of the divination stone that Yi Qing's approached the two, seeking an alliance to confront Chu Luo. Without hesitation, Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming consented to her proposal, having been stirred by the commotion caused by Chu Luo's devastating move, the Annihilation Lotus. They discovered her presence indeed. Boom. Yi Kingsnow's body trembled slightly as the overwhelming aura of the fifth stage of Taichu radiated from her. Both Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming revealed their formidable powers, enclosing Chu Luo in a tight circle. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the Emperor of Shadows displayed a countenance of fury. He directed a piercing gaze towards the ancient sage Yanjun of the Crimson Flame Valley and the ancient sage Lan Qing of the Lingqing sect, intoning ominously, "Very well. I shall grant the Tianji Pavilion a favor. You two had best never leave the Tianji Pavilion for the rest of your lives. Otherwise, hehe." Faced with the Emperor of Shadows' menacing threat, Yanjun and Lan Qing wore expressions of distress, yet dared not retort or depart from the Tianji Pavilion. Fearful that the old man was not merely jesting. Within the secret realm, Chu Luo grinned widely and promptly swallowed the Shengshou pill. From the Emperor's protective value 10,000, the system chimed with yet another notification. In this moment, Chu Luo found no joy in the situation. Come on, my friends, is this truly necessary? We harbor no grudges. Must we resort to such extremes? With a playful smile, he brandished a spiritual sword. Die! With a thunderous clash, Yi Qingxue, wielding her spiritual sword, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She charged at Chu Luo, and simultaneously, Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming sprang into action, surrounding Chu Luo with lethal intent. Startled, Chu Luo leaped into the air, narrowly evading their combined assault. As he stood poised in the void, his expression turned icy. Very well. If this is how you wish to play, then I shall oblige. With a chilling smile, he raised his sword. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of sword intent filled the secret realm sky. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, darkening ominously. In the next moment, behind Chu Luo, a vast cosmic expanse materialized, with twinkling stars and surging sword energy. What is this? This is the unparalleled technique of the Emperor of Morning Jade, the Sword of the Starry River. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This young man has mastered the ultimate skill of the Morning Jade Emperor. Oh dear, your disciple is remarkable. The master of Tianyu and several elders from the Tianji Pavilion gazed at Chu Luo with astonishment, marveling at his prowess. Inya, the Emperor, chuckled softly, his spirits lifted by the praise of his exceptional apprentice. However, the ancient sage Yanjun and the ancient sage Lan Qing began to worry for Xiao Xinga and Zhao Kongming. They had not anticipated that this little rascal, Chu Luo, had acquired the true legacy of that old master, Morning Jade. Countless disciples of the Tianji Pavilion around them gazed in excitement at the celestial battle unfolding in the secret realm. Miss Yi, Brother Zhao, let us strike together and eliminate him. Xiao Xinga, sensing the terrifying sword intent emanating from Chu Luo, turned to his companions, his countenance grave. Agreed. With a resounding roar, the three of them unleashed their ultimate techniques. Sword shatters the heavens. Dragon flame suppresses evil spear. Sword falls from the 9 heavens. Die, little rascal. They bellowed in fury. Stepping forward, the spiritual sword in Yi Qingshue's hand vibrated ominously, brimming with formidable power as she slashed toward Chu Luo. Behind Xiao Xinga, A massive phantom of a blazing spear entwined with the silhouette of a fire dragon emerged. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongming summoned a ghostly white sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Facing their powerful combined attacks, Chu Luo remained serene, raising his sword against their terrifying might. Forbidden Absolute Technique, Sword of the Starry River, a radiant river of starlight, hundreds of feet long, surged forth from his spiritual sword. The celestial river cascaded down, dazzling and perilous, like the very cosmos itself. As countless eyes watched, the sword river collided with the trio's formidable assault. Crack! Boom! The attacks of the three prodigies were utterly obliterated by the terrifying force of the sword river. Yiqingxue, Xiaoxinga, and Zhao Kongming felt their pupils constrict and their faces pale in disbelief. This is impossible. This wretched creature, how can it possess such formidable strength? Quick! Defend yourselves! Zhao Kongming exclaimed in shock as he beheld the sword river descending upon them. In the instant they were engulfed by the sword river. Each of them unleashed their life-preserving techniques. Boom! The earth trembled violently within a radius of several hundred miles. A dazzling sword light surged skyward from the ground. Countless disciples of the Tiangong Pavilion, watching from afar, were left speechless by the brilliance emanating from the secret realm. They had never anticipated that Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect could be so extraordinarily powerful, shattering all preconceived notions. It is worth noting that Yiqing and her companions were renowned prodigies, their cultivation level surpassing that of Chu Luo. Those who were aware recognized their status, while others might have mistaken them for inept individuals, unable to withstand Chu Luo even when united. After a considerable time, the sword light dissipated. Under the gaze of innumerable spectators, a rift spanning hundreds of miles appeared in the ground beneath Chu Luo. What? How is it possible that they are still alive? At that moment, Chu Luo furrowed his brow, sensing three feeble auras emanating from the depths of the chasm, and began to curse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Three disheveled figures emerged from the depths of the rift, their bodies drenched in blood, utterly weakened. Yiqishan, Xiaoxinga, and Zhao Kongming collapsed onto the ground. Devoid of any fighting spirit, their expressions were grim, and panic began to set in. To withstand Chu Luo's strike, they had exhausted all their trump cards, barely escaping with their lives. "Ha! Do you dare to besiege me? I shall send you three to meet your ancestors." Chu Luo grinned, his murderous intent palpable. Upon sensing this, the faces of Yiqing and her companions turned pale. In haste, they shouted, "We surrender." Just as the word surrender escaped Yiqing's lips, Chu Luo's expression hardened. The forbidden ultimate technique, instant teleportation. Buzz. Thud. Stop. As the last syllable of Yiqing's utterance echoed, Chu Luo appeared before her in an instant. With a swift motion, he struck down with his sword. Yiqing's face contorted in terror and rage as Chu Luo's blade pierced her throat, sending her crashing to the ground, unconscious. A subtle smile graced Chu Luo's lips. This lunatic cannot be spared. At the moment of Yiqing's demise, the celestial rankings outside stirred, causing a ripple among countless factions as her name vanished. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Two figures materialized beside Chu Luo. Oh dear, this is none of my concern. She simply lagged behind those two. Look, they surrendered, and I did not strike them. Chu Luo remarked innocently, discarding his spirit sword as he regarded the two figures that had appeared before him. Chapter 58. Trust me, my eyes are the measure. The two figures that emerged were high-ranking elders from the Tiangong Pavilion. One was the 8th elder, Elder Lingyan, while the other remained unfamiliar to Chu Luo. Chu Luo, why did you not cease your actions? Observing the lifeless body of Yiqingxue, Elder Lingyan's expression darkened considerably. Yiqingxue had been invited by him and his disciple, Yushuanzi, to the Yi family. Now, her demise at the Heavenly Machine Pavilion weighed heavily upon him. Elder Ling, this is an enormous misunderstanding. Look. These two gentlemen are perfectly fine, aren't they? That madwoman. I only struck down Yixianzi, and she surrendered. He implored another elder, feeling aggrieved. Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming, seated behind the two elders, met Chu Luo's gaze and swallowed hard. They sensed a hint of murderous intent and regret emanating from him, causing them to inch backward in terror. From that moment on, a deep-seated fear of Chu Luo took root within them, and they vowed never to provoke him again. As for eliminating Chu Luo, they could leave that to anyone else. They wanted no part in it. You are clearly doing this on purpose. Elder Lingyan seethed with anger, fully aware that Chu Luo had intentionally slain Yiqingxue, had they not intervened. The two prodigies from Qiyin Valley and Lingqing sect would likely have met the same fate. This little brat even feigned innocence as he glanced at Elder Lingyan. his mind racing with thoughts of retribution. Ah, good, good. Old man, yesterday's grievances have yet to be settled, and now you come to target me again? Humph. Chu Luo was already devising a plan for revenge against the elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Suddenly, he thought of his disciple, Yuswanzi. The corners of his mouth twitched. Somewhere within the secret realm, Yuswanzi, having just secured a fragment of a divination stone, inexplicably shivered and felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, another elder was experiencing his own headache. With the Shadow Crow Emperor watching, he hesitated to confront Chu Luo forcefully. Thus, he suggested to Elder Lingyan, Elderate, perhaps we should allow the pavilion master to decide on this matter. Elder Lingyan noticed the elder's expression and suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He had momentarily forgotten that this young man's master was still outside. His previously stormy demeanor instantly shifted to calm indifference as he nodded. The two elders turned, gesturing grandly to take the slumped Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming away. After their departure, Chu Luo sat down on a stone, nonchalantly taking out a sacred longevity pill to consume while awaiting the outcome. Should he lose his qualification, it would be a significant loss. However, with the Shadow Crow Emperor outside, he felt little concern. As Chu Luo awaited the results, a tremendous commotion erupted outside the secret realm. Countless disciples of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion etched Chu Luo's name into their memories. Should they encounter this living embodiment of death in the future, they would certainly take the long way around. Even a beauty like Yu Qingxue had fallen under his hand. His ruthlessness was not to be underestimated. No wonder he remained single. At that moment, on the floating island, the master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion and several elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were filled with bitterness. They could clearly discern that the young man, Chu Luo, was indeed being deliberate in his actions. However, the ominous presence of the Shadow Crow Emperor loomed over them. Should they declare the revocation of Chu Luo's qualifications, that old rascal would undoubtedly turn their Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion upside down. Master! At that moment, Elder Ling Yin and another elder emerged from the secret realm, accompanied by Xiaoxinga. Xiaoxinga and Zhao Kongming approached the two ancient saints, Yin Jungu and Lan Qinggu. Upon seeing the two return alive, the ancient saints exchanged no further words. After all, it was not their own prodigies who had perished. They could only await the retribution from the Yi family upon the Shadow Crow, and that little wretch, Chu Luo. Unbeknownst to the Shadow Crow Emperor, he wore a broad smile, addressing Tianyu. Tianyu, my dear disciple is quite right. That little girl surrendered just a tad slower than those two. I witnessed it with mine own eyes. Trust me, my gaze serves as a measure. The Emperor's words caused the elders of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to twitch uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths. Trust you? Not a chance. You, old rascal, are as cunning as they come. Who in the vast 3,000 realms doesn't know of your shamelessness? And as for your so-called measuring gaze, it seems your vision has grown dim. The master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion sighed in resignation, gesturing dismissively towards Chu Luo in the secret realm. He intoned, enough is enough, Chu Luo. This shall be your first and last warning. Should you transgress again, I shall personally revoke your qualifications as a protector. From the Emperor's guardian value 10,000. Just as the system alert echoed in Chu Luo's ears, he heard the voice of the master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion. With a broad grin revealing his 8 pearly teeth, he appeared harmless, promptly rising to salute towards the sky above the secret realm, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion. I shall remember this. I assure you, there will be no next time. With that, Chu Luo turned and soared into the distance. Oh. Ha. Tianyu, you truly are the choice of those ancient fellows. With you in this generation of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, it shall surely flourish. The Shadow Crow Emperor laughed heartily, unabashedly praising the Master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion. The Master of the Heavenly Jade Pavilion, with a weary smile, felt a headache coming on. Your Majesty, perhaps you should consider how to address the Yi family. The Yi family? What explanation do I owe them? It was not I who harmed their kin. That little girl merely spoke hastily, failing to articulate the word surrender, which led to my dear disciple's mishap. And you nearly misconstrued the situation. What does that have to do with us? The Shadow Crow Emperor crossed his legs, chuckling amiably. As the crowd recognized the Shadow Crow Emperor's incorrigibility, their focus shifted back to the secret realm. At that moment, within the secret realm, the competition intensified. A disciple from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had already gathered a complete divination stone and commenced the interpretation of its celestial secrets. After leaving the battlefield, Chu Luo made contact with Ling Xuanzi, and soon they met. Brother Ling, why have you not yet begun the divination? Are you unable to? Chu Luo inquired with curiosity. The diviner shook his head, a look of admiration on his face as he said, I see that Brother Chu has intentions of dispatching the opponent. Thus I refrained from divining the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, had I succeeded, we would have been teleported away. Wouldn't that thwart Brother Chu's plans? The diviner appeared to understand. Oh, Brother Ling, I did not, protested Chu. Do not deceive, retorted the diviner. Indeed, you do. I do not. Very well, if you say so. Brother Ling, may I trouble you with a request? Please, Brother Chu, speak. Perform your final divination and send it out. Why? I wish to see your fellow diviner weep as he departs. Let us go. I have long found him displeasing. Ah, you rascal. Go. Chapter 59. The Two Elders. The distressed diviner in a certain depth of the secret realm, a white figure gazed at the complete divination stone in hand, a smile gracing his lips. This white figure was none other than you, the direct disciple of the elder Ling He, Chu Luo. Did you not foresee that the fragments you discarded would fortuitously allow me to complete the divination stone? You chuckled with delight. The 5 fragments previously cast away by Chu Luo included precisely the last piece he required. Now, he merely needed to successfully divine the heavenly secrets contained within the stone to advance to the next stage. However, Yu was not in haste to commence his divination. For the sake of caution, he decided to wait for Yi Qingxue to return, to serve as his protector. Little did you know that the very Yi Qingxue he summoned had long since met her demise. Who? Yu's expression suddenly shifted, darkening as he turned to the woods ahead, calling out coldly. Swish, swish, swish. 6 figures emerged from the trees, encircling Yu. The 6 who stepped forth were all core prodigies of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Each of these core disciples possessed cultivation at the Divine Soul Realm. Hiki, Brother Yu, hand over your divination stone, declared the leader, stepping forward with a spirit sword in hand. Their protectors had surrendered prematurely, losing their qualifications. Thus, these disciples, bereft of protectors, joined forces, for their chances of advancing to the next stage were slim. Upon seeing these 6 core disciples, you smiled derisively. Junior Brother Fu, do you truly believe you are capable of seizing my divination stone? Though I have not made it onto the prodigy list. You paused, his body trembling slightly. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from you. His cultivation was at the 2nd stage of primordial beginning. Were it not for his age, he would surely have a place among the prodigies. What of the 2nd stage of primordial beginning? Everyone, attack together. Boom. The leading disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion charged at you first. The 5 others followed suit without hesitation. Boom. The battle erupted. Not long after, the fluctuations from the clash subsided. You sheathed his spirit sword, gazing down at the 6 sprawled on the ground, faces contorted in pain, his expression one of disdain. Overestimating yourselves. With a cold snort, Yu Xuanzi was about to depart in search of Yi Qingxue when suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. Senior Brother Yu, you seem to have gone a bit too far. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Xuanzi halted momentarily, then spun around abruptly. In the next moment, his expression shifted drastically, a visage of sheer terror overtaking him. For the figures that had appeared behind him were none other than Ling Xuanzi and Chu Luo. Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo, how come you are here? Yu Xuanzi stammered, bewildered. How could Chu Luo be present in this place? What had become of Yi Qingxue and the others? Hee. Are you surprised? I, your humble servant, have not succumbed to the hands of that mad woman, Chu Luo said, grinning widely as he extended his hands. Yu Xuanzi swallowed hard, contemplating an escape. However, Ling Xuanzi discerned his intentions and promptly obstructed his path. Hand over the divination stone you possess. If you refuse, I must inform you that I am quite skilled in martial arts. While I may not dare to take your life, causing you a bit of embarrassment is certainly within the realm of possibility. Just imagine, if I were to strip you bare and hang you from a tree. Heh. Chu Luo's expression bore an innocent smile, yet his laughter sent chills down Yu Xuanzi's spine. The mere thought of the other disciples witnessing such a spectacle sent a shiver through him. You're truly ruthless, Yu Xuanzi exclaimed, noticing Chu Luo's readiness to act. Reluctantly, he flipped his hand and tossed the divination stone to Chu Luo. May I leave now? He asked, his countenance darkening. Chu Luo caught the divination stone and stepped aside, saying, Please, young master Yu, be on your way. Yu Xuanzi took a swift step forward, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. Chu Luo handed the divination stone to Ling Xuanzi, who then passed it to the 6 core disciples who had just risen from the ground. Brother Ling, what does this mean? The lead disciple, surnamed Fu, inquired, gazing at the divination stone, his mind awash with confusion. Rest assured, Junior brother Fu, I have acquired the divination stone. I merely disapprove of senior brother Yu's usual conduct. Since we are all of the same sect, I bestow this divination stone upon you. As for the rest, it is up to you to manage, Ling Xuanzi declared. Upon hearing this, the 6 core disciples expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Brother Ling, they said in unison, bowing in appreciation. Brother Ling, we must hurry and catch up with your senior brother. He is escaping, Chu Luo urged. Indeed, Ling Xuanzi and Chu Luo transformed into beams of light, pursuing the direction in which Yu Xuanzi had fled. The 6 core disciples, watching the retreating figures of Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Yu Xuanzi. Not long after, Yu Xuanzi learned of Yi Qingshue's demise at the hands of Chu Luo. His entire being crumbled under the weight of despair. Yet, he could not linger on such thoughts, for within the secret realm, others had begun to complete their divinations and depart. Soon, Yu Xuanzi managed to gather several fragments, assembling them into a new divination stone. Just as he sought a secluded spot to conceal himself and quietly deduce the heavenly secrets, he prepared for what lay ahead. Chu Luo, who had been lurking in the shadows behind him, along with the cunning Ling Xuanzi, seized the opportunity to snatch away his divination stone. This occurred repeatedly, nearly driving Yu Xuanzi to madness. Master, Ling Xuanzi's actions are utterly outrageous. His qualifications should be revoked. Elder Ling Yan, witnessing his disciple repeatedly outmaneuvered by Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, could no longer contain himself. With the ominous Emperor Yinya present, he dared not confront Chu Luo directly and directed his ire towards Ling Xuanzi instead. The corners of Master Tianyu's mouth twitched in irritation. Before he could utter a word, the ancient sage Xuanji interjected with a cold chuckle. Elder 8. Neither my disciple nor young friend Chu Luo has acted immorally. Furthermore, they have not harmed any members of the Tianji Pavilion. Moreover, your disciple has suffered no injury whatsoever. So why should my disciple's qualifications be revoked? The words of the ancient sage Xuanji brought him immense satisfaction. He had awaited this moment for quite some time. The other elders nodded in agreement, affirming, Elder 8, Ling Xuanzi has indeed not harmed your disciple, which does not violate the rules. At this juncture, Master Tianyu spoke with a calm demeanor. Elder Ling Yan, the situation does not appear to be in your favor. Elder Ling Yan's countenance darkened, his face turning crimson, momentarily rendered speechless. Yet he was aware that it must be that little scoundrel Chu Luo seeking vengeance against him. Shortly thereafter, among the personal disciples, aside from Yu Xuanzi and Ling Xuanzi, the other disciples successfully deciphered the heavenly secrets and emerged from the secret realm, returning to the plaza. Numerous core disciples also succeeded in their trials, exiting the secret realm. As the core disciples returned one after another, only one of the 100 slots remained. That solitary slot belonged to Ling Xuanzi. Once Ling Xuanzi successfully completed his divination and emerged, the first trial would be deemed concluded. Chapter 60. The Liuli bead bracelet unveils a great secret at this moment. The 99 disciples who had successfully passed the trials, along with countless others nearby, could not help but shake their heads at the sight of Yu Xuanzi, who was helplessly shouting at the void within the secret realm. Simultaneously, everyone knew well enough to avoid provoking the taboo figure of Chu Luo. Otherwise, they would share the same fate as Yi Qingxue and their elder brother Yu Xuanzi. Chu Luo, a veritable harbinger of retribution, bore grudges fiercely. Within the secret realm, Chu Luo and Ling Xuanzi, upon learning that 99 disciples had advanced, found a concealed spot for Ling Xuanzi to begin his divination. Chu Luo stood guard, ensuring his safety. With Chu Luo personally safeguarding him, Ling Xuanzi naturally completed his divination within the stone successfully. With a hum, upon Ling Xuanzi's successful divination, both he and Chu Luo were teleported out of the secret realm. The first trial concluded. The 100 disciples who had successfully advanced entered the next phase of selection. An ancient voice, imbued with authority, resonated throughout the secret realm. Upon hearing this venerable voice, the remaining disciples within the secret realm could not help but feel disheartened. In the next instant, the guardians of the realm and the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion were also brought forth. Among the prominent disciples, only Yu Xuanzi had failed to pass the first trial. As one of the 9 elders, Elder Ling Yan's expression turned a deep shade of anger. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and departed, leaving behind no reason to linger. Cursed be you, Chu Luo, await your reckoning. Yu Xuanzi gazed at Chu Luo in the square, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Engaged in idle conversation with Ling Xuanzi, Chu Luo suddenly sensed the murderous aura emanating from Yu Xuanzi. Turning to look, he discovered that Xuanzi had also left the square. Observing Xuanzi's retreating figure, Chu Luo narrowed his eyes. How audacious of this fellow to harbor such malevolent thoughts towards him. He must not be allowed to remain. It seems that in the future, should he encounter Xuanzi while out and about, he must eliminate him. Unbeknownst to Xuanzi, he was currently under Chu Luo's scrutiny. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chu Luo was lost in thought, the vast floating island square trembled violently. At the edges of the square, 7 stone tablets rose up. Embedded within these stones were 7 gemstones. At that moment, the master of Tianyu Pavilion emerged. Addressing the 100 disciples of Tianji Pavilion gathered in the square, in Tianji Pavilion, we specialize in the art of divination. The stone tablets are inlaid with 7 Tianji stones, containing the 7 divinations left by the higher-ups of our sect. You need only successfully deduce them all and illuminate the 7 Tianji stones to become one of the Tianji disciples. You may also enlist the aid of the protectors to seize the stone tablets. However, do not harm your fellow disciples. Violators will have their qualifications revoked immediately. Now, you may begin. As soon as the master of Tianyu finished speaking, the disciples of Tianji Pavilion surged towards the 7 stone tablets. Boom. The battle for the stone tablets erupted. Chu Luo, accompanied by Ling Xuanzi, swiftly occupied one of the stone tablets. Standing beneath the tablet, Chu Luo surveyed the core disciples who dared not approach and said nonchalantly, "Brother Ling, you focus on your comprehension. I shall handle the rest." Ling Xuanzi, seated beneath the stone tablet, nodded and turned his back to Chu Luo, immediately beginning his meditation. Meanwhile, the disciples and protectors who had intended to contest for this stone tablet, upon seeing Chu Luo, decisively abandoned their intentions and rushed towards the other tablets to join the fray. What a jest! Engaging in battle with Chu Luo, the living embodiment of death, would spell disaster. The core disciples did not believe themselves to be superior to Yi Qingxue or Wang Xiaojie. Among the 7 stone tablets, Chu Luo's area remained the most tranquil, with no one daring to contest it. Brother Ling's vision is indeed exceptional. Indeed, had I known, I would have sought Chu Luo as my protector as well. You probably couldn't even approach the gates of the Forbidden Sect, let alone be worthy of someone like Chu Luo. You wretch, do you even know how to speak? If you lack the ability to converse, kindly keep your mouth shut. You scoundrel, do you wish to fight? If you dare, come forth. I am unafraid. Seeing Ling Xuanzi engrossed in his calculations, the eliminated disciples could not help but feel envious. Ling Xuanzi becoming one of the Tianji disciples was all but assured. Atop the floating island, the ancient sage of mysteries wore a radiant expression. Several elders around him offered their premature congratulations. In the square, Ling Xuanzi had already successfully illuminated one of the Tianji stones, while others remained embroiled in chaos. Oh, this is bored and idle. Chu Luo observed the contest surrounding the other 6 stone tablets. Chu Luo discovered that the enchanting Jiang Luoli he had previously encountered in the secret realm was adorned with a string of beads that struck him as remarkably familiar. His eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized her closely. At that moment, Jiang Luoli, wielding the cultivation of the 5th realm of Taichu, assertively occupied a stone tablet alongside the prodigy Ling Shuzi of the Tianji Pavilion. As Ling Shuzi settled down to deduce the secrets of the Tianji stone, Jiang Luoli exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly sense something and turned her gaze. Her eyes met those of Chu Luo, and she quickly noticed him observing the beads on her wrist. Instinctively glancing at her wrist, she realized she wore a string of golden glass beads. It seemed a thought struck her, and her exquisitely beautiful face abruptly changed. She concealed her beaded hand within her sleeve and turned away from Chu Luo. Noticing Jiang Luoli's reaction, Chu Luo inhaled deeply. There was no mistake. Absolutely none. This stunning young woman possessed the very string of glass beads he had seen before. Belonging to the 2nd-ranked prodigy of the Forbidden Sect, Yin Xiaofeng. Yin Xiaofeng was a disciple of their esteemed elder and was highly regarded throughout the sect as a potential candidate for the zero-sequence disciple. Chu Luo had once inadvertently encountered this senior brother Yin, who had been lost in thought while gazing at a string of glass beads identical to those adorning the young woman's wrist. Heavens above, Yin Xiaofeng had secretly fallen in love. How delightful! Chu Luo grinned, his eyes gleaming with the flames of gossip. Soon, all 7 stone tablets had been claimed, 6 of which had been taken by the direct disciples of the Tianji Pavilion. The remaining tablet was seized by a core disciple who had recently entered the Taichu realm. 6 days later, as the first rays of sunlight broke upon the horizon, Ling Xuanzi suddenly sprang to his feet. The last Tianji stone upon the tablet before him had been successfully illuminated. Chu Luo beamed with joy. The Tianling pool awaited him. Ling Shixiang had succeeded. He had become one of the Tianji disciples. How remarkable! The surrounding disciples of the Tianji pavilion cast envious glances towards Ling Xuanzi. Thank you, Brother Chu. Ling Xuanzi, with a calm demeanor, turned to Chu Luo and bowed respectfully. He understood well that without Chu Luo's assistance, it was highly unlikely he would have attained the title of Tianji disciple. Chu Luo waved his hand, about to say something, when suddenly, several more stone tablets were illuminated. Chapter 61. The Sword-Crazed Emperor. The selection of Tianji disciples concludes as the selection of Tianji disciples at the Tianji pavilion approached its conclusion. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, a middle-aged man knelt in a cave, utterly heartbroken before a series of floating islands. Before him lay Wang Xiaojie, who was in a state of unconsciousness. This middle-aged man was Wang Xiaojie's father, Wang Zhondao, revered in the outside world as the ancient saint of Zhondao. Ancestor, is it truly impossible for Xiaojie's ancient diamond body to recover? Wang Zhondao lamented in despair. On the floating island, the elders sighed in unison, their eyes ablaze with fury. Previously, it was the grandson of the evil-subduing emperor, Wang Lin, and now it was their own prodigious descendant, Wang Xiaojie. That wretched creature from the Forbidden Sect is indeed detestable. Alas, in the realm of battle, fortune favored them as that old fellow intervened just in time. Now, Xiaojie's life is no longer in peril. As for the body-devouring heavenly poison, you are aware of its malevolence. Although that little wretch's cultivation is not high, the body-devouring heavenly poison is not merely a martial technique but resembles a curse. For many years, we have sought a means to dispel it. In the past, an old fellow from the Forbidden Sect mastered such a vile technique, prompting our Wang, Yi, and Ji families, the three ancient clans, to secretly unite with those from that side to successfully eradicate it. After so many years, it is astonishing that this little wretch from the Forbidden Sect has also learned such a nefarious technique. It must be swiftly extinguished, otherwise, as this little monster grows, he will become a heavenly poison emperor. One elder shook his head slightly and spoke solemnly. His words elicited nods of agreement from the surrounding Wang family elders. Below, Wang Zhondao's heart felt like ash as he gazed at the motionless Wang Xiaojie, his heart aching with sorrow. Their lineage had finally produced a golden body ancestor, only to have it destroyed by Chu Luo. Zhondao implored the elder for justice for Xiaojie. I want that little wretch dead. Not just him, but that old coot Inyo as well. Elder, if our Wang family does not respond, we shall be mocked by the 3,000 great worlds. The world will think that our Wang family fears the Forbidden Sect. Wang Zhondao bowed repeatedly to the figures on the floating island. Alas, it has been nearly 100,000 years since I last ventured out. Today, I shall take a stroll and perhaps visit the old fellows at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion or meet with that old immortal, Zhangyu. An elderly man with a head of white hair rose from a floating island, brushed off the dust from his attire, and stretched. Seeing him rise, the other elders nodded in acknowledgement. Below, Wang Zhondao repeatedly bowed in gratitude to this elder. With a single step, the elder vanished without a trace, not stirring a single ripple of energy. Meanwhile, within a vast world opened by an emperor, a middle-aged man accompanied by a beautiful woman arrived before the ancient palace gates. The man, tall and handsome, bore a serious expression that commanded respect without anger. A faint aura of holiness emanated from him. This handsome middle-aged man was Yi Tiandi, the head of the ancient Yi family. The beautiful woman beside him was his younger sister, Yi Luoshang. At this moment, her eyes were red, and her face was marked with indignation. Tiandi, I implore you to let me see father. Luoshang, I beseech you to allow me to see father. Their voices echoed towards the grand gates before them. Before them stood a grand and ancient palace, the secluded sanctuary of their ancestral figure from the Yi family. Heavenly adversaries. Luoshang, what brings you two here? Soon, a voice resonated from within the venerable palace, belonging to a man who seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. Father, your granddaughter Shuera has been killed, Yi Luoshang exclaimed through her tears. The moment her words fell, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, the ancient gates of the palace creaked open, unleashing a formidable aura of imperial might. Beyond the gates lay a miniature realm. Following this, a man who bore a resemblance to Yi Tiandi appeared just outside the gates. With a single step, he approached Yi Tiandi and Yi Luoshang. This man was none other than Yi Tiandi and Yi Luoshang's father, Yi Jianquang, revered in the outside world as the sword-mad emperor. Father, Yi Tiandi and Yi Luoshang hurriedly bowed before him. What has transpired? Who is responsible for Shue's death? Yi Jianquang's brows furrowed, a chilling expression crossing his face. Father, Luo Yi accompanied Shuo to the Tianji Pavilion a few days ago, intending to participate in the selection for the Guardian role and enter the Tianling pool. However, upon their arrival in Tianji City, they encountered a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, who humiliated Shuo. Luo Yi stepped forward to defend Shuo, but did not anticipate that the wretch would invoke his master, the old Croinia. Luo Yi was also bullied by that old man, who even seized the Tianlin horse gifted to Shuo by Tianming. Just as Luo Yi returned home to seek justice from an elder, Shuo's life token shattered. As she spoke, Yi Luoshang was overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing Yi Luoshang's account, Yi Jianquang's expression darkened significantly. Father, the master and disciple from the Forbidden Sect have gone too far. As for the Tianji Pavilion, if they do not provide us with an explanation, our Yi family will certainly not let this matter rest. Yi Tiandi declared coldly. Yi Jianquang nodded slightly, contemplating. It appears that our Yi family has remained distant from the world for too long, leading others to believe us easily trifled with. Rest assured, Shang'er, I shall seek justice for Shuo. Her death shall not be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jianquang took a step forward and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as the Wang and Yu families began to take action, the selection at the Tianji Pavilion had concluded. The 7 heavenly disciples had been successfully chosen, including 6 direct disciples alongside Ling Xuanzi. At that moment, within a grand hall of the Tianji Pavilion, Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi, Ling Suzi, Jiang Luo Li, and several other prodigies stood at the center. The pavilion master of Tianyu surveyed the 7 heavenly disciples with satisfaction, nodding in approval. From this day forth, you shall be the heavenly disciples of my Tianji Pavilion, and we will focus on your development. As a reward, you may enter the Tianling pool of our pavilion. As for the guardians you have summoned, they too shall have the privilege of entering the celestial spirit pool as a reward. With a grand gesture, the master of Tianyu Pavilion waved his hand. A resonating hum filled the air as a spatial entrance materialized above the heads of the crowd. Chapter 62. The Supreme Emperor enters the celestial spirit pool. Behind this spatial entrance lay a newly established miniature world. Go forth. The extent of your gains shall depend upon your own efforts. With another wave of his hand, a powerful force enveloped everyone within the grand hall, transforming into a stream of light that soared into the entrance of this small world. Observing his beloved disciple finally preparing to enter the celestial spirit pool, Emperor Enya could not suppress his delight. However, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. Pausing momentarily, he felt a strange sense of foreboding as his eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, upon entering this miniature world, Chu Luo and the others were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming imperial aura. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures appeared before them. One was an elder whom Chu Luo had encountered before, the emperor who had intervened to rescue Wang Xiaojia within the secret realm. This was the Emperor of Opportunities. The other elder was also a revered ancestor from the Tianji Pavilion. Ancestor. Senior. The assembled crowd, comprising both the talented individuals from Tianji Pavilion and the Guardians, respectfully bowed to the 2 eminent figures. The 2 emperors nodded slightly. The gaze of the Emperor of Opportunities landed on Chu Luo, a smile gracing his features as he kindly remarked, the young one from the Forbidden Sect, we meet again. Chu Luo chuckled sheepishly, hee. I did not expect that you would remember me, senior. The other elder's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of surprise as he turned to address the crowd. Follow me. As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 emperors turned and led everyone deeper into the miniature world. Brother Ling, what are the names of these 2 esteemed elders? Chu Luo whispered. They seem quite amiable, unlike those malicious old wretches from the Wang family and the Crimson Flame Valley. Hush. Brother Chu, you must refer to them as emperors. That one is our revered ancestor of Tianji Pavilion, the Emperor of Opportunities. The other is our Supreme Emperor. Ling Xuanzi replied in a hushed tone. What? Supreme Emperor? Chu Luo exclaimed, nearly bursting into laughter. A Supreme Emperor? How could anyone possess such a peculiar title? How unique. His exclamation left everyone in a state of shock and disbelief. Was Chu Luo truly audacious enough to insult the Supreme Emperor? Fortunately, Ling Xuanzi reacted swiftly and covered Chu Luo's mouth, preventing him from laughing out loud. Realizing his mistake, Chu Luo broke into a cold sweat. The Supreme Emperor, who was walking ahead of them, had halted in his tracks, his face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Opportunities was visibly agitated, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Did this young lad not comprehend that the Supreme Emperor despised having his title misunderstood? Esteemed Elder Heba, please do not misunderstand. I was not referring to you. I was merely expressing my disdain towards the scoundrel Ling Swansea. Indeed, I had just been berating that rascal for only now revealing the illustrious reputations of both of you elders. Such behavior is truly deserving of reproach. Chu Luo extricated himself from Ling Swansea's grasp and hastily offered his apologies. Ah, yes. Please do not take offense, revered ancestor. My brother Chu was indeed cursing at me, and it was absolutely not a comment on your honorific title. The assembled crowd observed with barely concealed amusement, their expressions betraying their skepticism, as if to say, do we believe you? Laughter erupted, with comments flying about how Chu, the young friend, possessed a remarkable sense of humor. Old fellow, has your disposition been so easily swayed by this young lad over the years? The Emperor of Fortune chuckled, attempting to ease the tension, while playfully patting Heba the Great on the shoulder. Away with you, old ghost. How could I possibly be undone by a mere youngling? Heba the Great retorted, turning to Chu Luo with a broad grin, as if to imply, I shall remember you, young man. Chu Luo offered an awkward smile, feeling a chill run down his spine. Following this brief interlude, the group resumed their journey deeper into the venue. Soon, two pools, one large and one small, came into view. The larger resembled a modest lake, while the smaller appeared capable of accommodating only a handful of individuals. These two pools were the famed Tianling pools of the Tianji Pavilion, filled with the precious Tianling liquid. The rich spiritual energy within invigorated all who entered. Even a single breath felt refreshing. Is this truly the Tianling pool? It is said that the liquid contained within is birthed from the heavens, not only absorbable by the strong but also capable of cleansing one's sinews and marrow. Several members of the Tianji Pavilion exclaimed in excitement. This, indeed, is the Tianling pool of our Tianji Pavilion? Upon entering, the amount of Tianling liquid you can absorb will depend on your own fortune. Furthermore, I must emphasize, no one is permitted to damage the Tianling pool. Any protector who violates this will be executed on the spot. As for any disciples of our pavilion who transgress, they shall lose their status and be expelled. Heba the Great warned the assembly gravely. We shall bear this in mind. The crowd responded in unison, bowing respectfully. The Emperor of Fortune then addressed Chu Luo and his companions, saying, the 7 Tianji disciples shall enter the larger Tianling pool, while the other 4 young friends will partake in the smaller one. You may proceed. After 2 hours, regardless of how much you have absorbed, you shall be escorted out by me. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Chu Luo paused, instinctively glancing at the meager pool that could only hold a few individuals. Then at the vast expanse of the larger pool. The disparity was glaringly apparent. As soon as the Emperor's voice faded, the group dispersed towards the 2 Tianling pools. Young man, you have taken a wrong turn. Heba the Great's countenance darkened as he watched Chu Luo follow Ling Swansea past him, his gaze filled with discontent. My apologies. Chu Luo awkwardly scratched his head, casting a glance at the expansive pool, filled with reluctance. Turning around, he pouted and followed Jiang Luoli into the small heavenly spirit pool. Fortunately, apart from himself, the only others present were Jiang Luoli, a prodigy of the Undying Tao, and another talented individual from the Extreme Emperor Tao. Upon entering the heavenly spirit pool, the heavenly spirit liquid soaked Jiang Luoli's garments. Her alluring figure, with its graceful curves, caused the 2 prodigies from the Undying and Extreme Emperor Taoist to blush, hastily suppressing their inner turmoil, closing their eyes to cultivate and absorb the heavenly spirit liquid. Meanwhile, Chu Luo remained utterly oblivious to this enchanting scene. Upon entering, he immediately closed his eyes and commenced the forbidden primal method. Boom. Soon, both the Extreme Tyrant Ancestor and the Heavenly Mechanism Ancestor were drawn to the commotion caused by Chu Luo. The 2 ancient emperors displayed expressions of astonishment. There will be 2 more chapters tonight. See you then. A soft golden light radiated from Chu Luo. Golden specks swiftly gathered around him, spinning rapidly. The heavenly spirit liquid in the pool surged towards Chu Luo's body with a frenzied force, as if it were being devoured. Centered around Chu Luo, the heavenly spirit liquid formed a whirlpool. The levels of the heavenly spirit liquid in the pool visibly diminished. This fellow, Jiang Luoli's stunning visage also revealed signs of shock. She hadn't anticipated Chu Luo's rate of absorption to be so terrifying. Could this guy be a monster? This is bad. Chu Luo is on the verge of depleting the liquid all by himself. A prodigy from the Undying Tao exclaimed. Hastily, he closed his eyes again, channeling his energy to compete with Chu Luo for the heavenly spirit liquid in the pool. Jiang Luoli and the other prodigy from the Extreme Emperor Tao quickly followed suit, channeling their powers to seize the liquid as well. If they delayed any longer, they might only be left with the soup. This kid has actually mastered the forbidden primal method to the fourth layer. Even so, after absorbing so much heavenly spirit liquid, he should have made a breakthrough, right? The extreme tyrant emperor remarked in astonishment. The Fortune Emperor's gaze flickered as he observed Chu Luo, who was voraciously absorbing the heavenly spirit liquid. Turning his attention to the 7 heavenly mechanisms across the large pool, the Fortune Emperor couldn't help but shake his head, addressing Chu Luo. This child's foundation is remarkably profound. It is the first time I have witnessed such depth. Even when I was at his age, I was far from his equal. It is a pity that such a prodigy is not a disciple of my heavenly mechanism pavilion. The extreme tyrant emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Fortune Emperor's words. Although he felt Chu Luo had a bit of a cheeky demeanor, the talent he exhibited was indeed astonishing. Amid the conversation between the two, the heavenly spirit liquid in the pool was nearing depletion due to Chu Luo's relentless absorption. The Fortune Emperor and the extreme tyrant emperor exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. The stipulated 2 hours were still far from completion. Surely, they could not expel Chu Luo and the others at this moment. Thus, the Fortune Emperor reached out with a single hand, grasping the heavenly spirit liquid from across the expansive pool. The ethereal essence from the pool surged upward, coalescing into a magnificent water dragon that plunged into the small Tianling pool where Chu Luo and his companions resided. Instantly, the spiritual liquid within the smaller pool was replenished. But it was quickly absorbed by Chu Luo, diminishing once more. What manner of creature is this imp? The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion has incurred a significant loss by inviting this little fiend. The Supreme Overlord, gazing at the soon-to-be desiccated pool, could not help but utter a curse. Once this matter is resolved, he must convene with the other elders of the pavilion to ensure this imp is placed on the blacklist. The Tianling pool shall be forever barred to him. What more can we do but accept our fate? Otherwise, the outside world might think our Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is incapable of handling this. Fortunately, the essence in the main pool is regenerative, and the Fortune Emperor could not suppress a wry smile. He then extended his hand once more, drawing forth the essence from the larger Tianling pool to replenish the smaller one, only for it to be devoured by Chu Luo until it was utterly depleted. The other 3 prodigies, including Zhang Luoli, could only absorb a fraction of it, unable to compete with Chu Luo. His forbidden primordial technique is simply too overpowering. Witnessing this spectacle, both the Fortune Emperor and the Supreme Overlord became intrigued. They were eager to discover the limits of Chu Luo's capabilities. After the Fortune Emperor extracted the essence 4 times consecutively, the rate at which Chu Luo absorbed and refined the Tianling liquid gradually slowed. Has this rascal finally reached his limit? The Supreme Overlord exhaled in relief, still astonished. The Fortune Emperor nodded, curiously observing Chu Luo. Just how far can this young talent transcend? In that moment, Chu Luo felt the essence he had continuously compressed and refined surging through his meridians like a mighty river. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He felt deeply the formidable strength of his sex technique. This forbidden primordial technique, upon reaching its 4th tier, would unleash its true potency. This art allows the practitioner to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth countless times, subsequently compressing and stacking it to forge a robust foundation of spiritual power. This is the very reason why Chu Luo could continuously employ forbidden techniques without depleting his internal energy. From the inception of his cultivation of the forbidden primordial technique, he recognized its extraordinary nature. Thus, throughout the past decade and more, unlike other disciples who hurried to advance their cultivation, Chu Luo devoted himself to honing, compressing, and stacking his spiritual energy, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation. Moreover, he discovered that the forbidden primordial technique is perfectly complementary to the forbidden techniques. Even when his internal energy is entirely exhausted from using forbidden techniques, as long as he channels the technique, he can swiftly draw in and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The forbidden primordial technique is as extraordinary as the forbidden techniques, but it only reveals its astounding capabilities after breaking through to the 4th realm. With a surge, Chu Luo turned his gaze inward, witnessing his spiritual sea brimming with an unfathomable strength. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, leaped up, and let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. Break. With a resounding boom, all eyes turned towards Chu Luo, including those of the Great Emperor of Fortune and the Great Emperor of Extreme Domination, along with the startled onlookers. In the next moment, they sensed Chu Luo's aura skyrocketing. 2nd realm of primordial beginning. 3rd realm. 4th realm. Boom. Chu Luo, from the 1st realm of primordial beginning, had consecutively broken through 3 minor realms in one breath. He had ascended to the 4th realm of primordial beginning. Wow, Brother Chu, that's impressive. Ling Xuanzi couldn't help but exclaim. What a remarkable young man. Even the great emperor of extreme domination was unable to contain his astonishment. To break through 3 minor realms in one go, this young man's talent was even more extraordinary than that of their own Tianji sect as Tianjizi. Sensing the power coursing through his meridians, Chu Luo couldn't help but smile broadly. This trip to the Tianji sect had indeed been worthwhile. Kid, conceal your aura and come down quickly. You're affecting others. The great emperor of extreme domination scolded with irritation. Chu Luo pouted. This old man really held a grudge. Thus, Chu Luo descended beside the 2 emperors, behaving like a well-behaved child, refraining from speaking, lest he offend the great emperor of extreme domination again. Following Chu Luo, Ling Xuanzi and several other Tianji disciples also achieved breakthroughs, while Jiang Luoli ascended 2 minor realms, reaching the Nirvana realm. Chu Luo was also astonished. Yin Shixiang's little lover has quite the talent as well. Soon after, everyone experienced breakthroughs and left the heavenly spirit pool. The great emperor of extreme domination, as if sending away an ill omen, was the first to expel Chu Luo from this small world. As everyone emerged from the heavenly spirit pool, prodigies from other factions also successively departed from the Tianji sect. Ha ha ha, my good disciple, you've reaped quite the rewards. The great emperor of Incro, noticing Chu Luo's current realm, was immensely pleased. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. In front of the Lord of Tianyu and several elders, he seized Chu Luo and tore open a rift in space. Quickly, my good disciple, flee. Tianyu, we shall take our leave first and express our gratitude next time. As soon as the words left his mouth, the great emperor of Incro dragged the stunned Chu Luo into the rift, vanishing without a trace. The rift in space closed at an astonishing speed. Yet in that fleeting moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the rift. Ling brother, take care of my horse. I will surely return. Chapter 64. The arrival of a strong foe, master, and disciple escape. Ling Xuanzi was somewhat perplexed. Why was the great emperor of Incro in such a hurry to leave? He was not alone in his confusion. Even the Lord of Tianyu and the high-ranking elders present wore expressions of bewilderment. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the great emperor of extreme domination and the great emperor of fortune made their appearance. Ancestor. Everyone saluted. At this moment, the great emperor of extreme domination and the great emperor of fortune gazed solemnly into the void, their eyes narrowing. An invisible divine thought surged outward. Moments later, they retracted their gazes. Ancestor, what has transpired? The Lord of Tianyu inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. The solemn expressions of the 2 ancient ancestors just moments ago undoubtedly indicated that something significant had transpired. Now, however, all seems well. The emperors of the Yi and Wang families had visited, but they have since departed, presumably in pursuit of the Ink Crow Emperor and his companions. The Fortune Emperor offered a brief explanation before he and the Overlord Emperor vanished without a trace. At this moment, the Lord of Tianyu and the assembled crowd finally comprehended why the Ink Crow Emperor had left so hastily. It turns out the emperors of the Wang and Yu families had come to pay a visit. Lord Tianyu, we must take our leave. With the Ink Crow Emperor no longer present, the ancient sage Yin Jun and the ancient sage Lan Qing hastily bid farewell to Tianyu and rushed out of the Tianji pavilion. Meanwhile, in the chaotic currents of the void, a tempest raged. An elderly figure stood steadfast in the formless space, unharmed by the surrounding storm. This elder was none other than the ancestral figure of the Wang family who had descended to the mortal realm. "Ha, you certainly escaped swiftly," the elder remarked with a slight smile, suddenly lifting his head to gaze in another direction, speaking in a measured tone, "Since a fellow Taoist has arrived, why not reveal yourself?" As soon as the elder's words faded, a figure enveloped in formidable sword energy materialized out of thin air. Yujian Kuang. Greetings to the esteemed Jiu Senior. Yujian Kuang bowed respectfully to the elder. "Oh, you are the young lad from the Yi family back in the day? I never imagined you would grow to such heights. In a few more years, you might even rival this old man." Jiu Emperor grinned, jesting lightly. "Senior jesting." Yi Jian Kuang replied with a slight shake of his head. His gaze sharpened as he pierced through the constraints of space, catching sight of the Ink Crow Emperor, who was hastily fleeing while dragging along Chu Luo. It seemed the Ink Crow Emperor also sensed Yi Jian Kuang's scrutiny, for he turned his head mid-flight and made a face at him, a grotesque grimace, utterly unappealing. "Are you also in pursuit of the disciples of the Forbidden Sect?" Jiu Emperor inquired with a gentle smile, resembling a remarkably benevolent elder. Yi Jian Kuang nodded thoughtfully. stating, "I have just learned from the Fortune Emperor that my granddaughter met her demise at the hands of Chu Luo." "Huh. In that case, you should accompany me. I have matters to discuss with those two as well." Jiu Yu Emperor chuckled lightly. Yi Jianquang nodded slightly, and with that, the two stepped forward, their figures vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, the Ink Crow Emperor, who was frantically fleeing with Chu Luo, turned back to inquire, "Master, what are you looking at? And why are we running? Have the emperors of the Wang and Yu families arrived?" Chu Luo suddenly recalled that he had slain Yu Qingxue and incapacitated Wang Xiaojie. Given the nature of these two families, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Indeed, my clever disciple. The Wang family has sent a 6th-tier-old ghost, and the Yi family has dispatched a 4th-tier emperor. I cannot withstand them alone. Fortunately, I brought you along to escape in advance, otherwise we would surely meet our doom. Once we return to the safety of our sect's territory, we shall be secure." The Ink Crow Emperor chuckled coldly, having heard of the opposing forces' 6th-tier and 4th-tier emperors. Chu Luo couldn't help but gaze intently at his master, inquiring, "Master, can we escape?" The Shadow Crow Emperor, with a hand on his chest, swore, "Rest assured. My dear disciple, my greatest expertise lies in evading pursuers and eluding capture, especially the latter, as I have honed my skills for that very purpose." Relieved by his master's confidence, Chu Luo felt a sense of reassurance. However, in the next moment, the Shadow Crow Emperor's expression altered drastically upon noticing the Sword-Mad Emperor and the 9 Nether Emperor approaching them at an alarming speed. It would not be long before they were caught. "My dear disciple, you must go first." The Shadow Crow Emperor suddenly regained his composure, thrusting Chu Luo forward with a single hand towards the space ahead. Boom. "Ah, Master, you just hit my waist." Chu Luo transformed into a streak of light, shooting forward with an even greater velocity. The Shadow Crow Emperor immediately turned, gathering a force devoid of any detectable fluctuations. Forbidden technique, Blood Fiend Poison. In a mountain range 1,000 miles away from the Forbidden Sect, the void suddenly shattered. A streak of blood-red light surged downwards, plunging into a small grove within the mountains. "Hiss, that hurts." In the grove, Chu Luo supported himself against a tree trunk with one hand while clutching his waist with the other, grimacing in pain. His master's earlier strike had nearly shattered his kidney. After regaining his bearings, he surveyed his surroundings and leapt into the air, stepping onto the void. Upon surveying the mountains and valleys around him, Chu Luo finally let out a sigh of relief. He had returned to the territory of his sect. Just a few thousand miles east lay the Forbidden Sect. Boom. At that moment, Chu Luo witnessed the distant void suddenly fracture. A blood-colored streak of light shot forth from the shattered space, rapidly descending. "Master." Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the blood-red light, Chu Luo's expression changed drastically as he rushed towards it. Boom. The crimson brilliance struck the ground in a mountain range, generating a deep hit from the immense force. Cough, cough, cough. "Damn it, this old wretch has some power. It's killing me." From the deep pit emerged a disheveled, dusty old man. Upon closer inspection, one could recognize that this wretched figure was none other than Chu Luo's master, the Shadow Crow Emperor. "Master, are you all right?" At that moment, Chu Luo arrived at the scene, his heart filled with concern as he observed his master, covered in dirt with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "My dear disciple, what are you doing here? We must hurry and escape. Once we return to our territory, we shall be safe." The Shadow Crow Emperor, surprised by Chu Luo's presence, immediately grasped his hand, intending to tear open another spatial rift. "Master, we are already within the sect's territory. Just a few thousand miles to the east lies our sect." Chu Luo hurriedly interjected. The Shadow Crow Emperor paused, scanning his surroundings carefully. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. They had finally returned home. "Ha ha ha, then there's nothing to worry about." The Emperor of Shadow Crow let out a sigh of relief, releasing his imperial might that enveloped vast stretches of land. Just then, the void once again shattered, and 2 figures descended silently. Among them was Yi Jianquang, filled with wrath and murderous intent, gazing down at the Emperor of Shadow Crow. At this moment, anyone witnessing the scene would surely be astonished. Yi Jianquang's entire left arm had vanished without a trace, and from his shoulder surged an overwhelming force, staunching the flow of blood from his wound. The incision on his shoulder was neat, suggesting it was inflicted by some sharp weapon. Golden blood, imbued with the power of an emperor, dripped from the sword held in Yi Jianquang's hand. Chapter 65. The Ancestors Arrive. The War of Emperors resumes. Looking at the severed arm of the sword-mad emperor, the Emperor of Shadow Crow chuckled coldly. It was he who had caused Yi Jianquang's injury. After sending Chu Luo away, he had immediately launched a surprise attack, employing a forbidden technique to strike at Yi Jianquang, who was merely a fourth-tier emperor, and succeeded in wounding his arm. However, what the Emperor of Shadow Crow did not anticipate was that upon sensing the strange poison emanating from his arm, Yi Jianquang had decisively swung his sword and severed his own arm. "You old fool, today I shall slay you," Yi Jianquang roared, his frigid murderous intent solidifying into a palpable force, causing the temperature of the surrounding world to plummet dramatically. Yi Jianquang could hardly believe that as a dignified fourth-tier emperor, he had been ambushed by a mere first-tier emperor. With that thought, he raised his sword, and a terrifying aura of brutality, wildness, and bloodthirst erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. In the next moment, the winds and clouds shifted, and countless anomalies appeared. Numerous powerful beings within the realm sensed this overwhelming sword intent. That figure is Yi Jianquang of the Yi family. How did the sword-mad emperor enter the world? Look, he is injured. Where is his other arm? What exactly is the sword-mad emperor battling against? Countless formidable forces gazed at the distant anomalies with astonishment, unable to contain their gasps. Just as the expressions of the Emperor of Shadow Crow and Chu Luo darkened, a powerful spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated behind them. Both Yi Jianquang and the Emperor of the Nine Nether gazed intently. With a hum, the void collapsed, releasing a thick aura of death. Within this miasma of death surged an astonishing imperial might. Three aged figures stepped forth from the rifts in space. Upon seeing these three figures, Yi Jianquang lowered his sword, his divine presence and the anomalies dissipating, replaced by a grave and vigilant demeanor. Even the Emperor of the Nine Nether, upon witnessing the newcomers, wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Chu Luo and the Emperor of Shadow Crow abruptly turned, their faces lighting up with joy. Ancestors. Indeed. The three individuals appearing behind Chu Luo and the Emperor of Shadow Crow were none other than the Emperor of Burial Jade, the Emperor of Celestial Dust, and the Emperor of Daosaurs from the Forbidden Sect. Leading them was the Emperor of Burial Jade, clad in white, exuding an aura of death. His aged visage appeared exceedingly pale, as if he were on the verge of transcending at any moment. Ancestors, save us. Chu Luo hurriedly concealed himself behind the three ancient ancestors. The Yin Crow Emperor approached, rubbing his chest and offering a respectful gesture to the three venerable ones. Ahem. Third Elder, are you unscathed? The Burial Jade Emperor inquired with concern, gazing at the Yin Crow Emperor. Rest assured, Ancestor, I am not yet dead. However, do be cautious of that old wretch from the Wang family. His cultivation is exceedingly formidable. The Yin Crow Emperor warned, retreating to hide behind the three individuals. Much like Chu Luo. Youth, I can comprehend why the old ghost from the Wang family has targeted you. But why has the Emperor of the Yi family also come to trouble you? Have you perhaps slain a prodigy from the Yi family? The Daosaurs Emperor inquired, his gaze fixated on the sword-mad Emperor with evident skepticism. Indeed, ancestors, you are unaware. That mad girl from the Yi family is utterly despicable. In the secret realm of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, she actually conspired with the prodigies of the Scarlet Flame Valley and the Lingqing sect to ambush our disciples. Yet, none of the three could match our disciples. However, that mad girl from the Yi family delayed her surrender just a tad too long, and one of our disciples inadvertently killed her. Ancestors, you must come to the aid of your disciple. Chu Luo lamented, filled with grievances. Haha. So it is merely a matter among the younger generation. Fear not, young one. With me here, they shall not harm you. The Burial Jade Emperor declared coldly. At that moment, three notifications resonated within Chu Luo's system, eliciting immense joy from him as he hastily checked his protective value. He had amassed over 200,000 protective points, yet the goal of 2 million still loomed ahead. Matters among the younger generation are simply a matter of skill. Whoever perishes is merely outmatched. Yet, you old fools have taken it upon yourselves to pursue and eliminate the elders and disciples of my forbidden sect, which is rather excessive. The Burial Jade Emperor's expression remained tranquil, his aura of death growing more pronounced as he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Jianquang. Then directed his gaze towards the Jiu Emperor, seemingly dismissive of Yi Jianquang entirely. Yi Jianquang's countenance darkened. With a hum, he pointed at the severed wound on his arm, and before the eyes of the onlookers, flesh and blood swiftly coalesced, forming a new arm. Haha, Burial Jade. It has been over 100,000 years since we last met, yet you remain as arrogant as ever. The only difference is that you have aged beyond me and are not long for this world. I have come for that young one behind you. He has slain a prodigy of my Wang family and destroyed the sacred body of our genius. If you hand him over to me, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to engage you in combat. I wonder how much lifespan you will have left after facing me? The Gou Emperor remarked with a sinister smile. Infuriating. That old wretch is truly despicable. Ancestor, shall we surrender this young man? After all, keeping him around only invites calamity, the Dao Source Emperor exclaimed in outrage. Upon glancing at Chu Luo, he addressed the Emperor of Burial Jade. What? Please, Ancestor, no. By the way, Ancestor, I have the sacred longevity pill. Perhaps you might find it useful. Ancestor, please take the medicine. Upon hearing the words of the Dao Yuan Ancestor, Chu Luo became visibly distressed and hurriedly stepped forward, imploring the Emperor of Burial Jade while presenting the sacred longevity pill in his hand. Ancestor, that is not permissible. This is my dear disciple. The Emperor of the Dark Crow's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to interject hastily. The Emperor of Burial Jade cast a glance at the Dao Yuan Ancestor and smiled at Chu Luo, saying, Little one, I appreciate your kind intentions. But the sacred longevity pill is of no use to me. You should keep it for yourself. Furthermore, Dao Yuan was merely jesting, so there is no need for concern. With the ancestors present, even that old wretch from the Nine Hells cannot harm you. Coughing violently, the Emperor of Burial Jade produced a sword in his hand and lifted his gaze to fixate on the Emperor of the Nine Hells. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo was profoundly touched and instinctively turned to glance at the Dao Yuan Ancestor, only to find him stifling a chuckle. Chu Luo was utterly speechless, realizing how unreliable the Dao Yuan Ancestor truly was. At such a critical moment, he still indulged in jest. Sigh. In that case, Burial Jade, let us battle in the void beyond. The Emperor of the Nine Hells sighed, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, a colossal avatar of an emperor rose behind him, overshadowing the heavens and earth. The Emperor of the Nine Hells stepped forth, his form instantaneously manifesting in the void beyond. Burial Jade, come forth to battle. The voice of the Emperor of the Nine Hells resounded across the 3,000 great worlds, leaving countless powerful beings aghast. The War of Emperors was about to commence once more. Chapter 66, the conclusion of the Imperial Battle, the Ancestor summons. That is the Emperor of the Nine Hells from the Wong family. Good heavens, it is truly the Emperor of the Nine Hells. Just moments ago, the Emperor of the Nine Hells had referred to the Emperor of Burial Jade from the Forbidden Sect. The Forbidden Sect and the Wong family are clashing again. Surely it must be because of that rascal Chu Luo? Old man, you guessed it right. It is said that this Chu Luo nearly dispatched the Wong family's prodigy, Wang Xiaojia, during the selection of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Not only that, but the prodigy of the Yi family, the enchanting fairy Yi Qing Snow, has fallen victim to Chu Luo's treachery. There shall be no more fairy Qing Snow in this world. Countless powerful figures from the 3,000 great worlds gazed toward the void beyond, where the imposing avatar of the Emperor, standing upon the universe and surrounded by an endless sea of clouds, sparked a flurry of discussion. Xiaoqian, take this little one and the third elder back to the sect. The old man remarked, after so many years apart. I am eager to see if your strength has improved compared to over 100,000 years ago. Boom. The Emperor of Burial Jade smiled faintly, gripping a spiritual sword, and stepped forth. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor of Burial Jade's figure appeared beside Yu Jianquang. Yu Jianquang's pupils constricted. The moment the Emperor of Burial Jade manifested beside him, he sensed an overwhelming sword pressure emanating from the Emperor, nearly suffocating him as if a primordial divine mountain were pressing down upon him. Moreover, the wild and bloodthirsty sword intent emanating from him disintegrated instantaneously. The gaze of the Emperor of Burial Jade merely flicked in his direction. In the presence of countless powerful minds, Yu Jianquang suddenly turned ashen, blood spurting from his mouth. The sword intent that had once enveloped him vanished entirely, and his hand, which clutched the spirit sword, began to tremble uncontrollably. His pallor was marked by an overwhelming terror. The chasm between him and Zhang Yu in the realm of swordsmanship was insurmountable. Today, I grant you a reprieve, but should you dare to return to my forbidden sect, I will show you no mercy. Zhang Yu's voice lingered as he swiftly vanished, reappearing in the void of the universe beyond. How could the disparity be so vast? What then was the purpose of my years of painstaking effort on this path? Is this truly Zhang Yu, the unparalleled prodigy of 10,000 years past? Yu Jianquang found it difficult to accept. Faced with Zhang Yu's overwhelming sword intent, he lacked even the courage to wield his own. At that moment, the foundation of his Tao began to fracture, and with an unstable heart, he suffered a backlash. Elders, now is the perfect opportunity. Strike while he is vulnerable and eliminate him. Chu Luo urged in a hushed voice to the ancestor of Dao Source and the ancestor of Shaochen upon witnessing Yi Jianquang's sudden spurt of blood. You rascal! How mischievous! But I like it, ha ha ha. Ancestor of Dao Source chided Chu Luo with a laugh. Then, gazing at the dazed Yi Jianquang, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Young man, if we truly slay Yi Jianquang, we will be in an irreconcilable conflict with the Yi family. This could ignite a grand imperial war, or even a full-scale battle between our two factions. Now is not the time for our Forbidden Sect to sever ties with those ancient families. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo clicked his tongue, lamenting the loss of such a fine opportunity. After all, this individual had just been pursuing him and his master. Let us return to the sect, ancestor of Shaochen declared, casting a glance at the dazed Yi Jianquang before waving his hand. A force enveloped Chu Luo, propelling him towards the direction of the Forbidden Sect. The two great emperors, Enya and Dao Source, followed suit, returning to their sect. Yi Jianquang, in his moment of despair, lifted his gaze to the void beyond. There, a figure, exuding an aura of death yet remaining elegant and imposing, radiated boundless power. With that, Yi Jianquang tore open a rift in space and turned to depart. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the 3,000 great worlds, marking the commencement of the battle between emperors deep within the cosmos. The conflict intensified. The Jiao Emperor wielded a battle knife that emitted a grayish glow. A terrifying blade intent, matching Zhang Yu's supreme sword intent, enveloped the endless universe. The clash of blade and sword shattered the stars across a vast expanse of millions of miles. Within this realm of blades and swords, the figures of the Jiao Emperor and Zhang Yu engaged in a frenzied battle. Waves of power, infused with the essence of blades and swords, swept outward like ripples in water, stirring the chaos and demonstrating their unparalleled strength. The clash between the two esteemed emperors of the six realms generated a terrifying commotion, naturally drawing the attention of numerous reclusive yet formidable entities. All these hidden masters believed that the confrontation between the Emperor of Buried Jade and the Emperor of the Nine Hells would inevitably hasten the depletion of the life force within the former. Even the Emperor of the Nine Hells held this conviction. His intention today was to wear down the Emperor of Buried Jade to exhaustion. However, this fierce battle unfolded in a manner that surprised everyone. It persisted for an entire day and night. Each time the Emperor of the Nine Hells and countless reclusive old specters thought that the Emperor of Buried Jade was on the brink of collapse. Nearing the end of his lifespan, they were astonished to find him still resilient, always just a breath away from faltering. Ultimately, the Emperor of Buried Jade unleashed a formidable killing move, clashing directly with the Emperor of the Nine Hells. After this move, the Emperor of the Nine Hells was struck by a blade and fled back to his clan. Following his retreat, the aura of death surrounding the Emperor of Buried Jade thickened, as if he were on the verge of transcending into the void. In that moment, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from numerous ancient beings observing him. What? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Though I am aged, my sword remains keen. Even in death, I shall take a few with me. If you do not believe me, feel free to come and try. As he perceived these thoughts drifting in the void beyond, the Emperor of Buried Jade, with a slight heave of his chest, weakly addressed the myriad powers of the 3,000 great worlds. Upon hearing his words, some of the reclusive old ghosts hesitated, eventually retracting their thoughts. It was not merely out of fear. These old fellows were wary of the Emperor of Buried Jade and preferred not to become the scapegoats for others. Detecting their withdrawal, the Emperor of Buried Jade felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. He then took a step forward and returned to the Forbidden Sect. At this moment, Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect had already returned to the peak of thoughtful summer. Upon witnessing the Emperor of Buried Jade's return, engulfed in an aura of death, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief. Young one, come to the forbidden ground. Just then, the ancient voice of the Emperor of Buried Jade echoed in Chu Luo's ears. Startled, he was filled with confusion. Why did the ancestor summon him? Was it to punish him for causing trouble? Although a hint of anxiety stirred within him, he ultimately chose to visit the forbidden ground to meet the ancestor. Chapter 67. Entering the forbidden ground to meet the ancestor. As Chu Luo prepared to leave the mountain peak for the forbidden ground, a familiar voice suddenly called to him. Chu Shixiao. Turning towards the sound, Chu Luo beheld a streak of light swiftly approaching and landing before him. Upon recognizing the visitor, a sense of recollection washed over him. This person was Tang He, who had once invited Chu Luo to join him in the southern heaven continent for trials in the Beast Mountain range. Chu Luo remembered he had indeed agreed to accompany him. I just heard from the other junior brothers that you have returned. but I didn't expect it to be true. Chu Shixiang, several other junior brothers have been waiting. When shall we set off for the southern heaven continent? Tang he inquired, scratching his head with an expression full of anticipation as he looked at Chu Luo. Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. That junior brother Tang, just now the ancestor asked me to visit the forbidden area. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tang He's eyes, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. It's all right, Chu senior brother, if you're truly busy, then it's no trouble. My fellow brothers and I can go on our own. Although the hint of disappointment in Tang He's eyes was well concealed, it did not escape the observant Chu Luo. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Chu Luo flashed a broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. Junior brother Tang, I promise I will go as I said. You and the other junior brothers wait for me. I will first pay a visit to the ancestor. With that, without giving Tang He a chance to respond, Chu Luo turned and flew towards the forbidden area. Tang He watched as Chu Luo's figure receded, a smile of joy spreading across his face. He hurried to share this delightful news with the other junior brothers. Soon, Chu Luo arrived at the entrance of the forbidden area of the Forbidden Sect. However, just as he stepped forward, placing one foot into the forbidden zone, it so happened that the second elder Zhao Xing and the fourth elder Qin Yi were passing by together. The 2 elders noticed Chu Luo's foot crossing the threshold into the forbidden area. Chu Luo, Zhao Sheng, Qin Yi, the 3 exchanged glances, and a silence enveloped the scene. Second elder, if I were to tell you that it was the ancestor who sent me to find him, would you believe me? Zhao Sheng widened his eyes at Chu Luo, just about to berate him when suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from deep within the forbidden area. Kid, since you are here, why not come in? Upon hearing this voice, imbued with a faint imperial authority, Zhao Sheng and Qin Yi hastily clasped their hands in respect towards the depths of the forbidden area. They then treated Chu Luo as though he were invisible. Departing with light-hearted chatter, Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his gaze towards the depths of the forbidden area, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. Not long after entering, he soon beheld a stone tablet inscribed with the 3,000 forbidden techniques, guarded by the ancestor Dao Yuan and the ancestor Shao Chan. As Chu Luo approached the 2 ancestors, he clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, ancestors. At the moment of his bow, his eyes kept darting toward the stone tablet behind the 2 ancestors. Kid, if your eyes wander any further, I shall turn them into dark circles right now, Ancestor Dao Yuan said with a smile. Chu Luo quickly averted his gaze, his mouth twitching as he shot a sidelong glance at Ancestor Dao Yuan. Ancestors, you 2 are not here just to prevent me from secretly learning, are you? Haha, kid, congratulations, you guessed correctly, Ancestor Dao Yuan laughed heartily, increasingly finding Chu Luo to his liking. Hearing this, Chu Luo felt a surge of anger rise within him, cursing silently. With so many techniques hidden within the sect, are you not afraid they will be lost? All right, Dao Yuan, you old rascal, don't bully this young lad anymore. Off you go, the ancestor Zhang Yu is waiting for you. The gentle and amiable ancestor Shao Chan interjected, unable to watch any longer. With a chuckle and a light-hearted rebuke, he pointed towards a nearby peak. Directing his words at Chu Luo nodded in acknowledgement, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting to the venerable ancestor, Shao Qin, before playfully making a face at Dao Yuan and swiftly darting towards the mountain peak. This lad possesses a certain charm, Dao Yuan chuckled, watching Chu Luo's retreating figure with great amusement. Undoubtedly, Chu Luo is far more intriguing than the other prodigious disciples of the sect. This young man boasts extraordinary talent and decisiveness in battle, yet he is also quirky and cunning, a delightful combination that perfectly aligns with Dao Yuan's preferences. At times, Dao Yuan even contemplated personally taking Chu Luo under his wing as his disciple. Soon enough, Chu Luo arrived at the mountain peak before him. Atop the peak stood a towering ancient tree, its branches lush and verdant. The leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, creating a soothing sound. Beneath the ancient tree, there was a quaint tile-roofed house accompanied by a small courtyard. Outside the house, a stone table was set up, adorned with tea paraphernalia. At that moment, the venerable ancestor, Zhang Yu, clad in white and emanating an aura of faint mortality, sat upon a stone chair, preparing tea. Chu Luo descended to the stone table and, facing Zhang Yu, performed a respectful bow. With a broad grin revealing his 8 gleaming white teeth, he adopted an innocent demeanor and cheerfully announced, "Ancestor, your disciple has arrived." Zhang Yu glanced at the youthful Chu Luo and, with a slight smile, responded, "Little one, since you have come, feel free to take a seat. Forgive my boldness, ancestor. May I inquire why you summoned me?" Chu Luo respectfully asked, clasping his hands in inquiry. Zhang Yu regarded him with a knowing expression and a subtle smile, teasingly replied, "Can you not help but put on airs? You dare to act before me? Come, take a seat." With that, Zhang Yu placed a cup of tea before him. "Haha. Having been discovered by you, ancestor, I shall not be polite any longer." Chu Luo scratched his head and sat at the stone table. Lifting the cup of tea that Zhang Yu had offered, he examined and sniffed it carefully. Given Zhang Yu's esteemed status and profound cultivation, the tea he presented could not possibly be ordinary. Yet, at that moment, Chu Luo found himself unable to discern what made this tea unique. Could it be that my cultivation is insufficient to perceive the subtleties of this brew? Chu Luo pondered inwardly. After finishing his cup of tea, Zhang Yu observed Chu Luo, who was lost in thought while holding the offered cup. He chuckled lightly and remarked, "Young one, this is merely an ordinary cup of tea." Upon hearing this, the corners of Chu Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Is this truly just an ordinary cup of tea? Wasn't it said that these esteemed ancestors indulge in nothing less than extraordinary delicacies? Am I being toyed with? Realizing that the cup in his hand was indeed nothing more than an ordinary brew, Chu Luo, without hesitation, downed it in one gulp. He blinked a couple of times, having tasted nothing remarkable, and inquired, "Ancestor, having enjoyed the tea, may I ask what business you have for your disciple? If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave, as my fellow disciples await me for training in the Monster Beast Mountains." What a hasty little fellow. Very well, follow me. The venerable ancestor Zhang Yu chuckled, rising slowly and turning towards the modest tile-roofed house. Curiosity piqued, Chu Luo followed suit, having noticed the same house upon his arrival. The two approached the entrance, where ancestor Zhang Yu gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. As Chu Luo entered, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. In the living room of the house stood an altar, upon which lay an array of spirit tablets, densely packed together. Chu Luo discreetly counted them, revealing precisely 200. Before these tablets rested a large jade vial, which bore formidable seals. Ancestor Zhang Yu approached, adjusting his garments, and bowed respectfully to the 200 spirit tablets. Chu Luo mirrored his actions, bowing deeply in reverence. Chu Luo surmised that these 200 spirit tablets represented the ancestors of their sect, who had perished throughout the ages. His attention was drawn to one particular tablet inscribed with the name Heavenly Poison Great Emperor, causing him to ponder silently. The name, upon first hearing, did not evoke the image of a virtuous being. Summoning his courage, he inquired of Ancestor Zhang Yu, "Esteemed ancestor, are these individuals enshrined here the fallen ancestors of our Forbidden Sect?" With a nod, Ancestor Zhang Yu affirmed, "Indeed. Our Forbidden Sect has seen the demise of 200 ancestors from ancient times to the present. We, the old ones, are not far behind. It may not be long before our names join theirs upon these tablets. The future of the Forbidden Sect rests upon your generation." A hint of melancholy and reluctance flickered in Ancestor Zhang Yu's eyes, which did not escape Chu Luo's notice. "Rest assured, ancestor. We shall ensure that our Forbidden Sect continues to stand tall among the myriad realms. We shall even maintain our position atop the hierarchy of the 3,000 great worlds." Chu Luo declared earnestly. He had already come to regard the Forbidden Sect as his home, and he could not bear to witness its decline. Ancestor Zhang Yu's laughter resounded, filled with appreciation. "Little one, it is heartening to hear your thoughts. If the spirits of our ancestors could hear your words, they would surely be comforted." Chu Luo scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful at the praise. "By the way, ancestor, did the Heavenly Poison Great Emperor fall due to being besieged by others?" Ancestor Zhang Yu paused, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. "How do you know?" he asked. "Indeed. The Heavenly Poison ancestor was gravely injured and ultimately perished after being attacked by over a dozen great emperors." As he spoke, a glint of terrifying malice flashed in Ancestor Zhang Yu's eyes. Chu Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this ancestor truly met his end through such an assault. He sheepishly replied, "I merely speculated. This ancestor's name does not evoke a sense of benevolence. He must have been the sort of figure whom the so-called righteous heroes sought to vanquish." Thus, the young lad speculated that our esteemed ancestor likely perished due to a brutal beating. Upon hearing Chu Luo's explanation, the Emperor of Buried Jade's lips twitched uncontrollably, and his expression darkened. Instead of responding, the Emperor stepped forward, grasped the large jade vial from the table, and lightly tapped its surface with his finger. The restrictions upon the vial vanished in an instant. Subsequently, the venerable ancestor of Buried Jade presented the vial to Chu Luo. Curiously, Chu Luo inquired, "Ancestor, what is contained within this?" As he spoke, he opened the vial. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant green vitality erupted from the vial, filling the air. What a terrifying force of life! Chu Luo could not suppress his astonishment. Soon, the vitality that had burst forth began to dissipate. Gazing into the vial, Chu Luo discovered 10 emerald pills radiating green light, imbued with a rich essence of life. These were the longevity pills. Crafted from the blood essence of practitioners with long lifespans, along with numerous rare medicinal herbs. Although named longevity pills, they do not bestow eternal life. However, those who consume them can be revived as long as they still draw breath. You, having mastered 1,000 forbidden arts, need only ingest one longevity pill. The life force contained within will sustain you for an entire month without fear of losing lifespan due to the use of forbidden techniques. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement. He stared at the 10 longevity pills within the vial, his face alight with fervor. He had not anticipated such treasures from the ancestor. Suddenly, a thought crossed Chu Luo's mind. Noticing the aura of death surrounding the ancestor, he cautiously asked, "Ancestor, why do you not consume such a miraculous pill?" The ancestor of buried jade waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to Chu Luo as he replied, "I have long since consumed it. Thus, it holds no efficacy for me now. The longevity pills have been passed down since ancient times, and only these 10 remain. They are all yours. Now take your pills and swiftly depart." Chu Luo was taken aback, uncertain why the ancestor had suddenly grown irate. His lips twitched slightly. Indeed, these ancestors possessed peculiar tempers. Unpredictable as the weather. "It is time for the disciple to take his leave," he said hurriedly, stowing the jade vial and bowing respectfully to the ancestor. He then turned and swiftly departed the mountaintop, soaring towards the forbidden grounds, fearful that the ancestor might change his mind and reclaim the 10 longevity pills. After Chu Luo's departure, the ancestor of buried jade emanated a faint glow. Shedding his disguise, he reverted to his youthful and dashing appearance. However, at this moment, he was devoid of his previous composure and hurriedly bowed to the spirit tablet of the Emperor of Heavenly Poison, exclaiming, "Ancestor, do not hold this against me. The words of a child are unguarded. The winds may carry them away. If, one day, you meet Chu Luo in the other realm, I hope you will not take offense." No sooner had the words left the Emperor of Buried Jade's lips than the spirit tablet inscribed with the name of the Emperor of Heavenly Poison trembled twice before settling into silence. Witnessing this, the ancestor of Buried Jade finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a certain dark world, the atmosphere was rife with foreboding, eeriness, and a thirst for blood. Upon a mountaintop, the scene unfolded. A towering figure gazes skyward, where time seems to stand still around him, and the great paths resonate with thunderous echoes. The laws of heaven and earth are in disarray, as an utterly terrifying aura emanates from this figure, enveloping the entire dark realm. Chu Luo, is it? I shall remember you, young one. The 3,000 great worlds are indeed reminiscent. The visage of this grand figure remains obscured, yet his youthful voice suggests a relatively tender age. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberates through the skies of the dark world. A colossal bolt of lightning rends the shrouded heavens, its brilliant light illuminating the darkness behind the imposing figure. In a fleeting glimpse, one can see that behind this majestic being lies a sea of corpses. A million lifeless bodies, with rivers of blood flowing for miles. Each corpse exudes a suffocating aura. In an instant, the towering figure steps forward, vanishing from sight. The next moment, the entire dark realm trembles violently, subsequently dissolving into nothingness, forever lost. Chapter 69. From misfortune comes fortune, the ancestor of Dao Source guards the path? Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Wang family, a spatial rift quietly opens. A figure, suffused with an overwhelming imperial might, steps forth from the breach. This figure is none other than the returning Emperor of the Nine Serpents. On his shoulder, a wound glimmers with golden light. His terrifying sword energy incessantly invades it. The Emperor of the Nine Serpents places his hand over the wound, emanating a faint glow from his palm. In the next moment, the wound vanishes, and a potent surge of sword energy materializes in his grasp. A subtle smile graces the corners of his lips, his eyes glinting with a cold light. With a gentle squeeze, the immense sword energy is effortlessly crushed. Within the cave dwelling, the obscured faces of several Wang family ancestors reveal various expressions. They had been closely monitoring the fierce battle between the Emperor of the Nine Serpents and the Emperor of Buried Jade. The assembly of ancestors had presumed that following their clash, the Emperor of Buried Jade would be on the brink of exhaustion. However, to their astonishment, he proved more resilient than anticipated, enduring to such an extent that he could not be easily vanquished. Yet, following this confrontation, the aura of death surrounding the elder Buried Jade has intensified. One elder, enveloped in potent energy, spoke solemnly. The others nodded slightly, their eyes glimmering with frigid intent. Affected by the aura of death, the elder-buried jade has grown even weaker than before. Were it not for my fear of a mutual demise, I would have preferred to prolong the struggle against that old fool. However, it won't be long now. That old fellow cannot withstand many more battles. The Forbidden Sect is no longer the same as it was over 100,000 years ago. The Emperor of the Nine Serpents smiled coldly, directing his gaze toward the Forbidden Sect, his expression growing ever more frigid. The 1,000 forbidden techniques of the Forbidden Sect have become the envy of the top powers across the 3,000 great worlds. Suddenly, the Nine Nether Emperor turned and stepped back onto the small floating island where he resided, sitting down and closing his eyes to meditate. Within him still lingered a trace of sword energy. Meanwhile, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, the returning sword-mad emperor appeared despondent. His painstakingly cultivated sword path seemed utterly feeble before the burial Jade Emperor. If his sword intent resembled a surging river, then the sword intent of the burial Jade Emperor was akin to an endless ocean. Before the burial Jade Emperor, he lacked even the courage to wield his sword. What significance does this hold? What significance? After dedicating so much effort to his craft, what worth does it possess? Sitting upon his cushion, the sword-mad emperor radiated an unstable aura, as if on the verge of losing himself to madness. He was profoundly impacted, and it felt as though his resolve was on the brink of collapse. Sword-mad, you have deeply disappointed us. Merely a burial jade, and yet, over 100,000 years ago, many emperors fell at the hands of that old wretch. Yet none of them have been as weak as you. As a Fourth Realm Emperor, how can you be so fragile? We held such high hopes for you, but in this moment, you have let us down. Behind the sword-mad emperor, the imposing figures of several emperors materialized. The foremost figure looked down with a stern gaze and reproached him. Indeed, sword-mad, that old fool, is already halfway in his grave. It is no surprise he possesses such terrifying sword intent. Yet you are still young, a prodigy of the Yi family and the sword path. If you allow your heart to falter so easily, then you are unworthy of that title. Sword-mad, remember? There are always greater heights to attain beyond your current state. You should strive to surpass that old man, not return like a defeated dog, wallowing in self-pity and destroying your own resolve. Correct, sword-mad, you are still young, and you possess ample time. The several Emperor Phantoms spoke in unison, their voices resonating with supreme authority, echoing in the ears of the sword-mad emperor like ancient bells. A spark ignited in the sword-mad emperor's eyes. Yes, he was still young. There was plenty of time to pursue, to replace, even to surpass. With that thought, the tumultuous aura surrounding him gradually stabilized. His nearly crumbling resolve began to solidify. The sword-mad emperor slowly rose and bowed deeply to the Emperor Phantoms behind him. Thank you, esteemed ancestors. I shall remember your words. With that, the sword-mad emperor turned and stepped into the void, heading toward a colossal mountain peak in the distance. A more terrifying, violent, and bloodthirsty sword intent erupted from him, soaring into the sky. The entire ancestral world was enveloped by this formidable sword energy. The Emperor Phantoms looked on in astonishment, their gazes filled with approval as they beheld the sword-mad emperor, now sitting atop the mountain, eyes closed in deep contemplation. The elders of the Yi family had not anticipated that the sword-mad emperor would find enlightenment through adversity. The matter with the Forbidden Sect is far from over. The individuals who sought the demise of the Yi family nearly shattered the heart of the Yi family's great emperor. This enmity is irreconcilable. The foremost statue of an emperor, with a gaze as chilling as that from the depths of the abyss, fixates on the direction of the Forbidden Sect, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. In the depths of the ancestral land of the Forbidden Sect, the burial Jade Emperor, having just emerged from a humble abode, seemed to sense something amiss. His eyes wandered towards two distinct directions, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The two directions he focused upon were indeed where the Wang and Yu families reside. He had just detected two distinct intentions of murder emanating from those very locations. The burial Jade Emperor retracted his gaze. With a single step, he vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he materialized beside the Xiaocheng Emperor and the Daoyuan Emperor. Ancestors. The two venerable emperors were momentarily taken aback, hastily bowing to the burial Jade Emperor, with his hands clasped behind his back. The burial Jade Emperor observed the stone tablet behind the two men, which chronicled the 3,000 forbidden arts. He offered a faint smile and remarked, Daoyuan, the third elder is in seclusion to recover. That young lad has a knack for attracting trouble. During this period, You shall be responsible for his covert protection. Daoyuan Emperor smirked and replied, Ancestor, since Chu Luo is so adept at stirring up chaos, why not confine him to the forbidden grounds? Let us personally instruct him to prevent his daily mischief. The crux is that this little rascal specifically targets those top-tier forces to incite discord. With our direct guidance, coupled with his formidable comprehension, his future accomplishments shall be remarkable. At the very least, he shall become an emperor. The burial Jade Emperor chuckled softly, shaking his head. Between life and death lies great terror. Only in such circumstances can the prodigies grow swiftly. If that young man were to be confined and meticulously taught by us, he would be no different from those delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, beautiful yet ultimately ineffectual. Moreover, compared to causing trouble, this lad pales in comparison to our ancestors. Which of them was ever a docile soul in their youth? Chapter 70. Departing for South Tianzhou, another old sixth Daoyuan emperor's lips twitched slightly. Upon reflection, it seemed quite accurate. The calamities stirred by Chu Luo recently are trivial compared to the tumultuous escapades of their elder counterparts in their youth. Chu Luo is akin to a gentle lamb, reminiscent of the burial Jade ancestor before him, who in his youth had caused no less than 10 monumental disasters, compelling the sect to engage in multiple sect wars, each accompanied by torrents of blood and the fall of emperors. Indeed, Ancestor, replied Daoyuan Emperor, acquiescing before vanishing from sight. After departing from the ancestral land, Chu Luo intended to fulfill his agreement to seek out several junior brothers of Tang He, accompanying them to the Beast Mountain Range in South Tianzhou for training. Chu Luo had hoped to invite his master to join them, especially since the Wang and Yu families had already set their sights on him. However, he was left disheartened as his master had entered seclusion to heal. Nevertheless, prior to his seclusion, the Crow Emperor had provided him with a token. Should he encounter peril, the Crow Emperor's avatar would manifest to aid him. Yet, Chu Luo remained uneasy. Before seeking out Tang He, he first paid a visit to Sect Master Lin Feng. Hoping to secure the discreet protection of one or two of the 8 elders, Lin Feng, upon learning that Chu Luo intended to venture to South Heaven Prefecture, scolded him with exasperation. You reckless youth, having brought such calamity upon our sect, do you still dare to go out? No, from this moment on, you shall remain on your Ningxia peak. Lin Feng's concern stemmed from Chu Luo's safety. With the Dark Crow Emperor currently in seclusion to recover, he would not oppose the Emperor's company on the journey. Moreover, South Heaven Prefecture was quite distant from their Forbidden Sect. Should any misfortune befall Chu Luo, even the Emperor would require time to arrive. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo's countenance fell. Was he destined to break his promise to his junior brother Tang He once again? Just then, a familiar voice resonated in Lin Feng's ears. Sect Master, allow this young man to go. I shall protect him from the shadows. The voice belonged to the Dao Source Emperor. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly, addressing Chu Luo below with resignation. Very well. If you wish to go, then go. However, the other elders are either preoccupied or in seclusion. I shall assign an outer sect elder to accompany you. South Heaven Prefecture is remote. As long as you keep a low profile and refrain from causing trouble, having one outer sect elder by your side should suffice. Thank you, Sect Master. I shall take my leave. Chu Luo, fearing Lin Feng might change his mind, hurriedly bid farewell. Although he was only able to secure the company of one outer sect elder, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, Lin Feng's words held merit. South Heaven Prefecture was indeed isolated, and it was rare for formidable experts from top-tier forces to venture there. The presence of a sage-level cultivator would be sufficient. Watching Chu Luo depart, Lin Feng rubbed his temples and sighed. I hope this young man does not bring further troubles to our sect. After leaving the Grand Hall, Chu Luo contacted Tang He. Outside the sect, Tang He and 5 core disciples had been waiting for some time. It's senior brother Chu, they exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the silhouette approaching. The one flying toward them was indeed Chu Luo, senior brother Chu. As he reached the group, Tang He and the 5 core disciples bowed respectfully. Chu Luo grinned, casting his gaze upon the 5 core disciples behind Tang He, who left a profound impression on him. Along with Tang He, these 6 were the very disciples who had accompanied him in the Emperor's secret realm, foraging for spiritual herbs and excavating spiritual soil. Haha. There is no need for formality, my fellow disciples. I remember you. Your name is Wang Xing, and you are Lu Dali, and you are Li Xian. While these 2 were Qi Hao and Song Jie, you 2 were the most diligent in digging for spiritual soil. The 5 core disciples were taken aback. Surprised that Chu Luo remembered them, their admiration for him blossoming from the depths of their hearts. Haha. I've heard that the Beast Mountain range is teeming with spiritual herbs and countless opportunities. With Senior Brother Chu around, our expedition to the Beast Mountain range will surely yield bountiful rewards. Indeed, one need only consider the caliber of our Senior Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu. During our expedition to the Beast Mountain range, we shall follow your command without question. If you instruct us to head east, we shall not deviate westward. Several core disciples asserted. Senior Brother Chu, time is of the essence. Let us set forth. Tang He interrupted, revealing a small wooden boat in his hand. Chu Luo waved his hand, addressing Tang He. Patience, there are others. Tang He and the 5 core disciples were momentarily taken aback. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Chu Luo's words faded. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy emanated from behind him, and a kindly elder clad in a dark robe with silver hair appeared before everyone. Upon seeing this elder, Tang He and the 5 core disciples hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects to Elder Qingwei. This Elder Qingwei was sent by Lin Feng to accompany Chu Luo and the others on their journey to the Beast Mountain range. Possessing the cultivation of a 6th realm saint, Elder Qingwei, with a warm smile and gentle demeanor, scanned the 6 disciples before his gaze settled upon Chu Luo. The aura radiating from Chu Luo did not escape the notice of the esteemed elder, who could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, he is a direct disciple of the Shadow Crow Emperor. He recalled that when Chu Luo first emerged within the sect, he had merely reached the realm of primordial beginning. How much time has passed, and now he has advanced to the 4th realm of primordial beginning. What an extraordinary prodigy he is. Elder Qingwei regained his composure and nodded slightly, advising Chu Luo and the core disciples. The sect leader has dispatched me to safeguard you youngsters. However, let it be known that since this is a journey of tempering, I shall refrain from intervening unless your lives are in grave danger. At these words, Tang He and the core disciples nodded vigorously, instinctively glancing towards Chu Luo. They understood well that it was precisely because Senior Brother Chu was accompanying them that the sect leader had sent a powerful saint to protect them. After all, their Senior Brother Chu has now become a renowned talent across the world. In simpler terms, they were merely basking in the radiance of Chu Luo's reputation. Aha! Now that everyone is gathered, let us embark. Chu Luo laughed heartily, directing his gaze at Tang He. Tang He tossed the wooden boat into the air, and with swift hand seals, pointed at it. The small boat, initially no larger than a palm, instantly expanded in size. The group leapt aboard, and soon after, Tang He and Wang Xing took charge of propelling the ship as they sped towards the southern continent. The southern continent lies far from the Forbidden Sect, and at their current speed, it would take them no less than half a month to arrive. Thus, once aboard the warship, the remaining disciples settled down in a cross-legged position to enter a state of cultivation, joined by Elder Qingwei. Only Chu Luo stood idly at the bow of the ship, savoring the cool breeze. At that moment, he noticed red light points emanating from Elder Qingwei, yet there were no signs of spiritual or energy fluctuations from the elder. Chu Luo was not unfamiliar with these red light points. It is precisely a manifestation of a certain forbidden technique that has given rise to these luminous points. Elder Qingwei is actually practicing a forbidden art. Chu Luo scrutinized the scene closely and finally discerned which forbidden technique Elder Qingwei was engaged in. A manic twitch formed at the corner of Chu Luo's mouth. He had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle and compassionate Elder Qingwei was, in fact, cultivating such a sinister forbidden art. Imagine, beneath that benevolent exterior, lies the most nefarious of ultimate moves. Truly, he is just another cunning old fox. Little Fish is currently in the hospital. There should be 4 chapters tomorrow. Following this, a significant storyline will unfold, and Little Fish will strive to write something spectacular. Our Chu Luo is set to acquire an influx of protective values, and a new ancestor will make an appearance. Rest assured, before the ranking battle of the prodigies, Chu Luo will successfully exchange for the longevity body. See you tomorrow. Chapter 71, Guiding the Sage, Discussing Forbidden Arts. Elder Qingwei. You are practicing the most forbidden of our forbidden techniques, the blood curse of no return, are you not? Chu Luo said with a faint smile. The crimson luminescence enveloping Elder Qingwei dissipated as he slowly opened his eyes. Several core disciples, who were also in a meditative state, opened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Chu Luo. Indeed, Chu Luo, you have mastered this technique as well? What insights do you possess? Elder Qingwei displayed none of the aloofness typical of an outer sect elder, instead regarding Chu Luo with a kind expression, inquiring earnestly. He had heard that Chu Luo had mastered several forbidden techniques within the sect. Forbidden arts are those that surpass the imperial rank, and their cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Without sufficient talent, even we sages find it challenging to grasp a single technique. Thus, it is evident how extraordinarily gifted Chu Luo is. Elder Qingwei's interest was piqued at this moment. Hee. Chu Luo grinned and spoke to Elder Qingwei. Elder, when you utilized this forbidden technique, did you not find that? Aside from consuming immense amounts of blood energy and lifespan, its effectiveness was rather lackluster? Your enemies had ample time to react and evade your trump card. Furthermore, have you not been practicing this technique for quite some time, yet have merely brushed the surface, unable to fully master it? Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Luo in disbelief. How did you know? 2 years ago, I battled an ancient sage from the Crimson Flame Valley. I intended to slay him and employed this technique, only to have that old wretch successfully evade my attack and escape. As he spoke, Elder Qingwei paused, his gaze illuminating with excitement as he looked at Chu Luo. Have you discerned my shortcomings in this technique? Please, enlighten me. At this juncture, Elder Qingwei bowed deeply before Chu Luo in the presence of several core disciples. This scene left the disciples in a state of shock. A sage, bowing to seek counsel from Brother Chu? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed such a spectacle. Hee. Elder Qingwei speaks too highly. The younger generation would never presume to instruct their seniors. Rather, I merely wish to share some insights I have gleaned regarding this technique. In truth, Elder Qingwei, you have erred from the very outset. Erred? In what way? Elder Qingwei was taken aback, resembling a diligent student in his eagerness to learn. Chu Luo smiled softly and continued, Elder Qingwei, our sect's technique, the silent blood curse, is a masterstroke of the shadow arts, primarily relying on the element of surprise and striking when unprepared. Earlier, I observed that you ignited your blood essence and lifespan before forming the seal. By igniting your blood essence and lifespan in advance, you inevitably created fluctuations in your aura, which is why your opponent was able to anticipate and evade your ultimate move. To properly execute the silent blood curse, one should first ignite a sliver of blood essence. The fluctuations produced are nearly negligible. Using this as a precursor, one can swiftly form the seal and then, at the cost of burning lifespan, unleash the blood curse contained within, ultimately catching the opponent off guard. Just like this. As Chu Luo finished speaking, he swiftly formed the seal with his hands. Throughout this process, there was not a single ripple of aura disturbance. In the span of a breath, Elder Qingwei beheld a familiar ethereal seal manifesting at the tips of Chu Luo's fingers. The demonstration left Elder Qingwei profoundly shaken, as his mind replayed each of Chu Luo's movements. After a considerable time, Elder Qingwei took a deep breath, seemingly enlightened. He promptly formed the seal with both hands. In the next moment, a crimson seal similarly appeared at the tips of Elder Qingwei's fingers, identical to that of Chu Luo's. However, compared to Chu Luo's, the seal in Elder Qingwei's hands bore a hint of clumsiness. Clearly, Elder Qingwei had not yet mastered the silent blood curse to the same degree as Chu Luo. Nevertheless, he had significantly surpassed the threshold of mere initiation, yielding considerable gains. Elder Qingwei steadied his emotions and offered another respectful bow to Chu Luo. Thank you. I have learned much from you. He could not help but marvel at Chu Luo's talent, which was indeed more terrifying than that of the top 10 prodigies on the rankings. It was fortunate that Chu Luo was a direct disciple within their confines of Taboo. Had he belonged to another top-tier force, the consequences would have been dire. Tang He and the other 6 core disciples were utterly in awe of Chu Luo at that moment. They could hardly fathom that their senior brother was capable of instructing a sage. It was simply outrageous. However, as they contemplated the potential of receiving guidance from senior brother Chu, their excitement surged, realizing that their own strength would undoubtedly soar. With a wave of his hand, Chu Luo displayed an innocent smile. Elder Qingwei, you flatter me excessively. Yet, I must admit, I did not anticipate that someone with your benevolent demeanor would secretly practice such esoteric arts. It seems you too possess a cunning side. Upon hearing this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Elder Qingwei's mouth. How could this young man be so unaccustomed to flattery? Just moments ago, he had praised him, only to turn around and label him as cunning. Elder Qingwei coughed lightly, his gaze somewhat evasive, as an outer elder of the sect. It is only natural that I possess a profound understanding of the sect's esoteric techniques. How could I possibly be that insidious person? You should not defame me. Young man. As Elder Qingwei uttered these words, Tang He and the others present could not help but exchange glances filled with skepticism towards him. We believe you as much as a ghost, you old rascal. Several core disciples finally recognized the true nature of Elder Qingwei. He was indeed a cunning old fox. Who else would practice such treacherous techniques? Ah, so that's the case. In truth, I have quite a grasp on another of our sect's more devious techniques. The soul enchantment spell? I intended to discuss it with the elder, but it seems I misunderstood him, so let it be. Chu Luo feigned a sigh. Upon hearing this, Elder Qingwei's eyes slightly narrowed, and excitement flickered within them, quickly concealed again. For at that moment, Tang He, Wang Sheng, and the other core disciples were gazing at Chu Luo with eager eyes, clearly wishing to learn as well. Elder Qingwei's expression shifted as he sternly looked at the 6 core disciples, advising them earnestly, "Our sect's forbidden techniques are extraordinary. Merely practicing them consumes one's lifespan. With your current cultivation and lifespan, you cannot possibly grasp them. You ought to focus on your training." In response to the stern demeanor of Elder Qingwei, Tang He and the 6 core disciples clasped their hands respectfully and obediently returned to their training. After dismissing them, Elder Qingwei's expression shifted again as he leaned closer to Chu Luo and whispered, Chu Luo, a few days ago, I managed to procure several bottles of top-quality spirit wine from elderly Tian. Would you care to sample it?" Elder Qingwei winked at Chu Luo. A knowing smile immediately appeared on Chu Luo's face. This old man, indeed, was quite the schemer. If he wished to learn, he should simply say so. Chu Luo did not refuse, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. "Very well, I shall humbly accept your invitation. Come, let us go to the cabin and drink. By the way, Chu Luo, is the soul enchantment spell difficult?" "Rest assured, Elder, it's not difficult at all. Others might struggle, but you, Elder, will certainly master it." "Is that so? Then I shall be at ease." Chapter 72, Southern Heaven State. Southern Heaven City. Half a month passed swiftly. The Southern Heaven State, located in a remote area, is characterized by its continuous mountain ranges and towering peaks, with the second largest magical beast mountain range situated within its borders. This magical beast mountain range is also one of the most perilous places in the 3,000 Great Worlds. It is rumored that within the depths of the mountain range lies an incredibly terrifying existence, one that even the strongest among the top powers dare not approach lightly. Although the magical beast mountain range is fraught with danger, it is also home to countless rare spiritual herbs, attracting martial artists from all corners of the 3,000 Great Worlds. In Southern Heaven State stands a vast city named Southern Heaven City, the only city in the Southern Heaven State, due to its proximity to the Beast Mountain Range. South Sky City is constantly bustling with martial artists from the vast realms of the 3,000 worlds. "Senior Brother Chu, this is South Sky City. We shall enter through the South Gate, rest for the night, and set off for the Beast Mountain Range at dawn," remarked Tang He, gesturing towards the nearby city gate. Chu Luo, at the forefront, nodded with an ever-present, benign smile. After a fortnight of travel, they had finally arrived in South Sky Prefecture, while Elder Qingwei remained concealed in the shadows. Who would have thought South Sky City would be so lively? Chu Luo observed the throngs of martial artists streaming in and out with a hint of surprise. "Senior Brother Chu, this city, being near the Beast Mountain Range, attracts countless formidable warriors daily, transforming it into a resting station for these martial artists." Tang, he elucidated. Chu Luo nodded in agreement. "Let us enter the city for a night's respite before we embark tomorrow." With that, they made their way to the city gate. However, Chu Luo soon noticed a considerable crowd of martial artists gathered before the gate, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. "Senior Brother Chu, it seems something is happening up ahead," Wang Sheng remarked, his senses attuned to the intense fluctuations of energy emanating from the throng. Chu Luo, ever the enthusiast for lively happenings, grinned. "Let us investigate. We must enter the city regardless." He led the group closer. Within the gathering, 5 clusters of young individuals donned in distinct attire appeared to represent 5 different factions. Among them, dozens from 3 factions obstructed the city gate, while the remaining 2 factions were stranded outside. From his vantage point at the back of the crowd, Chu Luo observed that the disciples from the 2 factions stuck outside bore varying degrees of injuries. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he discreetly scanned the situation and discerned that the 3 factions blocking the gate were led by 3 young disciples, 2 males and 1 female, all at the spirit realm first level. The 2 factions stranded outside were led by a male and a female disciple, the male's cultivation level comparable to that of the 3 inside. Also at the spirit realm first level, while the girl beside him possessed a 6th level cultivation. "What transpired, my good fellow?" Chu Luo inquired with genuine curiosity. Addressing a nearby onlooker, the man paused, glancing at Chu Luo, and responded, "Young brother, you must be an outsider as well. Chu Luo nodded affirmatively. The man continued. No wonder you are unaware. Internally, Chu Luo rolled his eyes at the man's obvious remark. If I were aware, I wouldn't need to inquire, would I? The man pointed discreetly towards the three factions blocking the gate and whispered, the disciples obstructing the gate belong to the Poison Heaven Sect, the Rakshasa cult, and the Enchantment Sect. Have you noticed the three young disciples at the forefront? These three are the distinguished talents from the three great factions, Su Jingyang, Fang Guanqiu, and Zhu Mei. Meanwhile, the two groups blocked outside the city gate comprised disciples from Huaizong and Waxianfu. Leading these two factions are the Prodigy by Shiran from Huaizong and the exceptional Yi Linger from Waxianfu. Originally, Nantiancity was jointly governed by these five powerful factions. However, just yesterday, the strong individuals from Duotianzong, Luoshijio, and Mikingzong injured the elites of Huaizong and Waxianfu, forcing them out of Nantiancity. Presently, the city is under the dominion of these three factions. Today, Bai Shiran and Yi Linger, accompanied by their disciples, sought to enter the city but unexpectedly found themselves obstructed at the gates by the three esteemed talents. Upon hearing the man's words, Chu Luo instantly comprehended the situation. It is indeed a struggle between sections. Su Jingyang, do not overstep your bounds. Our higher-ups have already reached an agreement. We are merely here to escort our disciples away. Yi Linger from Waxianfu exclaimed furiously. Yi Linger, if you wish to take your people away, you may do so. Either defeat us in combat, or pay 10,000 spirit stones per person to gain entry. Alternatively, you can spend a night with me, and I shall allow you to enter immediately. How does that sound? Su Jingyang of Duotianzong sneered coldly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of desire as he gazed at Yi Linger's graceful form. Yi Linger, filled with rage, gripped her spirit sword tightly, wishing she could strike down this scoundrel with a single blow. The onlookers around could only shake their heads in disappointment, acutely aware that these three factions were deliberately targeting Huaizong and Waxianfu. Su Jingyang is indeed correct. Yi Linger by Shiran. If you wish to enter, you must either defeat us or pay 10,000 spirit stones each. Zhu Mei, standing beside Su Jingyang, exuded an enchanting aura and smiled seductively at Yi Linger, her charm palpable in the air. This beguiling vixen is quite something, Su Jingyang thought, licking his lips, a sense of restlessness stirring within him. By Shiran, Yi Linger, do not waste your efforts. You cannot possibly match us three. If you are wise, each of you should pay 10,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, should anything happen to your disciples after today, we shall bear no responsibility. At that moment, Fang Guanqiu, the prodigy of Luoshijio, stepped forward, casting a cold smile at the two. How infuriating. Take this. Boom. Bai Shiran, filled with indignation, raised his spirit sword and charged forward once more. Observing Bai Shiran's reckless advance, Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guanqiu merely sneered. Boom. The three of them launched their attacks simultaneously. Young Master Bai, be careful. Yi Linger exclaimed in alarm, hastily warning him. Yet, in the next instant, a deafening explosion reverberated as a formidable force radiated outward, sending the surrounding spectators reeling. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed Bai Shiran spitting blood, his body soaring back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Senior Brother. Chapter 73, The Entrance Fee Demanded. A double triumph. Several disciples of the Huaizong hurriedly rushed forward to assist the gravely injured Bai Shiran. Su Jingyang, leading the group, gazed disdainfully at the fallen Bai Shiran and then addressed the crowd with a cold voice. From this day forth, the South Heaven City shall be governed by our three great powers. Every martial artist entering this city must pay an entrance fee of 10 spirit stones. Upon hearing Su Jingyang's declaration, the surrounding martial artists erupted in astonishment. What? 10 spirit stones? How dare the three great powers impose such a fee? Indeed, why don't they simply rob us instead? Although these three powers hold significant sway in South Heaven Prefecture, they are merely third-rate forces. Perhaps you are unaware? It is said that the Poison Heaven Sect, the Rakshasa cult, and the Bewitching Sect have all forged an alliance with the Tongdian Sect. And Tongdian Sect, in turn, is a subordinate of the top-tier power, the Scarlet Flame Valley. That makes sense. No wonder they possess such audacity to demand an entrance fee. Indeed, it seems the tides are turning in our South Heaven Prefecture. Well, it appears that Huaizong and Huashan Mansion are being suppressed by the three great powers. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Chu Luo's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but smirk. Why does he keep encountering these top-tier powers? Since these three great forces have now become the lackeys of the Scarlet Flame Valley, he cannot stand idly by any longer. Let us proceed into the city. Chu Luo exclaimed with a grin, addressing Tang He and the others beside him. Tang He, Wang Xing, and the other core disciples were momentarily taken aback. But then smiles spread across their faces. Their senior brother Chu was about to stir up trouble again. The 6 disciples, anticipating Chu Luo's intentions, felt an exhilarating thrill rather than fear. Make way, shouted Tang He and Wang Xing, swiftly clearing a path for Chu Luo. The onlookers were astonished and quickly parted, allowing Chu Luo and his 6 disciples to stride confidently toward the city gates. Meanwhile, Su Jing'an cast a menacing glance at the injured Bai Shiran, his eyes glinting with malice as he slowly approached, intending to incapacitate Bai Shiran. Several disciples of Huaizong instinctively stepped forward to shield him, while Yi Ling'er from Huaxian Mansion grew increasingly anxious. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Su Jingyang scoffed coldly. Just as he was about to strike, a mocking voice rang out from behind Bai Shiran. Hey there, are you dead yet? If not, kindly take a few steps back, you're blocking my way. Bai Shiran, with a grim countenance, suddenly froze, turning alongside his disciples to see Chu Luo and his 6 companions approaching. Su Jingyang, Zhu Mei, and Fang Guangqiong also turned their gazes toward Chu Luo's group. With the assistance of 2 disciples, Bai Shiran gradually rose and respectfully cupped his hands in greeting to Chu Luo. My apologies. Chu Luo nodded in acknowledgement and then led Tang He and the 6 disciples toward the city gates. The crowd, observing the scene, was rife with curiosity about Chu Luo and his companions. Who exactly are these disciples to dare enter the city at such a time? The 6 individuals from Chu Luo strode past Su Jingyang, disregarding him entirely. Su Jingyang was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he darkly proclaimed, Young man, did you not hear my words? Each person must pay 10 spirit stones to enter the city. There are 7 of you, totaling 70 spirit stones. Concurrently, disciples from the 3 major factions obstructed Chu Luo and his companion's path. Chu Luo halted his steps, breaking into a grin as he slowly turned around. Behind him, Tang He and the other 6 stifled their laughter. This Su Jing'an was truly courting disaster, daring to demand an entry fee from their formidable senior brother. A living embodiment of death. Everyone present assumed Chu Luo would obediently pay the spirit stones. Instead, he approached Su Jing'an with an innocuous demeanor, smiling broadly. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Su Jingyang's eyes narrowed with cold fury as he retorted. I said, suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, plunging the gathering into silence. All onlookers gaped in disbelief at Chu Luo. How dare he? It was well known that Su Jingyang was the young master of the Poison Heaven sect. This slap left Zhu Mei, Fang Guangqiong, Yi Ling'er, and Bai Shiran utterly flabbergasted. They could scarcely believe that Chu Luo had just struck Su Jingyang. At that moment, Su Jingyang, stunned by the unexpected blow, felt the imprint of a hand glaringly apparent on his right cheek, swelling ominously while a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Regaining his composure, an icy malice seeped from Su Jingyang as his expression darkened. You little rascal, boom. Just as Su Jingyang began to speak, Chu Luo struck again, delivering another unexpected blow that sent Su Jingyang hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the city wall, unable to extricate himself. A few bloodied teeth lay scattered on the ground. Yi Ling'er and Bai Shiran were left speechless, as were Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong, who were still reeling from the shock. The crowd surrounding them was utterly aghast. Who were these young men? They had certainly dug their own graves. This was the territory of the 3 major factions, and now that young man had assaulted Su Jingyang, retribution was inevitable. Young master, capture these brats. The disciples of the Poison Heaven sect quickly regained their wits and charged at Chu Luo. At that moment, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong also snapped back to reality. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from the 2 as they advanced towards Chu Luo, intent on subduing him. Be careful, young master, Yi Ling'er urgently warned. Boom. Just then, Tang He, Wang Sheng, Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jie simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras. In an instant, 6 high-level spiritual energies enveloped the arena, and the 6 figures blurred into mere shadows. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by chilling screams that echoed through the air. At that moment, the onlookers, witnessing the gruesome scene before them, turned pale with fear. Outside the city gates lay a gruesome sight, littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The disciples of the 3 major factions had been decisively slain by Li Xian, Lu Dali, Qi Hao, and Song Jie. Meanwhile, Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong, who charged towards Chu Luo, were intercepted by Tang He and Wang Xing, who swiftly subdued them. Chapter 74, Little Fairy, Do you have any requests? The subdued Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqing appeared ashen-faced, staring in awe at the 6 core disciples of the Forbidden Sect, their mouths agape in astonishment. These 6 young individuals, seemingly even younger than themselves, possessed high-level spiritual cultivation. It was evident they hailed from either prestigious sects or top-tier factions. They had indeed encountered a formidable force. Impressive, exclaimed Linger and Bai Shiran, both inhaling sharply in shock as they regarded Chu Luo and his companions. At that moment, even the most obtuse individuals recognized that the power backing Chu Luo and his group was anything but ordinary. Under the gaze of all present, Chu Luo approached the city wall and effortlessly lifted Su Jingyang, who was embedded within, as if he were a mere chick. Su Jingyang, barely clinging to life, gazed into Chu Luo's seemingly harmless smile, fear evident in his eyes. I am the young master of the Poison Heaven sect. My father is the sect leader. Please spare me. Su Jingyang was not foolish, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Tang He and the others. He finally understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly spoke to Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned and playfully patted Su Jingyang's other cheek. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even know who I am? How dare you demand an entry fee from me? Su Jingyang swallowed hard, tentatively asking, who are you? At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone strained to hear, eager to discover the identity of this formidable figure, Chu Luo. With a nonchalant smile, Chu Luo replied, I am Chu Luo, a core disciple of the Forbidden Sect. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly, reaching the ears of all present. Gasp. He is Chu Luo, the core disciple of the Forbidden Sect, the disciple of the Shadow Crow Emperor. Good heavens, so he is Chu Luo. Truly, as the rumors say, a merciless killer. Su Jingyang realized his doom was sealed. Why provoke someone like this living demon? After all, Chu Luo had the audacity to eliminate even the top talents from prestigious factions, let alone a mere young master of a third-rate sect. If Chu Luo desired his demise, even his father would be unable to protect him. The surrounding martial artists were left in utter disbelief. They had never imagined that this seemingly innocuous youth was none other than the infamous living demon, the assassin of the talented rankings, Chu Luo, who had recently made waves throughout the 3,000 great worlds. The suppressed Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong appeared utterly pale, trembling uncontrollably with fear. They never anticipated encountering Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect in this place. It became evident that he was indeed Chu Luo, which explained the astonishment of Linger and Bai Shiran upon learning his identity. They exchanged glances, a flicker of light glimmering in their eyes. In contrast, Su Jingyang, upon discovering Chu Luo's true identity, was nearly struck dead from terror. Young Master Chu, please spare my life. I am blind to your greatness. I can offer you anything you desire. Su Jingyang pleaded desperately before Chu Luo. Chu Luo grinned, his gaze languid as he replied, My friend, have you lost your senses? If I were to end your life, would not your possessions become mine? How dare you demand an entrance fee from me? The last person who attempted to rob me now has grass 3 feet high on their grave. By the way, I have heard that you have committed numerous vile deeds in this city, haven't you? As these words escaped his lips, the crowd erupted with fervent voices. Young Master Chu, kill him. My daughter was defiled by this beast. Indeed, slay him. The Poison Heaven sect is utterly despicable. Su Jingyang's subordinates robbed my storage ring and injured me. Hearing the outcry from the crowd, Su Jingyang's face darkened, fear etching itself upon his features. Chu Luo's eyes glinted ominously as he smiled. My friend, you see, it is not that I wish to spare you. It is that you have brought this upon yourself, reaching a point where even heaven and earth are enraged. Today, I shall act as the hand of justice. With that, Chu Luo raised his hand and struck Su Jingyang's head with a decisive blow. No. Su Jingyang's pupils constricted, his voice trailing off as his head exploded under Chu Luo's strike. Excellent. Well done. The crowd erupted in cheers, filled with a sense of righteous satisfaction. Brother Chu, what shall we do with these two? At this moment, Tang Yi turned to Chu Luo, inquiring. Chu Luo turned to see Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiang, still suppressed. A faint glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He stepped forward, approaching the 2 subjugated individuals. The onlookers, curious, wondered how Chu Luo would deal with Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiang. Chu Luo. No, young Master Chu. I implore you, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Fang Guangqiang, under the pressure of Wang Sheng, trembled before Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled broadly, surveying Fang Guangqiang from head to toe, and said, with your character, you dare to call yourself a talent? Are you aware of my nickname outside? The living king of hell. You dared to raise your hand against me. And now you come begging for mercy? Yes, yes. I deserve to die. I was blind to your greatness. Please, young Master Chu Boom. Before Fang Guangqiang could finish his plea, Chu Luo delivered a swift strike to his forehead. Fang Guangqiang was struck by an overwhelming force, causing blood to flow from his orifices as he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. The surrounding martial artists could not help but swallow hard at Chu Luo's ruthlessness. This fellow was indeed, as the rumors suggested, a veritable harbinger of death walking amongst the living. Did you all hear that? It was this guy who declared he deserved to die. I merely complied with his wishes, Chu Luo remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders, a look of faint helplessness adorning his countenance. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips in reaction. Indeed, we all heard it. It was his request, and has nothing to do with our senior brother Chu. Isn't it remarkable? In this vast world, there are still those who seek their own demise. Sigh, senior brother Chu. You are far too benevolent. You ought to allow this fellow to truly experience the agony of death to satisfy his request. Wang Sheng and others chimed in, their voices echoing in agreement. Upon hearing the words of the disciples from the Forbidden Sect, the spectators suddenly realized their misunderstanding. It turned out that the harbinger of death was not solely Chu Luo. The disciples of the Forbidden Sect were all akin to such figures. Chu Luo turned, lowering his gaze to the ground where Zhu Mei was pinned beneath Tang He's foot, and with a beaming smile, he said, Little fairy, it's your turn. Do you have any requests? Chapter 75. I said I wouldn't strike you, but I never said I wouldn't kill you. Zhu Mei's complexion turned ashen, her eyes brimming with boundless terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. To her, Chu Luo's seemingly harmless smile resembled that of a demon whispering in her ear. Please, don't kill me, she stammered, her voice quivering, tears welling in her eyes. The unspoken allure radiated from her, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy from those around her. Some martial artists even contemplated rushing forth to rescue her from the clutches of this harbinger of death, to cradle her and offer comfort. Yet, recalling Chu Luo's prior decisiveness in slaying, those harboring such thoughts weighed their own strength and broke out in a cold sweat. Fear ultimately triumphed over desire. Faced with Zhu Mei's beguiling charm, Chu Luo could only chuckle. How audacious of a mere spirit realm cultivator to attempt to wield such enchantments before him. Moreover, the Zhu Mei before him was nowhere near as alluring as Yi Qingxue, the lunatic. What gave her the audacity to exude such confidence? Little fairy, how about changing your lines? Chu Luo remarked, those two pleas for mercy have already been uttered. I'm growing weary of hearing them. He dug into his ear, producing a lump of earwax and flicking it away, all while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Zhu Mei was taken aback, realizing her allure had no effect on Chu Luo, causing her to break into a sweat. Young Master Chu, if you can spare me tonight, I shall submit to your every whim. Zhu Mei's expression shifted, adopting a coy tone as she addressed Chu Luo. This scene ignited fervor in the hearts of some martial artists nearby, stirring their blood. The second-in-command's pride swelled, filled with envy toward Chu Luo. Very well then. I, for one, have never struck a woman, Chu Luo declared with a lecherous grin, waving his hand dismissively. Tang He was taken aback, exchanging glances with Wang Xing and the others. Could it be that senior brother Chu has truly taken a liking to this woman? However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Senior brother Chu had remained within the sect, without a partner or any romantic experiences thus far. A fleeting thought crossed Tang He's mind as he removed his foot from Zhu Mei's back. Zhu Mei was elated, contemplating that if she could win Chu Luo's favor, her status in the sect would be unparalleled. With that thought, she promptly rose, rubbing her chest. And in a pitiful tone, she said, Young Master Chu, your junior brother has caused me so much pain. Tonight, I hope you can treat me with kindness. Meanwhile, Tang He's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he instinctively glanced at Chu Luo. Surely, senior brother Chu wouldn't blame him, would he? Junior brother Tang. You really need to be more gentle, Chu Luo reproached, his gaze fixated on Zhu Mei's chest, revealing a rather lecherous expression. Zhu Mei's lips curled upwards. No matter the prohibitions surrounding the sect's inner disciples, they ultimately fell at her feet. At that moment, Yilinger and Baisharan's expressions turned grim. They had never anticipated that Chu Luo was also a lecherous man. If Zhu Mei were to manipulate Chu Luo against their sect, it would spell disaster. As Zhu Mei advanced, intent on throwing herself into Chu Luo's arms, he suddenly changed his demeanor. His eyes turned cold, and his face displayed unmistakable disdain. In the next instant, everyone was left in stunned silence as a dagger appeared in Chu Luo's hand, plunging directly into Zhu Mei's heart. You. Zhu Mei's complexion drained of color, gazing at Chu Luo with confusion and resentment reflected in her beautiful eyes. I did say I wouldn't strike you. But I never mentioned I wouldn't kill you. Those who dare to lay hands on me will find themselves 6 feet under, even at death's door. You still dare to seduce me. But fret not, take heed in your next life. Chu Luo smiled faintly, giving Zhu Mei a gentle push. She collapsed, never to awaken again. The surrounding warriors were at a loss for words, witnessing the infamous Chu Luo, as rumored, kill without a second thought. They wondered if he truly relished such violence. From his concealed vantage point, Elder Qingwei's face twitched slightly. Chu Luo was indeed a troublemaker. It was no wonder the sect leader had dispatched him. Yet, those from the 3 major factions deserved their fate, having become mere lackeys of the Qian Valley. It seemed that this night would be anything but tranquil. With a resigned smile, Elder Qingwei continued to discreetly protect Chu Luo and his companions. Well, the bandits attempting to rob us have been dealt with. There is no need for concern, Chu Luo announced, glancing at the surrounding warriors with a smile. He then led Tang He and the other 6, striding boldly into the city under the gaze of the onlookers. It was only then that the warriors began to react, casting cold smirks at the lifeless bodies of the 3 great talents lying on the ground. The 3 great powers prodigies have met their well-deserved demise today. Nevertheless, the onlookers expressed their gratitude towards Chu Luo for his actions. Consequently, the martial artists present hastily made their way toward the city. Let us first rescue the disciples of our 2 sects who were imprisoned. Bai Shiran, realizing the urgency, promptly reminded. Agreed. Yilingo nodded, as she and Bai Shiran swiftly entered the city with their respective followers. Before long, the news of the demise of Su Jingong, Zhu Mei, and Feng Guangqiang, the prodigies of the 3 great powers, at the hands of Chu Luo spread throughout the entire South Sky City. Some, in disbelief, rushed to the southern city gate. Upon witnessing the cold, lifeless bodies of the 3 prodigies lying on the ground, all residents of South Sky City were convinced. However, the people from the 3 great powers soon appeared to retrieve the bodies. Who would have thought that this living hell would truly come to our South Sky City? Indeed, just half a month ago, due to Chu Luo, a colossal battle erupted between the Wang family and the Forbidden Sect. But what could be the purpose of Chu Luo's visit to South Sky City? Could it be that the martial artists here are all drawn to the Monster Beast Mountain range? It is likely that Chu Luo and those disciples from the Forbidden Sect plan to train there as well. My friends, the performance is far from over. Su Jingong is the son of Su Huan, the leader of the Poison Heaven Sect. Just now, I saw several disciples of the Poison Heaven Sect hastily leaving South Sky City with Su Jingyang's body. I also noticed that several overseers from the mysterious Love Sect and the Rakshasa cult stationed in South Sky City were hastily departing with their followers. But what does that matter? Chu Luo is not only a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, but also a disciple of the Emperor of Shadows. I refuse to believe that the 3 great powers dare to seek revenge. Indeed, as the entire South Sky City buzzed with discussions about Chu Luo, no one noticed that Bai Shiran of the Huaizong and Yilingo of the Waxian Few were discreetly departing with dozens of injured disciples. Chapter 76, A Great Opportunity. Soaring to new heights? Simultaneously, thousands of miles away from South Sky City, a vast sect stands majestically. This grand sect is the Poison Heaven Sect. At this moment, within a hall of the Poison Heaven Sect, several figures are seated. A subtle yet formidable holy aura emanates from the seated figures, enveloping the entire hall in an atmosphere of oppressive sanctity. Daoist Qin Shui, it is settled then. In 3 days, we shall eradicate the Huaizong and Waxian Few. An elder with white hair, seated at the head, addressed an elderly figure below him with a respectful gesture. The elder at the helm is none other than the founder of the Poison Heaven Sect, the Holy Man of Poison. Beside the Holy Man of Poison stands a middle-aged man, the sect leader Su Huan. The elder referred to as Qin Shui is a venerable elder of the Tongtian sect from the extreme sky continent. Since the Huaizong and Waxian Few refuse to recognize the situation, let them be extinguished. In 3 days, I shall lend you my assistance. The Holy Man of Qin Shui nodded with a dismissive smile. Very well, the mysterious Love Sect shall provide full support. Our illustrious sect of the Rakshasa shall likewise mobilize. 2 figures at the other end rose slowly, clasping their hands in a gesture of respect towards the saint of clear water. These 2 individuals, a beautiful matron and a hunchbacked elder, were none other than the venerable patriarch of the Enamored Sect, the Enamored Saint, and the elder of the Rakshasa sect. The Rakshasa Saint. The Saint of Clear Water nodded slightly. Just as the enamored saint and the Rakshasa saint prepared to depart, an elder from the Poison Heaven sect burst in, cradling a headless corpse in haste. "Master, the young master is in trouble." Upon entering, the elder cautiously set down the headless body, which was that of Su Jingyang, his head obliterated by a single strike from Chu Luo. Younger, the elder Su Huan, upon recognizing the familiar garments of the corpse, felt his pupils constrict in horror. He rushed down, embracing Su Jingyang's lifeless form, his eyes brimming with tears and his face a mask of grief. The enamored saint and the Rakshasa saint, who had just contemplated leaving, were momentarily taken aback. Su Huan's son had been slain. Who was responsible for this? The countenance of the saint of Poison Heaven darkened instantaneously. A terrifying aura emanated from him as he coldly mused. The elder, feeling the crushing weight of his ancestor's presence, struggled to breathe, clasping his hands in a bow, sweat pouring down his face. Reporting to the patriarch, it was Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. He is the one who killed the young master. Not only him, but also the Prodigy Zhu Mei of the Enamored Sect and Fang Guangqiong of the Rakshasa Sect have perished at the hands of that Chu Luo. What? The elder's words caused a palpable shift in the demeanor of those present. The expressions of the enamored saint and the Rakshasa saint darkened, their faces marred by unease. Zhu Mei and Fang Guangqiong were the most gifted disciples of their respective sects, now slain by Chu Luo. Devastated, Su Huan's face fell as he learned that Su Jingyang had met his end at the hands of Chu Luo from the Forbidden Sect. Were it any other faction, he would have countless means to avenge his son. Yet, against the might of such a formidable entity as the Forbidden Sect, even their ordinary disciples were beyond his reach, let alone Chu Luo, a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect. To provoke them would mean not only his demise but the potential ruin of the entire Poison Heaven sect. In that moment, both the grieving Su Huan and the venerable elders of the three great powers were engulfed in a profound silence. Having lived for so long, they were acutely aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. With Chu Luo as the perpetrator, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances in silence. His master was none other than the formidable Emperor Inya, the Saint of Clear Water, with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, pondered why Chu Luo had appeared in South Heaven Prefecture. He turned to the elder, inquiring, "Pray, enlighten us on the matter." The voice of the Saint of Clear Water shattered the stillness of the gathering, drawing the gaze of all towards the elder. The situation is as follows. The elder, realizing the gravity of the moment, recounted the events he had uncovered. With clarity, the elder recounted the events to those present. And Su Huan was overcome with profound sorrow, exclaiming in anguish, "That wretched son truly possesses a heart of ice. My young has pleaded for mercy, yet he shows no clemency." Su Huan's face twisted with rage, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Alas, Chu Luo, emboldened by his status as a disciple of the great emperor and a scion of a forbidden lineage, dared to strike down even the most illustrious talents from the top-tier forces such as the ancient royal family, the ancient Yu clan, the Crimson Flame Valley, and the Spirit Clear sect without a hint of hesitation, let alone the disciples of your three major factions. However, should Su Huan seek vengeance, it is not an impossibility, sighed the Saint of Clear Water. Suddenly, his tone shifted, and he spoke again. Su Huan was taken aback, turning to the Saint of Clear Water with fiery indignation, demanding, "What method?" The Lord seated above, the Saint of Poison, changed countenance and quickly reprimanded him. Su Huan fell silent, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, filled with reluctance. "Fear not, my friend of Poison. Perhaps this is a tremendous opportunity for you all. This occasion may very well allow our Tongtian sect and your three sects to soar to new heights. It is possible that the three of you may advance in your cultivation," the Saint of Clear Water said with a slight smile. The Saints of Poison, Enchantment, and Rakshasa all directed their gazes toward the Saint of Clear Water, their eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Although the three saints were deeply wary of the Forbidden Sect, fearing the annihilation of their own sects, the prospect of advancing their powers presented a different narrative altogether. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself, otherwise, one faces divine retribution. At times, sacrificing certain things can indeed be worthwhile. Do enlighten us. The Saint of Poison was the first to break the silence. Su Huan reignited the flames of vengeance, gazing at the Saint of Clear Water with eager anticipation. The Saint of Clear Water, maintaining his composure, began. "This Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect is arrogant and overbearing. As I have learned, the Crimson Flame Valley has long desired to eliminate him. Yet, they have been hindered by a lack of suitable opportunity. If we were to inform the Crimson Flame Valley of Chu Luo's whereabouts in the southern heaven state, you would only need to collaborate with their formidable warriors, thus avenging your grievances while also gaining recognition from the Crimson Flame Valley. The benefits of such an alliance need not be elaborated upon, I presume? With that, the Saint of Clearwater refrained from further elaboration, while all present brightened with intrigue. I shall relay this matter to our sect immediately, urging our Lord to establish contact with the Crimson Flame Valley. The Saint of Clearwater observed the three venerable ancestors nodding in agreement. He then produced a token, conveying the message back. Chapter 77, The Crimson Flame Valley Conspiracy. The arrival of the three saints meanwhile, within the realm of the extreme heaven state, at the Tongtian sect, in a grand hall. A tall middle-aged man gazed at the communication jade tablet in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This man was none other than Qin Xian, the leader of the Tongtian sect. To his astonishment, the direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo, had actually appeared in the southern heaven state. With a cold smirk, Qin Xian flipped his hand, revealing a crimson token that floated into his palm. He pointed with a finger, and a stream of light shot into the token. In the next moment, the token radiated a crimson glow, accompanied by a wave of intense heat and a faint aura of sanctity. Immediately, an ethereal elder materialized before Qin Xian. Qin Sect Master, what urgent matter do you wish to discuss with this elder? The spectral elder's gaze flickered, his tone laced with indifference. Elder Yan, I have just received news from Elder Qing Shui in South Tianzhou that disciples from the three minor forces in South Tianzhou have been slain by Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect. It seems that Chu Luo is preparing to venture into the Beast Mountain range, Qin Xian hastily replied. Upon hearing this, the elder from Qian Valley was momentarily taken aback. Scrutinizing Qin Xian intently before musing, is this information reliable? Absolutely certain. The elder nodded slightly, his voice cold as he remarked. I never expected this little wretch to have ventured to South Tianzhou. Await my news. I shall report this to the Valley Master at once. Yes, within Qian Valley. A sage elder hurriedly entered a grand hall. Inside, several high-ranking elders of Qian Valley were engaged in discussion with a man seated in the main position. This middle-aged man bore a serious expression, devoid of any fluctuations in aura. Yet, his silent authority exuded a palpable pressure befitting a leader. This man was none other than Qian Valley's Valley Master, Qi Wujie. Among the high-ranking elders present were the familiar figures of Ancient Sage Yan Jun and Ancient Sage Ming Yan. Elder Yan, do you have something to report? Qi Wujie inquired, his gaze narrowing slightly upon noticing the incoming outer sect elder. Elder Yin promptly clasped his hands in respect and replied, Valley Master. We have just received word from an affiliated force called Tongtian Sect. They reported that three minor forces recently brought under their wing in South Tianzhou have discovered that little wretch, Chu Luo, in South Tian City. Furthermore, those talented disciples from the three forces have been slain by him. Qi Wujie was taken aback, his eyes narrowing further. Humph. I did not expect that little wretch to appear in South Tianzhou. It seems he intends to brave the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Valley Master. This presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate that little wretch. I have heard that the Jiuyo Emperor of the Wang family and the Sword-Mad Emperor of the Yi family pursued Enya and this little wretch, that old fellow. Enya has sustained injuries and is likely still in seclusion to recover. After all, an emperor's injuries are not easily mended. This means that Chu Luo is currently without an emperor's protection. The eyes of ancient sage Yan Jun narrowed, his intent to kill palpable. The high-ranking elders present nodded in quiet agreement. Qi Wujie also nodded, a terrifying murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he addressed the outer sect elder. You shall instruct Tongtian Sect to notify the three forces in South Tianzhou, commanding them to eliminate that little wretch immediately. They need not fear the Forbidden Sect. Qian Valley will ensure their safety. Furthermore, inform them that whoever succeeds in eliminating that little wretch will receive our full support, elevating them to a second tier, or even a first-tier force. Should they refuse, annihilation shall be their fate. The words spoken by Qi Wujie were instantly comprehended by the assembly of high-ranking elders present. The sect leader intended to utilize these several sects to probe whether there were formidable guardians surrounding that little wretch. Astute indeed. Without delay, Elder Yin turned and departed the grand hall. Elder Yin Jun, I must trouble you to make a trip. Please inform the Wang and Yi families of the whereabouts of this little wretch, should this little creature meet his demise. These two ancient families can share the wrath of the Forbidden Sect with us. A sinister smile crept across Yan Jun's face as he understood the implications. Yes, sect leader. He promptly left Qian Valley, heading towards the locations of the two ancient families. As night descended upon South Sky City within a certain inn, Chu Luo sat by the window of his guest room, sipping wine and gnawing on a chicken leg, gazing contentedly at the luminous moon hanging in the sky. However, the entire South Sky City had fallen into a profound silence. Suddenly, an overwhelming spiritual presence surged from afar, followed by an invisible force enveloping the inn where Chu Luo resided. Sensing this abrupt power, which was steeped in a sacred might, Chu Luo's eyelids twitched, and he became alert. Within this force lay an astonishing intent to kill, directed solely at him. Who? Chu Luo bellowed at the heavens. No sooner had his voice echoed than a violent spatial fluctuation rippled through the cloudless night sky. Subsequently, a rift in space quietly opened. Boom. At the moment the rift manifested, 3 terrifying waves of sacred might engulf the entire South Sky City. Following this, 3 towering figures strode forth upon the river of spiritual energy, accompanied by 3 sacred avatars, descending from the void like deities. Sacred beings. Chu Luo gasped, his expression shifting as he discerned the faces of the 3 sacred beings hovering above. What an overwhelming sacred might. A sacred being had indeed descended. What on earth is happening? Those 3 appear to be the Poison Sky Saint, the Enchanting Saint, and the Rakshasa Saint. Good heavens. The patriarchs of the 3 great powers have come in person, undoubtedly seeking retribution against Chu Luo. Under the oppressive sacred might, the townsfolk, previously at rest, were roused and rushed outside, astonished at the figures in the sky. Amidst the rising clamor, Chu Luo realized the identities of the 3 sacred beings. He had not anticipated that the patriarchs of the 3 great powers would personally seek him out. However, having experienced grand spectacles, Chu Luo remained unperturbed in the face of the 3 sacred beings. Where is Chu Luo of the Forbidden Sect? Come forth, or I shall take matters into my own hands. The warriors in the city were jolted, their eardrums throbbing with pain upon hearing the name of the Poison Heaven Saint. Countless formidable figures were engulfed in confusion. Who would dare retaliate against Chu Luo? Did the ancestors of the 3 major factions not fear the repercussions from the Forbidden Sect? At this moment, all drowsiness vanished as the crowd eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Brother Chu. At that moment, Tang He, Wang Xing, and Lu Dali rushed into Chu Luo's room. These old geezers are utterly shameless. They dare to interfere in our youthful conflicts. What insufferable old fools. Indeed, Brother Chu, do not go out. Surely Elder Qingwei will not stand idly by. The 6 core disciples of Tang, he glared at the 3 figures in the void outside the window, their anger boiling over. They come to bully the young ones and think they can't handle it. Damn it. Chu Luo could not help but smirk. He discovered a blood-red jade token in his hand without knowing how it got there. He had to be prepared to summon the avatar of his master. However, he wondered if Elder Qingwei could withstand these 3 old geezers. The jade token gifted by his master could only be used twice, and Chu Luo felt that using it against 3 saints was an extravagance. It seems I must personally deal with you. The Poison Heaven Saint chuckled coldly, fixing his gaze on the inn beneath him. Chu Luo, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by the voice of the Poison Heaven Saint. You all stay here for now, do not venture out. If things turn awry, make a quick escape. Chu Luo instructed his 6 disciples. They nodded fervently, like chicks pecking at rice. Chu Luo leaped out of the window, soaring into the void. It's Chu Luo. Chu Luo has emerged. The martial artists in Nantian City were filled with anticipation upon witnessing his appearance. Yet, they wondered if the ominous Crow Emperor was lurking in the shadows to protect him. Esteemed seniors, I apologize for my deep slumber. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? Chu Luo, stepping into the void, yawned and clasped his hands in a respectful inquiry as if he had just awakened. Observing him, the Poison Heaven Saint, the Enchanted Saint, and the Demon Saint squinted their eyes in astonishment. They were taken aback to discover that the young Chu Luo had already attained the 4th level of primordial initiation. Truly, he was a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect, and his talent was indeed terrifying. Humph. Chu Luo, is it true that you personally killed the young master of my Poison Heaven Sect? The Poison Heaven Saint's expression darkened as he fixed his penetrating gaze on Chu Luo. So that young man from earlier was your sect's young master? Esteemed senior, this is an injustice. It was your young master who recklessly charged into my palm with his face. I had no intention of harming him. Chu Luo exclaimed, his face a portrait of indignation. Upon witnessing the ominous figure of the Poison Heaven Saint, Chu Luo forcefully swallowed the words seeking death that threatened to escape his lips. His proclamation elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of countless powerful individuals within the city, who silently observed Chu Luo's earnest yet absurd declarations. "Huh, Chu Luo, do you believe that being a direct disciple of the Forbidden Sect grants you unfettered freedom? Today, I shall exact retribution on your behalf for the sects you have wronged." With a rumble, the Poison Heaven Saint's gaze swept the surroundings, as if wary of an impending threat, his countenance dark and foreboding. He raised a hand and reached out towards Chu Luo from a distance. A formidable force immediately enveloped Chu Luo, bearing down upon him with overwhelming intensity. Chu Shidi. The 6 core disciples within the inn gasped in horror upon witnessing the Poison Heaven Saint's assault on Chu Luo. Even Chu Luo himself felt a surge of indignation rising within him. This old wretch must die today? Buzz. Huh. Poison Heaven, mysterious emotions, and you, Rakshasa. Do you truly believe yourselves invincible? How dare you lay hands on a disciple of the Shadow Crow Emperor? Just as Chu Luo prepared to summon the avatar of his master, above his head, 2 potent forces radiating with sacred might converged, dismantling the Poison Heaven Saint's attack. Taken aback, Chu Luo silently retracted the jade token in his grasp. Who? At this moment, the Poison Heaven Saint, the mysterious emotions saint, and the Rakshasa Saint all felt a tinge of anxiety. They raised their gazes to the sky above Chu Luo's head, subtly channeling their spiritual energy, seemingly ready to flee at a moment's notice. Buzz. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a spatial rift opened above Chu Luo. Soon after, 2 venerable elders with white hair descended. Chu Luo squinted, scrutinizing the sudden arrival of these 2 saints. He did not recognize them, but they were the Wise Saint from the Wise Sect and the Huasian Saint from the Huasian Pavilion. To his astonishment, it was these 2 saints who had intervened. How curious. What connection could Chu Luo possibly have with these 2 formidable factions? Huh. You seem to be unaware that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, murmured some martial artists in the city, catching Chu Luo's attention. It turned out that these 2 elderly figures were the ancestors of the Wise Sect and the Huasian Pavilion. Humph. I thought it was someone significant. So it is you 2 old geezers. Upon seeing the 2 figures descend, the Poison Heaven Saint, the mysterious emotion saint, and the Rakshasa Saint all breathed a sigh of relief. Initially, they had assumed a powerful figure from the Forbidden Sect had emerged. However, it now appeared that there were no hidden forces from the Forbidden Sect lurking beside Chu Luo. A thought flashed through their minds as the 3 saints exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Noticing the change in the 3 saints' expressions, Chu Luo narrowed his eyes. He sensed that the arrival of these 3 old foxes was not merely a coincidence. Their intentions were likely far from simple. These 3 individuals, having lived for who knows how long and being the ancestors of significant factions, could not have overlooked the repercussions of targeting him. Especially considering the wrath of the Forbidden Sect, there was undoubtedly something amiss. Chu Xiaoyu, are you injured? Just then, an ancient voice resonated through the air as Chu Luo pondered. Chu Luo turned his head and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the Infinite Sage and the Huasian Sage had already arrived by his side. I am immensely grateful for the assistance of both esteemed seniors. Chu Luo expressed his heartfelt thanks, bowing respectfully to the 2. You need not be so formal, young friend. These 3 old rascals have been targeting us for some time now. Today, we absolutely cannot allow them to achieve their desires. Moreover, by saving you, we are ensuring that these 3 will soon face the wrath of the Forbidden Sect or your master, the Shadow Crow Emperor. This, without a doubt, serves our interests as well. There is no need for such formality. The Infinite Sage waved his hand and spoke candidly to Chu Luo, whose appreciation for the sage grew upon hearing such sincerity. At least he was forthright, without any obfuscation. Listen well, Infinite and Huasian. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Perhaps this way, your 2 sects may endure a few more days. Otherwise, tonight shall witness the obliteration of your sects. The Poison Sky Sage, with a grim expression, pointed at the Infinite and Huasian sages. Currently, the 3 sects had already drawn their bow. With no turning back, they could only capture or slay Chu Luo. Ha! Poison Sky, I fear not to inform you. With us 2 present today, you shall not lay a finger on young Chu. The Huasian Sage laughed heartily, showing no fear of the Poison Sky Sage's threats. Then I must trouble both esteemed seniors. As long as you protect me today, the 3 sects shall surely be annihilated. Should you succeed in slaying those 3 old ghosts, from this day forth, your 2 sects shall reign supreme in the southern celestial state. I promise this on behalf of my master. Chu Luo grinned widely, casting his gaze toward the 3 sages before him, speaking with casual confidence. We thank you, young friend Chu. The Infinite and Huasian sages exchanged glances, a flicker of joy illuminating their eyes. Clearly, their choice to intervene was the right one. Just moments ago, they had been troubled by the united front of the three great powers. Upon the return of disciples by Chiron and Linger, they learned of Chu Luo's exploits in the southern celestial city, including the slaying of Su Jingong and his cohorts. Thus, the two venerable ancestors had quickly decided to ally with the Forbidden Sect through Chu Luo. However, they had not anticipated that upon their arrival in southern celestial city, they would encounter the three great ancestors demanding retribution. Hence, they seized the opportunity to lend their support. Fellow Taoists, I leave these two old ghosts, Infinite and Huaxian, to you. I shall deal with that young man. The Poison Sky Sage secretly transmitted a message to the Enchantress Sage and the Rakshasa Sage beside him. Instantly, he erupted with astonishing might. Very well. Die, Infinite Old Ghost. Huaxian Old Ghost. The Enchantress Sage and the Rakshasa Sage surged forth, propelled by formidable power towards the Infinite and Huaxian Sages. The Infinite Sage and Huaxian Sage were caught off guard, quickly stepping forward to confront the two sages. Meanwhile, the Poison Sky Sage seized the opportunity and dashed towards Chu Luo. The Infinite and Huaxian Sages, compelled to act, each unleashed a strike aimed at the Poison Sky Sage. Young friend Chu, flee now. The Infinite Sage bellowed, turning to counter the troublesome Enchantress Sage. However, at that moment the two formidable attacks were thwarted by the Saint of Poison. Amidst the rising smoke, the figure of the Saint of Poison suddenly soared forth, reaching out towards Chu Luo with an outstretched hand. You shall perish, boy. A deep hum resonated in the air as Chu Luo's pupils constricted, a sensation of suffocation enveloping him. It was as if he bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain upon his back. In that very moment, he felt as though he would be crushed by the impending force. Elder Qingwei, save me. This is a murder. I am going to die. And you still do not make your move. Are you just waiting for the new year from the shadows? Chu Luo suddenly recalled Elder Qingwei, that old rascal, who had yet to reveal himself, and shouted in desperation. Upon hearing this, the Saint of Poison was taken aback. Could it be that an elder from the Forbidden Sect was lurking in the shadows? The forbidden secret art, the silent blood curse. Just as the Saint of Poison was momentarily stunned, a voice filled with mockery echoed beside him. The Saint of Poison felt a peculiar sense of crisis surge within him. With a swift turn of his head, he pierced the void with a single finger, which twirled a blood-red seal at its tip. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light erupted from that finger, hurtling towards the Saint of Poison. Reacting swiftly, the Saint of Poison unleashed a terrifying counterattack, attempting to block this strike. Yet, to everyone else's astonishment, the blood light bizarrely penetrated through the Saint's attack. With a resounding boom, the blood light struck the Saint of Poison's chest. Almost immediately, a spatial rift tore open at the fingertip, revealing a kind-faced elder who smiled warmly at the Saint of Poison. This elder was none other than the long-hidden Elder Qingwei, sixth realm of the Saints. Realizing the overwhelming aura emanating from Elder Qingwei, the Saint of Poison gasped in shock, his complexion paling to a ghastly degree. The ancestral figures of their three great factions were only at the fourth or fifth realm of cultivation. The embroiled Saint of Enchantment and the Saint of Rakshasa were equally startled. They had not anticipated that there was indeed a powerful guardian from the Forbidden Sect beside Chu Luo. What on earth is happening? At that moment, the face of the Saint of Poison became etched with a myriad of blood-red markings. The spiritual energy within him dissipated at an alarming rate, and his flesh began to rot. What have you done to me? The Saint of Poison was engulfed by terror. He sensed his vitality rapidly waning, his once aged visage swiftly becoming gaunt, and his white hair gradually falling away. Soon after, blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, presenting a truly horrifying sight. At that moment, the world fell silent. All were struck with fear by the terrifying spectacle of the Saint of Poison. Such an uncanny method was simply unheard of. Yet, Elder Qingwei maintained his genial demeanor. Observing the terror-stricken Saint of Poison, his eyes glimmered with excitement and fervor. The silent blood curse, he had finally perfected it. The conflicts among the younger generation are of no concern to the Forbidden Sect. But when the young lack skill and the old dare to intervene, let them not blame us for our lack of reason. 3 insignificant factions dare to bully the disciples of my Forbidden Sect. If you do not perish, who will? Elder Qingwei radiated an overwhelming aura of sanctity. Under the oppressive presence of his holy might, the once starry sky was swiftly shrouded in ominous clouds. The formidable warriors of Nandiang City found it increasingly difficult to breathe beneath Elder Qingwei's divine pressure. Elder Qingwei's protective aura value 3000, hearing the system's notification. Chu Luo rolled his eyes at the towering figure of Elder Qingwei. This old man, despite possessing the peak strength of a saint, had concealed himself for so long before finally making an appearance. Even more infuriating was that he, who could effortlessly overpower the three great saints, resorted to ambush tactics. How despicable! As a saint, do you not fear the scorn of the world for your underhanded methods? If you possess the strength, dare to engage in a fair battle with me. The poison heaven saint, realizing he could not suppress the strange power within him, roared in terror at Elder Qingwei, attempting to provoke him into relinquishing the mysterious force within so they could confront each other openly. Should Elder Qingwei fall for this ruse and release the strange power, he would flee and vanish into obscurity. Chapter 80. The Holy War concludes. All three saints fall. The warriors in Nanyang City gazed at Elder Qingwei with trepidation. They had not anticipated that this seemingly benevolent elder of the Forbidden Sect would resort to ambush, employing such ruthless tactics. Humph. Our sect's ultimate skill is unsolvable even by its wielder. You may as well lie down and await your demise. Boom. Fellow Taoists, assist me in suppressing these two old fools. Elder Qingwei sneered at the Poison Heaven Saint, casting a glance at the Enchantment Saint and the Rakshasa Saint. A golden saintly visage emerged behind him, stepping forth with overwhelming sanctity, charging toward the Enchantment Saint and the Rakshasa Saint. Haha. Very well, we shall lend you our strength, they proclaimed, their laughter echoing as they too unleashed their formidable holy might, encircling the Enchantment Saint and the Rakshasa Saint. At that moment, the two great saints were grim expressions filled with boundless regret. Yet, it was too late for words. They had no chance to escape. They could only fight desperately. Boom. In the void above, the battle of the saints erupted. 5 saintly visages overshadowed the heavens, resembling deities. The tumultuous power surged forth like a boundless ocean, subduing the universe. Boom. 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 Everyone gazed in astonishment at the battle of saints unfolding in the depths of the void. Damn it. Even if I perish, I will take you down with me. At that moment, the multitude of powerful beings spectating were drawn by the anguished cry of the Poison Heaven Saint. They turned to see him, his body grotesquely mangled, emanating an aura of death, fully aware that his time was short. Gazing at the still figure of Chu Luo, his eyes brimmed with animosity. Thus, the Poison Heavenly Saint, utilizing the remnants of his strength, leapt through the void to strike at Chu Luo. Observing the approaching Poison Heavenly Saint, who was channeling his spiritual power, Chu Luo remained unfazed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The silent blood curse would hasten the demise of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, as the Poison Heavenly Saint reached Chu Luo, his pupils constricted. The blood within him surged and expanded under an eerie force. His entire body swelled rapidly. Witnessing this, Chu Luo took a step back, distancing himself. Just as his foot left the ground, boom. The Poison Heavenly Saint's inflated form exploded instantaneously, leaving no trace of his remains, not even his soul, which was annihilated under the blood curse. The inhabitants of the city were engulfed in terror, swallowing hard in disbelief. A mighty saint had perished before their very eyes. At the moment of the Poison Heavenly Saint's fall, unbeknownst to Chu Luo, atop a towering peak 1,000 miles from Nantian City, stood an ancient figure. Oh, it appears only a 6th-tier saint was following this lad. This simplifies matters, the figure remarked coldly, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. The moonlight cast upon his face revealed an aged countenance. This individual was the elder of the Tongtian sect, the Clear Water Saint. He showed no concern for the Poison Heavenly Saint's demise and promptly retrieved a jade token, murmuring a few words before storing it away. Raising his gaze slightly, the Clear Water Saint observed the fierce battle of saints deep within the cosmos, a derisive smile creeping across his face. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, piercing through the constraints of space to behold Chu Luo, a murderous intent manifesting. Ah, Chu Luo, just wait. The Clear Water Saint snickered sinisterly before vanishing from sight. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed from the depths of the void. Immediately after, 2 piercing screams reverberated through the heavens and earth. The myriad anomalies and colossal saintly apparitions in the void dissipated. Within Nantian City, all held their breath in anticipation. Was it over? Who had emerged victorious? The warriors within the city fixated their gazes upon the depths of the void. A faint smile graced Chu Luo's lips, for he needed no further thought. It was undoubtedly the Elder Qingwei who had triumphed. As expected, 3 streaks of light returned from the depths of the universe. These were none other than Elder Qingwei, the Endless Saint, and the Huasian Saint. The aura of saintly blood surged around Elder Qingwei, and the keen-eyed would notice that his hands were stained with blood. Clearly not of his own. The Endless Saint and Huasian Saint looked upon Elder Qingwei with eyes filled with reverence. Though they had assisted him, Only they knew the true terror of Elder Qingwei's combat prowess. In the recent battle among saints, they had merely played a supporting role, keeping an eye on the seductive saint and the Rakshasa saint to prevent their escape. Elder Qingwei had single-handedly overwhelmed the seductive saint and the Rakshasa saint, rendering them utterly powerless, ultimately slaying them with overwhelming force. Let it be known, I hereby warn you all once more. The rivalry among peers is a matter of principle. Nonetheless, the Forbidden Sect shall not intervene. Should one perish, it is merely a reflection of inferior skill. Yet, if the younger ones engage in combat and the elders intervene, the fate of the two will be sealed. Elder Qingwei waved his hand, and two heads imbued with the aura of saints fell to the ground. As the crowd beheld the severed heads, they recognized them as those of the enchanted saint and the Rakshasa saint. Within the city of Nantian, warriors from various regions collectively gasped in shock, bowing respectfully to Elder Qingwei, vowing, "We shall remember." Each of them silently pledged that should they encounter the living demon, Chu Luo, in the Beast Mountain range, they would take a wide detour to avoid the two esteemed friends. Not only did you aid in rescuing my sect's disciple, Chu Luo, but you also assisted in vanquishing the two saints. Out of sentiment and reason, the Forbidden Sect owes you both a debt of gratitude. Elder Qingwei continued, I have heard that your forces are being oppressed by the other three major factions, who recently allied with the Tongtian sect and became lackeys of the Crimson Flame Valley. Fear not, my friends. The Crimson Flame Valley has always been at odds with my Forbidden Sect. I shall notify the sect master shortly, and your factions will receive the protection of the Forbidden Sect. This shall serve as a repayment of your kindness. Elder Qingwei smiled gently at the Wise Saint and the Huasian Saint. Upon hearing this, the two saints were overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed friend. Elder Qingwei waved his hand with a benevolent expression, while the onlookers in the city were filled with envy. The Wise Sect and the Huasian Manor had indeed soared to new heights, having allied themselves with the formidable Forbidden Sect. From this moment forth, their standing in Nantian Prefecture would be unmatched by any other faction. At this juncture, the Wise Saint hesitated and respectfully inquired, Esteemed Elder, how shall we deal with the forces of the Poison Sky Sect, the Enchanted Valley, and the Rakshasa cult? Although he was eager to confront the three major factions, he deemed it essential to consult Elder Qingwei first. Without the Elder's approval, they would hesitate to act against these sections. Humph! These old relics dare to bully my sect's disciples, Chu Luo. If Elder Inya learns of this, the three sects would likely be uprooted and cleaved in two, with even the worms that crawl by receiving their just desserts. Elder Qingwei declared, In light of this, I shall take the liberty of making the decision in Elder Inya's stead. I am unable to intervene directly, so I must trouble you both to eradicate them. The resources of these three sects are of no interest to my Forbidden Sect. They are left for your two sects to claim. A glimmer of malice flickered in Elder Qingwei's kind gaze as he coldly smiled at the two saints. Thank you, Elder. The Wise Saint and the Huasian Saint bowed deeply to Elder Qingwei before turning to leave, vanishing into thin air. From Elder Qingwei's protective gesture 3,000 at that moment. Within Chu Luo's being, the system chimed once more with a notification. Chu Luo secretly gave Elder Qingwei a thumbs up. It must be acknowledged. Though Elder Qingwei may be a cunning individual, overall, this performance was commendable. Subsequently, Elder Qingwei and Chu Luo returned to the inn. You all should rest without delay. Tomorrow we shall venture into the Beast Mountain range for training. Elder Qingwei turned to Tang He and the others, his expression grave. Yes, Elder. The six of them bowed in unison before retiring to their respective rooms. Once the six departed, Elder Qingwei's countenance shifted, and he turned to Chu Luo with a beaming smile. He, Chu Luo, did I not perform admirably just now? Did it not provide you with a sense of satisfaction? If it did not, I can take you to the three great sects right now for you to exact your revenge. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the fidgeting Elder Qingwei, raising an eyebrow. Elder, your performance just now was simply beyond reproach. I am immensely satisfied. Chu Luo grinned widely, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. As long as you are satisfied. By the way, that incantation you taught me, the recruitment spirit seduction spell, has a few aspects I still do not comprehend. Could you assist me? Elder Qingwei at that moment resembled an eager disciple, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Luo. Chu Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably, feeling quite uncomfortable under Elder Qingwei's intense scrutiny. He knew it. The old man surely wished for him to enlighten him on forbidden techniques. All right, let us delve deeper into this. However, Elder, please do not disclose that I was the one who instructed you. Rest assured, I, Qingwei, maintain a tight seal on my lips. I guarantee that even if the old fellows in the sect were to hold a knife to my throat, I would remain silent. You need not worry. Last time, I inadvertently discovered Elder Li Tian stealing Elder Gu Han's spirit wine, and he implored me not to disclose it. I have yet to tell a soul. Within the sect, who does not know that I, Qingwei, am tight-lipped? Chu Luo replied, that is reassuring. Elder, could you demonstrate it for me, but without unleashing it? It's just the two of us in this room, and I am apprehensive. He, fear not, for I am also cautious. As Chu Luo and Elder Qingwei engaged in their discussion of esoteric techniques within the confines of the room, the Poison Heaven sect was engulfed in flames. The air was filled with the agonizing cries of disciples. Above, several massive warships hovered ominously. The Waya Saint, accompanied by numerous formidable practitioners from the Waya sect, traversed the air, casting their gaze upon the ruins of the palace below. On the remnants of the palace stood Su Huan, the leader of the Poison Heaven sect, his eyes filled with terror and venomous rage. Waya Saint, the Rakshasa cult and the enchantment sect have been annihilated by our hands. Now, only your Poison Heaven sect remains. You may take your own life. A middle-aged man beside the Waya Saint, who was none other than Jiang Yuan, the leader of the Waya sect, spoke solemnly to the gravely injured Su Huan. In response, Su Huan roared at Jiang Yuan suspended in the void, though our ancestor has fallen. The Poison Heaven sect is now a subordinate force of the Tongtian sect. Should you dare to strike against us, prepare for the reckoning from the Tongtian sect. Humph, youngster. Do not hold any hopes for the Tongtian sect. The disciples of the Tongtian sect have yet to arrive. And you still harbor hopes of their protection for your Poison Heaven sect? We have come here under the orders of the Elder of the Forbidden Sect, specifically to annihilate your Poison Heaven sect. The Waya sage let out a cold laugh, his face betraying nothing but indifference. Upon hearing this, Su Huan's countenance darkened in an instant, his heart filled with an intense loathing for that Elder Qi Shui. Alas, had it not been for the Forbidden Sect, today my Waya sect would have met the same fate as your Poison Heaven sect, ruthlessly obliterated by you. There is nothing more to be said. If you must assign blame, let it rest solely on your own shoulders for provoking forces you ought not to have trifled with. Destruction, the Waya sage murmured. And with a swift motion of his hand, a terrifying power descended. Boom. Ah, Tongtian sect. A piercing scream, filled with resentment, echoed through the air. The entirety of the Poison Heaven sect was engulfed by the sage's might, and in an instant, the entire sect was erased from existence. The following morning, Chu Luo, sporting dark circles under his eyes, departed from Nantan City with Tang He and 5 others, heading toward the Beast Mountain Range. Senior brother Chu, did you not rest well last night? What transpired between you and Elder Qingwei? Noticing Chu Luo's persistent yawning, Tang He inquired with curiosity. The 5 individuals behind them were taken aback upon learning that Elder Qingwei had not left Chu Luo's room throughout the night. A nauseating thought flickered through their minds, causing them to shudder collectively, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Chu Luo, observing their queasy expressions, felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he scolded. What are you all thinking? I have no such inclinations. Last night, Elder Qingwei engaged me in a discussion of forbidden techniques for the entire night. What? Exclaimed the others in unison. Senior brother Chu, we want in too. Upon hearing that Chu Luo had guided Elder Qingwei through the night, they hurriedly gathered around him, their faces alight with eagerness. Regret washed over them. Had they known, they would have insisted that Elder Qingwei not let them leave. Chu Luo, observing their hungry gazes, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why did their words make him feel so uncomfortable? Have you all forgotten the beastly arousal spell I taught you during our journey? Chu Luo, left with no choice as a fellow disciple, cleared his throat and spoke. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang He and the others halted, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. A complicated and obscure imprint materialized in their palms, with subtle vibrations emanating from it. Chu Luo stared in astonishment at the imprint in their hands, for it was indeed the beastly arousal spell. Chapter 82. Stepping into the Beast Mountain Range, sweeping through the spiritual herbs. Although their imprints were merely superficial, lacking even the basics, it was noteworthy that Chu Luo had only guided them for half a month. Despite his guidance, to have a forbidden technique nearly mastered in such a short span of time showcased a talent capable of surpassing many of their peers. Brother, please provide your guidance. The 6 individuals fixed their intense gazes upon Chu Luo in unison. Regaining his composure, Chu Luo cleared his throat and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I see now. You all may put away your clumsy hand seals." At his words, Tang He and the others retracted their awkward gestures, eagerly perking up their ears, ready to absorb Chu Luo's insights. With a peculiar expression, Chu Luo inquired, "By the way, have any of you practiced other forbidden techniques from our sect? Or perhaps some ordinary skills?" Upon hearing this, Tang He was the first to chuckle wryly and replied, "Brother Chu, to be honest, in the past, an elder of our sect also taught me a forbidden technique, the Supreme Sword Song, but it is exceedingly difficult. However, I find this life-enticing spell particularly easy to grasp. I was thinking that once I master this technique, if I encounter those disciples from the Scarlet Flame Valley, I shall make them." At this point, Tang He broke into a lewd grin, his mind filled with unsightly imaginings. Brother Tang, you share my sentiments. I too find this technique from our sect marvelously easy to learn. Another chimed in. Indeed, the other techniques of our sect are far too challenging. Only this one felt fated to me when Brother Chu taught it to me. I feel the same way. It seems tailor-made for me. Although I have yet to fully grasp it, I can at least manage to execute it. It appears we are kindred spirits. Upon hearing their responses, Chu Luo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. It turns out these fellows were also a bunch of scoundrels, akin to Elder Qing Wei, fixated solely on the sinister techniques. Thus, as Chu Luo made his way towards the Beast Mountain range, he imparted guidance on the life-enticing spell to the 6 who had just learned it. Before long, an endless expanse of mountains unfolded before them. This vast mountain range was none other than the Beast Mountain range of the South Heaven continent. From deep within the mountains, the occasional roar of beasts echoed. "Brother Chu, we have arrived." However, Brother Chu, Elder Qing Wei previously cautioned us to avoid venturing too deep into the Beast Mountain range. The depths are fraught with powerful magical beasts and perilous terrains, which even Elder Qing Wei dares not tread lightly. Furthermore, it is rumored that within the deepest recesses of the Beast Mountain range lies an incredibly terrifying entity, one that could spell doom even for an emperor. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. Tang He warned as he gazed at the boundless mountains before him. "Got it. I have heard that the Beast Mountain range is abundant with rare spiritual herbs." Chu Luo replied with a grin. As per usual, the vibrant spiritual herbs are mine, and the rest belong to you all." With that, Chu Luo smiled as he looked towards the mountains ahead. "All right." Tang He and the others responded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu Luo led the 6 into the outer layer of the Beast Mountain range. Upon entering the outer layer, they encountered several low-level magical beasts, which were swiftly dispatched by Tang He and the others. However, during their journey, Chu Luo and his companions stumbled upon a plethora of ordinary first and second-grade spiritual herbs, given that the quality of these herbs was quite low. Thus, the other warriors venturing into the Beast Mountain range looked down upon the low-tier spiritual herbs, showing little interest in harvesting them. Unfortunately for these humble herbs, they encountered the ruthless band led by Chu Luo, accompanied by 6 core disciples. Chu Luo relentlessly scavenged everything in sight. Regardless of the herb's grade, they collected them all, determined not to leave empty-handed. Even Tang He and his companions lifted the ground to search beneath it. In a mere half-day, they had amassed over 1,000 ordinary spiritual herbs. As they delved deeper, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Yet, Chu Luo and his companions managed to handle them with ease. Before long, they stepped into the mid-level of the Beast Mountain range, where caution began to envelop Chu Luo and his entourage. Suddenly, as they entered this new layer, a furious roar echoed from nearby mountains, accompanied by the vibrations of a fierce battle. "Brother Chu, there are people engaging with a beast over there," Wangxing exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the distant mountains. "Where there are beasts, there must be precious earthly spiritual herbs. Opportunities await." Tang He added, equally thrilled. The group turned their gazes toward the leader, Chu Luo. "What are you staring at? Let us move. We'll sneak over and take a look," Chu Luo grinned, leading the 6 of them to discreetly approach the mountains. Soon, they found themselves concealed in the thickets, observing the unfolding scene. They beheld a colossal creature resembling a wild boar, bellowing a thunderous roar. This massive beast was adorned with tough scales that emitted a faint blue glow. Its eyes were ablaze with fury. In front of it stood a striking young man dressed in golden robes, a confident smile gracing his lips as he wielded a golden spear. From the aura emanating from him, Chu Luo discerned his formidable cultivation level. He was at the 6th stage of the primordial beginning. Not only that, the beast also possessed the same level of strength. "It's him. Brother Chu, that is Jiang Yun, the prodigy from the ancient Jiang clan, ranked 74th on the prodigy list," Tang He whispered, recognizing the young man. Chu Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering a member of the Jiang family here. Brother Chu, look. That is a 5th-grade earthly spiritual herb, the spirit source fruit. Though it is not yet ripe, once it matures, it can elevate to the 6th grade. It seems this beast intends to consume it upon maturation for its own advancement. Wang Shang suddenly pointed out, noticing a spiritual herb growing behind the beast, adorned with a blue fruit surrounded by glimmers of blue light. Brother Chu, shall we seize it? The others inquired softly, glancing at Chu Luo. As Chu Luo observed Jiang Yun engaged with the beast, he found himself in a moment of hesitation. Suddenly reminded of Jiang Luoli. In the event that I were to bear animosity towards the Jiang family, would that not bring calamity upon my esteemed brother Yin? After all, it is quite possible that he and Jiang Luoli share a romantic connection. Junior brother, what is the current relationship between our Forbidden Sect and the ancient Jiang family? Chu Luo inquired softly, stroking his chin. Tang He, taken aback and slightly perplexed, quickly responded, Our Forbidden Sect has had significant grievances with all 4 of the ancient families. However, it is said that these disputes were instigated by the ancestors of our sect long ago, while our recent enmity lies with the Wang and Yu families. At this point, Tang He awkwardly glanced at Chu Luo. Chu Luo rolled his eyes at Tang He, expressing his disdain. Thank you for the reminder. Tang He chuckled awkwardly, clearing his throat as he continued. As for the Jiang family, our current relationship is rather neutral. We do not interfere with one another. Brother Chu, let us act. The Jiang family is but the Jiang family. You are already in a predicament, so what is one more trouble? Indeed, Brother Chu, fortune favors the bold. Why should we shy away from seizing the path to greatness? Exactly. As long as we proceed discreetly, should we eliminate this individual, no one would be the wiser. The group observed Chu Luo deep in thought, each of them chiming in. Chu Luo turned his gaze and shot a disapproving look at the group. Look at this bunch. What nonsense are you all spouting? What do you mean by being in a predicament and not fearing an additional burden? At that moment, the battle between Jiang Yun and the fearsome beast reached a fever pitch, seemingly on the brink of a decisive outcome. A thunderous roar erupted from the beast of the 6th stage of primordial chaos. Jiang Yun stood before it, radiating an awe-inspiring presence, with golden light shimmering behind him. Shooting towards the heavens. In an instant, the surrounding void, spanning dozens of miles, was engulfed in ominous clouds. Great wilderness town sky-subduing finger. Beast, perish. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he pointed skyward. From within the dark clouds, a colossal golden finger, over 100 feet long, descended with tremendous force, adorned with sacred golden patterns. As a creature of the wild, the beast possessed an innate sensitivity and sensed the dreadful power contained within the descending finger. Fear filled its eyes. Immediately, the beast raised its head, gathering blue light in its mouth before unleashing a breath attack. A powerful blue beam erupted towards the golden finger. Hold. Jiang Yun scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, the once ethereal finger became tangible. When the two forces collided, the beam emitted by the beast was utterly insufficient to halt the descending finger. In the next moment, the colossal finger struck the beast with astonishing speed. A harrowing roar echoed as the massive beast was obliterated into a mist of blood. Remarkable. The 6 disciples hiding in the shadows, including Tang He, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. These prodigies are indeed formidable. How ostentatious, Chu Luo muttered disdainfully. The power of Jiang Yun's strike pales in comparison to the forbidden arts of their sect. He retracted his formidable aura and descended to the ground. Approaching the spirit source fruit that emanated a faint aura, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Witnessing this scene, Chu Luo hastily produced a longevity pill and consumed it. In that instant, he felt a surge of vigorous life energy rising within him, filling every cell of his being. This life force coalesced within his spiritual sea, merging seamlessly with his spiritual power, coexisting without causing an explosion. Even more astonishingly, the lifespan he had previously lost was completely restored. The Saint Longevity Pill was utterly inferior when compared to the Longevity Pill. Regaining his composure, Chu Luo extended his hand toward Wang Sheng, requesting, "Fetch me a stick. I shall strike him a blow, and we can seize him." Upon hearing this, Tang He and the others rejoiced. Wang Sheng promptly scampered into the thicket behind him, retrieving a tree branch as thick as an arm and handing it to Chu Luo. Chu Luo weighed it in his hands, contemplating whether it would be sufficient to knock Jiang Yun unconscious. Oh dear, such a small stick. Is it meant for a child? Jiang Yun is a formidable expert at the 6th stage of primordial beginning. How could such a tiny stick possibly incapacitate him? Chu Shixiang, just wait. Tang He, unable to endure the sight, immediately dove into the thicket as well. Soon, the group beheld Tang He emerging with a log as thick as a barrel. Chu Xixiang, use this. I assure you, one strike will be enough to keep this fellow asleep for several days. As he spoke, Tang He presented the hefty log to Chu Luo. You rascal, are you the living embodiment of the King of Hell? Chu Luo's lips twitched in disbelief. Although he voiced his skepticism, he nonetheless discarded the wooden stick Wang Xing had found and accepted the massive log from Tang He. Wait for my signal. Chu Luo grinned widely, inexplicably producing a black cloth from somewhere to cover his face. The others were taken aback, astonished that Chu Xixiang had even prepared a mask, and particularly one of black fabric. Once Chu Luo had concealed his face, he swiftly formed hand seals. Forbidden arts, silent instantaneous movement. As his words fell, his figure gradually vanished from sight, leaving no trace of aura behind. At that moment, Jiang Yun was cautiously excavating the entire spirit source fruit tree. Unfortunately, it was not yet ripe. He planned to take it back to his clan for cultivation for a while. Jiang Yun smiled contentedly. Just as he intended to store the spirit source fruit tree in his spatial ring, a resounding crash echoed from behind him. Splinters of wood flew about him. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted, and a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. His vision blurred, and reality began to waver. As he turned around, in the instant before he lost consciousness, he glimpsed a masked figure wielding a broken log. Jiang Yun's words fell silent as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into a deep slumber. My friend, my apologies. You'll feel more refreshed after a little nap, Chu Luo chuckled, discarding the broken log from his hands. Chu Xixiang. Upon witnessing Chu Luo's successful ambush, Tang He and his 5 companions hurriedly approached. Could it be that Brother Chu has met his demise? Did we perhaps strike a tad too hard? Tang He expressed his concern. Noticing the large bump on Jiang Yun's head, Chu Luo rolled his eyes at Tang He, retorting, who could it be? Afraid I wouldn't knock him out. So I specifically chose a log as thick as a water bucket. Remarkably, Tang He now seemed to worry about Jiang Yun. Where were you all earlier? Under the piercing gaze of Chu Luo, Tang He suddenly recalled something, scratching his head in embarrassment while revealing an innocent smile. Well, this fellow is tough as nails. He won't die from this. With that, Tang He and the others squatted down, their hands rummaging around Jiang Yun's person. The storage ring. Hand it over. Wang Sheng was the first to notice the storage ring on Jiang Yun's hand, promptly prying it off and passing it to Chu Luo. Chu Luo then picked up the spiritual fruit lying on the ground and stored it in the ring, intending to return it to the second elder as a form of recompense for the years he had taken from the elder's spiritual herbs. Upon receiving the storage ring from Wang Sheng, Chu Luo's consciousness surged into it. As soon as he entered, he discovered an array of precious spiritual herbs, millions of spiritual stones, and several martial arts techniques and secrets from the Jiang family. Among them were 3 holy-grade martial arts techniques. However, Chu Luo dismissed these techniques, as he was not in need of martial arts, given his formidable forbidden skills. Suddenly, Chu Luo's attention was drawn to a small piece of beast hide floating in the corner. He retrieved it and found that it contained a partial map indicating a route to a certain secret realm within the Monster Beast mountain range. Unfortunately, it was merely a fragment of a map, lacking the complete route to the secret location. Chu Luo finally understood why Jiang Yun had ventured into the Monster Beast mountain range. It seemed he had intended to take a chance with the limited map he possessed. Chu Luo stored the fragment in his own ring, along with the spiritual herbs Jiang Yun had gathered. The remaining spiritual stones, techniques, and martial arts would be left for his junior brothers. As Chu Luo turned around, ready to suggest that Tang He and the others divide the contents of the storage ring, he suddenly froze in astonishment. The sight before him caused his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. There lay Jiang Yun, unconscious on the ground, clad only in a pair of white underpants, while Tang He had already donned Jiang Yun's clothing. To make matters worse, Wang Xing and Lu Dali, along with the others, were rifling through Jiang Yun's remaining underpants. You brutes! Chu Luo exclaimed in utter disbelief. You truly are a bunch of opportunists, leaving him with nothing. Upon hearing the words, Wang Xing and his companions promptly ceased their activities, rising with an air of embarrassment, their expressions reflecting their discomfort. Brother Chu, we apologize for our behavior. It's merely a habit. Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no peculiar inclinations. It's just that the fabric of this fellow's attire is crafted from ice silkworm silk. Indeed, Brother Chu, ice silkworm silk is a remarkable material, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Precisely, we have never indulged in such luxury. We simply couldn't resist the temptation, they hastily clarified. Upon learning that Jiang Yun's garments were made of ice silkworm silk, Chu Luo could not help but glance at Jiang Yun's white undergarment, lamenting the fact that it had already been worn. Please, do not go too far. Leave him at least a pair of underpants. After all, this place is rife with mosquitoes, and he has already warned them. Chu Luo coughed lightly, addressing the group with a hint of annoyance. This bunch is utterly excessive. Ah, Brother Chu, we can wash them before wearing. Lu Dali chimed in, almost as if compelled by some mischievous spirit. Chu Luo's lips twitched as he tossed his storage ring to the group, stating, everyone, take your share. We must depart swiftly. If this fellow awakens, we may find ourselves in a rather precarious situation. The group, upon receiving Jiang Yun's storage ring, erupted with excitement. Quickly forgetting about the ice silkworm undergarment, they hastily vacated the area, heading deeper into the heart of the Beast Mountain range. As they left, Chu Luo and Tang He collaborated to erect a barrier, ensuring that the unconscious Jiang Yun would not become a meal for the beasts. Chapter 84. The Disciples of Sword Feather Sect and the Fragmented Map. Hey, Brother Chu, what are you examining? In the depths of a dense forest within the middle layer, Chu Luo held the fragmented map acquired from Jiang Yun, scanning his surroundings for any resemblance to the mountains depicted on the map. Tang He and the others approached, their faces alight with curiosity. This must be a route map to some secret realm. Too bad it's merely a fragment, Chu Luo remarked, passing the map to them. Upon hearing about the secret realm, Tang He and the others' eyes gleamed with excitement, their minds racing with the prospect of opportunity. However, upon scrutinizing the fragmented map, which recorded only a small portion of the route and mountains, a sense of frustration settled over them. The Beast Mountain range sprawled endlessly, its peaks and valleys appearing remarkably similar, making it exceedingly difficult to locate a place akin to that depicted on the map. Brother Chu, what if we return for another look? That fellow Jiang Yun is likely still unconscious. Perhaps he possesses additional fragments. Tang He suggested, unwilling to concede. The other five nodded in agreement, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain. Chu Luo cast a glance at Tang He's attire, fashioned from ice silkworm silk, and retorted, Junior brother, you have already stripped him bare. If he had any more fragments, you would have surely taken them. Indeed, that's a fair point. Tang He scratched his head, feeling rather sheepish. Just as Chu Luo was about to respond further, their expressions suddenly shifted, all eyes drawn to the verdant thicket ahead. Through the resonance of their spiritual senses, they sensed an unusual presence. Ahead, a few individuals were hastening towards them. Brother Chu, someone is coming, Wang Xin reminded. Chu Luo immediately made a gesture for silence and whispered, conceal your presence. Let us first hide and observe. The group nodded and promptly followed Chu Luo into concealment. After a brief interval, a band of youthful figures, both male and female, emerged, appearing weak and evidently injured. Soon, they came into view of Chu Luo and his companions. What shall we do now, Brother Zhao? Inquired an unremarkable-looking woman, glancing at the man leading the group. The man, Zhao Kongyu, was handsome, yet his face bore an expression of unnameable fury and frustration, coupled with a profound sense of helplessness. He was a disciple of the prestigious Sword Feather Sect. What else can we do? That person is beyond our means to confront. Had I known, I would never have brought you foolish lot along. Failing to kill and seize the treasure has cost me the map to the secret realm. How infuriating! Zhao Kongyu scolded vehemently, directing his ire towards his fellow disciples. In response, the disciples of the Sword Feather Sect dared not meet his gaze, their eyes averted in trepidation. They understood that Zhao Kongyu's anger stemmed not solely from the loss of the secret realm map, but also from the realization of the identity of that individual. He had sought to ingratiate himself, only to be met with humiliation and defeat. Brother Zhao, do not be angry. Even if that person possesses the secret realm map, it is merely a partial map. We searched for 3 months without success. I refuse to believe that he can find it. A beautiful female disciple beside Zhao Kongyu chimed in, leaning in and comfortingly entwining her arm with his. As she pressed against his arm, Zhao Kongyu felt the softness and his anger began to dissipate. Indeed, Li Shimi is right. Humph. I refuse to believe that he can locate the secret realm armed only with a fragment of a map. That vile scoundrel would be best off perishing within the realm. Zhao Kongyu scoffed in disdain. Brother Zhao, we have been out here for nearly 3 months. Why not return to the sect now? That wretched individual has been wounded and is suffering, the enchanting woman urged, gently shaking Zhao Kongyu's arm. Casting a glance at her, Zhao Kongyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded. Let us return to the sect. The disciples behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Please wait. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly resonated from the nearby thicket. The group, who had intended to depart, was immediately startled, their expressions shifting as they grew vigilant. Someone had been lurking nearby, and they had failed to notice? Who goes there? Show yourself. Zhao Kongyu's expression darkened instantaneously, and a spiritual sword materialized in his hand. Behind them, several disciples of the Sword Feather Sect discreetly channeled their spiritual energy, their gazes fixed intently on a small grove nearby. Soon, 7 figures emerged from the thicket, their faces adorned with innocuous smiles that met the eyes of Zhao Kongyu and his companions. The newcomers were, of course, Chu Luo and several others from the infamous Old Six. Upon overhearing Zhao Kongyu's mention of the secret realm map, they could hardly contain their excitement. Fortune had favored them, for this group possessed news of a fragment of the secret realm map. Who are you? Zhao Kongyu's consciousness surged forth, revealing that the leader, Chu Luo, was at the 4th stage of primordial beginning. The 6 individuals behind him were at the high level of divine soul, prompting Zhao Kongyu to relax. He himself was at the 5th stage of primordial beginning, and his fellow disciples were also formidable practitioners of the same realm. Although they bore injuries, they felt confident in their ability to defend themselves should any treachery arise. Relax, friends. We mean no harm. We simply wish to inquire about something. Chu Luo waved his hand, maintaining his guileless grin. What is it? The Sword Feather Sect disciples exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Zhao Kongyu, with a stern expression, scrutinized Chu Luo and his companions. When he noticed that Tang He, standing beside Chu Luo, was clad in garments made of ice silkworm silk, a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. Noticing Zhao Kongyu's scrutiny, Chu Luo's lips curled into a subtle smirk. He then produced the fragment of the secret realm map, displaying it before Zhao Kongyu and his group, and smiled slightly. I overheard your discussion regarding the secret realm map. May I ask if the one you lost resembles this? The secret realm map. Exclamations erupted from the disciples behind Zhao Kongyu upon seeing the fragment in Chu Luo's hand. They turned their attention to their leader, who was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that this unexpected newcomer would possess another fragment of the secret realm map. A glint of greed and menace flickered in Zhao Kongyu's eyes. Since that vile individual had stolen his map, he vowed that no matter what, he could not allow that person to locate the secret realm. With this thought in mind, Zhao Kongyu resolved to seize the map from Chu Luo's grasp. If successful, the thief would be unable to find the secret realm. Chu Luo sensed Zhao Kongyu's cold demeanor and the reactions of the Sword Feather Sect disciples. He was certain that the map Zhao Kongyu had lost was indeed the counterpart to the one he held. Sensing Zhao Kongyu's unfriendly expression, Chu Luo discreetly signaled with one hand concealed behind him. Tang He and the others understood the cue instantly, swiftly hiding their hands within their sleeves. A nascent bond began to form in the shadows. Chapter 85. A group of old six, the beast seduction spell. Quite impressive, young man. The fragment of the secret realm map that I lost is just like the one you possess. I did not expect you to have one as well. Hand it over. Zhao Kongyu sneered, extending his hand towards Chu Luo, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a mere glance from Zhao Kongyu, several disciples of the Sword Feather Sect instantly understood. Armed and with malevolent gazes, they advanced towards Chu Luo and his companions. A look of terror immediately spread across Chu Luo's face as he retreated with Tang He and the others, exclaiming, "What do you want? I assure you, we are quite formidable. Please, do not come any closer." Witnessing the fear etched on Chu Luo's face, Zhao Kongyu and the Sword Feather Sect disciples broke into cold, mocking smiles. "Subdue these brats," Zhao Kongyu commanded with a sneer and a wave of his hand. "Yes, senior brother," they replied, rushing towards Chu Luo and his friends. However, as the disciples approached, Chu Luo's terror morphed into a mocking grin. "Chu Shixiang, duck. Forbidden absolute arts, the beast seduction spell." Upon hearing Tang He's warning, Chu Luo swiftly crouched down. In a flash, Tang He and the other 5 unleashed 6 attacks radiating a pink glow, striking towards the advancing Sword Feather Sect disciples. The disciples were taken aback, halting in their tracks to evade the onslaught, but it was too late. With a dull thud, the 6 beams of light struck them, leaving the Sword Feather Sect members frozen in place. They seemed unharmed, surrounded only by a faint pink aura. In stark contrast, Tang He and his companions appeared listless, their faces ashen as if their vitality had been siphoned away. Is that all? With such feeble attacks, do you dare to venture into the Beast Mountain range?" The Sword Feather Sect disciples erupted into mocking laughter, their expressions filled with derision. Chu Luo stood up, casting a calm smile at the overconfident group. However, in the next moment, the disciples of the Sword Feather Sect suddenly froze. A wave of heat surged from deep within their souls, causing them to sweat profusely as their internal energy began to leak uncontrollably. Their blood boiled, igniting an intense desire within them. Then, they began to be consumed by an overwhelming fire of lust. "Ah, what have you done to me? I feel so uncomfortable and hot." Two of the female disciples gasped for breath, their faces filled with horror as they struggled against the heat surging through their bodies, but to no avail. Zhao Kongyu was immediately alarmed. Forbidden Absolute Arts, Silent Instantaneous Movement. Forbidden Absolute Arts, Azura's Soul Destruction Palm. Buzz. Boom. Yet at that moment, Chu Luo's figure appeared before Zhao Kongyu in the blink of an eye. He raised his other hand, covered in sealing marks, and struck Zhao Kongyu squarely in the chest. Zhao Kongyu was sent flying several dozen yards, blood spewing from his mouth, mixed with shattered internal organs. Holding his breath, Zhao Kongyu stared in terror at the approaching Chu Luo. "Who exactly are you?" he asked, fear evident in his voice. At this moment, he desperately yearned to uncover the identity of the young man before him, who exuded an aura of unfathomable power. "Haha, come, recite with me. Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo." Chu Luo revealed a sect token from his pocket, inscribed with the characters of the Forbidden Sect. Realizing Chu Luo's identity, Zhao Kongyu was overwhelmed by despair. The living Demon King had come to the Beast Mountain range, and he had crossed paths with him. "Haha, the things belonging to me are not easily taken. My friend, having fallen victim to the Shura Soul Extinguishing Palm, you shall not survive this." Chu Luo grinned, and as Zhao Kongyu lay on the brink of death, he placed a hand upon his head, forcibly searching his soul. In a matter of moments, Zhao Kongyu breathed his last and collapsed. Rising, Chu Luo's eyes were filled with astonishment. It turned out that the Prodigy from the ancient Ji family had stolen this young man's fragmentary map from Zhao Kongyu's memories. Chu Luo discerned that the thief was indeed a member of the Ji family and seemed to be searching for a secret realm deep within the mid-levels. Chu Shixiang. At that moment, Tang He and the others approached with ashen faces. "Have you all been thoroughly drained?" Chu Luo could not help but laugh at their waning state. "Chu Shixiang, I never imagined that our sect's forbidden techniques could be so life-threatening. No wonder you used to frequently harvest the Elder's spirit herbs. It seems we must discreetly do the same upon our return." Fortunately, the disciple responsible for managing the Elder's herb fields is a good friend of mine. Tang He sighed with a hint of bitterness. "From now on, this technique shall remain as our trump card. We cannot afford to use it so recklessly like you do." Chu Luo. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Luo produced 6 sacred longevity pills and tossed them to the group. "Do not go and pilfer the Elder's spirit herbs. Quickly recover and follow me. We are set to embark on a significant endeavor." The eyes of the group sparkled with excitement as they accepted the sacred longevity pills and immediately consumed them. After a brief moment, the lifespan they had lost began to gradually restore under the effects of the pills. Fortunately, they were still unskilled with this forbidden technique. Otherwise, the consumption of their lifespan would have been far more severe. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sword Feather Sect presented a rather distressing scene. They were sprawled on the ground, entangled in a chaotic brawl, each displaying expressions of agony. "Chu Shixiang, why are they still in such pain even after venting their frustrations?" Tang He and the others queried in confusion. "Heh, our forbidden technique is fundamentally unsolvable. Once any living being falls victim to it, they shall perish, drained of their very essence. It is not merely a matter of relieving one's anger." Chu Luo glanced at the distressing tableau with a quick turn, then focused on the depths of the mid-levels. Hearing this, Tang He and the others shivered involuntarily. Truly, a technique that demands one's life to wield is formidable indeed. "Heh, I have discovered the location of the remaining fragmentary map. Follow me." With a decisive wave of his hand, Chu Luo advanced towards the distant mountains, followed closely by Tang He and the others. Meanwhile, several disciples of the GNU sect emitted anguished yet exhilarated cries. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby magical beasts. With a resounding roar, the scene erupted into chilling screams as some GNU disciples fell prey to the beasts. At that moment, Jiang Yun, having been rendered unconscious by Chu Luo's strike, groggily opened his eyes. The coolness enveloping him and the pain radiating from the back of his head caused him to wince and draw in a sharp breath, his muddled mind suddenly clearing. Chapter 86. Jiang Yun awakens and encounters the talented Ji family. Jiang Yun rose from the ground, gingerly touching the large bump on his head, which elicited another pained gasp. "Ugh, how detestable. Who on earth? You beast! You beast! He cursed, noticing that he was left with only a pair of white underpants. Realizing his interspatial ring had also been taken, he couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses. He vividly recalled the moment before his consciousness faded. He had glimpsed the assailant clad in a white robe, their face obscured. Damnable beast! If I catch you, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. Jiang Yun fumed, his anger boiling over. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar, mingled with the chilling cries of despair. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he donned the icy silken underpants and hastened towards the source of the beastly roar. Upon arrival, Jiang Yun, hidden in the shadows, beheld several peak-level magical beasts devouring a few corpses, those of the Jinyu disciples who had fallen victim to a lust-inducing spell. Jiang Yun initially contemplated snatching a corpse from the beast to don its garments, but upon seeing the tattered and blood-soaked remains, he was filled with revulsion. Vile creatures! Do not let me catch you! He seethed, striving to recall the assailant's attire. His expression darkened as he surveyed the depths of the mid-level area, speculating that his attacker had not yet departed the magical Beast Mountain range. Having obtained his secret map, they would undoubtedly be using it to seek out the hidden realm. With that thought, Jiang Yun silently departed, venturing deeper into the mid-level region. Meanwhile, Chu Luo and his companions, having delved deeper into the mid-level area, followed Zhao Kongyu's memories to the vicinity of a mountain range. However, after searching the area, they found no trace of the Ji family prodigy who had stolen Zhao Kongyu's map. Instead, they encountered several formidable magical beasts, including those at the pinnacle and extreme realms, prompting them to retreat in disarray. Nevertheless, their expedition into the depths had not been without its rewards. Several individuals, while in search of the prodigious scion of the Ji family, stumbled upon a plethora of spiritual herbs. During their journey, they encountered several waves of formidable opponents who had also ventured into the mountain range, initially intent on committing murder and seizing treasures upon encountering Chu Luo and his companions. These adversaries quickly retreated upon recognizing them, wary of provoking this living harbinger of death. These groups had only just arrived from South Sky City that day and were well acquainted with Chu Luo and his entourage, although currently within the perilous Beast Mountain range. These powerful figures were acutely aware that Elder Qingwei was covertly safeguarding Chu Luo and his companions. Brother Chu, where do you think that Ji fellow has run off to? Tang he inquired, glancing around. The rest of us have encountered several groups, yet we have yet to cross paths with him. Surely, he hasn't already discovered the secret realm? That seems unlikely, Chu Luo replied. After all, the Beast Mountain range is vast. He is likely still searching for the secret location as well. Let us continue our search. We might as well view this as a valuable experience. The Beast Mountain range is indeed a habitat for ferocious beasts. One must tread carefully to avoid danger, for these creatures are cunning and more ruthless than they appear. Hey, Brother Chu, look over there between the mountains. There is a waterfall. Upon emerging from the dense forest, the group beheld a swift waterfall cascading down from a nearby mountain, resembling a silver river tumbling from the heavens. Under the sunlight, the mist refracted brilliant hues, while vibrant flowers bloomed on either side and butterflies danced about, creating an ethereal paradise. Chu Luo was taken aback by the beauty that lay hidden within the Beast Mountain range. In a place with such abundant water and rich spiritual energy, there must be numerous spiritual herbs. However, there are likely powerful beasts that inhabit this area as well. Let us approach quietly and take a look. Since we can't find that Ji fellow, we might as well gather more spiritual herbs to justify our expedition. With a grin, Chu Luo addressed his companions, who readily agreed to his proposal. They had already amassed a considerable bounty, and finding the secret realm would be an added bonus. Thus, the group swiftly made their way towards the mountain ahead. Soon, they reached the airspace above the waterfall. Wow, Brother Chu, this place is so picturesque. And yet there are no beasts residing here, Tang he remarked, marveling at the scenery. Before Tang, he could finish his sentence, Chu Luo suddenly covered his mouth and gestured for silence. He then pointed towards the base of the waterfall. The others followed his gaze and beheld a strikingly handsome youth seated cross-legged in the pool beneath the waterfall, his upper body bare, eyes closed, and body suspended in midair. The cascading water splashed against his fair skin, and a golden glow emanated from around him, illuminating the serene waters below. A faint formation materialized, isolating the surroundings. It was evident that the young man was engaged in cultivation. Due to the formation, the auras of Chu Luo and his companions did not disturb the youth. Tang He and the others nodded slightly, concealing their own presence, and followed Chu Luo to a rock near the waterfall. As Chu Luo gazed out, he discerned the visage of the handsome youth. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a lewd smile. This young man was none other than Ji Tianqiong, the prodigy from the Ji family, who had seized Zhao Kongyu's fragment of a map in his memory. Ranked 73rd on the prodigy list, he was at the pinnacle of the 6th realm of Taichu, surpassing Jiang Yun, whom Chu Luo had previously encountered, by 1 rank. This was the very fellow who had wrested the fragment from Zhao Kongyu. Chu Luo grinned and murmured, "So it is Ji Tianqiong from the Ji family. Brother Chu, take him down," came voices from behind, belonging to Tang He and the others. Just as Chu Luo turned to respond, he discovered that Tang He had inexplicably procured a wooden stick as thick as a water barrel, presenting it to him. The group exchanged excited glances and chuckles. Chapter 87. So it is you, wretch. Chu Luo shot a disdainful glance at Tang He and his companions and retorted, "What are you doing? Can't you see that the formation is set around that lad? An ambush is out of the question. We must wait until he finishes his cultivation and dispels the formation before we can sneak up on him. If we charge in recklessly, we will surely alert him. If a battle ensues and attracts other formidable beasts, it could become quite troublesome." Upon hearing this, Tang He and the others recalled that Ji Tianqiong had set up a formation to cultivate by the pool. Thus, Tang He discarded the wooden stick. "Brother Chu, look. That lad's dark robe is over there. What if Ji Tianqiong has stashed the fragment in his pocket?" At that moment, Wang Sheng noticed a golden dark robe resting on a rock near the pool and promptly alerted Chu Luo. Chu Luo was taken aback, realizing that Ji Tianqiong's robe was a defensive spiritual artifact crafted from special materials. He shot a glance at Wang Sheng and immediately grasped his intentions. "Well, since we are going after this lad anyway, why not seize the opportunity? Brother Chu, it is, after all, a defensive spiritual artifact. I have never owned a proper one." Wang Sheng chuckled sheepishly, having been seen through by Chu Luo. Chu Luo glanced at Ji Tianqiong's robe, noting that it lay just outside the formation. He then formed hand seals and invoked a forbidden technique, remote object retrieval. With a hum, Chu Luo's hand, adorned with intricate seals, reached out gently toward Ji Tianqiong's robe. To the astonishment of Tang He and the others, the golden robe resting on the rock vanished without a trace. They looked at Chu Luo, who wielded such an array of forbidden techniques, with a mix of envy and admiration. After employing the forbidden technique once more, Chu Luo sensed that his lifespan remained intact. What he had consumed was merely the vitality from his spiritual sea. Unable to contain his astonishment, he could not help but exclaim in wonder. It is no surprise that the esteemed ancestor of the burial jade remarked that consuming a longevity pill would enable him to wield forbidden arcane arts for an entire month without peril to his life. After ingesting the longevity pill, the vitality stored within his spiritual sea substituted for the depletion of his lifespan. At this juncture, Chu Luo suddenly realized a perplexing issue. Since the longevity pill is so extraordinary and only 10 remain from ancient times to the present, it stands to reason that the ancestors of their Forbidden Sect must have also partaken of this miraculous elixir. Logically speaking, with such a transcendent potion at their disposal, their ancestors need not fear the consumption of their lifespan, even amidst frequent battles. It seems implausible that the burial jade ancestor would have succumbed to the 5 declines of heaven and man, nearing the end of his lifespan. This is truly strange. Could it be that the burial jade ancestor had suffered injuries in the past? As Chu Luo pondered this, Wang Sheng had already taken the dark robe from Chu Luo's hands and inspected it thoroughly. "Brother Chu, there are no remnants of the map. It must have been hidden by Ji Tianqiong in his spatial ring," Wang Sheng declared. Chu Luo nodded in response, his gaze fixated on the meditating Ji Tianqiong. His eyes narrowing slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He began to form hand seals, intending to unleash a stunning secret technique to breach the grand formation and launch a surprise attack on Ji Tianqiong before his meditation concluded. "Brother Chu, quickly stop. Someone is coming." Just as Chu Luo was forming his seals, Tang He, Lu Dali, and Song Jie noticed a familiar aura approaching from the distance. Taken aback, Chu Luo followed their gazes and sensed the impending presence, which felt particularly familiar. "I remember now. That familiar aura belongs to that rascal Jiang Yun." Lu Dali suddenly alerted the group. Chu Luo also recalled that the aura indeed belonged to Jiang Yun. Remarkably, that fellow had managed to find his way here as well. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Chu Luo, and a smile crept onto his face. Without hesitation, he turned and stripped Tang He of his clothing. "What are you doing?" Tang He, left with nothing but his undergarments, looked at Chu Luo in sheer terror, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes. He, I'm not doing anything. Just hoping to see Jiang Yun and Ji Tianxiong engage in a duel. Chu Luo chuckled mischievously. He then neatly folded Jiang Yun's icy silkworm robe and, employing forbidden techniques, placed it on a rock beside the pond. Upon witnessing Chu Luo's actions, Tang He and the others quickly grasped his plan, their expressions reflecting anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Quick, everyone hide well, Chu Luo instructed. Tang He and the others hurriedly concealed themselves, suppressing their auras. Just as Chu Luo drew a spirit sword and was about to strike at the approaching figure, he suddenly recalled something and swiftly removed his white robe, storing it away. He then gathered his strength and swung his sword. Boom! In that instant, the sword was unleashed. Chu Luo immediately employed forbidden techniques, her figure mysteriously vanishing from sight. The force unleashed by her sword caught the attention of Ji Tianxiong, who was cultivating by the waterfall. Ji Tianxiong abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing a streak of sword light racing toward the horizon. Who is it? Ji Tianxiong hastily rose, his consciousness surging forth, yet he found no one nearby. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the swiftly approaching sword light. At that moment, a figure near the mountains where the waterfall was located suddenly caught sight of the incoming sword light and instantly halted, sidestepping the attack. Who? This figure was filled with rage. At first glance, it was Jiang Yun. However, at this moment, Jiang Yun was no longer running around in a mere pair of white shorts. He had somehow acquired a full set of clothing from an unfortunate soul. Jiang Yun, already simmering with anger from being unable to identify his assailant, was now inexplicably ambushed again. Without delay, he summoned a spirit spear of mere mortal grade and charged toward the mountains where the waterfall resided. In a matter of moments, Jiang Yun appeared above the waterfall. And Ji Tianxiong, submerged in the water, recognized his visitor, Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, Ji Tianxiong. Both were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison. Meanwhile, hidden in the distant mountains, the concealed Chu Luo and her companions watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Ji Tianxiong, what brings you here? Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he fixated on Ji Tianxiong in the water, his expression darkening slightly. Ji Tianxiong raised his eyes. Addressing Jiang Yun in the air, I was just about to ask you the same question. As he spoke, Ji Tianxiong calmly dismantled the formation beneath him and stepped onto the water's edge, retrieving a dark robe from the rocks. Upon picking up the robe, Ji Tianxiong realized it was not his own clothing, momentarily stunned. At that moment, he remained unaware of Jiang Yun's expression, which had darkened to an extreme. So it was you. You beast. Chapter 88. The plan succeeds. The battle of two titans. Ji Tianxiong, prepare to meet your end. Jiang Yun shouted in fury, raising his spear and unleashing a formidable might. He then launched an attack against Ji Tianxiong in the water. A golden spear's phantom surged forth, brimming with astonishing power. Racing toward Ji Tianxiong was taken aback and leaped aside, narrowly evading Jiang Yun's strike. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the water in the deep pool surged, splashing up to several meters high. Hovering in the air, Ji Tianxiong glared at Jiang Yun. Have you lost your mind, Jiang Yun? Ji Tianxiong, you ambushed me, knocked me unconscious, and stole my spatial ring and clothing. Will you not return them? Hearing Jiang Yun's words, Ji Tianxiong was filled with confusion. What are you talking about? When did I ambush you? Ji Tianxiong furrowed his brow and immediately retorted. Ji Tianxiong, are you still pretending to be ignorant in front of me? What you hold in your hand is my ice silkworm silk robe. Ji Tianxiong was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the robe in his grasp. Is this robe really Jiang Yun's? Then where did his clothing go? A flash of insight struck Ji Tianxiong's mind, and he hastily addressed Jiang Yun, saying, Jiang Yun, someone has deliberately framed me. I have never ambushed you. As he spoke, Ji Tianxiong tossed the robe he held to Jiang Yun. At this moment, Jiang Yun's face was filled with fury as he raised his spear. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from the spear, instantly tearing Ji Tianxiong's robe to shreds. Ji Tianxiong, return my spatial ring. Jiang Yun extended his palm, furiously demanding. Ji Tianxiong's expression turned cold. Gazing at the enraged Jiang Yun, he replied icily, Jiang Yun, I have already told you, I am being wronged. I did not ambush you, nor did I steal your spatial ring. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tianxiong waved his hand and retrieved a set of clothing from his spatial ring to change into. Hearing Ji Tianxiong's words, Jiang Yun erupted into laughter out of anger. Very well, at this point, you still choose to feign ignorance, do you? Since you refuse to return my spatial ring, I shall reclaim it myself. Prepare to meet your end. Boom. Jiang Yun roared in fury and stepped forward, behind him manifesting countless phenomena. Immediately, a golden, illusory avatar rose behind him, filled with a terrifying intent to kill. The suppressing prison bright spear. Jiang Yun, fueled by overwhelming power, charged towards Ji Tianxiong with murderous intent. How dare you? I fear you not. Jiang Yun, come and fight. Boom. Ji Tianxiong was also ignited by Jiang Yun's fury. With a shout of rage, he grasped a long sword in his hand. Behind him, an avatar similarly emerged, radiating a brilliant aura. Boom. The two prodigies collided, unleashing an astonishing force. Humph. Ji Tianxiong, still denying it. That sword that just ambushed me was surely yours as well. Damn it, die? Jiang Yun shouted in anger. A spear thrust repelled Ji Tianxiong, unleashing a flurry of attacks. At this moment, Ji Tianxiong had no desire to explain himself to Jiang Yun. The two prodigies transformed into streaks of light, rapidly clashing amidst the mountains. The powerful force surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Brother Chu, they are fighting. They are fighting. The onlookers, including Tang He and several others, were thrilled. At the same time, they were deeply impressed by Chu Luo. They had not anticipated that their brother Chu could orchestrate such a confrontation between these two great prodigies with just a simple strategy. Impressive. Hee hee. Chu Luo chuckled softly and then said to the others quietly, don't just watch the show. If Jiang Yun cannot defeat Ji Tianxiong, we will immediately step in to assist him. If Ji Tianxiong is overpowered by Jiang Yun, we shall discreetly follow him once he flees. Tang He and the others nodded repeatedly, fully focused on the fierce battle between the two prodigies. The clash between the two illustrious prodigies grew increasingly intense. Each move they executed was imbued with astonishing lethal intent, as both sought to vanquish the other. However, not only were their standings on the prodigy rankings closely matched, but their strengths were also nearly equivalent. In this moment, neither could decisively claim victory. Ji Tianxiong, this time I shall surely defeat you. After shaking off Ji Tianxiong with yet another strike, Jiang Yun let out a cold snort and leaped into the air. Immediately, a formidable aura surged forth, brimming with remarkable spear intent, emanating from Jiang Yun. Simultaneously, an enchanting rhythm radiated from him. The spiritual forces of the world converged towards Jiang Yun like a raging tide. With his hands forming intricate seals, the spiritual spear suspended before him. It was the spirit origin sacred body. Jiang Yun possessed the spirit origin sacred body, and he had activated its power. Tang He and the others, who were covertly observing the battle, gasped in astonishment. Through their whispers, Chu Luo learned that Jiang Yun, ranked 74th, bore the spirit origin sacred body, while Ji Tianxiong, ranked 73rd, possessed the nine heavens sacred body. With Jiang Yun now unleashing the spirit origin sacred body, it seemed he was prepared to engage Ji Tianxiong in a fight to the bitter end. Buzzing, Jiang Yun in the void swiftly formed seals with his hands, his eyes gleaming with a faint radiance. As his pupils focused, he pointed skyward. The spiritual spear before him shot upward, vanishing into the clouds. In the next instant, the heavens above transformed into roiling black clouds. A colossal golden spear's phantom descended from the darkness. Annihilation spear. Die. Jiang Yun, filled with murderous intent, directly employed his trump card, instantly propelling the immense golden spear's phantom toward Ji Tianxiong. Humph. Ji Tianxiong grunted coldly, his eyes glinting with the same deadly resolve. A unique halo began to circulate around him. In the next moment, myriad extraordinary phenomena manifested behind him, and the spiritual sword in his hand erupted with a piercing hum. A destructive force emanated from the sword. Since it has come to this, allow me to demonstrate my new technique. Sacred art. One sword to sever existence. Go. Ji Tianxiong released the spiritual sword from his grasp. It spun rapidly around him as if born of spiritual essence. With a pointed finger to the heavens, the sword, suffused with annihilative power, surged toward the descending golden spear's phantom. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as the diminutive spiritual sword collided with the massive golden spear's phantom. The force unleashed by their clash sent shockwaves through the surrounding mountains, causing the earth to tremble. Rocks cascaded down in a tumultuous deluge. Truly terrifying. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang He and the others could not help but swallow hard. Were these prodigies still human? The magnitude of their unleashed power had long surpassed that of any Taichu realm expert. To label them as Nirvana realm powerhouses would not be an exaggeration. Hee hee. Now you understand fear? Chu Luo couldn't help but tease, observing the astonished expressions of Tang He and the others. You all were remarkably bold when stripping Jiang Yun of his dignity. Upon hearing Chu Luo's reminder, Tang He and the others were instantly drenched in cold sweat. After all, they had their senior brother Chu by their side. They were ready to intervene, convinced that Jiang Yun was on the brink of defeat. Just as they were lost in thought, Chu Luo's voice resonated once more. The group momentarily paused, their gazes shifting back to the distant horizon. They beheld the immense golden silhouette of Jiang Yun's spear, now riddled with countless fissures, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Yet, Jiang Yun continued to desperately channel his strength. Tang He and the others nodded in agreement, unsheathing their weapons and preparing to assist. Just as Chu Luo was about to act, a sudden thought occurred to him, prompting him to turn to Tang He and say, "By the way, hand me Jiang Yun's storage ring. It is of utmost importance." Tang He was taken aback but refrained from questioning further, swiftly revealing a storage ring that materialized in his palm. However, this particular ring was devoid of any treasures, all having been claimed by them. Chu Luo carefully placed the torn map back into Jiang Yun's storage ring. Boom. At that moment, the battlefield erupted with a deafening roar. Chu Luo and the others witnessed Jiang Yun's golden spear silhouette disintegrate in an instant. With swift hand seals, Chu Luo stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Tang He and the others followed suit, leaping into action. At that moment, Jiang Yun, suspended in the void, was struck with panic, his complexion paling. He could not suppress a spurt of blood. Death. Ji Tianxiong, wielding the spirit sword, charged at Jiang Yun. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to invoke his life-saving measures and summon the clan's formidable warriors, a voice brimming with righteousness echoed above him. "Stop. Forbidden ultimate technique. Spectral bone transformation palm." Both Jiang Yun and Ji Tianxiong instinctively looked up toward the heavens. However, a figure silently materialized before Ji Tianxiong. Ji Tianxiong's expression shifted dramatically. A benign smile appeared before him. Chu Luo sidestepped, evading the spirit sword in Ji Tianxiong's grasp, and then struck a palm towards Ji Tianxiong's chest. Boom. A strange and formidable force surged into Ji Tianxiong's body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling like a cannonball into the pool below, creating a splash. Simultaneously, Tang He and the others arrived at the battlefield, surrounding the pool. Jiang Yun, taken aback, gazed at Chu Luo and the others with great astonishment. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Chu Luo's retreating figure, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your timely rescue." At this moment, Chu Luo slowly turned around. Observing Jiang Yun's polite gesture, he flashed a grin and waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities, my friend. I am Chu Luo, merely passing through this place. When witnessing injustice, one must take action." Haha. Chu Luo placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chu Luo in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this youth, who appeared to be a year or two younger than himself, was none other than the renowned disciple of the Forbidden Clan, Chu Luo, who had recently made waves across the 3,000 realms. "So, you are indeed Chu Luo of the Forbidden Clan. Brother Chu, I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. I am Jiang Yun of the ancient Jiang clan." Chu Luo feigned surprise, gazing at Jiang Yun with astonishment. "So you are the illustrious Jiang Yun of the Jiang family, ranked 74th on the talent list. What a pleasure it is to meet you," he exclaimed, chuckling heartily as he offered a respectful nod. Observing Chu Luo's amiable demeanor, Jiang Yun felt reassured that he was not the fearsome figure depicted in rumors, especially since he had just saved Jiang Yun's life. The tales of him being a living tyrant, one who slaughters without hesitation and devours without remorse, were surely mere fabrications. Lost in thought, Jiang Yun was roused when Chu Luo, with a curious smile, inquired, "Brother Jiang, who is this person that dares to strike with such malicious intent against a prodigy of the ancient Jiang clan? Does he not fear your family?" Returning to reality, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the tranquil waters, and recalling Ji Tianxiong ignited his fury. He coldly replied, "Brother Chu, you are unaware. This individual is Ji Tianxiong, a prodigy of the ancient Ji clan. Today, while I was in the Monster Beast Mountains, I stumbled upon a source spirit fruit. Unfortunately, it was guarded by a ferocious beast. After defeating it, I was just about to claim the fruit when Ji Tianxiong ambushed me from behind, rendering me unconscious. He made off with my clothes and spatial ring. I managed to find him just now, only to see him holding my garments, yet he adamantly refused to admit it. I intended to reclaim my spatial ring and thus confronted Ji Tianxiong. However, I did not anticipate that this detestable scoundrel has further advanced in his cultivation. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Brother Chu, I would likely have met my demise at Ji Tianxiong's hands today. My sincerest thanks to you." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's account, Tang He and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Yet, they looked upon Chu Luo with a sense of reverence. A flicker of alarm crossed Chu Luo's face as he hastily exclaimed, "What? He is actually the prodigy Ji Tianqiong? This is dire. When I first encountered him, his methods were ruthless, and in my attempt to save Brother Jiang, I inadvertently unleashed my full strength. If Ji Tianqiong endured my blow, he is in grave danger. Have I unwittingly offended another ancient clan?" Noticing Chu Luo's evident distress, Jiang Yun quickly reassured him, "Fear not, Brother Chu. Even if you were to accidentally slay Ji Tianqiong, it would be as just deserts. Should the Ji clan seek vengeance, it would not implicate you. Let them come to me, Jiang Yun." At this, Chu Luo's heart lightened, and he patted his chest, exclaiming, "Oh no, that simply cannot be. One must bear their own consequences. I cannot let Brother Jiang take the fall for my actions. Besides, I find myself in quite a predicament already, so what does one more trouble matter?" Witnessing Chu Luo's sense of responsibility, Jiang Yun felt increasingly assured that he was not the ruthless individual of legend. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Chu, there is no need to discuss it further. This matter does not concern you. Had you not intervened, I would surely have perished at Ji Tianqiong's hands." Just as Chu Luo was about to speak again, from the depths of the pool, a figure soared forth, crashing heavily onto the ground. Brother Chu, Tang He and the others quickly warned Chu Luo. Surrounding the fallen figure, emerging from the water was Ji Tianqiong, gravely injured and on the brink of death. His life force was alarmingly weak, as a sinister energy gnawed at his very flesh and bones. "How dare you? Who are you? You dare to harm me? I am Ji Tianqiong, the pride of the Ji family." At that moment, Chu Luo and Jiang Yun landed before Ji Tianqiong. The latter, upon seeing the seemingly harmless Chu Luo, was consumed by an unquenchable fury and resentment. Chu Luo and Tang He merely exchanged knowing smiles, turning their gazes towards Jiang Yun. With a cold snort, Jiang Yun remarked, "Ji Tianqiong, you have brought this upon yourself. It seems your time is running out." Ji Tianqiong's face turned ashen, a picture of despair. The searing pain coursing through him caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. In a desperate attempt, he covertly revealed a jade token from his sleeve. Just as he was about to crush it, Chu Luo, sensing a ripple from a spatial ring, was suddenly alarmed. Unbeknownst to him, a spirit sword had appeared in his hand, which he swiftly swung towards Ji Tianqiong's arm. Thud. "Ah!" Ji Tianqiong screamed in agony. "Brother Chu, what are you doing?" Jiang Yun was equally startled and perplexed. Without uttering a word, Chu Luo hurried to Ji Tianqiong's side, taking hold of the severed arm. The moment Ji Tianqiong's palm was exposed, Jiang Yun's expression darkened significantly. Chu Luo discarded the severed jade token and retrieved the spatial ring from Ji Tianqiong's finger, then returned the dismembered hand to him. "Heh, you thought you could play tricks in front of me? I've traversed more bridges than you have walked roads. Still want to summon help? Dream on." Chu Luo teased with a smirk, tossing the spatial ring in his hand as he looked down at the prostrate Ji Tianqiong. Who are you?" At that moment, fear finally crept across Ji Tianqiong's countenance. He sensed the flicker of life within him fading fast. "Forbidden Sect, Chu Luo." Chu Luo replied with a subtle smile. "Chu Luo." Ji Tianqiong glared at him with a face twisted in rage and hatred. Suddenly, a murderous intent surged within him. Gathering strength in his remaining hand, he attempted a surprise attack. "Die. Brother Chu, be careful." Tang He and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. However, before Ji Tianqiong could succeed in his assault, a spear pierced through his skull, pinning him to the ground. As he gazed at the stern-faced Jiang Yun, an expression of unwillingness and malice filled his eyes, and he slowly closed them. Thus fell a generation as Prodigy. Humph! To dare launch a sneak attack. You deserve no pity. Jiang Yun withdrew the spear, flicking away the blood, his gaze fixed coldly upon Ji Tianqiong's lifeless body. The others, including Tang He, swallowed hard, exchanging silent glances and nods of agreement. Regardless, it is imperative that Jiang Yun remains unaware that it was they who had robbed him. This fellow is indeed a decisive character. Taking advantage of Jiang Yun's turn back, Chu Luo swiftly shattered Ji Tianqiong's storage ring. In an instant, countless spirit stones, martial techniques, elixirs, and various treasures scattered across the ground. Seizing the moment, Chu Luo discreetly tossed Jiang Yun's storage ring onto the ground, nudging it to rest at his feet. This grand narrative will allow us, Chu Luo, to directly exchange for the body of immortality. This unfolding story promises to be captivating. Stay tuned. Chapter 90, Elixirs of the Immortal Sage, the complete map. Ah, what is this? Chu Luo's eyes sparkled as he noticed two fragments of a map amidst the pile of spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, The two pieces of beast skin maps soared into his grasp. Upon seeing the two fragments in Chu Luo's possession, Jiang Yun could not help but express his astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ji Tianqing possessed two fragments of the map as well. As Chu Luo examined the fragments, his gaze flickered with intrigue. He speculated that one of the fragments belonged to Zhao Kongyu, while the other was likely Ji Tianqing's own. What a delightful surprise. With Jiang Yun's map, they now held the complete set. Brother Chu, this is a fragment of a secret realm map. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful ancient sage known as the Immortal Sage of Elixirs resided in the Beast Mountain range. This sage, having never ascended to the rank of an emperor, ultimately passed away within the mountains. It is said that the Immortal Sage cultivated numerous rare elixirs in his secluded abode. Before his passing, he wished to prevent the elixirs he nurtured from falling into the hands of greedy scoundrels. Therefore, he concealed his dwelling and crafted a map, dividing it into 3 parts for those destined to find it. I was fortunate enough to possess one fragment, hoping to use it to navigate the Beast Mountain range and seek my fortune. Little did I expect Ji Tianqing to hold 2 fragments. No wonder he attempted to ambush me, Jiang Yun explained. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's elucidation, Chu Luo and Tang He, along with the others, were filled with excitement. They had also heard tales of the Immortal Sage of Elixirs. It was said that the sage was benevolent and renowned throughout the 3,000 great worlds for his expertise in cultivating various elixirs. They could hardly believe that the map in their possession led to the sage's hidden sanctuary. How intriguing! Chu Luo feigned surprise. Noticing that Jiang Yun had yet to observe the storage ring at his feet, he quickly pointed towards it, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, is this not your storage ring? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze to discover the ring at his feet, and a wave of joy washed over him. He hastily picked it up, indignantly declaring, Humph, it is indeed the work of that scoundrel Ji Tianqing. Brother Chu, this is undeniably my storage ring. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo promptly urged Jiang Yun, Brother Jiang, check to see if your fragment is still there. We must piece it together and explore the Immortal Sage of Elixir's secret realm. All right, Jiang Yun nodded, his consciousness flooding into the storage ring. Jiang Yun's expression fluctuated between surprise and anger, his mood shifting unpredictably, for he realized that he was left with but a single fragment of a map. What happened? Chu Luo feigned confusion as he observed Jiang Yun's changing demeanor. Jiang Yun retrieved the fragment, shaking his head in frustration, exclaiming, It's nothing. The fragment is still here. It's that scoundrel Ji Tianqing who has pillaged my spatial ring completely. As he spoke, Jiang Yun glanced at the spiritual stones and treasures scattered on the ground, hoping to find something that belonged to him. However, he was perplexed to discover that, aside from the spiritual stones, he found none of the techniques, spiritual artifacts, or medicinal herbs he had collected. This was truly strange. Had Ji Tianqing taken all his treasures to give away? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Tang He and the others around him scratched their heads, casting furtive glances. Too fearful to meet Jiang Yun's gaze, as if afraid of being discovered, Chu Luo remained composed and quickly took the fragment from Jiang Yun, piecing together the 3 fragments into a complete map. Thus, as the 3 fragments came together, the entire map emitted a faint glow. In the next moment, the route on the map shifted before Chu Luo and Jiang Yun's eyes. Chu Luo was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his disdain for the alchemist known as the Immortal Sage of Medicinal Herbs. It turned out that the route on the fragment was merely a ruse to mislead people. The true path to the secret realm would only be revealed once the 3 fragments were assembled. This was indeed remarkable. Found it. Brother Jiang. Our current location is approximately here. Following the route on the map will lead us to the Immortal Sage of Medicinal Herbs' hidden realm. Since this map also bears your contributions, let us explore together. We can share the treasures equally. What do you say? Chu Luo excitedly pointed at the route on the map. Agreed. Brother Chu, your generosity is commendable. I, Jiang Yun, shall count you as a true friend. Jiang Yun replied, clasping his hands in earnest gratitude. Were it any other prodigy, they would surely hoard the complete map for themselves. After all, in a world filled with opportunities, even siblings could turn against each other. Chu Luo's nonchalance and openness to invite him along filled Jiang Yun with admiration. At that moment, Jiang Yun felt that the rumors circulating about Chu Luo were increasingly absurd. If he encountered the source of those rumors again, he would certainly teach them a lesson about spreading falsehoods. Chu Luo nodded but suddenly changed his expression, scolding Tang He and the others in annoyance. You lot. Leave something for Brother Jiang. Do you not understand the principle of sharing? Jiang Yun was taken aback, turning to see that while they were conversing, Tang He and the others had already begun to stash the items from the ground into their spatial rings. Brother Chu, my apologies. I am simply accustomed to it. Brother Jiang, please feel free to choose whatever you like. Tang He and the others smiled sheepishly at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's lips twitched slightly as he realized that only some spiritual stones and a few healing elixirs remained on the ground. With a wave of his hand and a smile, he said, "No need for that. I shall suffice with a few healing elixirs. You may divide the rest among yourselves." As his words fell, Jiang Yun selected several vials of healing potions and tucked them away into his spatial ring. "My apologies, Brother Jiang, for the embarrassment. My disciples here have been quite impoverished. This journey to the Monster Beast Mountain serves not only as a training expedition but also as an opportunity for them to seize some fortunes," Chu Luo remarked, offering a slight bow, a hint of resignation in his tone. Upon hearing Chu Luo's words, Jiang Yun felt an even greater admiration for him and firmly resolved to cherish this friendship. He had not anticipated that Brother Chu would be so loyal. Jiang Yun truly respected him. Regrettably, the same could not be said for his own kin, the younger members of the Jiang family. Sighing at the thought of them, a look of disdain crossed Jiang Yun's face. Observing this, Chu Luo sensed that Jiang Yun harbored quite a tale. "By the way, Brother Jiang, what relation do you have with the esteemed Jiang Luoli of your family?" Chu Luo inquired suddenly. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Why would Chu Luo mention his cousin Jiang Luoli out of the blue? Noticing the curious expression on Chu Luo's face, Jiang Yun's demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Could it be that Brother Chu harbored feelings for his cousin? This thought led Jiang Yun to recall his cousin, who often seemed lost in thought while holding a string of beads. Could it be that Chu Luo and Jiang Luoli were already acquainted? Moreover, it seemed they might have a connection. Indeed, it must be so. Jiang Luoli's string of beads was a gift from Brother Chu. If Jiang Luoli had feelings for Chu Luo, then Jiang Yun wholeheartedly supported their union. "Brother Chu, Luoli is my cousin. Rest assured, I will lend my full support. However, there are some past grievances between the Forbidden Sect and my family, which may make it difficult for our elders to accept. You will need to put in some effort. Brother Chu, but fear not. Given that you saved my life, I will certainly assist you." Jiang Yun winked at Chu Luo, a playful smile gracing his lips. Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yun was actually Jiang Luoli's cousin. It seemed his gamble had paid off. However, Jiang Yun's subsequent remarks left Chu Luo feeling somewhat uneasy. Did this fellow misunderstand something? Nevertheless, with Jiang Yun's assistance, his path to being with Jiang Luoli should become less arduous. Indeed, the hour grows late. Brother Jiang, let us proceed to seek the hidden realms, Chu Luo suggested. Snapping back to attention. Agreed. Jiang Yun nodded. Soon, Chu Luo and his companions, accompanied by Jiang Yun, set off toward the mid-level area. Following the route marked on the map, "Brother Chu, why allow this fellow to accompany us? With your strength, you could easily subdue Jiang Yun. Should he discover a great opportunity within the secret realm, wouldn't we have to share the spoils with him?" Tang He, who was beside Chu Luo, could not help but voice his confusion through a discreet transmission. Chu Luo cast a sidelong glance at Tang He and replied through thought, "You know nothing. You will understand in due time. Forging a friendship with Jiang Yun will undoubtedly prove beneficial for our senior brother Yin in the future." Tang He was momentarily taken aback, his confusion deepening. What relevance does this have to senior brother Yin? Observing Tang He's perplexed expression, Chu Luo opted to refrain from excessive explanation. Initially, he had intended to wait until both Jiang Yun and Ji Tianxiong were significantly weakened before making his move to seize the fragmented map. However, a sudden thought struck him regarding his senior brother Yin and Jiang Luoli, prompting him to alter his strategy. Seizing this opportunity to cultivate a rapport with Jiang Yun seemed prudent, given the intricate ties between the Forbidden Sect and the Jiang family. The obstacles faced by senior brother Yin and Jiang Luoli in their pursuit of each other would be formidable indeed. With Jiang Yun's assistance in the future, perhaps senior brother Yin would find his path a tad smoother. In the Yi family, a colossal warship floated in the void. On board the vessel, a group of young Yu family prodigies exuded a formidable aura, their expressions austere. It appeared that nearly 10,000 of them had gathered. Suddenly, several towering figures emerged before these young elites. The prodigies of the Yi family immediately saluted the majestic figures, saying, "We pay our respects to the family head. We pay our respects to the ancestors." Before them stood the family head of the Yi family, Yi Tiandi, along with the esteemed ancestor, the sword-mad emperor. Among them were also the ancient sage-level cultivators, Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi. You shall immediately follow the sword-mad ancestor to the southern heaven continent, to the Beast Mountain Range. Exterminate Chu Luo and avenge your sister, Qingxue. Your two aunts, along with the sword-mad ancestor, will safeguard your path. There is no need to worry about Chu Luo's protector. It is my command that you must eliminate Chu Luo. Yi Tiandi's gaze was icy as he addressed the assembly of Yi family prodigies. Understood. We shall kill Chu Luo to avenge our sister. The 10,000 Yi family prodigies raised their arms in fervent agreement, their murderous intent palpable. Yi Tiandi nodded approvingly and turned to Yi Luoshang and Yi Luoi, saying, "Given the orders from the ancestors, and considering the Forbidden Sect's declaration of non-interference in the disputes of the younger generation, you two must not personally engage with Chu Luo. Thus, even if that little wretch were to perish, the Forbidden Sect would be left with no recourse. Rest assured, we shall act with discretion." Yi Luoshang's countenance was as frigid as frost, her chilling murderous intent unmistakable. Yi Tiandi nodded in acknowledgement, and soon after, the sword-mad emperor, accompanied by the two women, boarded the warship. At that moment, the sword-mad emperor's aura was subdued, appearing almost as an ordinary individual. Upon stepping onto the warship, the sword-mad emperor gently sliced through the void with a gesture. Instantly, a vast spatial rift opened in the emptiness. The warship, carrying the multitude of Yi family prodigies, emitted a thunderous hum. It then soared through the rift in the void, disappearing from sight. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Yi family, several colossal, indistinct figures gazed at the departing warship. "Old fellows, are you all prepared? Given the nature of those old ghosts from the Forbidden Sect, they will not concern themselves with trivialities. After that little wretch perishes, the Forbidden Sect will undoubtedly seek retribution. Humph, but what of it? Seizing this opportunity, let us observe the remnants of the ancient elders of the Forbidden Sect. Indeed, they dare to challenge the Yi family. We shall demonstrate to the 3,000 realms that to provoke the Yi family is to compel even the Forbidden Sect to capitulate." In the Grand Hall of the Crimson Flame Valley, the ancient sage Yin Jun returned and respectfully addressed Qi Wujia, the Valley Master, saying, "Master, the great emperor of the Wang family, known for subduing evil, has set forth. Upon my return, I received word that the Yi family has dispatched over 10,000 young prodigies to the Monster Beast Mountains to besiege Chu Luo. Moreover, the sword-mad emperor and two ancient sages are covertly following them." Qi Wujia nodded and, with a cold smile, replied, "In that case, Crimson Flame Valley must not remain absent. Elder Yin Jun, take several disciples of the Nirvana realm and proceed to Southern Heaven State at once. Let our disciples join forces with the Yi family's prodigies to hunt down that little beast. With the three great powers mobilizing such numerous talents to collaborate in this endeavor, that little beast shall meet a glorious end, even in death." Understood. The ancient sage Yin Jun let out a cold chuckle, turned, and vanished in a single step. Within the Monster Beast Mountains, Chu Luo and his companions followed the designated route on their map, arriving at the boundary between the mid and deeper regions of the mountains. Once they set foot in this area, they became increasingly cautious as the monsters they encountered grew ever more formidable. Strangely, according to the map, this was indeed the correct location. Chu Luo stared at the endpoint marked on the map, filled with confusion, for the endpoint indicated was not a mountain but a gorge. "Brother Chu, may I have a look at the map?" At that moment, Jiang Yin unexpectedly requested the map. Taken aback, Chu Luo handed over the map without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang He and the others subtly drew closer, both curious about Jiang Yun's intentions and wary of him seizing the opportunity to snatch the map. As the saying goes, one must guard against the intentions of others while remaining innocent of malice. Once Jiang Yun received the map, he conjured a ball of spiritual fire with a flick of his hand and proceeded to incinerate the map right before their eyes. "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing this, Tang He and the others anxiously rolled up their sleeves, eager to stop Jiang Yun. However, they were halted by Chu Luo. To their astonishment, the beast's skin, far from turning to ashes, gradually transformed into a more resplendent golden hue. A unique vibration emanated from the flames. A power imbued with a faint aura of sanctity surged forth from the beast's skin map. In the next moment, the map broke free from the spiritual fire and soared into the sky. Chu Luo and his companions promptly stepped back, on high alert. The energy fluctuations emanating from the golden-tinged map intensified. Before their astonished eyes, the beast's skin map began to morph, coalescing into a mass of golden energy. Subsequently, a golden figure materialized before them. A divine aura emanated from the ethereal figure before them, causing Chu Luo to momentarily freeze, a sense of vigilance rising within his heart. From within his flowing robes, a blood-red jade token emerged in his hand. Should the situation turn dire, he would summon the corporeal form of his master. Before him stood an ethereal figure, an elderly man with a kind and benevolent expression. The elder gazed at Chu Luo and his companions with a warm smile. Ah, I never expected that after such a long time, someone would finally gather the map left by this saint and arrive at my secluded abode. The elder chuckled joyfully, surveying his surroundings with a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. Senior, could you be the immortal sage of spiritual herbs? Jiang Yun, regaining his composure, respectfully bowed to the elder and inquired. Indeed, I am he. Pray tell, from which sect do you young friends hail? The immortal sage of spiritual herbs replied with a gentle smile, his gaze resting on Chu Luo and Jiang Yun. He, esteemed senior, I am Chu Luo, a disciple from the Forbidden Sect. I am Jiang Yun from the ancient Jiang clan. Upon hearing their introductions, the immortal sage's face displayed a hint of surprise. To think you young friends are prodigies from the Forbidden Sect and the Jiang clan. How intriguing indeed. At this point, the immortal sage's curiosity was piqued. When did the Forbidden Sect and the ancient Jiang clan become allies? In my day, there seemed to be considerable animosity between them. Before my demise, I had heard that the Jiang clan intended to confront the Forbidden Sect. Since you young friends have gathered the fragmented map and found my hidden abode, it signifies a connection between us, the immortal sage remarked, regaining his composure with a faint smile. He then turned towards the mountain range before him and gently gestured. With a hum, a powerful force accompanied by a divine aura descended upon the mountain range, under the watchful eyes of Chu Luo and his companions. A small mystical entrance appeared amidst the mountains. Through the entrance, they beheld an expansive canyon, filled with twinkling starlight, the sweet songs of birds, and the rich essence of spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, Tang He and the others could not suppress their excitement. Haha, young friends, go forth. This is your opportunity. However, before you embark, I require a small favor from you. The immortal sage of spiritual herbs smiled kindly, exuding an amiable presence. Esteemed senior, please do not hesitate to ask. While we may not be able to assist with great tasks, we shall exert ourselves to fulfill any minor requests. Before Chu Luo could speak, Tang He and the others eagerly responded. The immortal sage chuckled, rest assured, it is merely a small favor. I am but a remnant soul lingering in this world. In my past, I failed to ascend to the position of emperor, and, having exhausted my lifespan, I perished in this secluded place. I hope that upon entering my sanctuary, you young friends can inter my remains in the earth and erect a tombstone. This would at least serve as a testament to my existence in this world. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo narrowed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. I understand. Senior, do not worry. Such a trivial matter is but a small task for us. We shall ensure that your remains are laid to rest with the utmost care. Strive for your remains. They won't resurrect, will they? Hop ha ha, Brother Chu, you are truly humorous. I extend my gratitude to you all. With that, this Holy One has no regrets. Dear friends, go forth. The spirit medicine saint chuckled, his sacred power gradually waning. This fragment of soul began to grow increasingly ethereal and transparent. Chu Luo and his companions bowed deeply once more to the vanishing remnant of the spirit medicine saint. Subsequently, they swiftly soared into the entrance of the secret realm. As the fading remnant of the spirit medicine saint cast its gaze upon the departing figures of Chu Luo and his companions, its eyes fell upon Jiang Yun. A slight smile gracing its lips. The primordial spirit body, is it? No wonder you are the pride of the Jiang family. With those words, the remnant of the spirit medicine saint completely dissipated into the cosmos. Upon reaching the gorge within the secret realm, Chu Luo and his companions were utterly astonished by the sight before them. The mountains leading deep into the gorge were adorned with a plethora of celestial medicinal herbs, each of which boasted a minimum quality of the Xian grade. Brother Chu, we've struck gold. So many medicinal herbs, the lowest grade being Xian level, with many at the Ling level. Tang He and the others gazed at the medicinal herbs lining the mountains, their eyes gleaming with excitement, swallowing hard. Before Chu Luo could utter a word, Tang He and his companions immediately darted toward the mountains, beginning to fervently collect these celestial herbs. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the brazen methods of Tang He and his party. They were not merely plucking the herbs. Rather, they skillfully packaged entire sections of the soil where the herbs grew into their spatial rings. This scene made Jiang Yun's lips twitch uncontrollably. These disciples from the Forbidden Sect appeared to fear that someone might compete with them. Brother Chu, are all your disciples from the Forbidden Sect so brazen? Jiang Yun suddenly inquired. Chu Luo glanced at Tang He and the others, feeling a mix of exasperation and frustration. These fellows, even with outsiders present, showed no restraint. The reputation of the Forbidden Sect is tarnished by such behavior. Ah, Brother Jiang, please don't take offense. My junior disciples have been impoverished for too long. Chu Luo awkwardly chuckled, attempting to reassure him. Brother Jiang, won't you gather some medicinal herbs? Jiang Yun waved his hand, smiling as he replied, No, Brother Chu. We have an abundance of Xian and Ling grade herbs at our Jiang family's mountain. The truly exquisite treasures lie within the dwelling of the spirit medicine saint. Jiang Yun's gaze drifted deeper into the gorge, brimming with anticipation and excitement. At this, Chu Luo was momentarily taken aback. Following Jiang Yun's line of sight toward the depths of the gorge, he beheld a small thatched cottage. Surrounding the cottage was a meticulously arranged patch of soil, seemingly a spiritual field. The swaying plants within exuded an astonishing medicinal aura. Upon catching wind of Jiang Yun's conversation with Brother Chu, Tang He and his companions were equally taken aback. What? The real treasures are still inside? They turned their gazes toward the depths of the gorge, faintly catching glimpses of the shadows of the plants within the spiritual field. The 6 individuals abruptly ceased their actions, clapping their hands before returning to Chu Luo's side. Jiang Yun's lips twitched slightly, leaving him at a loss for words. Chapter 93. Encountering the spirit soil again, abundant harvests. It left him pondering why. Despite being disciples of the same Forbidden Sect, there was such a vast disparity between these individuals and Brother Chu. Brother Jiang, let us hasten to the innermost part and take a look. With the secret realm now open, it is quite possible that other martial artists may inadvertently stumble upon this place, Chu Luo advised. Very well, let us proceed swiftly, Jiang Yun responded. And with a single step, the two ventured forth, their figures racing deeper into the canyon. Witnessing this, Tang He and the others hurriedly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the canyon, where a modest thatched cottage stood amidst a small patch of spirit field, revealing itself to their gaze. Within the spirit field, hundreds of spirit herbs flourished, emanating a gentle luminosity. The potent medicinal fragrance invigorated them, making even a breath of air feel refreshing. Upon seeing the soil nurturing the spirit herbs, Chu Luo and Tang He were taken aback with exhilaration. Spirit soil. Who would have thought that the old man, the spirit herb sage, had managed to gather such an abundance of spirit soil? No wonder he excels in cultivating spirit herbs. Indeed. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within this soil is several times richer than what we obtained last time. Tang He exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. At that moment, Chu Luo and Jiang Yun extended their consciousness into the ground, both astonished. What a grand undertaking! The spirit herb sage has actually arranged 2 spirit veins underground to nourish this patch of spirit soil. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so abundant. Jiang Yun said excitedly. Chu Luo nodded, his gaze shifting to the center of the spirit field. In the middle of the field stood 6 spirit herbs, radiating a unique brilliance and rhythm, their medicinal potency surpassing that of the surrounding herbs. These 6 spirit herbs were perfectly situated at the convergence of the 2 spirit veins. Those are sacred herbs, Chu Luo exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated finding 6 sacred herbs in this place. Brother Chu, could you possibly grant me the one in the center? That sacred herb would be immensely beneficial for my primordial spirit body. I can forego the others, Jiang Yun interjected, pointing excitedly at the central sacred herb. The others, including Tang He, exchanged exasperated glances with Jiang Yun. This kid certainly knew how to pick his favorites. Even they could discern that the central sacred herb was of the highest quality, the oldest, and possessed the greatest potency. It seemed that in another 10,000 years, it might even transform into a divine herb. Agreed, Chu Luo chuckled, casting a discreet glance at Tang He and the others. Receiving his signal, they nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. Brothers, let us get to work, Tang He shouted, and the group rushed into the spirit field, fervently harvesting the spirit herbs. They paid no heed to the quality, uprooting the herbs along with their roots and soil, stowing them away into their storage rings. Aside from the 6 sacred herbs, the spirit field brimmed with potential. There are still over a dozen celestial-grade spirit herbs and dozens of earthly-grade spirit herbs remaining. The rest consists entirely of spirit-grade herbs. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun promptly soared into the spirit field and approached the 6 sacred herbs, followed closely by Chu Luo. Behold the Yuanhua Zhao Sheng fruit. As he gazed upon the sacred herb before him, which bore a golden fruit, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the spirit herb immortal could cultivate such a sacred herb. Chu Luo cast a glance at the Yuanhua Zhao Sheng fruit and could not help but express his astonishment. This lad, Jiang Yun, truly possesses remarkable fortune. It is said that one who possesses the Yuan Ling's sacred body, upon consuming the Yuanhua Zhao Sheng fruit, can unleash the full potential of their innate gifts. Furthermore, their cultivation speed would be significantly enhanced. Chu brother, Jiang Yun turned to Chu Luo. Chu Luo smiled broadly, displaying nonchalance as he replied, Jiang brother, simply take this fruit. Thank you, Chu brother. Jiang Yun clasped his fists in gratitude. He then carefully plucked the Yuanhua Zhao Sheng fruit and stored it within his spatial ring. Meanwhile, Chu Luo seized the opportunity to uproot the remaining 5 sacred herbs, placing them into his spatial ring as well. Upon his return, he would entrust them to the second elder for continued cultivation. The second elder would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chu Luo could already envision the little old man's exuberant dance of excitement. Suddenly, Chu Luo noticed that beside the original 6 sacred herbs, there lay another spirit herb rhizome. Leaning down, he uprooted it. The emanating fluctuations from the rhizome indicated that this herb, previously harvested by someone, was at least of sacred herb quality. Moreover, the subtle medicinal aura radiating from this sacred herb's rhizome invigorated his spirit remarkably. It was evident that this was a sacred herb beneficial for the enhancement of spiritual power. With this thought, Chu Luo's gaze drifted toward the nearby thatched cottage, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chu brother, what is the matter? Jiang Yun inquired, noticing Chu Luo's distracted demeanor. Ha, nothing at all. Chu Luo snapped back to attention, laughing heartily as he stored the spirit herb rhizome. He intended to cultivate it, and perhaps in due time it would yield another sacred herb. As the two conversed, Chu Luo and Jiang Yun turned their heads to find that the once flourishing spirit field had been stripped bare, transformed into a desolate expanse. All the spirit herbs had been harvested by Tang He and his fellow companions, who were now diligently engaged with their shovels, excavating the spirit soil. Their enthusiasm was palpable. Beneath the soil lay 2 spirit veins. It remained uncertain how substantial these veins were or how many spirit stones they might yield. Regardless, inviting senior brother Chu to join them on this expedition to the Monster Beast Mountain Range had proven to be the wisest decision. Observing Tang He and his companions, their faces marked by avarice and a hint of mischief, Chu Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and suggested, cough, Jiang brother. Why not acquire some spirit soil as well? It is truly a valuable resource. Jiang Yun watched the group, whose skilled hands moved with the ferocity of ruthless bandits, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Could it be that these individuals were truly reincarnated bandits from the mountains? Jiang Yun nodded, then symbolically scooped up a few handfuls of spiritual soil and stored it in his storage ring. Brother Jiang, let us explore the thatched cottage. The remains of the spiritual herb immortal should lie within. Chu Luo gazed at the cottage before them, recalling the sacred herb that had been prematurely plucked, and a sense of caution arose within him. All right, Jiang Yun agreed, and together they approached the cottage, leaving Tang He and the others to toil diligently in the spiritual field. Upon reaching the cottage, they released their divine senses and found no prohibitions on the door. Jiang Yun intended to push the door open, but to his surprise, Chu Luo kicked it wide open. Boom! As the door burst open, they beheld an exceedingly simple interior, furnished only with a bamboo bed. Upon the bed sat a familiar old man with white hair, clad in dark robes, his legs crossed, eyes tightly shut, and a faint flush gracing his complexion. Residual traces of divine majesty lingered around him, as if he were merely in slumber. This was none other than the long-deceased spiritual herb immortal. Both Jiang Yun and Chu Luo were taken aback, having believed the immortal was still alive. Chu Luo cautiously approached, extending his hand before the immortal's nose. Ha, you startled me. Brother Jiang, rest assured, the spiritual herb immortal has been in repose for quite some time. To their astonishment, the old man had remained in such a state for so long, and yet his physical form appeared remarkably intact. As he spoke, Chu Luo began to explore the immortal's body, hoping to uncover some hidden fortune. However, the moment Chu Luo's hand touched the immortal's garments, they disintegrated into ashes, along with the flesh. In mere moments, all that remained before them was a set of white bones. Witnessing this, Chu Luo finally felt a sense of relief, as he had been worried that the old man might suddenly spring back to life. Now, it is but a skeleton. Brother Chu, let us fulfill the spiritual herb immortal's wishes, interring him respectfully and erecting a monument, Jiang Yun suggested. Chu Luo nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to act, the skeletal remains of the immortal trembled slightly. Buzz! Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of sanctity erupted from the bones. Boom. Both Chu Luo and Jiang Yun were instantly subdued by this divine might, kneeling before its force. This terrifying presence enveloped the entire valley, causing Tang He and his companions, who had just unearthed 2 spiritual veins, to be pinned to the ground, unable to move. What is happening? The source of this divine might is the cottage, Tang He exclaimed, realizing the danger Chu Luo was in. Concern for their companion grew as they turned their gazes toward the thatched cottage. Meanwhile, within the cottage, Chu Luo and Jiang Yun were suffering immensely. Under this divine pressure, they felt as if their very bones would shatter. Buzz! A phantasmal figure emerged from the radiating skeleton. Upon seeing this apparition, Chu Luo immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. Old fool, you truly have not died completely. Before your fall, you deliberately crafted a map to lead others to you, enabling your resurrection, did you not? The ethereal figure before us embodies the soul of the alchemist sage. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, a paragon in his own right, instantly comprehended the situation, his expression darkening as he fixed a cold gaze upon the alchemist sage, declaring, "Old man, should you dare to harm us, you will invoke the wrath of the Forbidden Sect and my Jiang family. There will be no sanctuary for you across the 3,000 great worlds." At this moment, the alchemist sage maintained a facade of benevolence. Yet a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he disregarded Jiang Yun's threat, focusing instead on Chu Luo. "Heh, little one from the Forbidden Sect. I did not expect you to be quite astute. However, rest assured, I shall not seek to possess you. Although your talent is remarkable, it pales in comparison to this Jiang family lad who possesses the primordial spirit body. Once I seize this young man, it will not be long before I return to my former glory. With the aid of the primordial spirit body, I shall ascend to the realm of the emperors. Furthermore, those old fogies from your Forbidden Sect are not so easily deceived." The mention of the ancestors of the Forbidden Sect evoked a flicker of apprehension in the alchemist sage's eyes. In response, Chu Luo shot him a disdainful glance. This old man dares to look down upon him. "Hey, esteemed elder, since you have no intention of possessing me, might you allow me to leave? I assure you, I will keep your plans for resurrection a secret. My lips are sealed." Chu Luo's countenance shifted, his face contorting into a sycophantic grin. "Heh, little one. I place more trust in your deceased self than in your living form." The alchemist sage replied with a chilling smile. He had no intention of sparing anyone who had entered this place. The soul of the alchemist sage then floated before Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him with evident satisfaction. "Fear not, young one. I shall live on through you, even achieving heights you could never aspire to." The alchemist sage let out a sinister laugh as he extended his finger towards Jiang Yun's forehead. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted in despair. Although he possessed a life-saving trump card, he found himself paralyzed under the holy presence, unable to summon the clan's powerful allies. At that moment, Chu Luo shouted loudly towards the ceiling, "Elder Qingwei, if you do not act now, I shall meet my end." Boom. Cease at once. As soon as Chu Luo's words echoed, an ancient voice resonated throughout the valley. Following this, a hand imbued with immense power descended from the heavens. The alchemist sage remained composed, seemingly having anticipated this development. He raised his hand to strike against the descending giant palm. Boom. The thatched cottage was immediately obliterated, and the oppressive force that had been bearing down upon Chu Luo and Jiang Yun dissipated momentarily. Chu Luo and Jiang Yun seized the opportunity to retreat to the fields. "Chu, brother." Seeing that Chu Luo was unharmed, Tang He and the others finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, the crowd looked up to see Elder Qingwei's figure materializing above them. However, the expression on Elder Qingwei's face was one of grave concern. A mere 6th stage saint has finally made their appearance. Although this sacred being now exists only as a remnant of a soul prior to my ascension, I consumed the divine herb known as the soul-enhancing grass. Even in this diminished state, I possess the cultivation of an ancient sage at the 2nd realm. Amidst the swirling mist, the voice of the divine herb sage resonated. In the next moment, the ethereal figure of the divine herb sage grew immensely tall, towering over the expanse of the valley. Upon hearing the sage's words, Chu Luo furrowed his brow. No wonder the divine herb sage hesitated to initiate the soul possession and engage in banter. It was apparent that he had already discerned the presence of Elder Qingwei, who was covertly safeguarding the path. The divine herb sage feared that Elder Qingwei would strike during the possession. Thus, he cleverly sought to draw the elder out from the shadows. Indeed, he proved to be a cunning old fox. The truth aligned with Chu Luo's suspicions. Elder Qingwei lurked in the dark, intending to intervene at the moment of the divine herb sage's possession. Humph. What of the ancient sage? You wish to seize my essence? I shall make you regret it. Jiang Yun scoffed, promptly producing a jade token. Witnessing this scene, the divine herb sage's countenance shifted, and with a swift motion of his hand, the entrance to the secret realm was instantly sealed. Chapter 95, Take care of my disciple, or I shall break your legs. Jiang Yun crushed the jade token, his expression darkening as he realized that his messages could not escape. Today, apart from you, little one, all others shall perish. This includes you, holy sage. The divine herb sage's gaze was ominous as he fixed his eyes upon Elder Qingwei, malevolent intent saturating the atmosphere. Elder Qingwei swallowed hard. Should he refrain from fighting with all his might, his fate would be dire. With this thought, a fleeting idea crossed his mind, and he spread his hands, concealing his aura as he approached Chu Luo. Chu Luo, quickly call upon your master. I cannot contend with this old fiend. Upon hearing this, Chu Luo regarded the seemingly unperturbed Elder Qingwei with skepticism. He suspected that if the elder were to muster his full strength, he could potentially exhaust the divine herb sage. The secret realm has been sealed by this sacred being. Even if there are formidable warriors outside, you shall not be able to send messages. The divine herb sage chuckled mockingly, his tone icy. Chu Luo stepped forward, a similar playful smirk adorning his face as he remarked, "Oh, is that so?" As he spoke, a crimson jade token materialized in his hand. Upon seeing the token in Chu Luo's grasp, the divine herb sage's pupils constricted. For reasons unknown, this blood-red talisman emanated an overwhelming sense of peril. You old rascal, dare to scheme against me. You enjoy feigning death, do you? Today, I shall ensure your demise. Crack. With that declaration, Chu Luo decisively shattered the jade token. Buzzing. In the wake of the shattered token, a torrent of crimson energy surged forth, enveloping the entire valley. By my grandmother's legs! Which old fool dares to bully my beloved disciple? A voice resonating with supreme authority echoed through the heavens and earth. Following this, a towering figure, wreathed in blood light, materialized before Chu Luo. The Emperor of Shadows bestowed upon Chu Luo a jade token that was far from a mere communication device. Instead, it contained a fragment of his own power, stored within the jade for critical moments. When crushed, the energy preserved within would coalesce into a formidable manifestation of his essence. Upon witnessing the Emperor's manifestation, the divine herbal sage's pupils constricted, trembling with trepidation. The manifestation of the great Emperor. How can this be? How could you possess the protection of the Emperor? Panic seized the divine herbal sage, and thoughts of escape surged in his mind. With resolute determination, the divine herbal sage transformed into a wisp of spiritual essence and hastily fled towards the outer realms of the secret domain. Master, do not let that old wretch escape. He just attempted to seize my disciple. Chu Luo exclaimed urgently. What? That old, decrepit insect? With a thunderous roar, the manifestation of the Emperor of Shadows erupted with fury upon learning of the fleeing divine herbal sage, who had dared to covet his cherished disciple. The great Emperor held his beloved disciple so dear that he would not utter a word of reproach against him, fearing even the slightest harm. Yet, this insignificant creature had the audacity to attempt to usurp his disciple. Without hesitation, the Emperor's manifestation reached out towards the canyon's edge. The remnants of the fleeing divine herbal sage were suddenly ensnared by an overwhelming divine might. In an instant, a terrifying hand grasped him and dragged him back. In the blink of an eye, the remnants of the divine herbal sage found themselves clutched in the massive hand of the Emperor of Shadows. Great Emperor, spare me. I was unaware that Chu was your disciple. I never intended to seize him. The remnants pleaded for mercy. Indeed, Elder Yin, this old fool did not plan to seize your precious disciple. However, he intended to eliminate him. Elder Qingwei interjected with a sinister chuckle. What? Insect? I shall ensure your eternal demise. With a blinding flash of crimson light in his eyes, the Emperor of Shadows ruthlessly obliterated the remnants of the divine herbal sage, leaving him utterly and irrevocably dead. This scene sent a shiver down Jiang Yun's spine. The Emperor of Shadows was indeed as fearsome as the legends foretold. Fiercely protective yet merciless. In that moment, Jiang Yun finally comprehended why elite factions such as the Wang family, the Yi family, and the Crimson Flame Valley harbored animosity towards Chu Luo. It was clear that with such a fiercely protective and ruthless emperor as his master, those self-important prodigies who dared to provoke Chu Luo were indeed courting disaster. It was not Chu Luo's fault. The misfortune stemmed solely from his formidable master. After obliterating the remnants of the divine herbal sage, the Emperor of Shadows disdainfully brushed off his hands, his form gradually shrinking. My dear disciple, hurry and return to the sect with these youngsters. For some reason, I have been feeling an unsettling premonition lately, as if something monumental is about to transpire. He advised earnestly. Master, we have only just entered the Warcraft Mountains for a day and haven't even begun our training, and now we must return? Chu Luo expressed in exasperation. Ha ha ha, my dear disciples, it is merely a matter of concern for your safety. The Emperor of the Shadow Crows chuckled in response. He then turned to Elder Qingwei, admonishing, Qingwei, you must take good care of my precious disciples. Should they return missing limbs, I shall have to break your legs. Why, yes. Yes. Elder Qingwei replied hastily, a sudden chill running through him as he quickly nodded in agreement. Initially, he thought this would be a favorable assignment. But it now appeared that the sect master had bestowed upon him a troublesome task. Chu Luo's lips twitched slightly. He had an inkling that his master's words sounded rather familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. Soon after, the divine form of the Emperor of the Shadow Crows dissipated, and Elder Qingwei muttered under his breath, visibly annoyed, what an old coot. Excuse me, Elder Qingwei. What did you just say? An old coot? Chu Luo leaned in closer, teasingly questioning. Elder Qingwei jolted, suddenly remembering the presence of this little troublemaker. He quickly changed his demeanor, clearing his throat. Ahem, I meant to say, what a remarkable figure. The Emperor of the Shadow Crows is truly impressive. Oh, Chu Luo responded with a smile, maintaining a knowing gaze on Elder Qingwei. Cough. Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us depart from this wretched place. I shall escort you out, Elder Qingwei declared, disregarding Chu Luo. Chapter 96. The Arrival of Danger. The Yi family arrives. Elder Qingwei no longer paid attention to Chu Luo and addressed the group. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. Jiangyu nodded appreciatively, clasping his hands in gratitude. Subsequently, Elder Qingwei led Chu Luo and the others to the outskirts of the canyon. Following the fall of the immortal herb sage, the entrance to the secret realm was once again sealed. However, with Elder Qingwei present, reopening the exit was not a difficult task. Before departing, Chu Luo and Tanghe gathered some of the spiritual herbs growing on both sides of the mountain outside the canyon, for once they exited, they could not return. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Afterward, Elder Qingwei tore open the exit to the secret